It screamed the moment blood started to gush out of its neck usually. Such injuries are nothing to a powerhouse like it. But in this place, they are fatal, and this lineman was our lie holding on before. Injury is a minute thing. What is important is that Ashlyn had torn through its protection, giving the dense curse energy to infiltrate its body. The lionman is screaming as it tries to bridge the gap in its protections, but all its efforts are turning into nothing. Things are becoming even worse for it. A curse begins to spread into its body, its huge red body turning into faint orange, and the protection covering 99 of its body is also withering away fast. It seemed to understand the severity of its predicament as it looked at the opal thistles longingly before it started to get up. It is clear that it is planning to leave, and I have no intention of stopping it just like before. No matter what, I will not risk my life against it to kill it. It would be another thing if Ashlyn had been in danger, but thankfully she seemed content after making a single move. Thud, it had just gotten up and about to shoot outside when suddenly its body began to glow orange, and it collapsed on the floor writhing. It seemed to be in intense pain as it writhed on the ground, but no sound came out of its mouth. Its body also turning into a darker and darker shade of orange and dried up. A few seconds passed, and it had stopped moving, and its body began to fall into a dried piece of dark orange before turning into the dust. Seeing that, I couldn't help but shudder. There was a lot of orange dirt around me. What the curse had done is not unknown to me. There is detailed information on how it reacts with living, but a huge difference between reading it and seeing it happen with my own eyes. IJFL Ramo, FGU Omzuf DMZ, FHMPNU, MD Lumital Dizim QJVFO ILFJ, FRTJ Veritat, IJ Fikat Amstovu Gizak MMR Luz FRT LMMR, FN Nufsat Gulatul AOL MZ Frutiplo. Choo choo. Ashlyn chirped at me and threw a lineman's storage at me. I am sure she had taken the things she needed from the grim monsters and now handling the leftovers. Don't do something like that again, or we will leave the ruin immediately. I do not want any unpredictable element, Ashlyn. I warned her, and it is truth. I do not want any unstable element. While some of her risks are acceptable, some are completely unacceptable, no matter how great its rewards are. Choo choo. She chirped at me angrily and flew away. She will listen to my warning. She knows when I am serious. While my warning would not stop her entirely, she would take risks, as this attacking the grim monster was too much. The grim monster itself was not a problem. The problem would have come after if it had not been killed within a time. I shook my head of those thoughts and collected the artifacts on the grim monster's body. Before collecting the opal thistle, I hope I will find the answer in its storage on why it was zealously collecting it. I have no plan on checking the storage right now. I did not want anything to distract me from reaching my target as soon as possible. Armovas VMPZ VFT NFLUT, IVFT HMUHUT Dudge QMZU Zolmschul Mr. Ovu JFW JVU, FSmatter DMPZ QMR Luzal FRT MRU GZAC MMR Luz. WVU Alver Ala Remo Officer OMK, LVU Altimer Vaz BMG FL Ovu LHMPO FL Gudmzu. The energy was getting denser and denser, and the monsters I had been encountering were getting stronger. Currently my methods are working fine, much better than I had expected. There is lie any strain on me despite curse energy becoming denser. Still, I feared something might go wrong and my protection would shatter, and once that happened, I would die. I am like a sea explorer who is exploring the deep sea with his little sub. I am fine as long as nothing happens to my sub, but if something happens then, I will die. Forget the oxygen, the pressure of the water would kill me within a second. I am in the same state, which is why I could not even fight. If something happened to my formation, I die. Time passed by, and I moved closer and closer to my destination, while avoiding the grim monsters that I found on the way while harvesting the plants I needed. A lady luck seemed to shine on me, as on the way I have come across a space which was filled with precious plants. It was no garden, just a space where a couple of precious plants had grown. It took me nearly half an hour to harvest it all before I continued with my journey, and a little more than an hour later, I reached my destination. It is a building within a building. It is big and had red color originally before the orange glow had covered it. This building is known as Teoldo Hall, and according to the information I have received, to houses someone private treasures, likely Teoldo person. The gate to the hall is covered in broken runic formation, and unlike Astral Garden Tower, it is perilous. If I made any mistake solving this incomplete formation, many dangerous formations would activate and wipe me out before I could even utter a breath. Not only the door of the hall is dangerous, but the inside of the hall is also dangerous. If I am able to enter inside, I will have to be careful at every step. Both humans and grim monsters have entered this hall, and many came back with fortune, while many have also lost their lives in it. A huge danger exists there, but I have to take the risk because what I need is inside the hall. This runic formation on the door of the hall is broken, and when I checked it against the 3 I had gotten from the pyramid, they were all different. The similarity it had was that all of them are broken. The formation on the door changes, nobody knows at what time interval it changes. Still, every time a new person comes, they will find a different type of broken formation on the door. As I had said earlier, this broken formation is very dangerous. I have to break it without making the slightest mistake, otherwise, lots of dangerous formations would be activated, and I would be dead before I knew it. The thing is, it is a lot harder to break a broken formation than the complete one. I will have to design a comprehensive formation that would take everything this broken formation throws at it and break it without leaving anything. The task is hard, and I have to do it in a limited time, but I have confidence I can do it. This haul very well the things I need, and for that I will do it. After I made my mind, I started to study the formation comprehensively before taking out the calibrator 45 minutes later and begin to solve the formation. The Astral Garden Tower had really upped my formation-solving ability, and when I came back to read those books and absorb their knowledge, I had even better. I had been working especially hard to studying runes, not only to create better inheritance but also to try my hands at that library. While I do not think current abilities would help me solve that puzzle, I am improving steadily, and one day, I will improve enough that I would confidently walk into that library and solve that puzzle and get my hands on that library and all the juicy knowledge it has. Time passed by, and with Ashlyn as a guard, I continued to work on the formation without any worry, and 9 hours later, I finished with the runic formation. I have complete confidence that I would be able to break this formation, the door, with the formation I had designed. I have to have full confidence. If I did not have that, I would have kept working on it more, as the slightest mistake could doom me. With formation prepared, I removed the air pen. I'm not using the calibrator to project the runes. It uses too much power, especially to break such powerful doors, and I do not want to waste powerful energy crystals. Instead, I am using the air pen, which I had filled with a large amount of different types of runic inks, which would help me break the different types of the formations. While creating the runic ink is a hassle, but it is very useful, low-level herbs and minerals could create quite powerful runic link. I selected the ink in air pen and projected the formation inside it. Just as I did, hundreds of runes began to come out of the air pen, and within a second, a floating runic formation appeared in front. In the academy, I used the month of time to bond with it. NMJ, I biplo vfsu omen zmbuho, ovu zpradim zq fomer I j fro om tzfj, frt au jai tzfj au j of r f dudge lumital. Io al f igayu qmzu oak j floor offer player ovu h fiexfoms, gpo au lf sul f imo mdqmro. As the formation appeared in the air, I pushed it toward the door and moved as far as I could. This is also one of the reasons why I used an air pen instead of the calibrator. With calibrator, I have to maintain a specific distance. With the air pen, I could create as much distance between me and the target. Buzz. The moment I had stopped at a distance, the exact moment the floating formation stuck on the door and buzzed before the runes started to shine, and they began to move around to cover the broken runic formation on the door. L letter 1D482, a test novels on N letter 1D490 vel by N. Com. Crag. Within few seconds, my formalization covered the broken formation, and as they finished with it, they shone brighter, and cracks began to form on runes of both formations, and they have started to turn to dust and float away. About a minute later, both formations had disappeared from the door, leaving it ripe to open. According to the information I had received from the pyramid, the door will stay just as it is for 30 to 40 seconds before a new broken formation covered it. I looked around for any possible danger that might activate with the formation breaking, and when I did not see anything, I appeared beside the door and pushed it gently. Care. The door opened with a slight noise and gave me a glimpse of the vast hall in front of me. The information is right. The hall had been expanded with the spatial principle, which is now collapsing state. The tents of rifts visible to me. Some are big, some are small, some are moving, some are stable on their spot. Guerhf pivo arovu elenfo fi zadal jmpit, gu yukazuku t fruzmpel avulu over zadal jmpit, hpo karamovu nahal jvu ovugi emerald jmpit lphc karladu ovuk, frt emru itm, ijai guderalvat. These ruins are in the area of influence of our world, but are not on the world. The spatial sea. They're extremely dangerous, so dangerous that anything that is not master class tyrant would be shredded in the fractions of seconds. Even masters would not be last there for more than few seconds. These rifts are the most obvious danger of this hall. There are others too, like this hall, which is quite unstable and could collapse and turn into the black hole any second that will swallow everything that is present in this hall. There are also hidden formations that could be activated at any moment. I have to be careful of every step and every breath I take in this hall, lest I activate them accidentally and end up losing my life. The hall is in shambles, which is not surprising. It is not only due to the spatial rifts, but also due to anti-theft formations that had activated completely or halfway. Over the past 6 to 7 centuries, many people have come to this place, taken things and also lost their lives in it, and this ruin had not come to our world only, it had taken the stop at the other world too, at least once before reaching ours. Still, I had come as this place had treasures. Even scraps here would help me greatly in collecting the resources I needed. I looked at the hall in front of me, and soon, I stopped as I spotted a thing that had created a twinkle in my eyes. A murky green color stone is the size of my leg. If I am not wrong, then this is a largi stone, a very precious type of stone that is used in the creation of artifacts. It vastly enhances the energy-conducting properties of the totem artifact. Back in the day, its grade was very high, but now it had reduced to the husk. But still, this husk would be extremely useful to the people of my world and me. I will need about a few ounces for my core creation, the first size for my totem artifacts, while the rest I could sell for a high price. This big chunk is not far away from me, just 50 meters ahead of me, but the problem is it is slightly dipped into a fountain of liquid fire which is coming out of broken formation. The fire seemed to anti-theft measure which had been eroded with time. If I take that big chunk of largi stone, I am going to disturb that fire, and formation might react in a bad way or nothing could happen. I would have solved this formation, but it is half merged into a fountain of fire it is releasing, so I want that huge chunk of the largi stone. I will have to take the risk and take it out with a more direct method. I thought for a while before I decided to take the risk, but not for before I made some preparation, and when I have done with it, I started to take a step back till my back was nearly touching the closed door. I want to be as far away from that thing as possible. If it blew up, I would have higher chances of surviving. With that done, I released the 4 hair thin strings, and within few seconds, they had reached close to it before they drilled inside it. The lower part of the stone is touching the fire, and I don't think my strings would survive the fire despite them being extremely strong. So instead of enveloping the big stone, I made them drilled into it, and it took them few seconds to do that. Now that string had pierced through the stone, it was time to bring it to me. After taking a deep breath, I controlled my vines, and stone began to lift into the air gently, as it did. The fire fountain reacted a little before stopping. Seeing that, I also stopped and waited for half a minute before starting to lift the stone again. This time, there was no reaction from the fountain other than liquid fire that was stuck to the base of stone going to the fountain, which is a little regrettable as I can think of more than 100 ways to use this extremely hot, extremely dense liquid fire. Soon the last drop of liquid fire fell back into the fire fountain, and I quickly moved the stone toward me till it appeared in front of me. I looked at a big chunk of largi stone before I flipped it back and looked at a place that was dipped in the fire with twinkling eyes. While not a single drop of fire had remained on the largi stone, there is still something precious. It must have been dipped into that fire for hundreds of years, as it had elementalized the dipped part of largi stone. It is excellent news for me. The fire elementalized part would be many times more precious than the regular part, especially for me. Even though I had collected the main material and supplementary materials of the fire element, the more, the better. Fire is the most common element. Lots of people will want this thing and even pay a high price for it. I placed the chunk of largi stone after I finished observing it. This piece of stone here was no treasure that was kept here but part of the ceiling. Even divine crystal here was used as a light source, so one could imagine what type of person the owner of this hall was, which is why there is barely any treasure that the original owner stored had remained here. It is written in the notes that most of the treasures that were here were taken by the owner itself, and those that remained were taken by the people that came here. I already knew that, and I had no come for those treasures for people like me. Everything are treasures here. All things this building is made of would be considered a treasure. As I had said, the owner of this hall had used the divine crystal as light source. As long as I am able to find even a single light source, my mission would be completed. Still, it would not be hard. There are many people who have come here. They might have taken all, but I would still keep looking. I might get lucky and find a divine crystal. With my hopes high, I took one cautious step after another, avoiding dangerous rifts and broken formation, and soon, a small smile appeared on my face. I had found another treasure, and this one, even rarer than the big chunk of that largi stone, could be said to be only a level lower than the divine crystal. I saw a couple of pieces of colorful glass not far away from me. The information provided called it cotton glass for some reason. This glass is extremely precious. According to the information, it is an alchemical glass which and contain manhwaedit in trace amount, which is a similar resource as the divine crystal. Other than manhwaedit, there are also many important things that were used in making it. There is special demand from the Silverstone Academy for this thing, and I am sure I could also use it in upgrading my totem artifact. These 5 pieces of glass are 20 meters from my left, with a secure runic formation covering them. There are 2 ways I could get them, by breaking the formation, and the other is sending my vines through the many small gaps in a protective formation. Breaking the formation would take too long, and I do not have that much time. I will choose the risky way and use my vines. 5 vines came out of my hands and moved toward the gaps of protective formation, expertly avoiding activating any stray formation on the way. I had covered my vines with bloodline energy to make them more undetectable, so even if the formation is extra sensitive, my vines will be able to slip into it successfully. Soon, my vines reached the formation and began to slip through the many gaps in the formation according to a piece of glass they will bring out. Shin. The strings enveloped pieces of glasses and began to move back toward the gaps they went in. One vine after another came out of the crack without triggering the formation. I thought everything would go well when suddenly it turned red and my string that was about to bring the last piece of cotton glass out cut from the gap. It had happened so fast that I could not even see it. If I had been in the place of the string, I would have died before I even knew it. This activation of powerful formation is a warning that I could not take things lightly here. The slightest mistake and I would be vaporized before. Just thought of that, and I wanted to get out of here. I took a deep breath to control my emotions and looked at 4 pieces of colorful glasses that vines have brought. These glasses are of different sizes, from about my palm size to thumb size. All of them are wonderfully colorful, and when I touched them, they felt quite soft. No wonder they called cotton. I placed the pieces of cotton glass in my storage after I finished looking at them and moved forwards. 4 hours passed, and I had collected 16 pieces of treasures, and I used my vines to collect them, never placing myself at risk. The formations here are extremely dangerous, and I will not risk myself. I have seen how these formations cut and vaporize my vines that could even bind master-class tyrants. I had already covered half of the hall and still had not seen the divine crystal, and that couldn't make me sad for a moment, but I controlled my emotions and moved forward. Choo-choo. Suddenly Ashlyn chirped from my shoulder and looked back. Formation on my right and thing inside it. I had looked at it earlier, and seeing those dangerous energy blades, I shook the thoughts of taking that thing out. Now Ashlyn wants to go for that thing, and she seems pretty confident about getting it out. I wanted to reject her request, but seeing the look in her tiny eyes and confidence in her voice, I stopped those words from coming out of my mouth. Are you sure? Those blades could turn you into the minced meat in a second, I asked. Choo-choo. She chirped confidently with an affirmative answer. Be careful then, I said with a sigh. Ashlyn flew up from my shoulder, and her size started to become smaller and smaller till she became a thumb-sized chubby bird. After she reduced her size, she flew into the formation and divided toward that thing with a speed that was nearly unobservable by me. The energy blades did not seem to have sensed her as they continued moving as before, but there are hundreds of them, and they all are moving at incredible speed. Ashlyn has avoided each and every blade. Whenever a blade reached her, she would flap her wings and would disappear from her spot and appear on another before disappearing again. She is dodging the blades at such fast speed that even I am unable to follow her despite activating several ocular abilities. Before I knew it, Ashlyn had reached the silver dusk tile and put it away inside her with the flap of her wings before she began to fly up while dodging energy blades. A few seconds later, she flew out of the formation and landed on my shoulder. I did not say anything and moved forward. A few minutes later, I had stopped again when I saw the treasure before shaking my and moving forward. While the treasure is rare, it is completely covered in the formation, and I would need to break it. The treasure is not precious enough that I would waste hours to time breaking it. The next treasure I had come across, I had picked it. There was barely any protection surrounding it, and even if I had gone close to it and picked it from my hand, there would have been a faint chance that I would have activated some formation. Another 3 hours passed as I cautiously made my way into the hall, picking up the treasures that were safe to pick and discarding those who were dangerous. I am walking on the fine line, controlling my greed when I see the new treasures. If I let my greed make the decisions, it won't be long before I get vaporized fire or cut into fine pieces by the energy blades. I reached the end of the hall and I did not find some divine crystal or similar resource, but I did find something interesting, and my runes were screaming for it. At the end of the hall on the ceiling, 3 formations are clashing, and from the center of their clashes, a multicolored drop will fall down, and the thing is this drop would evaporate midway. The drop would never touch the ground. As I had said, I have no freaking idea what it is, but my runes are crazily desiring for it. They are reacted such a way very few times. I looked at the 3 formations on the ceiling whose clash is creating the drops that are falling down every minute. The first formation is physical type if I am not wrong. Then this formation is about pressure, a physical pressure that would apply to every cell of a person. It is not gravity but physical type pressure, like the emitted from the sheer strength of the body. Such formations are quite hard to create and need a formation ink or the surface on which runes are carved on of the physical quality. The second one is lightning type, from what I could see in the formation. The formation would shot down the intruder with thin bolts of lightning, and this lightning is extremely dangerous. The tiniest bolt of it has the power to vaporize the tyrant, and I am staying as far away from possible from those thin lightning flashes flashing on the ruin. The third formation is most complete among the three formations. It is a soul hammer formation. This formation would attack with a powerful soul attack that would shatter the soul of the one into millions of pieces. It was the most dangerous formation of three. These three formations are clashing and creating drops of liquid. These three formations are not the only thing responsible for that drop. It is the surface they are drawn on from which the strange drops are being created, and the clash of three formations is just a process. I want those drops, and I did not see any problem as long as I did not touch the three clashing formations and come under their range. Still, I did not believe things could be this easy and looked even more carefully and activated all the investigative abilities I have, but even after minutes I did not see any problem. It seemed like the things were as good as they appeared. After checking everything all right, a vine came off my hand. Unlike the hair-thin vines I use, this vine is thick as the fingers, like the ones I used to use before. The vine moved and appeared below the formation. It had maintained the distance to the formations. Even a bolt of stray lightning from the formation could not strike it, but it is close enough that it would be able to catch the drop before it disappeared into the air. As the vine appeared below the three formations, its upper part began to transform, and in a few seconds, it had transformed into a crystalline funnel. I also took out a small bottle from my storage and attacked my vine, store the liquid that traveled down my vine. My vine will act as the pipe, while the bottle will be storage for it. I just hope there's nothing wrong with those drops. I don't want to waste my time on useless things. I waited for the drop to fall from the clashing point of formations from what I had observed. Each drip fell between every 43 to 47 seconds. I just had to wait for a few more seconds, and drop will fall down. Drip, as I had expected, right at 44 seconds, the drop produced as the clashed point and fell down. The faint silver and purple color came down and fell in the funnel with a clear drip. The moment drop fell into the funnel closed, and some formation lit up to force the drop forward toward the bottle when something happened. My bloodline reacted and went for the drop, and not only it, but Nero had also gone for it as well. Within a second, more than half of the drop had disappeared, and these energies had spread through my body. Instantly, I felt immense heaviness came over my body and felt like thousands of bolts of lightning striking me. And that's not the worst thing. The worst thing is energies of the drop had attacked my soul as well, and they felt like they were going to tear my soul apart. And the thing is, I could not even scream as my whole body has become numb. The feeling had lasted for about 15 seconds, but when I came to myself, I found my whole body was drenched in sweat. Fuck, I had cursed while taking a ragged breath. I had expected something might happen, but not this intense. It is really too much that I had started to shudder at the thought of the second drop, but I quickly got my emotions in control. No matter what it does, I could see it is beneficial to my bloodline and Nero, and that is enough reason for me, not to mention, I am also getting some of it. My bloodline and Nero did not take it all but had kept some for me, a quarter of the drop which had been safely stored into the bottle. Through what I had experienced, I could tell this drop is extremely beneficial to the body and soul. If I had not reached my limit, I would have benefited from it a lot, but unfortunately I had reached my limit. Still, there is some faint hope. It is my bloodline that is absorbing it, and it tends to leave some crumbs for me. Last time, it had been able to widen my veins to a huge degree, which should not have been possible seeing me reaching the limit, but it was able to do. Maybe it might be able to do something like that this time too. I have some hopes. It had bent the rules before, and it might do it this time too. Drip, drip, drip. 31 hours had passed since I had been collecting these strange drops. When I had started collecting it, I had only planned to do it for the 1 hour at most. I am on a very tight time limit. There is a freaking war going outside, and I could not waste too much time on the runes. But now, I had spent more than 30 hours doing a thing which I had planned to do for a single hour. As for why I had spent more than 30 times more time on this thing, the answer is obvious. I am getting the benefits. These drops are being consumed by my bloodline, and my bloodline is leaving me crumbs of benefits. It is very hard to see these benefits for few minutes, but when half an hour passed, these benefits became apparent, and due to these benefits, I have been here for more than 30 hours. As for what these benefits are, they are different than I had imagined them to be. I had first thought this strange drop was strengthening treasure, but I was wrong. It is a cleansing type resource, not a normal cleansing but extremely deep cleaning, which makes this thing even more precious than a powerful strengthening type resource. Due to this cleansing, my strength has increased further. Technically, I am still at my absolute limit, and it had not expanded even a little, but my strength had increased. The energies of these strange drops had cleaned the gutter that is very deep inside me, including some tiny black tar curse that had been somehow able to leak outside in an extremely small amount. It had cleaned and other things cluttering my body and soul from deep inside, making my body and soul freer. And that is not even the greatest benefit. The most significant benefit is my bloodline's power increasing. My pseudo-bloodline has become even more powerful than before, which is a huge deal seeing how many times my bloodline had helped me. Drip, another drip fell into the funnel, and a familiar sensation came over me. It was still as strange and painful as before, but I got used to it after bearing it for more than 30 seconds. 15 seconds later, its effect wore off, and I finally took back my vine and closed the fully filled bottle and stored it inside my storage. My bloodline had stopped consuming it 1.5 hours ago, but I continued because I wanted to completely fill the last bottle. I had collected a total of 10 bottles worth of these strange cleansing drops, and I am sure they will be a blast, especially to those who had been stuck at the limit like elites and leaders class. They will love this stuff as it could cleanse their bodies and soul, which gives them higher chance to break into the upper level. I have come to this hall in search of the divine crystals. While I did not find those, I have found lots of things, especially these strange cleansing drops. I am a little disappointed about not finding the divine crystal, but it was a huge possibility. If finding the divine crystals had been so easy, many Supreme wouldn't have gone to the search for every place they have found the hint of it. If I had time, I would have continued collecting these drops, but I could not waste too much time on them. I had already spent enough time collecting it. It was time to leave. I gave the one last look to the 3 clashing formations before I started to make my way back to the exit. It had taken me nearly 10 hours to reach the end of the hall, but only half an hour to reach back to the door. I would have been faster if I had not been too cautious on my way back. Choo choo choo. I was just about to open the door and walked out of the hall when she suddenly chirped, and her words shocked me. What, you want to go to the center of the clashing point of 3 formations and bring the thing you need from inside it? I asked as if I could not believe what she said. I had felt strange a little earlier when she had not tried for the strange drop. Ashlyn loved that kind of treasure, and she still is. She is just vying for the bigger price. Absolutely not. You will die before you even reach the central clashing point, I said firmly, rejecting her request. Any one of those formations could kill her within a fraction of a second. Letting her go, there is akin to letting her commit suicide. Choo choo choo. She chirped back, saying she had complete confidence in taking that thing out without getting the slightest harm. She seemed very adamant about it, and if I tried to reject her, she might go for despite that. She's behaving like a rebellious teenager. She will do it whether she gets it my consent or not. It's all made my head hurt. Do whatever you want, but if you got hurt in the slightest, you could forget about asking my permission. I will set you free, then won't have to ask for my permission anything you do next, I said angrily. Choo choo choo. She chirped back at me and flew toward the end of the hall, and it took her a minute to reach there. As she did, I opened the door as she asked me. Before leaving, she said, as I should keep the door open as things might get dangerous. She stopped near the clash of formations, and red crystal on the temple shone, and silver runes began to come out of it. Seeing the silver runes, I couldn't help but get shocked. These runes were not normal runes, but ancient runes, the same type of runes that came out of me when I had to harvest the bloodline, and these silvery runes have covered her whole body, leaving nothing uncovered. With the runes covering her body, she looked like some ancient bird. If not for being a little chubby and thumb size, I would have really felt some reverence towards her. Choo, she let out a single chirp which seemed to contain some archaic quality before she shot toward the clashing center. A second later, she reached closed enough for lightning bolts to clash against her, and she avoided them with the speed that was unseeable for me. It still kind of amazes me the speed she could fly with, but even with her speed, she could not avoid all the lightning bolts, and finally, the first lightning bolt had struck her. I nearly closed my eyes when I saw it happening, but I forced myself to watch, and it is a good thing I did that, as what happened next was extremely surprising. The thin lightning bolt that was about to clash with her slid past her without striking her body. It seemed like the runes had created some sort of field around her tiny little body that made it hard for anything to hit her. The first lightning bolt was just a trailer. Within a fraction of a second, tens of bolts struck her one after another, and each and every one of them repelled by the field created from those ancient runes. The lightning bolts were just the beginning. As she reached closer to the clashing center, her speed had slowed down considerably. The other 2 formations have finally started to affect her. The physical pressure to crush the physical body and soul hammer to destroy the soul, but these 2 formations too were only able to slow her down. Bearing the full power of all 3 formations, she soon reached the clashing center before diving right into it. Seeing her dive into the clashing center, my heart stopped for a moment. She had done something extremely dangerous and foolhardy, and I had let her do it. There's a very high chance that she might not come back from that clashing center. I had just thought that when the silvery head came out of the clashing center, which power began to weaken rapidly, and by the time her whole body came out, the clashing center all but disappeared, and something dangerous produced out of it. Choo, choo, run. Ashlyn's chirping, and my heart's warning rang into my mind same time. and I pushed hard against the already half-opened door and ran out with the highest speed. I even burned my blood, which I had kept on standby after the warning she had given me before leaving for the clashing center. Time seemed to slow down in front of my eyes as I saw tiny black holes produced from the clashing center getting bigger and bigger, swallowing everything that came in its way. Its swallowing force is so powerful that it is tearing the formation apart that could vaporize the tyrants instantly. Even I, who is halfway into the door, felt its swallowing force and couldn't help but feel horror. This black hole is extremely powerful that I am not in front of it. If I get caught in it, the only choice I will have is to get swallowed by it. I can't imagine how Ashlyn is resisting the swallowing force, despite her being middle of the hall. It must be due to the runic formation. The formation of ancient runes is very powerful. The way she is resisting, she will reach me soon. Who should be worried about my life with her? The black hole would also reach me, and I won't be able to resist it. In a fraction of a second, the swallowing force of the black hole had increased so much that its pull began to affect me, who had burned his blood for the power. Seeing that, I started to search for ways to increase my speed further, and soon, an idea came into my mind. I activated the swallowing rule at full power and covered my whole body with it, and as I did, I immediately felt the pull lessening considerably. The relief had lasted for a fraction of seconds. As the black hole went closer, the pull had increased again. The black hole is the personification of the swallowing. How could my little bit of rule power contend against it? I had already crossed the half step, and as long as I crossed the other half, I would be safe. In the boundaries of the hall, strong formations have been carved that could even contain the black hole. Even if their power regressed over time, it would be still able to stop it for a couple of seconds, which is enough for me. Moments passed by, and my leg would reach closer and closer to its destination, but the pull would also get stronger and stronger. As a few more moments passed, the horror began to appear on my face when I saw the pull of the tiny black hole had become strong enough to reduce 70 of my speed, and it had continued to reduce more. If this continued, it won't be long before I also got sucked into it like those formations. I do not want to die just yet. There are many things that I hadn't accomplished. Hell, I did not even make a breakthrough into the tyrant. I don't want to die before becoming tyrant. With those thoughts in mind, I burned even more of my blood and moved swallowing rule power and energy into every part of my body. I had never done such a thing with swallowing force, but I am doing it now to survive from the black hole. The pressure eased a little but not much, and a few moments later, the eased press disappeared, and more pull of black hole had covered me that now my speed had reduced to 90 of the original. I was struggling hard while using every method I had in my arsenal when suddenly, the vast force eased up, and I was able to take a step. Just as I did, Ashlyn came behind me, and I used all my strength to force the door shut. Bang! I closed the door hard before getting away from it as fast as possible. The black hole will strike across it soon, and I don't know whether the containment formations of the hall would work or not. I don't want to take any risks. As I began to move far away, I started to think about the thing which relieved my pressure suddenly, and I did not have to think for long as I knew what relieved the pull of the black hole had come from me. It was my swallowing rule. My swallowing rule, which had been at the peak of master grade, had reached the grandmaster stage. I seemed to have unconsciously comprehended things from the black hole, which is a personification of swallowing, and ended up upgrading my swallowing rule. With the swallowing rule reaching the grandmaster stage, I have now got 2 rules reaching the grandmaster stage. My healing rule had also reached the grandmaster boundary. It is kind of funny, both healing rule and swallowing rule I had made the least progress in, while killing rule and sunfire rule are the ones I had made the huge progress. They are just stepping away from reaching the grandmaster boundary. I had thought they would be the first to reach the grandmaster boundary, but the opposite has happened. Still, I am very happy the high-level rule powers help in stable level up. I will try to level up the killing and sunfire rule to the grandmaster boundary. It would help me if all my rules were at the grandmaster boundary during the level up. Bam, bam, bam. I had just stopped when I started to hear the loud sounds from all. It is shaking all over, and sounds coming from it making one believe that something is trying to get out of it. The runes across the hall hit up, and completely different runes have covered the door too. It had immediately lessened the sound but did not stop it. Seeing that, I had created further distance between the hall and myself. If the black hole suddenly got out, I want to be as far away from it as possible. The sounds continued for about a minute before they suddenly stopped, and runes that appeared on the hall also began to mute out before they have wholly disappeared. Seeing that tension had finally left my shoulder, and I took a sigh of relief. It was one scary experience. D-HUD, D-HUD, D-HUD. I had just taken a sigh of relief when the whole hall began to collapse, and within a second, in the place of the grand hall, there was only rubble. Seeing that, I moved toward the rubble. A few seconds later, I began to scan through, but a few minutes later, disappointed expressions couldn't help but appear on my face. The rubble is truly rubble to stop the black hole, the last formation has harnessed power through every brick and dust, leaving nothing behind. Not nothing, I said suddenly, and appeared beside the door. It looked fine, except the dust appeared on it when it fell down. I looked at it carefully, and seeing there was no active formation, I stored it in my storage. The door was no simple thing. It was able to bear the power of a black hole, without a single crack. I will look at it carefully after I reach the academy, and now I have to give someone an earful. I slowly turned my neck toward a thumb-sized chubby bird who looked visibly tired. It had been quite a while since I had seen her this tired. It is not surprising. She would have needed a huge amount of energy to operate that formation of ancient. No matter how strange she is still an emperor, and emperors could not use ancient runes unless they are strange being like Ashlyn. Choo-choo. I looked at her and was about to give her an earful when she chirped and threw something at me. It is a small thing, the size of a rice grain, and is entirely black in color. Gasp. I was confused at first, but as I caught the tiny thing and felt a strong swallowing force, I couldn't help but gasp. I know what this thing is, and I had desired it. Before getting the tiny stone, I had collected 8 of 9 main constitutional materials, and now with this tiny stone, I had collected all 9 of them. This tiny rice grain-sized stone is called swallowing stone. It is an extremely rare material that is equally precious as the miracle fruit of the blood curse that I have. It formed where swallowing energies are very dense. It also formed a moment before a black appears, when swallowing energies concentrate. I will not let you take such risks, I said softly to Ashlyn. I don't know whether she had went to the clashing spot for me to get the original thing she needed. I will think about it 10 times before letting her take such a risk. The risk this time was too much. If something bad happened, or the black hole had been a little more powerful, it would have been if it had swallowed the swallowing stone. We both would have swallowed by it. The swallowing stone would have instantly doubled its power. I shook my head of those thoughts and looked around. The black hole had caused quite a commotion. I should get out of here as soon as possible and find a spot to rest for a few hours at least. I had been awake since I had come into this ruin, and top of that, I had burned my blood, and Ashlyn is also drained by that ancient rune formation. It is in the best interest of both of us to rest for a few hours at the least before we move toward our next destination. It is time to go, I said to myself as I walked out of my abode. I had just taken 5 hours of break, drank a solution made of expensive herbs in place, and heated dinner. I feel good. All the tiredness I had completely vanished. I will be heading east. There are 2 spots I have to check. I hope I will find the divine crystals there. With it, things will become extremely easy, and I might not even have to visit any ruin again, as I had already collected one of the 2 most important materials I was scouring the ruins for. The swallowing stone is the last constitutional material I needed, and I had got it. The only thing I need right now is a divine crystal, which is quite difficult to get. Putting the abode back in my storage, I walked toward the eastern side of the Glow Palace. There are 2 places where I have to go. It will be great if I find the divine crystal there. Choo-choo. Few minutes passed by when suddenly Ashlyn chirped in my mind, and the scene appeared. There I saw a crocman holding a 5-set floating artifact trying to break a door. It seemed very focused as it tried one combination after another at that door. While half of the Glow Palace is collapsed, half of it still standing, and there are doors in some standing part that had not been opened. As I had said before, many people have come to this ruin. If not for the dense curse energy other than Cursemaster, no other grim monsters could come here, and those who came have to take a sufficient risk, as this ruin is not kind to them. As for entering the Glow Palace and similarly concentrated curse areas, one needs a special method. Even Masterclass Cursemaster could not enter inside it without a special method. The Crocman is not a normal grim monster, but a Masterclass one. Due to this thick curse energy here, its senses had not discovered us. If we had been outside, it would have us, but now, Ashlyn could spy on it without getting discovered. Like always, no energy seemed to do something to her. Even this dense curse energy had not done anything to her. It due to that she had dared to attack that leader-class tyrant. I watched the Crocman for a few seconds before I slowly started to back away, and only felt relieved when I moved out of its range. I had expected to find Master-class tyrants here, but expecting and seeing are completely different things. The Pyramid had kept the tight leash on all the Master-class tyrant. It is very rare for the Pyramid to give them permission to leave for ruins, unless it is part of their mission, while here I had already seen the 2 Master-class grim tyrants. If I had the power, I would have already attacked the bastard and killed it, but Master-class tyrant is way above my league. I might survive the attacks of Leader-class tyrant, but surviving a single attack of Master-class tyrant would be an impossible task. 2 hours passed by as I made my way to the east side of Glow Palace Hole, avoiding the monsters and grim monsters and collecting plants, like I am doing it right now. I am collecting berries called Crassa berries. They are extremely potent curse-type berries. Even Master-class tyrant would not survive if it had consumed too many. While it is filled with curse energy, it is also the main ingredient of many anti-curse potions, and if the person is cursed and does not any other choice than die, then a person can eat these berries and they will have some chance to survive. While their body would be wrecked and would need long time to head, it will not much matter to a person who had survived from the jaws of death. 10 times I stopped and whispered Big Pearl that had been floating above my head, had just informed me that I had just entered the area where the curse energies are 10 times denser than outside. Such dense energies had started to destabilize the pearl, and I had to stabilize it by pouring more rule-bending power inside it. After checking the stability of the pearl for a couple of more minutes, I continued with my journey. I hoped that the density of curse energy would not increase further. I can manage at current level, but if it had increased further then, I will have to limit my time at the Glow Palace as I would not have as much as rule-bending power it needs. Another half an hour passed when I finally came across the collapsed hallway. If map in my hand is right, then I will have to pass through the collapsed hallway and climb to the 5th floor to reach that place. After I looked at the map carefully and read the notes that had been left behind, I started to walk while gently moving the rubble that came in my way. Most of this rubble is harmless, but some of it has active formations on it, which makes them quite dangerous. 20 minutes later, I was on the 5th floor, and looking at collapsed hall there was nothing there, not even a door, though when I had activated my eyes, I spotted some spatial anomaly which is not strange in this place, where nearly room space had expanded. The information I have about this hall is decades old. Many humans and grim monsters have come to this place. Some humans did not even report it. It might not be human, it might be grim monster who had done something and made this place disappeared. I sighed in disappointment and turned back. There is one more place I want to check. I hope it will be in a condition that is described in the info, and I will get what I need from it. 1.5 hours passed since I walked out from that empty spot. I am now moving toward the last destination. I should be able to reach there in an hour or two. It is a little harder to guess the time to reach there as everything is part of one giant building. If I did not have the map with me, I would have been quite confused, though I still get sometimes stuck when I don't see the way that is shown on the map. It is a good thing I have Ashlyn. She has an impeccable sense of direction and rarely lets me get lost. Choo choo. Ashlyn chirped again, showing me a view of the monster that was not far from me. I avoided the monster and changed my direction, and luckily came across few rare plants which I had harvested and continued with my journey. As such, 1.5 hours had passed, and I found myself standing in front of the nondescript round door, which looked like it was made of stone. There is nothing strange about this door. There was not even a design on it. Though once upon a time, it used to have that, but thousands of years of time had faded it, and now it just looked like a regular stone door with a circular design. There had been only 6 people who came here before, according to the information I had received from the pyramid, and all 6 of them had gone to different places for the challenge. All of them had described the challenge as strange and that they had barely survived it, but all of them received a great price, with 2 receiving divine crystal and the resource of the same category. It could be said behind the door is a dangerous challenge. If I had survived, I would receive a great reward, probably divine crystal or something similar. If I failed, I would lose my life. I am sure more than 6 people tried the challenge here. Some have not reported, while others died. This door is a huge risk for me as all those who tried were master-class tyrants. I would have not known about this door if not for Councilwoman Marla telling me about it herself. The information provided to me by the pyramid had no mention of this door. That old woman had herself told me about it, and if I did not know the old woman better, I would have thought she was trying to kill me. Before giving me information about this door, she had told me it would not be easy to find the divine crystal since it is one of the most desired resources. If I want to get it, I will have to take some significant risks that even people of her level would not dare to take. I looked at the door for a moment before I had removed the air pen. As I activated it, hundreds of runes began to appear before forming a huge formation, and that went flying toward the round door. This formation is key to open this round door. I don't know how one got it, but I am happy. I won't have to try hard to bring the formation out and break it. It would have wasted a lot of time. Buzz, the runic formation had stuck on the door before they went inside, and the whole door lighted up before turning watery. Seeing that smile appeared on my face for a moment, I thought it might not work, but it did. I looked at the spatial gate for a moment before stepping inside it and found myself in an empty white hall. There is nothing here except for an empty white hall. Congratulations, 10,000th challenger, it's your lucky day. According to the wishes of the master, you will be directly given the reward without attempting a challenge, said a voice in a sing-song tone, just like the notes had said. I had focused on the words for a moment before the reality of words seeped in my mind, and I could not believe this happening. I had rarely found a fortune without danger, but as they say, every dog has its day, and today seemed to be my day. 7 formations lit up around me, and a stone table appeared, and on them were treasures. Seeing them, my eyes couldn't help but pop out of the 7 things that appeared. there are 3 things I need. Remember, you could only pick one thing, the sing-song voice said, but this time there was a hint of warning it. While I am a little disappointed to hear that, I am still very happy as I am finally going to get the thing I need. There are 7 things that appeared in front of me, 3 are artifacts, and 4 are resources. I completely discarded the artifacts no matter how good they are. They are not going to be any help to me. I also discarded the one resource, which is extremely rare, but I have no need for it. I looked at the 3 resources. First is Divine Crystal, a thing for which I have come to this ruin. It is the size of 1-year child's fist in perfect white cube shape. While the crystal is smaller than what Her Excellency had, it is more than enough for me. I wanted to choose it then and there, but I looked following resource, which is at the same level as Divine Crystal and could be used in core formation in its place. It is a black rock with leafy patterns that seem to move. Beanflake rock. It does what Divine Crystal does but is mainly used by the alchemists. The last resource is Thumbside Green Leaf with earthly cloud patterns on it. It is a leaf of cloud horn tree, and the resource I am going to choose. It is more suitable for me than Divine Crystal. It will provide my core with more benefits than the Divine Crystal would. The faint smell that was wafting from it already made my body hunger for me, and I opened my mouth to choose it when suddenly I noticed something which stopped me on my track and made me close my open mouth. I stopped on my track when I noticed something, while I could feel the smell of the cloudhorn tree leaf, and it is energizing every part of my body, but my runes are not feeling anything at all. This should not be happening as long the resources are not stored in a contained environment of any object or formation. They will sense it, but now there is no reaction from them, not only for the cloudhorn tree leaf, but also for a divine crystal. To test my theory, I moved closer to them, as close as I could, but my runes have not reacted at all. For the one final test, I tried to remove something from my storage, but it's being locked down as expected. If I could take out a single thing from my storage, I would be sure, but now I have to make the decision on my instinct. I looked at the clues, and all of them except for reaction from my runes told me these things are real. Only my runes are telling me they are not real, and my runes could be locked down. That might be the reason why they are locked down. There are no restrictions on my runes. Visible ones or invisible, my runes are working fine, and I am able to circulate both my inheritance energy and bloodline energy. I tried asking Ashlyn who was inside me, but I got no answer from her. She had blocked the connection on her side, leaving me on my own. I do not want to make a mistake. If runes are not reacting for some other reason, I might lose these resources, and I really don't want to. Finding the resources at the level of the divine crystal is extremely hard. They are fake. All the things here are fake. I said finally the thing that forced me to say it is the information the pyramid had provided, which said that all the challenges are strange. All 6 people who had come had received the strange challenge. I did not received an answer. There was only silence, and nothing. I even began to think whether I had made a mistake and correct my answer as soon as possible, but I controlled myself and did not say even a word. The wait lasted for 7 minutes before I heard that sing-song voice. Congratulations, challenger, you have passed the first challenge, the sing-song voice said. I am not happy hearing that. Instead, I am feeling sad. I was hoping it to admonish me and tell me it is a thing and I should choose the rewards as it told me to. I needed those things to be real. They would have solved nearly all my problems. As I was in my thoughts, a formation below had lit up, and I disappeared from my spot and appeared what seemed to be a domed hall or arena. The arena is neither big nor small. I could fight here, but I would still prefer it would be bigger. In front of me are 5 black-colored weapons standing in the air. The weapons are a sword, saber, halberd, a morning start staff, and a lance. They are not emitting any aura, but I am not getting a good feeling from them. Aside from being strange, these challenges are dangerous. Weapons are the epitome of danger, and I prepared myself for everything. The second challenge is survival. The challenge is hour-long, but as long you survive for 15 minutes, you will be considered a pass, but the higher you remained in the challenge, the greater your reward would be, the sing-song voice. Sup, sup, sup. I had barely digested the words when the 5 weapons coming at me, blurring speed. Seeing that, the power of all 3 boosters rushed into me, and 5 thick vines with sharp ends rushed toward the coming weapons. Seeing their speed, I know my lone sword would not be enough to defend against the coming weapons. So I brought out the 5 thick vines and poured the power of the Everwings and Bloodline energy into them. Getting the energy, the vines acted like they were supercharged and moved toward the weapons with the same speed they were coming at me. Clang, clang, clang. My vines clashed against the 5 weapons, and I couldn't help but become surprised. The power of attacks is powerful, but not as powerful as I had expected. To be honest, I had expected these weapons to be powerful, bring the power of the leader-class tyrant with them, but they only projected power of peak elite, and there is no hidden energy in the attack, only pure physical force. This had surprised me, but also rang an alarm bell in my mind. I know something is wrong and have become even more cautious. the more normal it looked, the stranger the challenge would be, said one of the challengers who attempted this challenge, and I am more than willing to believe her. Time passed by, and for the first few seconds it was normal. There was no change in the power of the attacks, and nothing I could not see any difference. It had changed about a minute later, when I noticed something in weapons they are improving as fight me, and I had not noticed that before since I was able to defend against all their attacks easily. The thing that shocked me most was that the fighting style of these weapons is not improving like a machine, but like a sentient being. Even if it improves while collecting the data of the opponent, there is some rigidity in their fighting style. These weapons do not have that rigidity. I am able to deal with them now, but I won't be for much longer, and I feel like this is no end to the strangeness this challenge, as there is something more dangerous waiting for me, and I have to prepare for it. Clang, clang, clang. 13 minutes have passed since the battle had begun, and since then, so much had changed, and so much had remained unchanged. The power of 5 weapons had not changed even a bit, but now I am trying my all to defend against them, using not only the 5 vines but also my greatsword, and I am having quite a difficulty holding them back. If the weapons continued with such attacks, it wouldn't be long before they breached through vines and attacked my body. I should not be worried about seeing my defense, as the attacking power of weapons is not enough to breach my armor, but for some reason I am feeling quite concerned about it. The challenge had a twist in everything, and I feared it would have dangerous. It is not just my intuition. The notes of 6 challengers said that each challenge was dangerous, and they were barely able to return with that life. That made me think, what would have happened if I had chosen the leaf in an earlier challenge? I'm sure there would have been something nasty hidden in it. 40 more seconds passed when suddenly, the saber avoided my vines skillfully and came for my waist. I flapped my wings backward to dodge the attack, but my speed did not seem to be fast enough as the saber touched my armor, and to my horror, it began to cut through it. Pitch, clang. It had cut one vine thread after another as it went for my waist before cutting my flesh by centimeter. It would be more. It would not have been just simple nick if I had not created distance and flicked the saber away with a greatsword. Vine strings reattached themselves and became new as before, but the horror of what happened had remained in my heart. That saber had directly gone through me. It cut through my armor like it is not the finest set armor within a level, but a butter which would slice through with the slightest amount of the force. It is shocking and made me horrified, the more I think about it. It just needs a well-placed aim at my fatal spots like heart or head, and I will be gone. I wanted to right away, but I controlled my emotions and focused on the weapons around me. While it is extremely dangerous to continue, there are rewards. First and foremost, I have to wait, at least for a minute before 15 minutes clocked, and that is the minimum requirement for me to pass, and this is a great learning opportunity. I am fighting against an opponent who is using similar strength as me, but beating the hell out of me. It had never happened. I had never lost against those with similar strength. While this time the opponent is above my league and could kill me, I still want to continue. I felt like I am not at my limit yet. Clang, clang, clang. So I continued with the change in my fighting style. I shifted in the total defense, created a wall that would make these weapons try harder than ever. A minute passed by, and I held on against the weapons without problem. Defense is my forte, and I am sure I will be able to hold against it for 10 more minutes without any problem. Clang, clang, clang. I was so wrong about my defensive capabilities. I could only hold on 5 minutes before 2 weapons breached inside. It was a good thing I have made a backup for such a thing and defended, but still, I am quite sad to see how I had overestimated my abilities. I now had 10 vines around me, 5 original and 5 for the backups I had just used. Now I am using all 10 of them to fight and summoned, another 5 as a backup which I had needed earlier than I had expected. By the time the 24th minute rolled on, I had begun to use the 15 vines, 20 vines, and 25th minutes, and now 24 vines at the 26th minute. I wanted to use my more vines, and I could summon more, but I did not, as it would hinder coordination of fight, and it would cost me my life if I did that. Fortunately, I had one more card which would help me for few minutes, and I used it without hesitation. I finally circulated my bloodline energy, and not just in my vines but also in my body, and felt my strength rise to the level I could fight against initial leader class without losing badly. My bloodline had strengthened a lot with the chances I got, especially the one I had got in Toldo Hall. It had cleaned my body and strengthened my bloodline enough that I now have the strength of weakest leader class tyrant. I had expected myself to reveal this strength to the leader class tyrant, and not against something with elite power, but such as the circumstances. Clang, clang, clang. The boost helped a lot for the next 4 minutes. I barely felt any pressure at all. There is a huge difference between elite and leader class, and now that I have got the strength of a leader, I could fight for at least 10 more minutes without any problem. Pitch, pitch. I was so after the 30th minute over, its learning speed accelerated, and within 1 minute I felt pressure, and half a minute after that, lance and sword sneaked it and injured me. The sword had cut half of my arm bone, and the lance had directly pierced through my thigh. I give up, I said when I felt a moment from the lance moving up, wanting to tear my thigh apart. Even though I always liked to win and reach the end of every challenge, I knew when to give up, and it was time for me to accept defeat, and I did. The weapons stopped as I gave up the battle, and disappeared from my view one after another, especially the lance that had to pierce my thigh bone. I started to heal my thigh and hand as I waited to hear the voice this time. I did not stress, as I know the sing-song voice likes to take its time. Congratulations, you have passed the second challenge, lasting 31 minutes and 12 seconds, a record for the person of your level, said the semi-corporal girl that had appeared in front of me, surprising me greatly. She appeared to be a 15-year-old girl with light green color skin and pointed ears. She is extremely beautiful with otherworldly qualities in beauty. I quickly got over my surprise, and questions appeared in my mind those who had come before. All of them have done 1 or 2 challenges, and the AI or the spirit, whatever this is in front of me, had never appeared in front of them. They have just heard the voices. Now, this spirit AI had appeared in front of me. This challenge is getting stranger by the second, and now some weird expressions have appeared on the spirit's face as she looked at me. You have won the 2 challenges and thus deserve a reward, but the thing is, there are no rewards left, the spirit said with an apologetic tone. What, there are no rewards? Then why did I attempt the challenge? I asked back, feeling quite angry. I am sure she would have not stopped those weapons on time if I had not given up on the fight. While the rewards that Master had left had been spent, I could still create something for you, according to the score you have got in the challenges, she said, and over thousands of storages of all shapes and sizes appeared around her. Since you are so weak, I think a solution would be a great reward for you. It will help you a little bit and increase your potential, she said while looked at floating storages around her. More than half of the storage is very high grade with immense space in them. Even old monsters would look at storages with envy, so there is a chance that divine crystal is present there or something of a similar level. I will take it anything at this level. It is I who decided what reward you should get, and I say, a strengthening solution would be the best choice for you, she said while giving me a look. I opened my mouth to curse at her, closed it. This bitch seemed quite temperamental, and if I cursed at her, she might throw me out without giving a reward or do something else. It is better if I do things with a calm mind. My lady, I am at the absolute limit. No strengthening solution would work on me unless I am willing to make a breakthrough. I will not benefit from the strengthening solution, and I have no intentions to make a breakthrough right now, I said in a respectful tone as I could muster. Humph, your knowledge seemed to be lacking, but that is to be expected seeing what grade of the world you are from, she said with a snort. While you have reached the limit, it is not absolute. It could still be expanded, but of course not through the normal methods, she said before she started to take out the things from the storage around her. I thought she would take very precious resources out of the storage, but to my great surprise, normal tyrant-grade resources. She took out 82 things from the storages before the thousands of storage had disappeared, and of the 82 things she had taken out, the rarest this plant fire monster's elemental core. There is one thing is strange, or I should say common between all the 82 resources, is that all of them are desired by my vines at various degree, with plant fire type monster core, bringing out the most intense reaction of them all. She did not take out any artifact or device. Instead, she summoned a formation that was vast and complicated. With a spot for each material, she started to remove the essence of plants while started to process the minerals and other things. It only took few minutes for the essence of all plants to come across, and minerals being processed before she started mixing them, the 5 places. I watched what she was doing and got completely mesmerized by it. Her skill is beyond what any alchemist is capable of. She is doing that all with the help of formation, without using even a single bit of the energy, and everything felt like a work of art. She involves the runes into everything. It is not simply taking the essences and mixing them. No, she is merging the formation with every essence and processed minerals, and these formations would bond when they would mix with each other. I have read about such an alchemy style, but never expected I would be able to see one. Mastering such a method of alchemy is extremely difficult. Even if one has hundreds of years, one needs proper guidance. What she might be doing may seem simple, but it is not. It is extremely hard. She is controlling thousands of formations every second at precise control. The slightest mistake in whole process would be doomed. In what she is doing, everything has to be perfectly on time. Even a difference of even fraction of seconds would spoil everything. 2 hours passed by before she finally stopped and looked at me. The solution is ready. Remove your clothes and get in. It is only good for an hour before it will start losing its efficacy rapidly, she said, again surprising now. Now I asked her. I thought she would make a solution for me, and I would use it in its safety of my home, not here in front of some crazy teenage spirit AI. Yes, now every second you waste talking, you are losing a precious opportunity as I had said. This solution is only good for an hour, she said snappingly. Chill out, will you? I said in my mind before I started to remove my clothes, leaving only my boxers on me. Remove that too, even a single piece of clothing will impede you from getting full benefits of the solution, she said, and she motioned her dainty finger at my boxer. I looked at her, and she looked back a second later. I sighed and removed my boxers too, getting completely naked before stepping into the solution, which is inside the pool made of the formations. Drip, drip, drip. Above the pool, 4 palm-sized bowls made of formation are floating, holding a different colored liquid that will release a drop into the pool every 30 seconds. As I had stepped inside the solution, I felt warm, comfortably warm, a perfect temperature you like to have you want to soak into the bath. To be honest, I am quite surprised to feel such a comfortably warm sensation. I thought I would feel the soul-binding pain. Circulate the Supreme Seal method to absorb the solution, she said the moment I had submerged in a solution. She's referring to Supreme Combat Exercise. The method had many names, and the Supreme Seal method is one of them. I took a deep breath and started circulating Supreme Combat Exercise with inheritance, energy, and bloodline. First, I did not feel anything, but second passed, and circulation proceeded. I saw energies of solution in circulation getting hotter and hotter. For the half minutes it was just uncomfortable before it became painful, but I have the habit of enduring the pain, and I continued. A minute passed by, and now I am closing my eyes and clenching my teeth. It felt like I was not circulating the energy but boiling oil through my veins, and this old would get hotter and hotter and spread through all my body. I wanted to stop, but I continued. I don't know whether I would get the benefits she had said I would, but I am willing to believe her. I would be ecstatic if I got half of the benefits she said I would get. I fully understand the importance of every bit of strength at this stage. It is not a fight for the enemy, but for future potential. It is the reason why everyone is trying to push hard in the Emperor stage, so when leveling up to the Tyrant stage, they will not only get massive power from the beginning, but they will also progress fast and feel fewer obstacles. It is even more important to me the greater the strength I would accumulate while being the Emperor, the safer I would be during my core formation, a process I might not survive if I did not take all the precautions. I need to check all the boxes that would make the process as much easier for me as possible. So I circulated despite the inhuman pain I was feeling, and as I did that, I continued to create one seal after another. I did not focus on them. These seals would not provide me many benefits. The only seal that could do is a diamond seal. If I had my eyes opened, I would have been able to changes that are happening in my body. My muscles are shaking, and as they did, the coppery color emerging on them, it is like someone is hammering on my body, reforging it. The thing that would have surprised me most would have been an apparent shock in the eyes of the spirit as she looked at the coppery hue that appeared on my body and getting denser by the minute. The shock soon disappeared from the eyes of the spirit, and a twinkle appeared. If I had seen it, I would have shuddered incomparably by it. Time passed by, and half an hour passed by, and half an hour. Bowls have been half empties, but the color of solution I am in remained the same. It is evident that I am absorbing the energies in the solution, and the same rare the drops are falling down, and I am maintaining that speed, despite each circulation being harder than the other. I had lost myself in circulation, and it is not a one-time thing like an epiphany. After going through many painful experiences since I had started practice, I had learned to block other things. Even extreme pain became a secondary thing. It took me years to get such a focused mind, and it had been extremely beneficial to me, not only in practice but also in studying and working. The extreme focus blocks everything else and lets me focus on my thoughts on a single thing. Such extreme focus is not a good thing, seeing the chances of successful assassination are greater during such a moment, but I still love my ability. Its benefits far outweigh its disadvantages. Time passed by when suddenly, I came to myself when I noticed boiling oil-like energies losing their head and their density before they had disappeared entirely. It made me open my eyes, and I saw the floating bowl in front of me was completely empty. It is the case for the other 3 bowls as well. I had just looked at them when suddenly, I noticed a coppery sheen on my body which was disappearing by the second. I couldn't help but be surprised seeing it. It wasn't my first seeing it. I had seen it once before. I had tried searching for it in the Hermes library, but the section about it was locked, and library spirit did not open despite me requesting her. Congratulations, you have used your reward fully, without wasting an ounce of energy, the spirit said, bringing me to reality and also reminding me I am completely naked in a solution that had become transparent as water. Within few seconds I was finished wearing my clothes and found the teenage-looking spirit is looking at me with a barely concealed twinkle, which had made me shudder for some reason. Since you have received the reward, you can go, she said, and a runic gate appeared in front of me. Oh, do send people of your world here. I am sure I will be able to give them if they pass the challenge, she said. I nodded and walked through the gate. As for what she had said, I will think about it. He is a good seed, it is worth notifying the main body about him, she said, and blue disc appeared in front of her, and she placed her hand on it as she did. The disc lit up resplendently, and before turning to normal, a second later the disc and the spirit has disappeared. An elite. It is the first word I had heard when I got out of the formation, and hearing that, I couldn't help but curse at my carelessness. I forgot to adjust my aura when I stepped into the formation, only activated the Artress orb and armor before getting in. Hee, I had never thought I would get such each prey in a place like this, said a snow werewolf, whose armor is covered in the dense grim runes, likely a method to protect it from the dense curse energy from the Glow Palace. Do you think you could defeat me? I asked it. This is a powerful leader class tyrant. It is only a step away from the middle of leader class. While meeting it here is unfortunate, I do not fear. Seeing the formation on its body, I could tell it is using a sizable amount of energy to power up the method of defense against the curse energy. While it is still powerful than me, it will not be able to beat me, and who knows, I might kill it. I did not know what changes the solution had brought, but I could feel the change in my body, and know it would be able to help me a lot from the grim monster. You seem to be filled with a lot of confidence for an elite. It looks like I have to send you the underworld to realize the difference between our level, the snow werewolf said, and a powerful aura blasted through it and came at me like a bullet. It has every intention to finish me in a single attack. It is a wise choice seeing how the battle might attract the monsters here, who would crazily attack grim monsters. Die human, the snow werewolf shouted as it appeared in front of me and swung its long metallic claw, which is filled with shining snowy energies which seem to be shaking with immense power. My expression became serious, and the power of first boost plus second boost plus Everwings flooded me with the power of my bloodline as I had summoned all my power. I immediately felt the great change, but I had no time to be surprised as the attack is almost on me. I did not waste any time and swung my sword at it with all the power I had. I could not afford to hold back in this battle. My opponent was a leader-class tyrant. No matter how much power it could use, it is still a leader-class tyrant. CLA and NG, our weapons clashed, creating a huge shockwave in this wide hallway, destroying several walls which were weak to handle the power of the attack, but to its shock, nothing had happened to me. I did not move back even a step. Hell, I did not much shake from my spot. Hell, even I am shocked seeing the power of the attack. I thought I would at least have to take a couple of steps back, and if my luck is bad, then I might crash against the wall behind me, but to my great surprise, nothing had happened to me. You humans are really detestable, never fighting honorably, always using one trick or another. It spat and began to run away, seeing that I was so surprised that I wasn't able to reach for a moment, and when I understood it was running away, I let it go as the curiosity of seeing the changes inside me is far greater than chasing a grim monster, even if that grim monster is leader-class tyrant. I looked inside and saw the changes that had utterly confused me according to, as I am still similar to the peak elite, but I have the power of the initial leader-class tyrant. Seeing that, I had decided to dig deeper and look through everything. It took me few minutes, but I was able to see the clear picture. Though I am still confused about some parts, I could tell what changes my body had gone through. It had somehow thickened my soul and physical power without changing my level. It is like what my bloodline energy had done by widening my magical veins. But the solution did not bend the rules as my bloodline did. When it widened my veins, it had just used the rules that I am not aware of. Due to being in a small world, there is a limit to our knowledge, and due to that, we can't evolve to our full potential. It is why I wanted to get my hands on the Hermer library, so I have the knowledge that I need to grow to my fullest potential. The library will not only be helpful to me, but will also be to the people of my world. I have 14 more hours before I leave. If it had been normal times, I would have been able to leave when I wanted, but all the runic gates are busy. Those who had not been called at war had been going to the various ruins to increase their strength. The teacher had offered to keep the one teleportation gate reserved for me, but I had declined that offer. Accepting it would be like taking the opportunities from thousands of people. Though the teacher did make an exception if I am truly in danger, I could activate my beacon and be called back within an hour instead of a minute, but that will disrupt the others' schedule, so I decided to pass the time, and this time I am quite confident on chances of survival. With the 14 hours in my hand, I opened the map and looked at the places I could go. The Glow Palace is big, and there are more than 50 places marked on the map. I looked at my list, which I had created. There are 12 names on, with 3 being the ones I had visited. After looking at each name I had selected the one place. The place is Graveyard of Whispers, a place with one of the densest record curse energies, and many powerful monsters reside there. The Graveyard of Whispers is no graveyard. It is used to be thousands of years ago, but not anymore. It is something dangerous and filled with resources. One just needs to have a way to survive there, and remain undetected. I had not dared to go to that place if I had not received the huge boost that I had just received. The area is too dangerous. The concentration of the curse energy alone would have destabilized my defenses heavily according to the information I got. The concentration of energy 20 times that of outside in it is only at the beginning. As deeper one go, the denser they will find the energy. I moved swiftly but cautiously, avoiding both monsters and grim monsters before I reached that place, which looked like heaven. In front of me is a huge overgrown area with hundreds of kinds of different trees. Each one of them held a different charm among themselves. The tree looks beautiful and inviting with beautiful shining flowers and ripe fruits. One would not feel any danger here, but this place, as I had said, is extremely dangerous. At the edges, Ashlyn saw 7 monsters waiting for their prey. All of them are leader-class tyrants, hidden so perfectly that those with the same level forgot to see them from their eyes or senses. It is a good thing I have Ashlyn with me, otherwise I would have definitely failed to sense half of them, and that would have been the death of me. Still, seeing the 7 powerful monsters just at the edge, I begin to think about it again. Going inside it is too dangerous. I wanted to go back, but desire in my heart wouldn't let me, seeing that I took a couple of deep breaths and powered up multiple formations. I am going inside, but I will not stay inside for long. At most an hour, that is most, I would be able to stay inside. Seeing I am already standing at 11 times dense energy, nearly a kilometer away from the graveyard. The energy inside is going to be dense, and I don't think I will be able to remain there for more than an hour before the rule-breaking power inside goes dangerously low. I could not have that. I took a couple of more minutes to double-check my preparations before I started to move toward it cautiously under the guidance of Ashlyn. While the place in front of me is filled with monsters, there are places there that have less density of them, and no other hidden danger like carnivorous plants. Ashlyn had already taken the trip to the area and scanned him beforehand, and seeing her senses, I doubt she had missed anything. Within few minutes, I had crossed half of the distance and saw the density of the energy reaching 12 times outside, which was said to be inside the graveyard. The information is quite outdated, while I had expected some discrepancies, but not as much as this. Energy density is the biggest danger and hurdle of this ruined pyramid. Should be up to date with it, especially in these times when people with big potential are venturing in these ruins. It could affect their survival. As I sensed energy getting denser, I became even more cautious. I kept an eye on the formations covering me. The slightest problem, and I would be out of here. While I need the resources, I would be alive to get them. My life is even more precious than any resource. I would even discard a mountain of divine crystals if I see only death in getting them. Slowly, I moved toward the trees, hiding behind the broken walls and boulders when Ashlyn told me to, and soon before moving toward the trees again. As such, another 40 minutes passed, and I finally reached the first trees. As I did, the density of energy had reached a whopping 15 times that outside. Even with my newly increased strength, I begin to feel the pressure in half my time from hour to half an hour. I will get out of here half hour, no matter what. With that thought, I released tents of invisible strings from me. I had no intention to go deeper. Nearly all the harvest would be done by my vines, the safest and most efficient way to get as many resources I want from this treasure trove. I have calmed my mind and closed my eyes to focus. My runes are blaring mad, and I am trying to focus on the resources with the most intensity. Usually, the resources with higher reactions are more precious than those with less intense reactions. 25 minutes passed by, and I have collected the vast resources from the graveyard. It was an absolute treasure trove. In the first 5 minutes, I had found so many precious plants that I had not found in the days in this ruin. Still, I did not let myself get excited. I kept my emotions in control, not letting them spill even for a moment. There are dangers here, some visible, some invisible, and the most dangerous of all are things that gave this place its name. That danger only appears once every few days, and I believe I would not be unlucky enough to come across in half an hour period I am here. For the past 25 minutes, nothing had happened, and nothing will happen in the next 5 minutes as long as I remained cautious. With those thoughts, I had spread my vines even further, going for more trees. While harvesting the resources, I did not scourge all. I only take 30 from each plant, so even some dumb monsters have noticed some fruits missing. They will only get slightly angry and will not go on a full rampage. Seconds passed by, and my vines brought me more and more resources. From fruits to roots, everything came at me and got stored in my storages carefully. I did not store the resources into the boxes by my hand. It was all done by my storage ring. With my soul power increasing, I was able to do some things I had not been able to do before, and it is amazing. I just ordered it with the help of my soul energy, and formation in the storage ring will do just that. Finally, 30 minutes passed, and I informed Ashlyn and began to call back my vines. My greed wanted me to stay more, but I crushed those thoughts as I cautiously called back my vines, and by the time I had finished, Ashlyn had also come back to me. I'm a little surprised seeing that, while I remained in my place on the boundary, Ashlyn had gone deeper to richer fruits. I had thought I had forced her and threatened her to came back, but I did not have to do any of that. I just called her, and she returned. It is very unlike her, but I am happy she had listened to me. Taking one last look at the graveyard of whispers, I moved according to Ashlyn's instructions. I'm more cautious than before, as I do not want the trouble to strike at the end due to some silly mistake. Half an hour passed by, and I was able to cover half the distance in 15 to 20 minutes. I would be in a safe area, and I will not have to hide from those powerful dumb monsters that were hiding in the trees. Chew, chew, chew. I was slowly moving behind the collapsed wall when suddenly Ashlyn chirped in a warning, and this time, not in my mind but out loud, loud enough that all the monsters in the silent graveyard behind me could hear her. I jumped as she told me, and as I did, her size began to increase rapidly, and within moments her size had reached over 5 meters. I landed on top of her before her speed increased suddenly and we started to move at the blurring speed. Roar, roar. I had just opened my mouth to ask what had happened when suddenly loud roars began to ring out through the graveyard. To my shock, these roars are not directed at me at all, but something else. It only took me a moment to understand what this something else could be, and horror couldn't help but appear on my face. Whispers, I said with horror, and second after that, I couldn't help but started to hear the faint whispers. It is very faint that makes one believe that one is hallucinating them, but they are real, and creatures that are making them are even more terrifying. The reason this place is called Graveyard of Whispers, and not an enchanting garden of treasures or something else, is because of this great danger that lurks here. Roar, roar. Even the powerful monsters of this place are not immune to these whispers. Creatures, they are suffering painfully. I could sense they were getting injured, not only in the body but in the soul also. These leaders class monsters are not the only ones. Even the master class monster residing in the center is letting out the painful roars. Few seconds passed by, and whispers in my ears became louder and louder when suddenly, I felt my body shudder. At the same moment, Ashlyn's silver fire covered her and me wholly. Crackle, crackle, crackle. A second later, a crackling sound rang out, and saw something invisible became visible, and now burning like a crackling firecracker. That was just the beginning. The crackling sound became denser and louder, as more invisible things began to burn by Ashlyn's fire. I could not see what these things were. One moment, they were invisible, and the next moment they started getting burned by Ashlyn's fire. Nobody knows the real shape of whispers, as they name some even doubt whether they are live beings or just something stray formations have created. I don't know about the others, but I know they are alive beings, and not the work of some stray formation. I am faintly sensing the life energy as they are being burned by Ashlyn's fire. This fire of Ashlyn is not a simple one, it only shares the silver color with it. It seemed to specifically be made to deal with whatever these whispers are. From the information I had read from the pyramid, the regular fire did not work against the whispers. Only powerful special flames like abyssal flames or phoenix flames work against it. If I had not been saved by Ashlyn, these whispers would have been eating my flesh and soul right now. Crackle, crackle, crackle. After 17 seconds, the crackling sounds begin to die down slowly. It still took another 6 seconds before it vanished, and by that we have covered quite a distance from the graveyard of the whispers. Still, for more than a minute, Ashlyn kept the fire covering her and me as we traveled fast. It is a risk to travel while blazing in fire like that, but it is a risk we are willing to take. We will rather face 10-leader class tyrants than deal with the whispers. The enemy you don't know anything about is the most dangerous one. You should not face it unless you know what it is and its limitations. Thud. Finally, after more than a minute, Ashlyn had put off that blazing fire and I landed on the ground. We are quite lucky that despite blazing like lighthouse and flying, we were not discovered by the monsters or grim monsters, but I don't want to push that luck any further. After I jumped down from Ashlyn, I laid against the wall and closed my eyes. My whole body was sweaty. The danger I had faced was really too much. I did not want to take such a huge risk while I was in this ruin. This time, I was lucky that Ashlyn had a way to deal with the whispers, but next time, I won't be that lucky. I should only select places whose danger I could survive on my own. To be honest, I just want to activate my beacon, or just wait for it to get activated on its own, but that would waste this precious opportunity. I have more than 10 hours, and I should use it to collect as many as resources I could. The curse-type resources here are extremely precious, useful for every other tyrant there, and me. I should collect them as much as I could. I looked at the map and the list I had created and soon chose one of the safest places in Glow Palace. While my haul there would not be as big as what I had got from Graveyard of Whispers, I would still get rare and precious things from there. The place is quite far and I would need 3 to 5 hours, but I don't have time, and on the way I could collect more resources. With the plan made, I started to make a way toward that place, and as such, 2 hours have passed. I had covered half a distance and was quite surprised by loot, which is very rare, and in high demand back home. I had not expected I would find the windsmoke azaleas here. Windsmoke azaleas are not curse-type plants. These are strange plants that grow in an adverse environment with powerful and dangerous energies, and Glow Palace could be counted in one of the places it could grow since it ticks most of its boxes. I do not need those flowers, but I heard Councilman Harrison is in urgent need of them. They would be his early birthday present, which is next week. Choo-choo. Suddenly Ashlyn chirped and chirped, and a vision of grim monster appeared in front of me, and to my surprise, it was the same snow werewolf that I had fought not long ago, and seeing the direction it was moving, it seemed to be heading in a similar direction as me. I was about to change my route, as it was an instinctive reaction seeing the leader-class tyrants when I suddenly stopped. I do not have to fear it. I had fought against it and survived without a scratch. While it might be holding on to some power earlier, I am still confident that I will be able to fight it without getting much injured and would not have any problem running away from it. With that thought, I decided to try my hands on it. I needed an essence rose made from the essence of the leader-class tyrant. It would help me a lot in my research, not to mention its storage would have been filled with the amazing things. With my mind made, I did not waste acting on it and power up my stealth formation at highest and release tens of strings from my hands as I started to follow it. I could feel Ashlyn's gaze as she looked at me accusingly, but I decided to ignore that and focus on the dangerous but juicy targets. I had never used my vines on someone such powerful and would not have dared to do that if I did not have confidence that I could survive if it was to discover my strings. I followed it as I released more and more strings. As I did, I was able to observe it carefully and found this grim monster is far more skittish than me. It would change the direction if it saw the slightest sign of monsters. It would not even engage with any grim monster it saw. It is also quite greedy. Far more than me, it would collect everything precious. As long a thing is useful to tyrant, it would collect it. It also seemed to have excellent knowledge about the plants too, as it would always use the correct harvest method. I had never seen him spoil any plant by using the wrong method. 70 minutes passed by, and finally, a smile appeared on my face. There was also a degree of surprise in my eyes too. I had not thought I would be successful, even when I used the full might of bloodline power and rule-bending power. It is a leader class I am dealing with who had vast experience and powerful senses, but despite that, my vines were victorious. And the best thing is the grim monster doesn't know it is about to die, and vines are not exactly known to give a painless death. They are the worst, and I hope no humans suffer such pain as these grim monsters do when they get harvested. Human, it looked like the beating I had given you earlier was not enough, the snow werewolf said as I revealed myself. Beating? Oh, you mean your attack which I had defended without much shake, I said, which made boiling anger appearing in its eyes. It looks like we remember things differently. I will wipe that fog off your memories with some beating, it said, and a powerful aura blasted of it. It did not let its aura spread, but kept it contained around it, so monsters around could not sense it. Those more than a few hundred meters could not sense, especially here where curse energy eats away everything. Suddenly, a change in expression appeared on its face. Before it had turned to the full-on horror, I could see every muscle of its body shaking, struggling to my move, but nothing was happening. It was completely bound, and the reality of it dawned on it after a minute of futile struggle. How? It had finally asked. It is one of my specialties, I said, and sealed it thoroughly with my vines and made their sharp ends pierce into its body. I am not going to waste my time explaining what I did. I had already wasted more time than I would have to talk to it. Anything could happen, and the sooner I finished with it, the safer I would be, as who knows, some grim monster might appear in a few minutes and try to rescue its kin. It took me nearly half an hour to harvest it. If it had been grim monster with bloodline, it would have taken much less, as the job would have been done by green and silver runes, and here, everything is done by me. The harvest finished, I removed my strings, as I did the husky of the body of revealed, which immediately started to get eaten by the curse energy of the environment. When I was harvesting it, I had projected my protection on it through my vines. It was quite stressful, but I was able to protect the body successfully till it was completely harvested. I took the snow-colored essence rose in my hand. It is under the protection of my vines, but I could still see its beauty and feel the power contained in it. The essence rose is a very powerful treasure. It is made from the whole essence of the grim monsters. I had a breakthrough in the research of the essence roses. It had shown me the best way the essence roses could be used. If I was able to utilize it the way my research had indicated, then the essence roses would become one of the desired resources in the world. I observed the essence rose for a second before I stored in it my storage, before collecting everything important the grim monsters have from its husk, which had taken a faint orange-gray color with the curse infecting it. I collected every artifact the snow werewolf was using, including its storage. The curse did not do anything to the artifact. While the curse may be powerful, it would need centuries, even millennia, before curse energy would be able to affect tyrant-grade artifacts. A few seconds after collecting the artifacts, I looked inside my storage, as the section where things in Snow Werewolf's storage had been emptied, and when I looked inside, I was barely able to stop myself from gasping out loud. There is so much stuff inside its storage, far more than I had expected, and all of it rare and precious. Even I, who had collected so many resources, couldn't help but became impressed by and started to feel so giddy that I had started shaking. Seeing so much stuff, a thought of leader hunting came to my mind, but I soon shook my head. I was lucky that I was able to trap this snow werewolf. Trapping other leader class grim monsters would not be easy, much less kill them. I am still too weak to do that. There are no divine crystals in it, nor do I expect to find them in storage. Divine crystals are the apex resources of the world, and if any leader class tyrant could have it, then I would have not been searching for them. I would have gotten them from the academy itself. Resources like divine crystal are so rare that even organization like academy, which is thousands of years old, did not have them their treasury. Even with me searching the dangerous ruins, I have less than a 10 chance to find the divine crystals or resources of similar value. I am doing it because I need my core formation would be incomplete without having such resources. It took me several minutes to look at the storage of Snow Werewolf, and I did not look with great details. I do not have that much time. After I had done with Snow Werewolf's storage, I looked at another huge section. It also belonged to Leader Class Tyrant, the one that Ashlyn had killed. The things inside are a little less but no less impressive. I was even able to find some things that I needed, and after 15 minutes of deep scanning, I was able to find the thing I was looking for. Zealously, that grim monster harvesting the lilies with is something else, and I had thought it might need it for some important things, and I was right. It needed for the very important thing. It was able to find a unique recipe, filled with materials that even leaders would find hard to collect, but it nearly did with the lilies. It had collected over 95 of the things it needed, and only needed 2 more things which are extremely rare, and to my luck, I have them in my storage. This is a limit-breaking potions recipe. It is for leader class tyrants. The recipe seemed quite powerful, and would surely help in losing up the limit of leader class, and some extremely lucky ones might even be able to break into master class. Time passed by, and before I knew it, it was time for me to leave. The beacon on my chest was shining gently, and in a few minutes I will be back in the academy. I had been here for a week, and this trip could be said successful aside from not finding the most important material I have come to this ruin for. I had found a huge amount of resources, far more than I had expected, and more than I had needed to collect the curse elements. These are not only harvested by me, but also been helped by 2 leader-class grim monsters. Once I return, I am going to hand over all the unnecessary resources to the teacher to make the exchange for the resources I need. I am a little anxious about my return. About war, I hoped that no drastic change had occurred, and if it had, then it would be in our favor. When I came here, millions were dying by the day in the minor continent. I hoped the daily casualties would have been reduced by no. According to the official analysis of that will likely to happen, they even predicted the casualties would be increased over time, at least for the month before all weak ones weed out, and those who have survived became battle-hardened would be able to fight for the longer period of the time. I was in my thoughts when the beacon on my chest buzzed, and I found myself disappearing from my spot, and next moment, I was in the space tunnel. I remained unmoved and also calmed the energies in me, so it would not affect the working of the tunnel adversely. That incident had a huge effect on my mind that I remained extra cautious when traveling through the space tunnel. A few seconds later, I reached the end of the tunnel, and everything darkened in front of me before it lighted up, and I found myself back into the academy. Welcome back, successor. The headmistress had asked you to come to her office as soon as you arrive, the technician said from behind the protected screen. Soon I got out of the god of building and flew toward the teacher's office, and was quite surprised to see that the population of the academy had boomed again despite every day thousands of people receiving their conscription order. A week ago, the people in academy were already 3 times normal, but now they seemed to be 5 times more, and when I looked at the number with my access, I was surprised to find I was right. I had thought that seeing the people flying around, but I did not expect my guess to be accurate. While flying towards the teacher's office, I moved with the speed of the elite and emitted the aura of the early elite. It is not like I want to show off, but the teacher asked me to do even taking the lessons. I emit a faint elite aura. It is for the morale of the academy, as I am the person, the members of academy looking to lead them. It is not only because I am hosting celestial inheritance, just like Her Excellency, but also because they could not look at the teacher. Teacher an expert healer, nobody would expect her to fight, nor she would be allowed to fight. As she is one of the most prominent healers in the world, and Pyramid would, without doubt, sacrifice a master-class tyrant than letting a teacher fight who is still an elite. While I am also a healer and damn good at that, and could be said to teachers equal with my recent improvements, The thing is, I am also a fighter and had always been and became a symbol due to the inheritance I have. Even if I had not turned what I am right now and would have been above average, I would have still needed to fight, though those fights are symbolic, under the protection of old monsters. I am not the only one that is bearing this pressure, the successors of Supremes and other prominent faces also facing what I am. I am a little worried about Jill of all the people. She must be feeling the greatest pressure. Being a successor of Ramona is not an easy thing. Even Her Excellency Catherine was powerful as Ramona Hawthorne. She chose to be in shadows, and only tyrants and important people know about her real power, as most public only consider Ramona Hawthorne the greatest powerhouse to be born in this world. Professor, said the woman in her late 30s as she stopped in front of me. Kenna, I said. This woman Kenna Cooper, one of the healers I am teaching, she is not only twice older than me but also a level higher. She is a tyrant while I am still emperor, though I am stronger than her and could easily beat her. The thing is, like all the people I teach, she also called me a professor, and it feels weird to be called professor. All the people I've ever called professor was older and more powerful than me. Will you resume classes now you have returned? She asked with hope burning in her eyes. Likely, but I cannot say for sure. I had just returned and have to talk to the headmistress before I could say anything for sure, I said and walked toward the teacher's office. I will not go to another ruin for a week and likely resume the class I had been taking before I had left, but as I had said, I am not sure. If the teacher had something different planned for me, the classes would not resume. Let's hope she did not. Teacher, I said as I entered her office, I am happy you have returned safely, she said with a sigh. She seemed tired, and I am not the reason for it. The preparations of war had made her tired, arranging the dispatch of the Academy's members, attending back-to-back meetings, and even healing some emergency patients is not anyone could do. She seemed to barely sleep 5 hours a day. Due to excess work, she had been stuck into the peak of the elite class, despite the fact that she would be able to make a breakthrough into the leader class with the gains she had gotten in the library and the garden. You should take more rest and work on your breakthrough, I said, hearing that she looked at me. I know, and I will be taking a week-long break in few days to break into the leader class, she said with a sigh. She also understood she needed to break through to the leader class. More power will make her a more efficient healer. She will be able to heal those she had not able to heal before, and in this time, it is absolutely necessary. Currently, our infirmaries are fine, but as soon as war begins, there will be non-stop patients, and even with an organization with more healers aside from Supremes, we will not be able to handle the pressure. It is why she needs to advance. With a powerful healer like her in the lead, the Academy will be able to handle the pressure better. She will also be able to help the super powerhouses she could not heal before. Looking at your face, it looks like you were not able to find what you went to look for. The teacher asked. Regretfully, I was not able to find a divine crystal or any other resource of equal value, but I still got great things from the ruins, I said and took out a storage bag and small crystal to the storage. I am sure the councilman would like it, I said as I handed 2 things to the teacher. Teacher looked at me in question, and when I did not answer, she inserted her soul sense into the crystal, and a moment after that, her eyes widened up in the shock. They turned full on saucers when she looked inside the storage. It took her few seconds to calm down, and she looked at me. The limit-breaking recipes are quite rare, and finding their ingredients even harder. I will accept these gifts on behalf of the council. We really need a masterclass tyrant, she said. The last sentence was full of sighs. Even after having thousands of years of inheritance, we did not have a masterclass tyrant in this generation. The one we had died half a century ago. Reaching master is beyond. There is a huge chasm that exists between leader class and master class that very few are able to cross. The council members were talented members of their generation, becoming tyrant in their 20s, but they still could not advance to master class even after these years. I have found few more things. I will give them to you tomorrow after I arrange them, I said to the teacher. I did not want to add my work to her stress, seeing how stressful she is, but she had wide access, and only she would be able to exchange for the things I needed. Since you have not got what you wanted from this ruin, means you will be traveling to second ruin on your list a week later. Teacher asked. Yes, I said. Usually I do not keep such short breaks with my trips to the ruins, seeing how stressful they are and the planning I have to do, but I do not have any choice. I need to get my hands on divine crystal as soon as possible. Once I have it, I could focus on my inheritance with everything I have. It would have been great if I had found the divine crystal in the ruin, but not everything happens as one wishes to be. You should resume your classes from tomorrow, teacher said. I would have not asked you to do that, but your lessons seem to have helped them a lot, and they had requested me to ask you to resume classes when you have returned many times, teacher asked. Don't worry, teacher, I will resume my classes, and I will also restart the beginner one, I said, slightly surprising teacher. This time I had been teaching the experts. When I had first started teaching, I had chosen the beginners, not because they are easy to teach. No, I had chosen the beginners to make their base strong. Those healers who have a strong base became experts when they advance. Second class would be too much for you. I know how precious your time with you working on your inheritance and researching different topics for it, the teacher said. Don't worry, teacher, I can manage, I said with a smile. Then I will inform them, teacher said and tapped on her screens multiple times. You should also make the report about the cursed land ruins as soon as possible. Pyramid had been breathing down on my neck ever since they sent someone from our academy went to the curse island, she said. I am not surprised Pyramid can detect every entry into the ruin and ask for the report, but usually it gives ample time week to month, but times are different now, and Curse Island ruin may be dangerous, but it is filled with precious things. It is no surprise they want latest data about it as soon as possible. Grand Tower Mistress, are we really offering these terms to him? It is like throwing doors of our vast library without asking anything in return. Ask women who look to be in the early 50s nervously to the frail-looking woman sitting at a head table. It is exactly like throwing the doors of our library for him without asking anything in return, said the middle-aged man sitting beside the old woman. The square conference table had 12 people, some sitting in their real bodies while others were just a projection. If Mitchell had been here, he would be shocked to see these people. It was a conclave, the highest governing body of the Wisdom Tower. Sitting on the head chair is a frail-looking woman who looked to be in her 80s looking at this old woman. One would think even a 10-year-old child could beat this woman. These thoughts will vaporize the moment they see the old woman's gray eyes, and they would shudder incomparably. The frail-looking old woman is no other than the Grand Tower Mistress of Wisdom Tower, Angela Leon, equal in power to prestige to Matron Mavis of Hawthorne Sea and Patriarch Bradford of Bloodsun. Grandmother, think about it again. The contract the Conclave have prepared is very good, much better than what any Supreme had offered him, and 10 times relaxed than what we had offered to the Catherine Roosevelt 3,500 years ago, said the middle-aged who is present in projection. The middle-aged man is none other than Raymond Leon, the current Tower Master of the Wisdom Tower. For a few seconds the Grand Tower Mistress did not say anything before she craned her at Raymond, who visibly shuddered, feeling her gaze. Tell me, what we had gained binding the Catherine Roosevelt in such strict contract, she asked while putting on a sugary smile that a regular grandma will have when asking a sweet question, but this is no sweet question, and despite being thousands of kilometers away, Raymond couldn't sweat from his whole body. It took a few seconds for Raymond to control his emotions and gather enough courage to speak to his ancestor. We have got the glory of having a powerhouse equal to the Ramona Hawthorne. If not for her, we would not have been able to win the last epic war, he replied as he gulped down the mouthful of saliva. Glory, you say? Angela asked sarcastically. Catherine Roosevelt had nothing but contempt for Wisdom Tower, and Leonard Jameson, who made her sign such strict contract, made use of her unfortunate circumstances. She spat and looked at each of the people that are sitting on the table, and nobody dared to say anything. Catherine Roosevelt only did what the contract asked her to do, nothing more and nothing less, she said. She had deep contempt. It is the reason why she had only acted shadows during the epic war. If not for necessity, she would not have shown her real power in that incident, and let the world understand that she was no weaker than her lover, even more, harder to kill than Hawthorne herself, she added, and again nobody refuted her words. It is due to the contempt she held she had helped Hawthorne destroy the Star Palace, and did not to even a single crystal from their treasury. It is due to it she never had taught, and nor she took any student, while she led the Wisdom Tower in war and left her inheritance. She did that due to that contract, which she hated but still followed, despite not needing to with her power. She said the last sentence was softer than clear words of before. Nobody spoke for a whole minute. They understood why she was doing that, but they still thought that the terms they were going to offer were too free, with them barely getting anything in return. Still, we got huge benefits. We received glory, and our organization had thrived for 1,000 years, and we are still getting benefits of that glory, Raymond countered, and to his great surprise, the Tower Mistress smiled, and her laugh was genuine. True, and if circumstances were the same, I would have done the same what Leonard Jameson did that time, even if I hated myself doing that, she said with a smile before the genuine-looking smile disappeared from her face, and sarcastic one returned. My dear, do you think the circumstances are the same as that time? That Mitchell Czar now has no choice but to agree with us as only we have the knowledge he needs, and not do without it. That Riverfield Academy had done nothing past 3,000 years to fill the deficiency that forced their beloved gem to leave them. Old Angela asked multiple questions sarcastically. Hearing her questions, Raymond smiled as if he had been expecting this question and already had an answer ready. While Academy had prepared, the knowledge required to create Tyrant Upgrade is vast, and they do not have it, and according to our intelligence, he had only able to finish 40 of the upgrade and is in need of vast knowledge that Supremes could provide. He will have to accept our offer. It is much better than what any supreme have offered to him, Raymond said with a smile. He had expected Grand Tower Mistress to be surprised, even shocked, but all he saw was her smile getting widened. You are grossly wrong, little Raymond. He had completed nearly 80 of his inheritance and will create another 20 in coming months. Not only that, but he had also collected more than half of the resources he needs. Old Angela replied, shocking nearly all the people. No, it can't be. It is too fast. Forgive me, grandmother, but the intelligence you have received is wrong, Raymond said. It is not an intelligent little Raymond, but just a heads up from whom I had done few favors in the past, she said with a bright smile. Hearing that, everybody became serious. They would never doubt Grand Tower Mistress's words, who has been leading them for nearly 4 centuries. If she dared to say it means it is true, Raymond wanted to refute these words, but he did not dare to. He had already crossed the line, and if he crossed it again, then not he will lose his respect but also his position as Tower Master he had earned after putting so much hard work. While he may be Tower Master, but the real decision-maker is Angela Leon. If she wants, she could change him within seconds. Don't be glum, you all. How about it? We will offer him 2 choices, one that I had just said and the other what you guys have proposed. There is some chance he might accept the second offer, Old Angel said, which immediately perked up Raymond and other conclave members' mood. Really? Raymond asked back excitedly. While he may have gone far in his inheritance, there are still quite a few things we can provide, and if he did not find them anywhere, he would have to choose us. As little Raymond said, our terms are much better than other supremes. He will no choice but to accept us, Old Woman said, bringing smile and hope on conclave members' faces with her words. In wartime, especially during the battle, you will have to focus on healing as efficiently, using as little energy as possible, so that you can attend to the maximum people, I said as I entered the big war with only 4 patients. All of them are tyrant, while behind me is a crowd of 26. They are the people I am teaching. All of them are older than me, with a level of emperor and tyrants. Sometimes the injuries are too serious and could not be healed beyond your ability to heal, or just could not be healed in a short time. In such times, sealing them are the best option, and the best, most effective way is using runic formations, I said and stopped in front of Tyrant, who is heavily injured. It is from the new badge of patience we got a few minutes ago. This, and 4 other tyrants have got in a heavy skirmish against the grim monsters in one of the minor continents. They got rescued in time and sent to us. I entered the hall with my student and walked toward the first patient I saw in the room. Seeing his state, even experienced healers behind sucked a sharp breath. The man in front of me looked like an abomination, with small and big every part of his body. He could not move, could not even talk. Hell, the poison had even eaten away all of its energy. Its eyes are slightly opened through the spore, and through them he is asking for mercy. He seemed to understand he was far too gone and could not be healed, and now he just wanted to die and wanted me to give him death. Don't worry, you will be fine in few minutes, I said to the man's disbelief and tapped a few buttons on his med bed, and meta projection of it appeared above him. Where the projection should have read seeing the man's inheritance but densely violet green, the poison had spread far too wide. As you can see here, Mr. August is here as had been heavily poisoned and had been seen by another healer before being sent to us, I said and selected few parts on his meta projection and magnified them then. The healer saw Mr. August before knew healing him beyond his abilities, so he decided to seal his injuries and used the band's methods to do that, I said, and showed the bands on hundreds of injuries. The band method was not able to hold the poison off and spread inside, I said as I showed the cracks clearly through which a huge amount of poison had been spreading into his body and soul, taking him further and further from being saved. If that healer had used runic sealing methods, not only he would have needed 1/6 of the energy, but also the seals would have been much stronger and lasted for hours, without breaking even slightest, I said, and hair-thin crystalline string came out of my hand and pierced patient's body. See, I said and broke one band on injuries of Mr. August, and laid down a sealing formation. I've done it extremely fast, but these people are powerful enough to see it clearly. Professor, you make it sound easy, but the control and precision it requires to lay down a formation like that are immense. It is beyond the capabilities of most healers, Kenna said with a mirthful smile. That is why I had asked you to put extra work on your control and precision, I said back. These people are some of the best in the academy. Many of them, like Kenna, is very close to learning the runic seals. While these experts are doing good, the beginners are even better. When I accessed their progress yesterday, I got quite happy. Most of them heeded my advice and progressing well in their healing arts. It's quite unfortunate for these guys. They are too far gone. Even headmistress find it hard to these guys, said Malcolm, and many nodded. The state Mr. August is really bad. He barely hanging by his life. You underestimate headmistress too much, Malcolm. I said, shaking my head. Teacher could heal them easily. Even I could heal them easily, I said with a smile, and tens of vines came out of my hand. Putch, putch, putch. It is going to be a little painful, please bear it, I said to Mr. August, and the next second, tens of vines released from my hands and pierced through the body of Mr. August. The first tyrant I had heard was an elite at that time. I did even have the tyrant strength, much less what I have now. Even if it is much far gone, it is not much challenge for me. If healing him had been difficult, I would have summoned the coffin, but for him there is no need to. Ah. Muffled screams began to come out of Mr. August, as my vines spread inside me speedily. The method I use to heal the patient from the grim poison and other special energies are extracted rather than neutralization. Every type of method has its perks. I choose extraction because it is suitable for me, I said, and started the extraction of poison. It took me only 20 seconds to spread the vines inside him and start the extractions. The roses began to sprout on the vines as I began. Professor, your method of healing is horrifying and beautiful at the same time, Kenna praised while shuddering as she looked at beautiful violet-green roses sprouting on my vines before she focused back on the meta-projection that is showing extraction. The violet-red-green color of the meta-projection is fading rapidly, and faint red color taking its place on the body, Mr. August. The spores are drying up and turning into dust. The process should be taken hours by common sense, and I am finishing it in second. I am not only extracting the poison of Mr. August, but also pouring healing energy inside him systemic manner, and my energy is quite powerful, as it is mixed with Grandmaster-level healing rule power, and it is shocking the people behind me. Mr. August, you are all healed. You will be discharged after your vital energies have recovered, I said to the man who was looking at me with shock and awe. A minute ago, he was near death, and now he has fully recovered. He just needs a few more days of rest and a good diet to recover his vital energies. Let's go to the next patient, I said, and they followed behind me like ducks with shocked faces. Soon I stopped by a woman named Camilla Ray, who looked to be in their mid-40s, have green color. Her condition looks slightly better than Mr. August, whose whole body covered in spores. The woman's mouth and one eye are not covered in the spores. Gasp. While her condition may not look as bad as on the surface, but when I had opened the meta-projection of her, nearly everybody had gasped. Her condition is even worse than Mr. August's, and she herself has to blame. When poison was inflicted on her, she tried to save her face, which made things easier, even more difficult for her body in her current state. She would only survive for 2 to 3 hours at most. Miss Camilla, I am going to heal you now. Please bear with the pain, I said, and released the strings from my hand. Hee hee, Michiel Zar, we have finally got you. You have been very elusive, but not anymore. Camilla said with a zealous smile as my strings were about to touch her body, and before I could act, a wave of energy had released from her body and transformed into the energy came, and on women's body, dense grim runes began to appear. Bomber of Havoc, shouted a couple of people behind me in horror. Bombers of Havoc, or Havoc Bombers, as they called, are suicide bombers deployed by the grim monsters for thousands of years. Thousands of influential and powerful people have died by their hands. Their methods are merciless, and once they get you in their cage, it is extremely hard to get out of it. In a few seconds, the Havoc bomb will explode, killing all those who are inside the energy. Havoc bombs are very hard to detect, that one has to look very carefully inside before they could find a trace of it, and only master and above-class tyrants could detect it. It is a good thing the Havoc bomb is very hard to create, and only 100 in one attempt is successful, while other subjects are put to death as they become useless. So it is used on very important people, who Grim race considers a real danger. I couldn't help but flatter seeing grim monsters are willing to pay such a price to kill me. We are dead, Kenna said softly as she looked at glittering grim runes on Camilla's body, getting brighter and brighter. Nobody dared to attack Camilla. It is no use attacking the cage from outside, as some people trying to do. The power of the cage of the bomb depends upon the host. Camilla is mid-unranked tyrant, which means the power of a bomb would easily kill a leader-class tyrant, even master class, and only peak master and above-class tyrant could breach its cage. We the people inside also could not do anything to the host. It is protected, and only the power of peak master would do anything to her, and we did not have a peak master, and getting the help of it would take a half a minute. By that time Camilla would have already exploded, taking us with her. Long live the grim race, Camilla said cracklingly before she looked at me. I wish you suffer in hell, Michiel Zar, she shouted at me with the burning hate, and the ruins on her brightened up even more. About that, I think I will wait. There are many things I have to do before I die, I said with a smile, stumping not only Camilla, but also the people behind me. Hee hee, if you teach. Just shut up, I had grown very tired of hearing your nonsense, I said, and moved my hand gently. Rage appeared in Camilla's eyes, and she wanted to say something, but to her horror, she could not. Seeing it, others couldn't help but get shocked. This is a very rare opportunity to learn you guys. The changes grim monsters make in the human body to create Havoc Bomber is admirable and artistic, I said, and tapped few buttons of the med bed, and a huge change appeared on meta projection of Camilla. Grim runes appear on her body. They are everywhere. Every part of her is covered by the grim runes. There is not a single empty surface that could be seen on Camilla's body. It could be said a work of art. Looked at how the runes are carved in both inside and outside of the body, and how the power of each body part into the central energy storage, where all the energy would be stored before it exploded, I said with fervor. I had long since wanted to get my hands on Live Havoc Bomber since their path and mine are co-relate, and I am finally got my wish. Professor, what about the bomb? Kenna asked when I was about to explain further. Oh, that I diffused it before we even came to Camilla, I said. When I had entered the room, I had released my strings, and they have pierced through every patient there. The strings were to detect if something was wrong with patients and also stabilize their condition. If not for that, I would be wasting huge time and huge, while the patient could die at any moment. To my surprise, I found havoc formation in Camilla, while others' soul sense might not be able to discover it, even they deep scanned it. My vines are quite special. There is nothing that could remain hidden from them once they get inside. Shatter, wonderful, your talents are even greater than I had thought. Discovering a havoc bomber and neutralizing within a minute, not any normal person could do it, said an old voice, and shattering sound could be heard, and 3 people walked toward me. Of the 3, one is a teacher, but the other 2 are not from the academy, and seeing them, my eyes couldn't help but widen up. Grand Tower Mistress, I said respectfully, you have grown since the last time I had seen you, and you seem to be better than I had heard, said the old woman as she came closer to me. Every voice in my head wanted to take a step back. While there was no aura coming from the old woman, every part of my body was shaking, wanting me to get as far as away from her. Saying this woman is powerful would be an understatement. She is so powerful that except for a handful of people, she could kill anyone in this world in a single attack. Mitchell, Grand Tower Mistress, Angela wanted to talk to you. The teacher said okay. I said to her I know what she wanted to talk about and was curious what their terms would be, but before I wanted to one thing. Let's talk somewhere private, Grand Tower Mistress said, and I disappeared from my spot and appeared in the small gazebo. What she just did was not spatial travel, but speed, pure speed, and I couldn't help but get amazed by it. The place she had brought me is Jasmine Garden, named in memory of a past headmistress. Her grave is also in this garden, right across the lake. This place used to be a favorite of my dear friend Jasmine. If she knew her beloved academy had finally cultivated a student who had hoped to take celestial inheritance to tyrant stage, she would be extremely happy, old woman said in a soft voice as she looked at a small lake outside of gazebo. She must be referring to Jasmine Hofstadter, the headmistress of 300 years ago. She had died while fighting against the grim monster. She was quite young when she died, only 52 years old, and the only hope of academy to get a powerhouse above masterclass tyrant. If she had survived a decade or two, she would have definitely reached that stage. Anyways, you would have already guessed why I am here, so I will get to the point straight, Lady Angela said. We, the Wisdom Tower, have 2 offers for you. One is informal, the other is formal, she said. The informal one will be done in good faith. In it will offer you full access of our grand library. There you can any test you want, as long as it is not directly related to the Secret's Wisdom Tower, and you will be even able to petition for them, she said, and my heartbeat quickens. While I have all the knowledge to create my own inheritance, the more is always better, especially when it came from the Wisdom Tower, which had the greatest collection in all the Supremes. I am excited about her offer, but I am waiting for what she wants in exchange. They will not hand over a thing, which they think I need the most, without getting something in return. In return, we only hope you will teach some of our members, mentor them, and help Wisdom Tower when it is in need, she said. Hearing those terms, I couldn't help but become shocked. While the terms are a little tough, they are not as tough as I had expected. Seeing it will be a contract of good faith and not be the binding one, they are giving me access to their most precious jewel. The second is a formal one, and here you will have signed all those binding contracts. Here you will become a member of Wisdom Tower and also its successor with access to every resource without question. And when you reach the tyrant stage and gain the power of master-class tyrants, we will hand over the reins of Wisdom Tower to you, she said, shocking the hell out of me. The other Supremes have offered terms that said I might become their successor, and even leader if I prove myself to them here. They are directly making me a successor, without even seeing my abilities and leader when I reach the master class. They are going to state that in a binding contract. The second offer is too alluring. I just wanted to say yes, as doing that will solve all my problems instantly. I will get soak on knowledge of Grand Library of Wisdom Tower, which is biggest in all Supremes, and also I will divine crystal or other resources equal to it. Wisdom Tower might be the weakest Supreme, but it is still a Supreme with over 1,000 years long history. They without doubt have divine crystals or resources similar to it, and to get it, I just have to sign on a couple of binding contracts, and they will be mine. I will then only have to focus on my inheritance and breaking into the tyrant stage and not waste time scouring through the ruins. Can I have some time to think about it? I asked finally. You have all the time you need, she said, and disappeared from my view. She and I both understood I do not have time. I will be making my decision in a day or even before that. Good book, I said, and closed the book before closing my eyes and going to my inheritance space and started solving the difficulty. The book had helped me solve the problem. I stayed in my inheritance space for hours, working on my tyrant upgrade, which has been progressing like never before in these past 3 months despite traveling to the many ruins in between. I had accepted the first offer of the Wisdom Tower the same day they offered, and came to Wisdom Tower the very next day to study in their grand library, which is also known as the Broken Tower. The Broken Tower was originally a library of another world. It came to our world in a piece of ruin, which the founder of Wisdom Tower was able to bring back to our world through some method. I am currently in the Broken Tower, reading from its vast collection. It had a much better collection of books than I had initially thought. Though it could not be compared to the Hermes Library, it still has enough knowledge that one could compile a tyrant upgrade through it. The next book I begin reading is about the healing arts, an advanced one with very high criteria. It could be said to be the jewel of the library. I am the only one to think other things. The healing methods inside it are too advanced for Tyrant to learn, but I do not think so. I think they could be learned by Tyrant. The Tyrant just has to challenge the limit. I had learned a lot from this book, and it would be my third revision. I had stored it inside my inheritance space, and revising there would be much quicker, but I liked to read this book outside. I felt like I was conversing with the author of it itself when I touched the soft paper of this wonderful tome. I read it for 1 hour and 45 minutes before I closed it and summoned the library golems to take back all the books to their original places. These golems are very convenient and save a lot of time and effort. I wish I could take these books with me. Unfortunately, I could not. Other than the members of the conclave, nobody could take the book away, not even tyrants. I walked out of the library that looked like a broken tower from which it got its name. I took the air and flew for about 7 minutes before landing in front of a palatial-style, huge white building. It is one of the lecture palaces of the Wisdom Tower. Thousands of people coming and going could be seen from it. One moment I could almost forget that there is a brutal war going on in the lower continents where millions are dying by the day, and it won't be long before it spreads to the central continent, and all these people who are smiling and laughing, including me, would have to fight the brutal war. Click. Soon, I reached the place where I am regularly coming whenever I am in the Wisdom Tower. As I opened the gates, the eyes of 100 people fell on me. Some of them were even stronger. Seeing the sincerity of the Wisdom Tower and how there is no loophole in the informal contract, I begin to teach here. Though Wisdom Tower expected me to do something like that after I reached Tyrant, I do not think I will have to do something like when I became Tyrant with war and all. At first, only 5 people attempted, but at the end of the week, all the hall was packed. There are a couple of healers here who are even older than my grandfather. Some of them are peak elites and have been healers for more than 100 years. I sometimes get intimidated by these old bastards. They are merciless with their questions and use any tactic to get answers from me. They did not even shy away from using their superior aura to pressure me. We will continue with the top of mass healing that we were discussing yesterday, I said, and moved toward 10 med beds that were lined in the hall. There are real patients on those med beds with serious injuries. I started to teach while healing the patients and discussing my methods and answering the questions they had, and before I knew it, 2 hours passed, and it was time to end the class. Little Michael, where are you disappearing for 10 days? Asked a familiar as I had got out of the class. I looked back and saw there were 3 people around me. All 3 of them are old and are peak leader class tyrants. These 3, I said inside me, these 3 old people are on most unique and talented healers I have come across in my life, but they are also very annoying to deal with and always block my way whenever I am in a hurry. I wish I could beat or intimidate them, but I couldn't do that. They get angry very quickly and have no sensibilities. I once saw them beating up the patient after healing her because she was rude to them, and from what I have heard, these 3 have done things much worse than that. It is some personal business. Dear healers, I will try to finish it off, I replied politely. Is it about your inheritance, or about the girl? Are you going to the ruin? 3 of them asked one after another before giving me a chance to reply. No, they are not triplets. I had asked them myself. They are just very old friends who had been together for a long time, and also share a unique healing type inheritance that enables them to share power and abilities. These 3 fascinating and infuriating trio had been the subject of my study due to their unique inheritance. They are quite open and frank, as long as I do not touch their core secretes and have something to offer in return. A bright smile couldn't help but appear on my face as the teleportation formation had lit up. The 3 of them had been eating away my ears for minutes. The trio in front of me disappeared, and a second later, the face of Alina had appeared in front of me. It took you long enough. I thought you were staying at the Wisdom Tower forever, she said while showing me time on her holowatch. Nice joke, I said plainly, and told my password to the security before I was allowed to go outside. As everything had been prepared, I asked, yes, we were only waiting for the great successor. Alina replied with snark. She seemed more snarky than usual. There is also faint sadness lingering in her eyes. Has something happened? I asked softly. I am sure there is something. Nothing happened, she replied, avoiding my eyes. I know she is lying. She only does that when she is lying, but I did not press her further. I know this might be something personal, and she will tell me when she is ready. Soon we reached the Yellow Palace, a place where one of the ruin-breaking teleportation gates of the Academy is places. While having all the ruin-breaking gates in one place is more efficient, these are the core strategic resources, and placing them in one place is a huge mistake. Thousands of years of experience told us that the further they are from each other, the harder time enemies will have in destroying them. Soon we entered the Yellow Palace, and again gone through the checks before we entered the hall where the ruin-breaking gate is placed. Successor, you are late, said the familiar voice. My apologies, Councilwoman Marla. I apologize, she nodded before she turned toward the technical. Ross, activate the gate, Councilwoman Marla ordered. Yes, Councilwoman, he said and started to activate the gate, seeing that both of us activated our armor. Purple fire covered Alina before it transformed into enchanting feathered bloodline armor with a realistic phoenix. Her armor is graceful, filled with otherworldly beauty, and emitting the power of the elite. Yes, she had finally got the power of the elite. She had worked extremely hard for it, going one dangerous ruin after another, without taking any break. All her hard work had paid off, and she had finally reached the elite class in the last ruin we have gone together. She is still not satisfied and felt she could push even further into the elite stage and have the intention to make a breakthrough before she reaches that stage. It is hard to believe she is the same woman who wanted to make a breakthrough into the tyrant stage just because she felt she had reached the limit. I had made of her many times due to it, and she always gets angry when I do that. I also summoned my armor and handed her Artress crystal, which she activated. I also activated the one in my hand. The ruin we are going to is extremely dangerous, but it does not a dangerous environment like the Curseland ruins. These Artrose crystal are for something else. Buzz, this will be my 50th ruin since the war had begun, and the second one I had gone with Alina. Aside from not finding the divine crystal, I had benefited a lot from the ruins. Not only did I find a humongous amount of resources, but I also found 2 chances which increased the power of my bloodline, which in turn increased my strength. Still, I wish I had found the divine crystal. It would have solved all my problems. I had already gone to 4 dangerous ruins, and in each of them I had to struggle hard and survive from many death blows I have come across. I don't know for how long my luck would last, and if I had come across something which I could overcome with my wit and Ashlin's help, I would die for sure. I don't know how many more ruins I will have to scour for it sometimes. I just wish I could just accept the second off of Wisdom Tower and get it over with. I cleared my head as I reached the end of the spatial tunnel. I will be entering the ruins soon. I have to be careful. Everything turned dark in front of me before the harsh afternoon sun blazed on me. It is quite hot. Regular people wouldn't be able to stay alive in this heat, even for a second, but despite the head, I found regular greenery around me. You seem to have improved this Artrose crystal this time. There was only around 100-meter distance between us this time, Alina said as she appeared beside me. I have drawn a formation named coupling. On the Artrose crystals, this formation helped us arrive closer to each other when we breached into the spatial layer of the ruin. I was very happy when I found the coupling formation in the broken tower when I was searching for unique stuff to get inspired. I am the only one who could create the coupling formation. It is not just formation, but also ink, a thing made of very precious resources, especially the one which is even more expensive than the divine crystal, but I was able to replace it with rule-bending power with some experiments. In the last ruin, we appeared 3 miles from each other, but this time, it was only 100 meters. I had made some changes in the formation with data I had collected last time. So this is fearful blood hair ruin. The environment of it is like some low-level ruin, Alina said, breathing in an energy-deficient air. The energy of this ruin is very thin, far thinner than a central continent usually, just slightly higher than the minor continents. Some factors could be deceiving, I said as I looked above at the blazing sun. Jojo. Ashlyn chirped and flew out of me as I looked around. We seemed to be in a hilly region with vast greenery. It was hard to believe any place would have such greenery when the sun was blazing down from above. We are at the Hellas line, I said after Ashlyn revealed where we are. That means it would take us about 3 days to Mila's campus, Alina said while looking at a map. For a few minutes, we discussed the route to go there, as there were a couple of them before changes started to appear on our armor. Her armor started to go completely black with a violet feather design appearing on the bust. The fiery aura remained, but it had changed its flavor. Seeing that my armor had also changed, it had begun to copy Alina's armor soon. My armor changed to exactly like Alina. Down from aura, anyone who sees us would have no doubt that we have a similar bloodline and thus armor. I always feel eerie, seeing how well you could copy me, Alina said. While copying is not easy, as long as I have enough time, I can do it. Let's go, I said, and we both shot from our place. The environment of the Bloodhair ruin is harsh, but not for us or anyone above the king's stage. There are also not any powerful monsters like in the other ruins aside from select places. There is barely any danger in this ruin. These select places, on the other hand, are extremely dangerous. Who knows when what formation would activate and turn you into the puddle. There is also the danger of people. Since the war began, this ruin had become one of most heavily trafficked XX category ruins, and almost all the people, be it humans or grim monster who had come to this ruin, are those who have a bloodline. This ruin is also called the Bloodline Ruin. According to information we have unearthed, this ruin used to be house an organization called Bloodhair. It is an organization that only accepts people with bloodline, only and contain resources that helps one purify and upgrade one's bloodline. The best thing about this ruin is that this ruin is fairly new, less than a century old. There are a large number of resources that are present in this ruin. Unlike the other ruins I had visited, this one is not sparse. Heavy traffic had been detected by the pyramid. Both humans and grim monsters have come here, without care for the danger, all of them wanting to get their hands on the resources that will make them stronger. The thing is, the people that have come here are not weak. They could be said to be extremely strong. The weakest are the elites, while the strongest are the master. We moved through the hills with amazing speed with Ashlyn as a guide. I did not have to worry about the hidden or unhidden enemies. She detects them all, and we just have to avoid them. If our luck is good, we will be able to reach the Mila's campus in 2 days, not 3 as Alina had predicted. The Mila's campus we are going to is the most dangerous place of this ruin. It is a place where this Bloodhair organization used to research the bloodlines. That place is not only useful for Alina, but also for me. There are more than 5 reported incidents where people had found the violet burn resin here. It is the same level resource as the divine crystal and could be used in its place to form the core. I planned to get my hands on it this time. I had been tired of scouring through ruin after ruin. I now just want to focus on the thing I want and focus on the inheritance. The war had become even bloody even after 3 months. Millions were dying by the day, but the people were still fighting with their all, laying their life to protect their race and world. But still, their efforts did not seem to be enough as grim monsters are faintly gaining the edge. The battle had been fought by the forces of minor continents. Except for higher-level powerhouses, the pyramid had not sent the knights and below to the lower continent. It will soon happen, not only because of their need, but also give them the experience of the real battle and make them improve, so they would help when the battle across the central continent begin. It is in wartime that people improve the most while we are always fighting. The real war is different. It is 1,000 times more intense and cruel, and people die like insects, and the most regrettable thing is that we could not do anything about it. We had to let it rage at its speed while try to infuse maximum fatalities on our enemies, which is much harder than one thinks to be when your enemies have near unlimited numbers. It took 3 hours for us to cross the hills, and we entered the desert. As we reached it, we wore the cloaking artifact and flew across it. These cloaking artifacts not only hide us, but also mute any type of disturbance we make. They are very good for the environment like the desert. The only bad thing about them is the consumption of energy. It is huge, and that is why it could only be used for the shortest period of time. Alina had found them in one of the ruins she had visited, along with different other things. She had said she had got them from some dead guy's storage who had been dead for thousands of years. With the suits on, we flew across the desert. We did not hold back, or rather Alina did not hold back with her speed, while I just matched it. I have to say she is extremely fast. If I had been at her level, I would have to struggle to fly with her. These cloaks really take quite a lot of energy, Alina said as she removed her cloaks, and beautiful black wings revealed themselves before disappearing behind her. I thought you would struggle to match me despite high level, but I guess I am wrong again, she said as she looked at me. Despite such a tiring fly across the desert, there is barely any sweat on my forehead. Your bloodline gives you amazing speed. I would have struggled to match it. We were at the same level, I said. Hearing that, she arched her sculpted brow at me. So you are saying I could not outfly you even if we were at the same level? She asked. To that, I just smiled. One day I will out-leveled you and wipe that smug smile off your face, she said and moved toward the sound-sucking bamboo forest, or a silent bamboo forest. The forest is filled with trees that absorb any sound that touches them, a perfect place for the murderous. These sound-sucking bamboo trees are not really that powerful. They are above average trees which have an uncanny ability to such sound, a very useful ability, I might add. They are only special to this ruin, seeing their specialty to create a natural soundproofing place. Many people took their seeds and plants, but not a single one of them was able to grow. These trees could only be grown in this place, which is kind of regretful. I would have loved to have some of them around my lake house. We went inside the forest and moved with incredible speed. without caring for the sound we created as it could not be sensed. Ashlyn had sensed a couple of grim monsters and humans in the forest. They are pretty far away from us and would not be able to sense us even if they used their soul power with the full power. There is a mid-elite flame horn bullman in front of us, I said as Ashlyn had shown me the flash. I want to fight it in the last ruin I had gone. I did not get a chance to fight the grim monster. It wall all the marsh monster, she said. We cannot waste any time, you only have an hour. If you did not finish I would finish it for you, I said. An hour will be more than enough, she said and disappeared from her spot. Earlier she had said she wanted to fight against the grim monster to test her recent inquiries. While I would not encourage such behavior as it is time-wasting and might attract needless trouble, but Alina had been sad since I had seen her, and I feel fighting a grim monster would cheer her up. I would be if I were sad. It took her a minute to reach the fire horn bullman, and they started fighting a second later. The grim monster had begun with its usual threatening bullshit, but Alina did not give it any chance to finish up and attacked. The grim monster is obviously got very angry since he did not get to deliver its usual lines and attacked back with a fury, which had sent Alina a couple of steps back, but it did not seem to deter her, and she attacked it with even greater power. There is a difference in the small level between them, but I have no doubt that Alina will be able to beat the bullman, not only because she had the Phoenix bloodline, but also because Alina had been working very hard and her fighting style had improved a lot. She had somehow been able to receive second bloodline impartment in this impartment. Not only did she gain advanced fighting knowledge, but also gained advanced knowledge about her bloodline abilities. She had been getting used to this impartment in all the free time she had. For the first 10 minutes, it had looked like the fire horn bullman would win without a doubt, as not only it had continued to push back Alina, but also had to injure her. Though it had not been able to maintain the edge for long as Alina exploded, her fire bloomed, and she started to rain down one powerful attack after another at the bullman. At first, it was able to counter the attacks due to its edge, but with time the edge began to wear them before it had disappeared. Now it is Alina who had started to get an edge on it, and by the time 10 more minutes passed, she had got a complete edge and now pushing the bullman back. Earlier it was able to counter her, but now it could only defend while getting injured by her fiery blade now and then. The injuries of Phoenix Fire are lacerating and very difficult to heal, and as they pile up, the bullman started to get weaker and weaker till it had barely able to defend against her. Seeing that, the bullman lost the will to fight and started to run away, but how can Alina let her prey get away? She chased it while bringing down even more injuries down and a risky move before she was finally able to kill it by decapitation. It is quite a move. You have used its power can bring down even peak elite if one is not careful, I said as I looked at the body of the fire horn bullman. You should be careful if you talk too much. I will use that move on you, she said and walked toward the dead grim monster. A pang of regret couldn't help but appear on my heart as I looked at it. It was a monster with a bloodline. If I could, I would have harvested it, and doing that would have benefited a lot, but unfortunately, harvesting does not give me any more benefits. It will go to the people who live in my body. Just how many grim bastards have come here? Alina asked as we have avoided another grim monster with Ashlyn's direction. It had been nearly 2 days since we had come to this ruin, and the closer we got to the Miles campus, the more grim monsters we encountered. In just within an hour, we have come across 5 grim monsters, 4 elites, 1 leader class tyrant. Their numbers will continue to increase till we reach the Miles campus, where we might inevitably have to fight some grim monsters, but that is nothing compared to the real danger we face. Hopefully, I should be able to leverage my formation breaking ability and stay clear of the dangers. Another one, I said as Ashlyn had informed, and we again changed the direction, and such 9 more hours passed by when we had finally stopped, as we could see what it seemed like a city from a distance. It is no city, but a thousands of years old part of the powerful organization, and things inside will help both of us immensely. We have to be more careful from now on. Every step will be filled with danger, and no needless fighting. We can't afford to waste time or attract attention on us, I cautioned, to which she nodded. A few minutes later, after Ashlyn mapped our journey again, we begin to move, but this time it is at a much slower speed, avoiding both humans and grim monsters. I was surprised by just how many familiar humans I am seeing since I had come into this ruin. I know 60 I had seen. I do not know them personally, but had read the information about them. A teacher had memorized the information of as many tyrants she has, especially the powerful ones. Anyone who becomes elite tyrant is a respectable powerhouse who holds some weight, and every organization creates a dossier of them. Quite a few people have come here. Even Charles Bone had come, I said, referring to the rapist of great notoriety. He had served Pyramid for 5 decades before he earned his freedom. While he seemed to show he had changed his way and still faithfully serving the Pyramid, we had to stay as far away from it as possible. With the war, Pyramid is loosening the leash on its dogs to make them grow. Alina said with a sigh, and I couldn't help but nod. Usually, Pyramid keeps a tight eye on the social deviants even if they are released after earning their freedom, from ruins to resources. Everything is restricted for them till the Pyramid becomes very sure they have found the right way. But with the war, Pyramid had nearly loosened all the restrictions on the free social deviants, so they would grow and help against the coming war. It is an unfortunate reality. If it had been in my hand, I would have never let these bastards go free, especially deal with them after crime against them is established. 3 hours passed by, and we have finally entered the Miles campus through the broken wall, which was quite hidden, and in front of us was a city that used to be a place where once upon a day, all the members of Bloodhair Desire and Despair. As I had said, this is a research facility, and not all research facilities follow the code of ethics, and there is plenty of proof here that this one did not follow the ethics at all. People had found many places that used many inhuman methods. This place used to advance the power of the bloodline. Due to that, there were many restrictions on this ruin before only people authenticated by Supremes and Pyramid were able to come here, but now since the war had begun, it had become open to all. Anyone can come here, as long as one has the power of the elite. As we passed through the cracked wall, a view of Miles' campus appeared in front of us. It is perfectly preserved. One could barely see any damage on the building. Nearly 90 of the building here are in very good condition, and that makes them dangerous. While the Miles campus is small in a general sense, it is quite beautiful. It would have been more beautiful when it was in its own world with manicured gardens and people around. It does not look like a place that used to do gruesome research, Alina said. Hearing that, I couldn't help but shook my head. The people of this place had no moral and ethical compass, but not all research here was gruesome. The people here had one target in mind, and that is advancing the power of bloodlines, and for it, they were willing to use any way they have, whether it is ethical or unethical, I said. Sometimes things are not in black and white, there is gray in between, and from what I had read about this organization, these people were mad about bloodline advancement, but they were no cold-blooded killers. They were just people who were willing to do anything for their goal, and for some people, that is cold-bloodedness. As we have decided before, we will first go to the Edna Charm Laboratory, I said, and Alina nodded. Edna Charm Laboratory is one of the places where resin had been found, and the person who had found it was not able to get deep inside me due to the dangers it had. This is good news for us. The Edna Charm Laboratory is filled with the powerful, deadly formation, but unlike others, I would be able to broke them, and if I am lucky, I might be able to get my hands on that resin, or something of similar value and functions. I once again removed the map and looked at where it is, though I didn't have to remove the map, seeing I had already memorized, and it is Ashlyn who will be taking it, but I still did, to feel little in control. We are at a very dangerous place right now, and where the slightest mistake on our part would kill us, and we did not want to get killed when we had reached so close to our destination. We followed the direction given by Ashlyn, avoiding most grim monsters and humans. It had not been for Ashlyn, we would not be able to move this freely when there are tens of people around us. Even now, the soul sense of elite are so suppressed that they are only able to project it 100 meters around them, while the leaders would be only able to project their sound a mile around them. And that is from the place I am standing. As I said, the closer they get to the center, more suppression they would feel. I am very happy that there is such restriction. Otherwise, leaders and masters would have created a reign of terror here, and there would have been lot more fights than we would have liked to have. We passed by a group of 3 human elites. They looked at the use. We looked at them without saying anything. We did not hide from all people, and nor we could, but most of the time when we reveal ourselves, it to the humans, elite humans. 15 minutes passed by, and we rapidly closed toward our destination. In half an hour, we would be in Edna Charm Laboratories. I did not expect I would be able to 2 delicious humans before I go to that hellish place, the stone Crockman said with the laugh before came at us bearing its full power while it said its dialogue. It is unwilling to waste any time talking and attacked us. I kind of feel bad to be considered a before danger snack. Many people have weird habits. This one grim monster liked to eat a snack before going into battle. My friend Jillian used to bite her nails before she went to battle, though she left that habit back in the Silver Continent, and now had become a confident woman who could take on any challenge without a hint of nervousness. I cleared my thoughts as the stone Crockman appeared in front of me and bearing a toothed smile, holding a jagged sword which was swinging toward us, who remained stationary as we were in the huge shock and could not react at it all. Die humans, it said softly, very unlike the might it bearing. This one is quite smart. It reacted according to the environment. If any other grim monsters were in its place, it would shout their lungs out and alerted the people who were roaming nearby. Sigh. I took a regretful sigh, and at the same moment, a faint whistling sound rang out, and the body of the Crockman had separated from its head to toe. I quickly stuffed the decapitated body of the Crockman in my storage, and we began to move toward Edna Charm Lab. It is quite regretful that I had to kill this grim monster, losing that precious bloodline essence present in every part of its body. It would have given me a lot of benefits if I had done that. But due to my level, I could not get the benefits which I used to get before still. I wish this grim monsters had been an inheritance type. Me killing it would reduce one more grim monster that could give me a boost in the future. 20 more minutes have passed by, and we have finally reached the Edna Charm Labs, and we are not the only ones who are here for it. I could see 2 humans and 5 grim monsters trying to break the door of the 3-story building with the different methods they have. There are records of 3 people entering the Edna Charm Lab before, and all 3 of them had used different methods. The first one had entered with the key he had found. It was a one-time use thing that had opened the door of the lab. The other one used a very powerful breaking amulet which cracked the door and let her go through, and the last one broke the formation. That last currently hold is a very important person and hold a powerful position in the pyramid. The information did not mention who is it, but if I were to guess then, it must be someone who holds a seal in the pyramid council. Of all 3, the only first one had found the resin I needed. Others found a good think of similar grade, but those things could not be used in the formation of my core. Our entry attracted both parties, and they became cautious, especially the grim monsters, who flew away immediately after looking at each other despite having similar numbers. They will come back soon, though. If I had learned something about the grim monsters after fighting them for years, is that they are nothing if not persistent. We nodded to other humans in greeting before I took out the calibrator and scanned the runes on the door. The runes are invisible, and it is a pain to bring them out, but these people's methods helped me with that and saved me huge time that I would have wasted. The calibrator scanned the formation, and I started on the formation without waiting. An hour passed by, and I am still solving the formation. The formation is quite difficult, but I am up for the challenge. I have been studying hard in these past few months, especially since I go access to the Broken Tower. There is a huge collection of books on runes. There are new formulas and methods that increased my knowledge tremendously and helped me a lot in cutting time and designing my inheritance. 3 months ago, it would have taken me more than a day to solve this formation, but now it won't take that long, I am sure of it. Time passed by as I continued to solve the formation. While I was doing that, the change had occurred around me. As I had said, the grim monsters have returned, and this time they have brought the 2 leaders with them, but when they came, they found a surprise waiting for them too. We also have the leader of our own. She had appeared 20 minutes after the grim monsters left and started to use one artifact after another to break the door. Some of the artifacts had nearly broken the door before it had been reinforced. If that artifact of her had been a little bit stronger, she would have been able to break it. More and more people came with passing time, while some left seeing every attempt of opening the door is getting failed. Not all of them left though. They know it is one of the best places in the Miles campus with many good things inside, and if someone is able to open the door, they stand a chance to get those good things. It took me 7.5 hours before I was able to solve the formation. I had memorized it and was about to take out the air pen to draw it when I heard an unfamiliar voice behind me. I did not expect I would find such a large gathering in front of Edna Charm's laboratory. Not only fellow humans but grim friends are also here, especially beauties which I admire so much, said the voice. When I looked back, I saw a man in armor, which seemed to be made of bone. There are beautiful but eerie purple-blue designs were carved on the armor, and its helmet has 2 sharp purple bone hours. Charles' bone. It is Charles's bone without a doubt. Only he had bone behemoth bloodline in the world, and it gives this peculiar armor. Seeing him appear, everyone has become careful, both grim monsters and humans, especially 3 women. His reputation is notorious. While he seemed to find the right way in his service to the pyramid, there is no trusting in this dangerous man. We have to remain careful in front of him. He looked at everyone, but his gaze especially lingered on the women. He did not say anything as he walked toward the door and began to give his tries to open it. Seeing that, I decided to watch for a while. Waiting for few minutes isn't going to affect my timing in the ruin. Others also let him approach the door. As he did, he started to use one artifact after another like others did like me. Some even tried to solve the formation before giving up the skills required to solve such difficult formations are immense. Not anybody with little runic knowledge could do it. He had tried for about 20 minutes with different artifacts, but all of its attempts failed. I had thought he would leave. Seeing many people have left after their failure, but she just stood on the human side, giving way for others to try. Seeing that, I walked toward the door and took out the air pen. A moment later, hundreds of runes began to be released from it, each one bearing the heavy aura. This ink is extremely precious, made from very rare ingredients. I had asked a trio of Wisdom Tower to make this ink. Those 3 are not only healers, but also quite good alchemists. They were quite happy to concoct this ink for me, with me giving them few precious herbs for their services. The ink I have is very limited, but it should be enough for this ruin. I just hope that I will get what I want from this place, or at least something that would be equal or more valuable to the ink I am using. Little Elite, it is not easy to break the formation. If it had been, your father would have done that long ago, Charles Bone said mockingly. I craned my neck and looked at him before focusing on the air pen, which was still releasing the ruins. Soon, all the runes released from the pen, and they formed a formation that floated toward the door before sticking to it. Buzz, as the formation pressed on the formation on the door, both of them lit up together and began to move around each other. Looking at the formation, it looked like runes of both formations were coiling against each other, and over time, this coiling is getting stronger and stronger. Bang! 2 minutes later, a muffled sort of bang rang out from both formations before both of them had turned into the dust. I'll be damned, I did not think a Little Elite like you could be able to open the door, Charles Bone said, and before I could say anything, appeared in front of the door, and a moment later, a leader grim tyrant appeared beside him. I couldn't help but frown seeing it. It is I who had broken the formation, and it should be I who should open the door. Gare. I did not say anything and appeared beside Alina as we watched Charles Bone and leader-class grim monster push open the door. They did not have to use much of the strength, despite it being big, and a few seconds later, the thick steel door swung open, giving us the look of Edna Charm Laboratory. The first thing I see is a vast empty lobby. The lobby is bigger than even the building itself, which is not surprising. All the important buildings in the Miles campus are spatially enlarged. The Edna Charm Laboratory may look small on the outside, being only a 3-story tall building, but it is huge with spatial enlarging. The spatial enlarging is not a simple thing, even greater world, but this place had great funding from its parent organization and mighty powerhouses at their disposal. Doing spatial enlargement to all their labs is not a big thing as long as they continue to show results in their research. After Charles Bone and Grim Monster walked inside, the others have followed into the lobby with cautious steps. This place is extremely dangerous, with any security formation wiping a tyrant out within a moment. Many people have died here, and people here don't want to be the latest case. Good fortune, here I come, said Charles Bone and walked toward the center. Alina and I looked at each other and moved toward the left. The places we want to go are on the left side. There are 3 places here which we want to explore. We took a left, and as some grim monsters and humans did, they started choosing the halls one after another. Soon we also stood in front of the hall we wanted to go. In this place is for Alina. There is something she wants. It is no resources, just a piece of information, which is useful but also could be said to be useless, and since there are runic formation is already visible on it, as the information said, I'll just have to break it. It would have been great if the formation had remained the same, but with each breaking, formation changes. This applies not only to this door but all the doors of all the laboratories, so we will have to break them or expand the breaking artifact to open them. My calibrator scanned the formation, and without wasting any time, I started to solve it while Alina and Ashlyn kept watch out for the danger. There should be no fighting, at least for now. The place is big enough and has many places to explore, but nothing could be said. The looting is always easier than getting the resources themselves, and not only grim monsters but humans also resort to it against the other human. It was a little easier than the one on the door, but still difficult. It would take me quite time to solve it. As I had said before, this place is not necessary, and the information could be said to be useful and useless. In my opinion, it is useless, as knowing would not bring one any benefits. Alina and I had quite an argument about coming to this place, but in the end, she won. While this ruin may be for those with bloodline, but here we will explore the places more that are useful to me, places where I could find the resources I need. So I give in to her request to visit this place, and to be honest, I am quite curious about it despite thinking it is a useless space. It might be even able to help, but nothing could be said concretely. 3 hours and 10 minutes passed, and finally I was able to crack the formation. As I did not waste even a second and took out the air pen, and runes began to come out of it. This time the ink I am using is a level lower than earlier, but still, my heart burned. It is also expensive. I had to use quite rare materials to make it. Buzz, crack, crack, crack. The runes lit up the moment the formation stuck on the door, and a few seconds later, the runes began to crack and turn to dust before no runes have remained on the big door. Click, the moment runes disappeared, Alina excitedly opened the door and went in before I could say anything. This girl, I said exasperatedly before I took a step inside the huge round hall, which is every inch is carved with the runes. This place is called the Hall of Grading. Every main laboratory of this place has this room. This place had been used to grade the bloodline, and it is pretty detailed from what I had read. The rating it gives is not universal, but the one created by this place itself, according to the research they have done, and it only applies to those people who are in the primary stage, and since we are in the primary stage, our bloodlines could be calculated. Sorry, I still don't know whether my bloodline could be calculated, as it could not be said to be a bloodline if its definition involved the source that had made its mark on the universe. My bloodline did not fit into that definition, as it was created by my runes and not gotten from the higher source. Click. Alina opened her mouth to say something, but closed after saying a single word as an uninvited guest had interrupted her coming inside. As it came inside, it had also closed the gate door and stood in front of it so we could not get away. Hee, killing you will give me a good reward, human, a leader-class Azure Ape Man said as it appeared in front of me. You seem to be targeting me specifically. I asked without showing fear. Alina appeared in front of me. That's right, I am, it affirmed toothily. May I ask why? I asked back. Though grim monsters always target humans, they do not have specific humans in mind. It just kills any human you can, just like us. They only target specific humans when there is bounty declared on them, and I do not think I had revealed my identity. I had been very careful about it from appearance to aura. Everything had been perfect that even Master-class Tyrant could not see through it. Not you specifically, human. I don't know who you are and nor I care. The only thing I care about is you being Rune Grandmaster. Only Rune Grandmaster could break such powerful runes. The lords have put a very bounty on the heads of the Grandmaster of any field, it said with a smile. The bounty for the Rune Grandmaster is quite high. The rewards of it would be enough to take to the peak of leader class, it said, and while Warhammer appeared in its hand. Mitchell, ready to run. I am going to burn my bloodline. It would give me enough power to be the fight it for few minutes, Alina said telekinetically from behind. There is no need to go that far. It is not even that strong, I said to Alina as I looked back at her, without caring for the Azure Ape Man in front of me who had lifted its warhammer at me threateningly, which I of course did not take as a threat. Instead, I looked at the shocked expressions of my friend, who seemed to have blanked out for a moment hearing my words. False bravado will not save you. You are going to die, and that is the fact, it said and swung down the huge hammer at me. It did not hold back at all. It had swung with the power that no elite would be able to defend against it. Any defensive move or artifact would be crushed under the warhammer. Mitchell, look out. Alina shouted and came toward me. She did not seem to have confidence in me as the sword had appeared in her hand, and she came toward me with the greatest speed, but it was still quite slow compared to the warhammer. Stop. I said to Ape Man, and it did not only it had stopped, but the hammer in its hand had also stopped. Seeing that Alina had nearly stumbled, and eyes of Azure Ape Man's popped out as it summoned out all its power and struggled to get away from the invisible restrictions binding it, but all its attempts were futile. It is following us is no surprise to me since I had broken the door. I had noticed eyes of all the grim monsters have become sharper, especially of the two leader-class tyrants. While the other leader-class tyrant did not follow, this one did. It was quite smart and had not shown that it was following me. If not for my extraordinary senses and nudge from Ashlyn, I would not have been as cautious as I had been and made the other preparations. Knowing it had some bad intentions toward me, I did not hesitate to take risks and used my strings while I solved the formation. How? It is leader-class tyrant, Alina asked. She came to herself. Her being shocked would be an understatement. In the past ruin I had gone with her. I had never shown my strength against the leaders. All the enemies we had fought were elites. We have avoided all the leaders we have come across. It's a secret, I said with a smile, and poured more energy into my invisible strings. They have covered only 95 of it. I want them to cover it thoroughly before I start the harvest process. You could never take any chances with leaders, and nor you should. You are a monster, you know that, Alina said after she got control over her shock. I will be done with it in few minutes, I said to her and covered myself and it in the energy layer before coming out of it 5 minutes later. Now, there is no sign of the Azure Ape Man, the proof that it had been here being beautiful azure-colored essence rose I have in my hand. Usually it takes little more than 20 minutes to harvest the leader-class tyrants, but those with bloodline finished much sooner as the most of work is done by twin runes. The only thing I have to do is pierce my vines inside it and grow them into every part of the grim monster. It's really beautiful but also dangerous. If energies inside it destabilized, it would take both of us in a moment, Alina said as she touched the azure-colored essence rose. Don't worry, it is perfectly safe as long as we did not tinker with its structure, I said and put the essence rose into the box and stored it inside my storage. You should quickly check the grade of your bloodline, so we can go and get something that is useful, I said to her, which got me a glare before she walked toward the center of the formation and stood there. As she did, I activated the formation from its control panel. As I did, the whole hall lit up. Every rune carved on every inch of the circular hall lit up. From the center where Alina is standing, the ruins crawled out and began covering her, and a few seconds later, they covered every inch of Alina. She seemed to be in slight pain, but it was nothing which she could not bear. The process is a little painful but not harmful, and it will be over in a second. Just as I had thought, the runes brightening the huge hall turned off, and the runes covering Alina had gone back to their place before a holographic sheet appeared in the hall, details written in the universal language. Subject 456,876. Bloodline Death Phoenix. Grade 7. Purity 1.002. Inheritance Bloodline Fruit. Further access is needed to view the detailed review. I couldn't help but get flabbergasted. The grade of her bloodline is very high from the information we have from Pyramid. All the people who had checked their bloodline had grade of 3 to 5, though there might have been some who had not reported to the Pyramid or Pyramid had not disclosed. From the information we have gained from this ruin is that grade 7 is the best in their thousands of years of existence. They have not found more than 3 stronger bloodlines that are above grade 7, and they had never found a grade 9 bloodline. While the grade Alina's bloodline is excellent, its purity is average. If it had been above 2, it would have been called above average, and above 4 best, and above 5 is absolutely best. It is understandable why she has such low purity. The grade of her bloodline is high, and due to it, it is very hard for her to increase the purity of her bloodline. It is clear that she will have to try hard to increase the purity of her bloodline, and with each increase, her power will advance tremendously. It looks like getting the guzzler has become even more essential for me, Alina said as she walked out of the formation. Yes, you really need it, I said. If I had come to this ruin for resin, then Alina had come for the guzzler, or the bloodline augmentation artifact as it is called. The guzzler helps in increasing the purity of one's bloodline, though it consumes a humongous amount of resources, and the increase it gives is slow over time. It became huge help, and nearly all the people here with bloodline have come for this thing. We need that thing. It will not only help for Alina, but Professor too. She too has a bloodline and other members of the academy with bloodline. Powerful organizations and bloodline families have such artifacts, and they guard it with their very life. It is due to such artifacts they have not lost their bloodline legacies. It is common knowledge that children whose parents have a high purity of bloodline easily inherit their parents' bloodline. According to the information in this ruin, only one person was able to acquire the guzzler, and that is the person with high standing in Pyramid, who is able to break the formation. There might be other people who found the guzzler but did not report it. I don't know, but I know one thing. Finding that artifact would be quite difficult, but I will try. I'll find it. Click, let's go. We have spent enough time here, I said, and we walked out of the hall. As we did, I found 2 gazes on me. They were of 2 grim monsters who were shocked seeing us getting out, not the Azure 8 man they had expected. Slice, slice. I gave them a wolfish smile before disappearing from my spot, and the next moment, a faint sound rang out as I decapitated both of them and sent their bodies to a runic converter. Their bodies will be converted to crystals when we got back home. I would have not killed them if the other leader were around, but seeing 2 of them alone, I could not help but finish them off. Good job, Alina said as I returned to her smile. It is better to kill them before they become a bigger problem, I said. She nodded. Though the elites themselves are part of big problems to us humans, they are powerful and could crush the armies. Me killing them is a huge service to my race. We are going to Lab 16, right? She asked as I nodded before we walked toward Lab 16. It is an advanced alchemical lab that is used to produce a necessary compound needed for the research, and the resin I need is one of the materials needed for the compound. Soon we reached the door of Lab 16 and saw it was closed as other doors, and there were also no runes or that visible. Sigh. Seeing that, I sighed. This is going to be painful. Not actually painful, but resource-wise. I hope I will be able to reveal the formation as soon as possible. The runes begin to come out of the air pen. Every second 100 of them would come out, and 15 seconds later the formation is formed, which flew toward the door before pasting on it. As that happened, I concentrated every sense I had on the door to search for the reaction, and I got it. Analyzing it for a few seconds, my pen released a few hundred more runes. The runes on the formation on the door begin to move around to form a new formation, while other runes are crushed into the dust. Bringing out the runic formation on the door is much difficult than solving the formation and would need lot more resources. I could make this process faster by using the few breaking artifacts Alina and I have, but those are for emergencies. For this place, we could afford to waste little time, but not the artifacts we have. Those are for emergencies. I have checked the storage for elites and leader-class grim monsters I had fought and found some things, but they will not be this useful. Many of the people who came with us had gone to the place which's door had already broken, and there they might find the resources they already need, but we are not going to those places. We have very specific places in the mind, and with the limited time we have, we are only going to the places we have already decided on. Buzz, about 12 minutes and using a painful amount of ink, the formation of the door revealed for a moment before disappearing, which was enough for me. The calibrator in Alina's hand had captured it all. I took the calibrator from her hand and began to solve the formation without wasting even a second before finally cracking it in 1 hour and 56 minutes. Crack, crack, crack. I once again took out the air pen and started to release the runes a few seconds later. The runes had formed the formation and stuck on the door. Two formations glowed before they entwined and began to crack into the dusk a few seconds later. The runes had disappeared, and the naked door remained in front of us. Click, to the good fortune, Alina said and opened the door. I did not let her go in first. I appeared in front of her while activating all my defenses. This lab had taken quite many lives with its security formations. While my defense is nothing in front of these security formations, I have a number of charms, more than. If I had been stuck by any security formation and amulet activated, it would not only save my life but also Alina's. Even if the amulet did not activate, there is a 5,050 chance that formation would turn off after killing me, saving Alina, who is behind me. Lab 16 is like many other places in the Edna Charm laboratories. It had spatially expanded and divided into multiple sections. From the information we have received, it had not been fully explored. There is a good chance I might be able to find the resin here. I hope we do. This lab is something else entirely, even after reading the information about it. I could not believe I was seeing what I was seeing, or rather what Ashlyn was showing me through her vision. The security formations are everywhere, and more than half of them are invisible, releasing not the slightest fluctuation. If Ashlyn had not shown me what I was seeing, it would have taken me hours to cross just a few meters. The information had said that lots of people had died exploring this lab, and those who successfully explored it or survived after coming here had spent weeks here. Through this ability, I could see the formations that were deeply hidden. They did not release any energy fluctuation and could not be seen visually. This amazing ability is extraordinary but not perfect. Through it, Ashlyn could show me the hidden formations, but the runes on it would be hazy. If I want to see the runes, I will have to bring them out the usual way before breaking them. Still, I am more than satisfied with it. I would be able to cross the way in minutes that had taken others hours or days, and taken the lives of more than half of the people who have come here. We walked cautiously, avoiding one security formation after another, passing by the labs that had been picked clean by others. Lab 16 is not a single lab. There are more than little labs inside, each producing a different alchemical component that will help me in the production of that important compound, which is very important for bloodline research. We passed by the 6 labs, all of them picked clean before stopping in front of the 7th one, which looked like it had not been touched by anyone. It had a simple glass door. One would not think there is any runic formation on it, but it had. I could see the hazy runes of the formation. I will have to bring the formation out before breaking it. I did not waste any time and brought out the air pen, and the next moment, hundreds of runes began to spew out of it one after another. Buzz. It took 19 minutes and a shitload amount of ink before the formation worked and the hidden formation in the door revealed itself. I had captured the formation in the calibrator and began to solve it. It had needed me around 1 hour and 20 minutes to crack the formation. Crack, crack, crack. The runes again spew of my air pen before they turned into the formation and stuck on the door, and a second later, the runes began to crack and turned into dust, giving us complete access to the door. Click, I opened the glass door and went inside, and as I had read in the information, there are no security formations here. These formations are only present outside. As long as you are able to enter inside, you are free to take whatever you want. It is the case not only for this lab, but other labs too. The owners have left them here for us. This place had been abandoned before the piece of land broken away from its world. Though it had been abandoned, the original owners of this place did not take away all the stuff. They only took the important stuff and left the less important to us. It could be said they left behind a fraction of their legacy for those who might find this place in the future. It is one of the reasons we are even able to break through its defenses. If they had been even one of their original, we would not be able to take even a single leaf of grass from this place. You take a left, I will take a right, I said to Alina. She nodded, and we went to loot the lab with excited and hopeful expressions on our faces. I directly went for the compartments. It is the resources I need. It would find, if I did not get a single artifact, I do not need it, but I need resources like resin and divine crystals. All the storage compartments here are imprinted with powerful preserving formation that even after thousands of years, the resources here would be in the perfect state. Click, I opened the first compartment, and disappointed expressions couldn't help but appear on my face. The compartment is not empty. It is holding extremely precious resources, 2 ores and root, but it is not what I need. With disappointment, I carefully took out the resources from their storage and stored them in my ring before opening the compartment below it, which was empty. Seeing that, I shook my head and opened another compartment, which again held the very precious resources but not the ones I needed. I opened the rest of the compartments of the shelf and not found the resources I needed. I did not let myself become too disappointed and moved to another shelf. There are several of them, and there is hope that I might find what I need here. With hope burning in my mind, I moved to other shelves, hoping my luck would shine and I would finally get what I needed, but it seemed like the luck did not seem to be with me today as all the shelves I opened, I did not find what I need in them. Gasp, I was wallowing in disappointment as I opened one storage compartment after another, found nothing that I needed when I heard the gasp from Alina, and immediately appeared beside her with my heart beating excitedly. What did you find? I asked as I appeared beside her. This, she said, pointing at the clover leaf, which looked to be made of black water with stars twinkling on it. Dark water clover, I said slowly with wonder in my eyes. The dark water clover is an extremely rare resource that even old monsters will fight for. It is a resource at the same grade as the divine crystals and the resin I am searching for, but it is not the resource that I could use for my core formation. You don't have to feel sad, Mitchell, while the dark water clover is not what you need, but it is the same level as the divine crystal, and we could exchange it for the resource we need, and we already have the person who had asked for the resource of this element and grade, Alina said consolingly. Her words did lift my mood, especially the requirement of that old monsters. It is not just the younger people who had posted out the requirements for the resources they need. The old monsters have done the same, though their list is available to the people like the teacher and council members. We are able to get to look at the list, and dark water clover fits the criteria of the resources that old monsters were asking. We might not even have to exchange it. We might the divine crystals or resin in this lab, or the other labs we will scour. We are not down on our luck yet, Alina said. With all the compartments searched, we moved to the artifacts and equipment. We started with the compartments themselves. They are the valuable storing artifacts that preserve the resources for thousands of years without any loss. They are also not without drawbacks. Operating them requires a huge amount of energy. Currently, they are connected to the power formation of this place. Once taken, we will have to place them into different power formations. It is quite an expense, but I am Academy will bear it without any problem seeing its power requirements. It will be easily able to connect to the power system of the Academy. After the compartments, I started on the other artifacts. Some of them were easy, I just had to touch them. And they will be transported to my storage, but some others were a little complicated. There were some formations I had to break and pipes I had to destroy before I was able to move the machine. While I am wasting time and effort on these artifacts and machines, they will be useful for the Academy, and for it, I could afford to spend some time. Old man Harrison would be hopping excited to get these new toys, Alina said after we picked clean the whole lab, leaving nothing behind. If we could, we would take the tiles and the doors, but it would waste too much of my time. I do not want to do that. Legs go to the next lab, Alina said, and I nodded as we walked out of the lab. There are a total of 11 labs in Lab 16. 7 of them had already been picked clean by the others, while we will clean up the other 4. We have already cleaned the first lab, and 3 more remained, and I hope I will find what I need in them. 15 more hours passed by as we cleaned up the other 3 labs, and currently, I sitting on the floor of the 11th lab with my back against the wall. In the 3 labs we had just scourged, I had not found the resource I needed. Though I had found the resource of the same quality, it is not something I need, nor it was requested by any old monsters. Still, we could put it on the platform and demand divine crystal or similar type but resource, but there is a slim chance that I will get it. If we did not consider the thing you need, we have found a vast fortune before even master-class tyrant would kill for such fortune we have got, Alina said as she sat beside me. Yes, it is an enviable fortune we have got, I said. Each resource we have found in the compartments was only a level lower than the resource like divine crystals. To be honest, this place is above our grade. Even a leader could not come here with more than 80 chance of losing their life. It is due to my unique talents and the help of Ashlyn we were able to scour the lab so thoroughly without losing our lives. This fortune would help me a lot if we were able to find the guzzler, Alina said, and I nodded. That artifact is very important to her, and I will try my all to obtain it for my friend. We sat there for a few minutes before we summoned an abode, where we freshened up quickly and ate pre-cooked food that I heated before going to the respective rooms to sleep. We have been awake for 3 days, and we need our sleep if we want to scour the ruin effectively and not step into any trap due to fatigue. Click, we slept for 4 hours before we woke up. We freshened up, ate again before opening the door of the lab. We had finished with Lab 16, but there are many other places we have to scour in the Edna Charm Laboratory and Miles campus. What are you? I asked softly to the tiny blue stones in my hand, which have black and white lines. These stones are laceratingly hot one moment and freezingly cold, and this feeling is not limited to my fingers but spread to my whole body. It is quite surprising seeing I have my armor activated and my defenses are running at 70. On the surface, these stones are not any special, seeing there are many resources that give the feeling of hot and cold, but the way they pass through my defense is bizarre. I had to activate the defenses of the rule-bending power before I was able to stop the infiltration of hot and cold energies into my body. While I am not sure what is the name of these stones, or what type of resources they are, but I am pretty sure these stones are resources at the same level as divine crystal or even more special than that. Not anything could breach through my armor, especially when energies were so weak. Regretfully, these stones are not something I need if I had the slightest need of them. My runes would have reacted the moment I had took them out of the compartment like so many resources. What are these stones? Alina asked suddenly as she appeared beside me. I have no idea, I replied and handed the stones to her. Suck. She sucked a sharp breath the moment these blue stones fell into her hand. The black and white lines on the stone also lit up as wide-eyed Alina looked at them. Alina kept them in her hand for a few minutes with her closed eye without saying anything before she opened her eyes and put the stones in the box before looking at me. These stones seemed very important to my bloodline. Can I have them? Alina asked. We are at Lab 22nd, the third big lab in the Edna Charm Laboratory, and our luck could be said to be exceptionally good as we have found a colossal amount of resources, including 5 at the level of the divine crystals, without getting the slightest trouble. The only regret is that we did not find the resources. I need all the 5 resources we have got are not something I could use during my core formation. Now I am not as disappointed as I was before with these 5 resources. There is a considerable chance the teacher will be able to trade divine crystals with these resources. These resources we have found are in the same category, and 3 of them are quite important. Every master and old monster would want them. Still, I would try to get my hands on the resource I need, so they would remain in the academy, and our powerhouses would use them, not others. 20 more minutes passed by, and we took out all the resources from the compartments and started on the equipment. With the practice of many labs, we are pretty fast taking out the artifacts and equipment that it did take us more than 2.5 hours to do that. Lab 22, finished, Alina said with a smile. Seeing her infectious smile, a smile appeared on my face too. We are ahead of our schedule and have gotten far more resources than we had initially expected we have in such a time frame. Click, we rested for half an hour before we got up. Our cautious mood returned after I got out of the small lab, and we walked toward the exit of Lab 22. There is a total of 9 small labs in the Lab 22, of which 2 were already scoured, while the 5 scoured by us from inventory to equipment. Everything had been taken by us. Click. With Ashlin's help, we were able to reach the exit of Lab 22 in a few minutes, and I cautiously opened the door and stepped out when I had got all clear from Ashlin. There are few humans and grim monsters in the hallway, more than I had seen in half a day ago. The number of people are increasing. Both humans and grim monsters looked at us, not only elites but also leaders. They did not say anything, but I could see the gears in their mind turning. It was not only grim monsters that were having bad thoughts toward us, but also some humans. I looked at it without flinching before casting a glance at what to second floor, which is filled with spatial tiers. Even Master Class Tyrant would not dare step into those tiers, much less the elites and leaders. After casting a glance at the door, we walked toward the exit of the laboratory. We had gotten what we had wanted from the laboratory. It's time to go to the other places. September Palace, right? Alina asked, and I nodded. The September Palace, or September Laboratory as it is called. It is a huge laboratory, far larger than Edna Charm, but also just as dangerous. We had planned to go to that place only in 2 conditions: when we did not find anything or when we found enough, and take one last risk before we departed from this place. This place may contain a large number of resources, but going after them isn't worth it. If one becomes greedy, one will lose its life before knows about it. With Ashlin's guidance, we began to move toward the September Palace sneakily, and such 1.5 hours had passed. We are now just a few minutes away from reaching the September Palace, our last destination in this ruin before we go home. Choo-choo. We were just moving when suddenly Ashlin chirped loudly in mind with warning and came inside me. I had just processed the warning and opened my mouth to warn Alina of danger when I felt powerful presence downing on me. With you two, I have got enough humans to activate the formation, said the grim monster who appeared behind me, and before I could say anything, I found myself in its huge hands, and everything had turned blur. Everything had happened so fast that I did not get time to process it all. 1 second. We were walking toward the September Palace, and next, a master-class tyrant had appeared behind us and now taking us God knows where. I wanted to struggle out of its grasp, but the difference in power between us is too much. I have the strength of the initial leader-class tyrant at most, while it is master-class tyrant. I have no resistance against it. It had sealed most of my strength, and now I could barely maintain my armor, much less attack, which wouldn't be able to do anything. Thoughts of ending my life began coming to my mind. I had created mechanisms in my armor that would let me end my life even if all my powers were sealed, but I discarded those thoughts. This grim monster seemed to have a purpose for capturing us otherwise. It would not have captured us and bringing us somewhere without doing much harm. Still, I couldn't help but feel shocked by how easily it had captured us for a while. I had been feeling quite powerful for not only killing the elites but also the leaders, but within a few hours everything had changed. I had got captured, and I am powerless to do anything against it. My enemy is too strong. Click, I was in my thoughts when suddenly it stopped on the open ground and took out a badge and positioned it toward the ground. For a second, nothing had happened before a door opened, which it had opened without hesitation. Walked inside. Underground. I exclaimed in my mind. I am not surprised about there being underground chambers. I am surprised that we had no information about it. Our captor seemed quite familiar with this place as it is avoiding one danger after another, and that badge in its hand seemed to be some sort of access badge as it is letting it open one door after another without any problem. From what I can see, we are in an underground lab, and this lab is a little different from others. I am getting quite an eerie vibe from it. This vibe did not make me feel good at all. I am very aware of the job the people of this place used to do, and the methods they used to employ, and not all the methods were good. Some of the methods used by these people were cruel and horrifying. Click, it again scanned its badge against another door and opened it, and this time I saw something different. I saw a huge hall whose every inch is carved with the formations and saw 2 masterclass grim monsters sitting in the center of the formation, and around them 20-some humans, 28 of them to be exact, 6 leader-class tyrants and 22 elite-class tyrants, each one of them sitting in small formation which seemed to be caging them. I could see them struggling, but they could not get out. Elites. Lydia, I had asked you to bring leaders, not elites, said the amethyst scale viperman, which is emitting an aura so powerful that it shook my soul. It is, without doubt, a peak masterclass powerhouse with a deep foundation. The onyx chimpman sitting beside it was also a masterclass powerhouse, but much weaker than it. It should be a mid-masterclass powerhouse. The blackthorn bearman that is holding us, on the other hand, is an initial stage masterclass powerhouse, the weakest of 3, which is why it had delegated the task of collecting the humans. They are elites, but their bloodlines are strong. Look, the blackthorn bearman explained, and throwing a palm-sized device at it. The Viper Man caught it, and surprise appeared on its face. Good job, Lydia, it said, and the device disappeared from its hand. Place these 2 on the formation and take your place. We will start immediately, the Viperman ordered. The bearman nodded in acknowledgement and placed us on 2 empty formations. Beside other humans, these formations lit up, caging us inside. The bearman went to the formation and sat beside the other 2. As he did, the Viperman began to manipulate the formation. I am quite shocked seeing 3 masterclass tyrants in a single place. From the information we have received before coming to this ruin was that only 2 masters from the Grim race have come here, so either some of them have come after we did, or they have cloaked their entry into the ruin. It is a little trickier to do that, but both them and we have methods to do that, though it is seldomly used, seeing how expensive it is to operate such a method. A minute passed by, and one by one, all the formations in the hall lit up. As that happened, the Viperman said something which I could not hear, but the next moment, pile of resources taken out by the 3 grim monsters, and seeing them, my eyes couldn't help but widen up. These are very precious resources. Each is something that any tyrant would fight to the death, but it is nothing in front of 3 resources that came out. Each grim monster took out 1 resource, and seeing them, my eyes couldn't help but pop out. I even blacked out for a moment. The Viper Man had taken out the divine crystal. It is the size of a child's pinky, but still, it is a divine crystal, and it would be enough for me to create my core. The chimpman also brought out a shocking resource, the rosemouth grass, a resource that is the same level as the divine crystal and something I could use in its place. The thing the bearman had brought out is something even rarer than divine crystal and rosemouth grass, but I have no interest in it. It is not something that I could during my core formation. Buzz, I was just staring at the resources in front of the grim monsters with shocked eyes when I heard the formation buzzed. As it did, the resources in front of the grim monsters began to melt. The formation began to extract their essences, and those essences began to seep into the runes with the energies of 3 prime resources, which are getting smaller and smaller by second. My heart couldn't help but burn to see that I really needed those 2 resources, and if they continued to be spent in less than a minute, they would completely disappear with any hope for me getting it. A minute had passed by, and essences from the resources had been extracted and merged with each other before they flowed into the runes. I am currently studying the formation I am trapped in, and I could not find any way to break it. There are no leads in my mind. The formation is very sophisticated, and it is connected with the formation carved across the huge hall that I did not get to study. I was studying the formation, trying to find something that would give me leverage, when suddenly I saw the runes appearing below me and begin to climb over my body. I tried to resist, but with my energies sealed with the energy of masterclass tyrant in me, I am very much restricted. I am not the only one who is experiencing this, the others also going through the same. Through the hazy protection, I could tell how they were struggling to stop the runes, but it did not seem to be working. These runes were too powerful to stop. Soon, the runes have covered every inch of me. There is not a single part of me that hasn't been covered by the runes. Buzz. The runes had just covered me when I felt a buzz from the runes as they began to shine faintly as that happened. I felt pressure on my heart, or rather my bloodline. This formation is trying to suck away my bloodline. Seeing that my eyes couldn't help but widened up. I immediately understood what these three grim monsters were trying to do, and horror couldn't help but appear on my face. They are trying to do what green and silver runes do. They are trying to suck our bloodlines, and if I am not wrong, then they will purify it through this formation and feed it to their own bloodlines, making them advanced. In an cruel and horrifying way, I understood better than anyone else as I harvested the bloodlines of grim monsters for my progress. The bloodline phantoms appeared behind the grim monsters, and even though the hazy layer of formation shield, I could tell the changes occurring in the bloodline of grim monsters. It is getting stronger. My gaze was attracted by Alina, and I couldn't help but shook. She had fallen on the floor and now withering crazily as the formation sucked her bloodline. Not only she but the others also behaving the same. They looked like they were in extreme pain. Compared to them, I am fine. I am only feeling slight pain in my chest. It is understandable why I am not behaving like them. My bloodline is not a real bloodline. It may have the same aura as the real bloodline, which would fool others, but it is not a bloodline like theirs which came from a higher source and marked into the world. The formation is not having any effect on me due to it using the wrong tools. The formation is like a straw to suck the water from the glass, but in my case the straw would never reach the glass. It would just hover over it. I watched my friend and fellow humans in horror and started to study the formation even more desperately, but the formation was too tough, and I did not have time to thoroughly analyze it, much less find a way to break it. The grim monsters seemed to understand the formation was not working on me for some reason when suddenly runes covering me blazed, and I felt immense pain in my heart which had spread through my body. Crack, crack, crack. The cracks began to appear on my bone, and my flesh began to split. The grim monsters have suddenly increased the pressure more than 10 times. Even then, it was not able to suck the bloodline out of me, but it had inadvertently started to affect my body. I had screamed out loud, and I tried to harness my healing energies and rule power, but I was only able to 10 of their powers due to restriction. I was even able to use the 10 because of the rule bending power. I wish I could use my bloodline right now, but I felt like using the bloodline under such pressure would not be wise. I am trying my all to whittle away the restrictions it had placed on me, but they are powerful and would need time to break them, a time I don't have. The pressure of the runes is too powerful. If this continues on, then I would not survive for more than 5 minutes. Even surviving 4 minutes would be a stretch. Seeing the state of my friend, I had finally asked Ashlyn for help. If anyone has the power to save me right now, then it is Ashlyn. Only she could help me, but no matter how much I pleaded with her, I did not receive any answer from her. Seeing that horror couldn't help but dawn in my heart. Seeing Ashlyn might not be able to help, I began to consider other options. I searched and searched as my condition worsened when I finally found something. While it might not be able to save me, it will surely teach the grim monsters some lessons. It is not enough, but it is all I could do due to the vast power difference between us. The formation I am talking about is named Disruptor. It is one of the emergency solutions I had created. It is a sophisticated formation and worked by harvesting the essence of my runes and all the energies of my body, especially the rule bending power, which will be instrumental. The formation will excite the energies before releasing them in the form of an invisible pulse that will disrupt any formation, and the best thing about it is that it could not be blocked or very hard to block. There are several problems with this plan, though. First, it might not work at all. I had designed the disruptor with formations of my world, not such a sophisticated one which is being operated by 3 masterclass tyrant. There is a huge chance nothing might happen, and even if something happens, these 3 masterclass tyrant might easily be able to bear the damage. The second problem is that my runes would get damaged, and damage would be so serious that I would need a colossal amount of energy to fix it, but that is not a problem for me. Surviving here is near impossible. I just want to give back the bastard something before I die, bring some value to my death. With the decision made, I did not waste any time activating the formation. As I did, my runes hummed, with the formation I had activated humming at the highest notes. As my runes hummed, they shone before energies in them started moving toward the particular formation. Not only that, my runes also started to suck all the energies inside me, breaking through all the restrictions they have. In front of the force of my runes, even restrictions placed by the master-class tyrant have broken away. As all the energies began to toward the formation, I noticed the changes to my runes. They started to become paler and paler, and even small cracks began to form on them. I am shocked seeing that, not the damage it is expected, but the amount of energy my runes contain. Seeing such a colossal amount of energy, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. There is hope. With such a powerful attack, I will be able to do something to these bastards. Within 30 seconds, the formation had been fully charged, and all types of energies inside began to excite that even formation had a hard time keeping them in control. I am completely drained of energies, especially of rule-bending power, but my runes also had been severely depleted. Though they have been drained, their origin had not been damaged. If I had somehow survived it, then I would have to spend a colossal amount of resources and months of time to recuperate from this damage. Not that I expect myself to survive. There is a very faint chance that any of us would survive here. Our enemies are fucking masterclass tyrants, and unless someone has an extremely powerful escape artifact, they can forget escaping under the wrath of masterclass tyrant. Ting. Finally, the formation could not hold any longer, and seeing that, I released the pulse of energy with it, releasing faint chime-like energy. The invisible pulse released from me and seeped into the runes covering my body, and from them, they had started to spread into the rest of the runes. I could feel the invisible force rapidly spreading while feeling the immense resistance from the formation. As I had expected, this grand formation had protections. I had no doubt about it. The creator of the formation would obviously have some protection for the emergencies, otherwise, any nuisance would be able to destroy the formation, and that would be disastrous, as creating such formation is not cheap. Ting. Within few seconds, Grim Monsters also noticed the strange interference as all three of them opened their eyes at the same time and began to actively resist the energy which is spreading everywhere. The pulse did not tear through every resistance it had got. That would be idiotic. This would whittle away its power before it could even spread to even 10 of the formation. The pulse is simply passing through any resistance with the help of rule-bending power. Through this way, it would rapidly be expanding the rule-bending power. It has, I think, the rule-bending power will last it through till it reaches into every rune in the grand formation. Just as I had thought, the pulse had seeped through the whole grand formation, and there are fractions of rule-bending power that had remained. Seeing that, I immediately lit it up. Let the Grim Monsters feel the power of the pulse. ZZZ. As I lit up the pulse, a strange sound rang out through the formations, as if thousands of flies traveling through it. The runic protection surrounding us began to flicker away, so was suction trying to suck away our bloodlines before the grand formation had turned off. I looked at the Grim Monsters and saw the bloodline phantom behind three of them had disappeared, and all of them had bloodline coming out of their eyes, ears, and noses. Their aura also seemed quite unstable. Seeing that, I couldn't help but laugh out loud in my heart. It had worked, and it had worked better than I had expected. I am very happy to see that I was able to bring more damage to the Grim Monsters than I had thought. I could not die without any regrets. I am not the only one who is feeling happy. Others too, as they struggle to sit properly. The absorption of their bloodline has made them extremely weak that even if they wanted to run away, they could not. Humans, you all will pay for this, said the Viperman as it looked at me. It was easy to know who the perpetrator was, and I did not even try to hide, and when it looked at me, I even smiled at it, bring out the white range in its heart. Buzz. A second after Viperman's warning, the grand formation lighted up again, and runic shields formed around us, and at the same time the previous suction began, and this time with even more fury. Ah! I screamed out loud the moment suction had to begin. Previously it was breaking my skin and bones, but this time the suction was powerful enough that it had started breaking my cells, making it an extremely painful and blood-curdling scene to watch. I screamed, but I bore the pain with a smile on my face. I knew something like this will happen, and had already prepared my heart to face it. I had already done what I could do, and now is ready to accept the death, no matter how painful it came. Seconds passed by slowly as I wither in pain, but I relished these movements as they were going to be my last while thinking about the things I've accomplished and what I've yet to accomplish. To be honest, I am quite regrettable. I would have liked if I lived a little longer, till the war, so I could make more contribution toward my race and spent more time with my family. Buzz. I was musing over my thoughts when I heard the familiar faint buzz, and my eyes flew wide opened as runes flowed out of my body into the runes of grand formations that were covering me. Ashlyn acted, I had thought as I looked at the green and silver runes coming out of me. I had not thought Ashlyn and that hidden being inside me would act, seeing they did not step in when I had activated an extremely damaging move earlier. I am very happy they had acted now. There is a chance that I might survive this ordeal, though there is still a chance that I might die if the Grim Monsters noticed these runes and acted to finish me off before further trouble could brew up. As the second passed, the green and silver runes began to spread into the rest of the grand formations, and the Grim Monsters seemed to be unaware of this. It is like they could not sense it. When I had activated the pulse earlier, all they needed was a moment to sense, but even after few seconds, they were not able to sense it. It is like these tiny runes are invisible to them. Not only them, but the other humans also did not seem to see them or sense them. The humans could not be counted, As they are in immense pain, their bloodline essence is getting stripped from them. They do not have the energy or effort to look around to see what is happening around them. More than a minute had passed, and the runes have spread everywhere, even over grim monsters' bodies, and they have failed to notice it as they absorb the bloodline's essence with an ecstatic smile on their faces. Buzz, ah. The runes buzzed and the great change occurred. All three grim monsters who had their eyes closed and content smiles on their faces opened their eyes with horror etched on their faces. Before their blood-curdling screams rang out, they could be heard even with runic protection covering me. I watched their screams with great ecstasy. It had been me who had been screaming like that seconds ago, and now it is their turn, and the pain they feel would be 10 times worse than what the humans have felt. These runes are much better than the Grand Formation and do a much more thorough job. Unlike me, the humans watched the screaming grim monsters with great confusion. They did not have any idea what was happening. I was watching the humans and seeing how they were struggling to sit up, even after the harvesting stopped when the bloodline essence came at me, and an involuntary moan released from my lips with great shock in my heart. The bloodline essence of the three masterclass grim monsters is unlike anything I had experienced before. I had thought about how pure it could be and how dense the bloodline's essence crystals inside it would be, but all my conjecture about it paled in front of the real thing. The stream is also extremely thick and tri-colored. There are 3 types of bloodline's essences in the stream, and the 3 essences are from the 3 different grim monsters. As the essence came inside me, it went to the different sources. One stream went at my runes, which had turned pale gray and cracking with barely any shine in them, but just as the stream hit them, they began to suck it like their life depended on them. I had never seen my runes sucking energies as they are doing right now. It felt like they had been famished for days and finally got to eat it. My runes are not the only thing taking the bloodline's essences, but my bloodlines residing inside also taking the share of essences, not as crazily as the runes, but it is still taking the large chunk, and my runes did not seem to have any problem with it. I am not the only one taking the pleasure of the bloodline essences of the 3 masterclass grim monsters. My runes are sharing it with the rest of the humans as well. Very faint bloodline phantoms appear behind them, and as they suck the energy, the phantoms are getting is clearer, and their aura is also getting stabler. While they are receiving the bloodline essence, the amount of essence they are receiving is far less than mine. The only one receiving the substantial amount is Alina. She is receiving 3 times more than the rest of the 28 people. The phantom of blood phoenix behind her rapidly getting clearer, and her aura is becoming stabler by the second. If this continues on, she will recover in less than 5 minutes. A minute had passed since the bloodline harvesting of 3 masterclass tyrants had begun, and I had noticed something strange from the bloodline essence coming at me. There is not only bloodline essence coming at me, but also something else. It took me quite a while to notice this as it was hidden in the bloodline essence streams, which are so damn thick, but I had finally done and couldn't help but became surprised. This 4th hidden stream is from the large number of resources that grim monsters used, and this 4th stream is getting consumed by my runes and bloodline, but mostly by my bloodline, which is taking about 75 while my runes are taking only 25 of this stream. I concentrated on this stream of energy and noticed my runes were taking this energy from the Grand Formation, and I am the only one receiving it while others just receiving bloodline essence, which by the way, 100 times more precious than it, but the energy stream had its uses, and green and silver runes are giving me some of it knowing it. My damaged runes are healing rapidly, and as they heal, they seem to have greater vitality than before. It is likely due to the high-quality bloodline essence they are receiving. Before, my runes and body had great synergy and balance. I could easily control my runes and harness however much energy from them without any problem, but if that synergy went out of place and balance was broken, and that would be disastrous. I would rather have my old runes back, and with that thought, I had tried to stop the stream of energies, but they did not listen. I tried to control my runes from stop taking the energies, but it did not listen as well. Everything seemed to be out of my control. Seeing that I couldn't help but take a frustrated breath before I had calmed myself, I could only accept the fact that everything was out of my control, and if the imbalance has formed between my runes and my body, then I would have to find a way to solve it. 2 more minutes have passed by, and runes have gotten considerably stronger than they were before, and the stream of energies is going at them. I was observing my runes when I sensed something from the green and silver runes, and turned to Alina and saw her glowing in the purple-violet light, and the Death Phoenix Phantom above her also seemed to be getting brighter and brighter. Bloodline advancement. I exclaimed. I had not thought she would advance her bloodline at this time. It is totally unexpected, but not surprising when one thinks about it. Her bloodline's essence had been drained for a few minutes before it started to replenish, this out of stimulating her bloodline and bring the advancement. I am happy for my friend, and it would be great if I could see it clearly as I sense it. I could collect a lot of data watching the process. I had just thought that when the runic protection screen in front of me disappeared, not only the one covering mine, but also the covering Alina, but screens covering other humans darkened further. What they will see now will become even hazier than before. Ashlyn did not have to do it. Even if she had hazed the protection screens of other humans, they would not have seen much. All of them had their eyes closed as they were trying to replenish their bloodline essence that had been sucked by the grim monsters earlier. I looked at Alina and saw how her aura rising rapidly as the purple-violet fire covering her became denser and denser. The phantom of Death Phoenix behind her had also started to become clearer and clearer. I looked at the phantom and immediately felt a great headache. I looked away immediately and began to take notes on her advancements. Seconds passed by, and aura continued to increase. Seeing the changes in her, I couldn't help but marvel at the power of bloodlines. They have unlimited power. One just has to harness it through endless advancements. Seeing such moments, I sometimes wish I had the bloodline. It would be made things quite easy for me. These thoughts only occupy my mind for a moment before disappearing. I love my runes, and I would not trade them for anything, even bloodline. If I wanted to, I could have had a bloodline. There is one bloodline fruit in the Academy's treasury. Though that bloodline is not powerful as Death Phoenix, it is still a bloodline. The advancements had lasted for few minutes, and when it had finally stopped, Alina had become a peak. Alina had become a peak elite. She was an initial elite before, but now she had become a peak elite. A very best of them. There would be very few who could be the match of her now. When she was initial elite, she was able to defeat a mid-elite, and now she had become a peak elite, so obviously she would be unmatched. Hun. I opened my mouth to congratulate her on her advancements when I noticed something which brought a great change to my face. She had started making a breakthrough into the tyrant stage, which is not a good thing for so many reasons. First and foremost, she just had a big advancement, and making a huge breakthrough such as storming into the tyrant stage is very unsafe. It is a delicate process where one has to take every step carefully. The slightest mistake, and everything would be over. Not to mention she had not brought out any resources or created a formation for the efficiency. I can't understand why she would make a breakthrough like this, but it is already too late to stop as she had initiated the breakthrough. Stopping it would create a backlash. CRRRRRRY. The resources had landed around her the same moment the phantom of Death Phoenix let out a loud before diving into Alina. As it did, her body burst into the purple-violet flames, cloaking her inside it fully that I could only see the silhouette of Alina. The strange thing is, the fire did not touch any resources I had sent to Alina. It should have, as the breakthrough required a huge amount of energy, even for those with bloodlines. Aha came out of my mouth as I looked inside her through the runes. She does not need the resources, because she is already getting everything she needs. The green and silver runes are not only providing her with the bloodline essence of grim monsters, but also a stream of resources that they have taken out before. I was about to withdraw my consciousness from her body, as it was too much invasion of her privacy. I would have not minded if it had been others, but it was my friend when suddenly, I noticed something that had shocked the hell out of me. Fuck. I cursed it out loud before I could stop myself. There was an influx of energy in her heart, the center of her bloodline, which is common enough, but what is uncommon is a saturation of energy that is happening there, instead of spreading into her body and increasing her strength. Core formation it is, without a doubt, is a core formation, but the question is how this is happening without extraordinary circumstances and at least 3 of bloodline purity. It is near impossible for a bloodline, and I am damn sure Alina bloodline is not pure enough, even with the advancement she had got. At most, her bloodline purity is at 1.5, no more than that, but she is forming a core, just like her aunt did. The professor, I understand, the bloodline fruit she had eaten had a very pure bloodline, and top of that, the bloodline itself was very powerful. It is the reason why the professor's bloodline had not to balance with her body and had to burn life force to keep her bloodline constrained. She was very lucky that after drinking the bloodline furnace potion, which is suicide for people with already powerful bloodlines, but she was somehow able to turn the condition around and form a bloodline core, which helped her immediately find balance and got huge benefits, including the rapid advance she will have with the help of her core. Alina's condition is different, and I couldn't help but think my runes might be the reason why this is happening. As I had said, without extraordinary circumstances, it is near impossible to create a core in the tyrant stage. I am sorry, Alina, I said to my friend in my mind as I concentrated further on the core. I need this data very badly, and even I really hate myself for doing it. I am going to watch how her bloodline core. I had already had all the data on core formation, but watching the process and reading it is completely different. Even though the bloodline core and inheritance core are very different, they have some similarities, just like the elemental core, which is a recording I have in my storage. The purple-violet swirl in the center of Alina's heart is eating the humongous amount of energy, and my runes are feeding them. Currently, Alina is taking more energy than me. I have no regrets about it. My runes are already got stuffed with a huge amount of energy, and even started resisting the new energy is coming toward it. Not only the runes, but my bloodline also got stuffed. It won't be long before transmission of energy would be stopped. I only gave a single look at what was happening to me before I turned toward Alina, where the swirl had got even bigger, and now sucking even more energy. The swirl inside her is spinning at a very fast speed, so fast that if my soul sense had not been in the protection of the green and silver runes, that swirl would have sucked that too. It is powerful, and with time, it is turning crystalline with thick bloodline energy emitting from it. If anyone advances fast, then it is those with bloodlines. They just need the required essence energy. Once they have it, they will level up into even big stage very quickly. Just a few minutes have passed, and the swirl had already turned crystalline, and with every passing second, it is thickening while taking more and more energy with it. I could see that while the swirl taking the energies from outside, it is still less than 10 of what the swirl has. More than 90 of energies are being produced by the bloodline itself. This is the marvel of bloodline. Each speck is filled with unlimited power. One has just needed to find a way to harness it, and all the power in the world would be in their hands. Seconds passed by, and the swirl became more and solidified, and its speed began to decrease before it altogether stopped. And by that time, it was no swirl but a purple-violet colored core, which looked like a world itself, inside which a majestic phoenix soaring into the sky. Cry. I watching the enchanting phoenix when it let out a majestic cry and released a tsunami of energies which broke away from the core and spread into Alina's body, increasing her strength with speed I had never seen anyone's strength increased before. It is beyond phenomenal. Within a few seconds, she had reached the absolute peak of the elite stage and started breaking boundaries of leader class with an aura of tyrant around, creating a domain that would make anyone's knees go weak if they dared to enter inside it. As the aura of leader class tyrant burst out of Alina and started to rise even further, the green and silver runes have stopped my runes. Though the energies are still coming at me, they are going to the other people in my body. Buzz. A second after, my runes buzzed, and they released the energy, and it is endless as the sea, and this is not the normal strengthening energy that I had got before, but the one that contains faint strengthening crystals. In some parts, strengthening energy has become so dense that it begins to crystallize. It could not happen with normal strengthening energy. Only energy transformed from the bloodline of the master class tyrant could give me this. Regretfully, I will not be able to make use of this amazing energy. My body is repelling it like it is a magnet, not even letting a single crystal or speck of it merge with me. There is no surprise on my face seeing that. I already know something like this will happen. I am more worried about how I am going to get rid of this amazing strengthening energy and find balance with my inheritance runes, which now have become too powerful to exist in balance with my body and soul. I have to quickly find the way, and I think I have it. The plan is simple. I will use my bloodline to expel it. I will make it suck from inside before expelling on outside. It is the best way I could find, and also the safest. The few other methods I thought would injure my already injured body further or even kill me. I did not waste any time and started to spread my bloodline into every part of my body. The strengthening energy had spread everywhere in my body. I would have to spread my bloodline everywhere if I wanted to suck away every speck of strengthening energy. It barely took 3 seconds for me to spread my bloodline into every part of my body. As I did, I had immediately started the suction. As I did, the strengthening energy moved toward my bloodline before it seeped into it and expelled it into other sides successfully. Seeing the success in the first attempt, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face, and I had prepared to suck away even more strengthening energy when I had noticed something. I was able to suck the thick strengthening energy, but the strengthening crystals barely moved from their places. Seeing that, I couldn't help but feel a headache rising in my head. The amazing strengthening crystals are the most dangerous. I shook my head and decided to focus on draining the regular strengthening energy first before focusing on the crystals, and I just did that. At each second, I would suck a huge amount of strengthening energy and pour it out. I kept doing that, taking out more and more energy at each turn when I suddenly noticed something. As I was expelling energy, I suddenly noticed that the energy I was expelling was not going in the environment, but getting sucked by the runes covering me, and when I followed it through the runes, I was shocked to find the energy was going to Alina and merging with her body. The energies of her core had broken through the leader class and still making her aura rise. This energy I am expelling is going into her core directly, in a soaring death phoenix exactly, which would then convert this strengthening energy into the bloodline type energy before sending it out of the core to align. I watched this amazing process for a moment before I again started expelling, and finally, half a minute later, I finished expelling all the strengthening energy, and now only strengthening crystals have remained the real challenge. Taking a deep breath, I created suction more powerful than I had created earlier to expel the energy, and even then the crystal moved slowly. Seeing that, I increased the power, but the effect was so little that I had put all my efforts and created as powerful suction I could make. With it, the speed of crystals more than doubled, and thousands of them moved toward the bloodline, which covered every part of my body before finally seeping into it. As enough strengthening crystals accumulated, I moved to expel them through my body just like I did with strengthening energy earlier, but something different, shockingly amazing happened. Instead of passing through my skin before expelling out, these crystals melted and merged with me as it happened. I had instantly felt the change in my aura. It had become slightly heavier. The shock had run through every part of my body, seeing that I could not believe it, and due to that, I had poured even more effort and sucked another round of crystals before started to expel them, but again, as they touched my skin, they melted and merged into me. I can't believe it. I exclaimed ecstatically when the shock wore off and wasted no time with sucking even more strengthening crystals with every effort I had, and like before, they melted and merged with me as they touched my skin, and my aura had become slightly heavier. Seeing it as truth, I started to put even more effort, and with it began to merge with more and more strengthening crystals, which made my aura heavier and heavier. While I am still could be considered peak elite, but my aura is tens of times heavier, and it is getting heavier with more strengthening crystals I merge with. Time passed as more and more crystals merged with me when suddenly, I found crystals were not merging with me anymore. Instead, they passed through me like I had expected them the first time before expelling out of my body. While I am disappointed seeing that, I am not sad. I had absorbed about 90 of these strengthening crystals, and they have increased such a big change in me that I am still reeling from the shock of it. I saw the last strengthening crystals entering Alina's core before they converted into the thick bloodline energy by Phoenix and sent back to her body, where they started to get absorbed with the rest of the bloodline strengthening energy. Alina's momentum had slowed down before it had completely disappeared as every speck of bloodline energy got absorbed by her, and a few seconds later, her eyes fluttered open with great happiness burning in her eyes. "You have done so many things in these past few minutes made me think what I should congratulate you for," I said to Alina, hearing that the smile on her face got even bigger. "You should congratulate me on forming my bloodline core," she said with her eyes twinkling like stars. "Yes, forming a bloodline core is most important," I said with a smile. "Congratulations, Alina, for forming a bloodline core." I congratulated her. Snort. She snorted but did not ask anything. Instead, her focus turned on the runes that were still covering her. "How long we will have to wait?" she asked, motioning toward the runes covering her. "I am sure it will be over soon," I said as I looked at the 3 masterclass Grim monsters. The runes have finished harvesting the bloodline a minute ago, and now they are harvesting the life essence of Grim monsters, and it is not for the creating for the essence rose but something else. I will know about it soon as they have nearly finished harvesting the life essence of the Grim monsters. D-hub, D-hub, D-hub. 12 seconds runes have finished the harvest of the bloodline of the essence, and the 3 masterclass Grim monsters turned to dust under the weight of their own artifacts, while the great change appeared on the grand formation. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks begin to form on the runes of grand formation, and it is started with the runes covering me. The runes cracks before they turn to dust. The runes have to destroy the grand formation, and I couldn't agree more with the decision. This formation is a dangerous weapon that should not befall the hands of Grim monsters, nor it should be in the hands of humans. Humans are driven by desires, and these desires sometimes turn drastic turns that they would turn on their own kin. I got up as the runes covering me disappeared and appeared beside the husk of 3 masterclass Grim monsters. I did not waste time collecting the storage of the 3 Grim monsters before collecting their artifacts, which is pretty high level. "Friend, don't you think you should share some of the spoils with us?" asked a man in his mid-40s who seemed to be in the mid-40s and emitting fluctuating power of peak leader-class tyrant. Alina is not the only one who advanced their bloodline. 3 other people did, and he is one of them. If I am not wrong, this middle-aged man is Tim Carlson, a high-level member of Sky Saber with the blood like of sun-swallowing lion, a pretty powerful bloodline. Snort. Is rescuing you and helping you advance your bloodline is not enough? Or do you think the formation just went awry, and you were lucky enough? Alina asked angrily. Tim's face couldn't help but became ugly hearing that, but he soon controlled himself. "Don't think you have done us a favor. You were rescuing yourself and rescued us on the way," he said without a hint of gratitude in his voice. "It's not like I am asking it for myself. I am asking it for all of us. It is the wealth of 3 master-class tyrants, and we deserve an equal share," he added while looking around. A second later of 28, 17 people appeared behind him, including 2 mid-leaders, and now all of them faintly pressing their aura on us. The remaining people are looking at us neutrally, but I am sure they will also demand their share when the time comes. It is simple human's nature. If I had been in their place, I would do the same. It is the storages of freaking master-class tyrants. There is something for everyone in it. We are not going to give you anything, so fuck off, Alina said, blasting a powerful peak leader-class aura that changed the expression on all the people's faces. With the bloodline score, Alina had become extremely powerful. Regular peak leaders are no match. An expression of fear had appeared on the face of the before his expression smoothened up. Alina of Riverfield Academy, we people of Sky Saber, know how to take what's ours. If you are unwilling to give what is rightfully ours, we will use force. He threatened with people behind him nodded in affirmations. If you ungrateful people have any courage, then attack me. I want to see what you can do. Alina dared, further increasing her aura. You all capture him. Don't let him run away while we will handle this bitch for Riverfield Academy, he said as he pointed the elites at me while he and 2 leaders besides him would attack Alina. Elites beside him struggled to make design for a moment before 2 a step toward me. Once the crowd found a leader for their desires, they will act, forgetting the morality of the act itself. Stop, I said as I moved my fingers, and all 14 people stopped on their tracks as if they were frozen, not able to move a single inch. The only part of their body that could move was their eyes, and sheer horror could be seen in them. Tell you what, Mr. Carlson and team. If you are able to defeat Alina, I will give you all 3 storages without taking a single thing, I said to Carlson, and the other 2 were looking at me with shock. You will not interfere with our fight, Carlson asked after he got over his shock of me freezing all the elites, without them noticing or him noticing. One does not need to be smart to understand that I am powerful as them or more. As long as you and team do not target me, I will not lift a hand, I said and moved toward the end of the hall and bringing the bound elites with me like puppets, while the rest of elites and 3 leaders who had not decided to join the fight also followed. Let's begin then, Alina said, and when the rest of the group and I reached the end of the hall, a powerful aura blasted off her body like a purple fire, and she disappeared from her spot at such speed that it was near invisible to my eyes, and I had to activate several of my ocular abilities to see it clearly. The speed had seemed to surprise Tim very much, and he hastily moved his saber in defense, but Alina did not attack him at all. She again disappeared from her spot at an even faster speed, and appeared beside a mid-leader and whipped her sword at him before he could even move his shield to defend. Bang! A loud bang rang as the back of Alina's sword hit the man hard, and he flew back like a broken doll before crashing into a wall. Broken and bleeding, he was out of the fight in a single attack. This made Tim's expressions tightened up, and other mid-leader class tyrant shudder. A little very few peak leaders could finish a mid-leaders in such a domineering way, and it is clear, this is not Alina's full power. It is far from being her full power. It would be best for you back down, otherwise you will suffer needless injuries like your friend there. Alina motioning toward the tyrant she had just thrown at the wall. The man is injured so much that he is struggling to get up. Don't listen to her. Only working together we will be able to defeat her and get those storages of master-class tyrants, Tim said, seeing the other leader struggling, and even looked at the other 3 leaders at my side, but when he looked at my face, he forgets about asking them. Don't hold back anything. We will attack her with full power, Tim said, and raging aura burst out of him, and phantom of a dark, regal lion appeared above him. The phantom seemed to be an incarnation of the swallowing itself. It is swallowing everything around it, from air to energy. The aura coming from him is powerful that some weaker elites around me have a hard time breathing, and their knees are shaking involuntarily. Bitch, let me show you what power a leader from Sky Saber can have, Tim shouted and came at Alina with fury and killing intent, which is the cold iron sword in deep winter. Not only the ungrateful bastard the favor of saving a life, but also showing a deep killing intent toward its rescuers. Alina also seemed to have got incensed by it as her eyes blazed in fire, and she moved her sword slowly toward the incoming attack of Tim. Clang. Their swords clashed, each buzzing with powerful attacks, and as they fought, they created a deafening sound in the shockwave that could kill anything that is not tyrant, even tyrants. The unraked would get heavily injured if they had caught in the shockwave. There was shock on Tim's face as he started to take one step back after another, trying to stabilize himself to no avail, and it was frustrating him, making him angry at every step he took back. The killing intent is rising. It is like the bubbling sea, filled with bitter and angry emotions. It is a flavor that I had not tasted in a while and couldn't help but bring my tongue out to taste more, and just as I did that, I felt electric shock spreading through my body and killing became 10 times clear to me that I was even able to taste even faint notes of other flavors of killing intent hidden inside it. Finally, I said with a smile, my killing rule had advanced. Finally, it had taken quite a lot of time, those rules with lesser comprehension that had advanced, leaving only it behind. With my killing rule reaching the Grandmaster stage, all my rule power had reached the Grandmaster stage. The Sun rule also had previously advanced ruin. The only worry I had was that the advancement of killing rule had also disappeared. With all my rules reaching the Grandmaster boundary, my breakthrough into the Tyrant stage would be even more stable, not to mention the huge benefits I had received due to it. Now, I just wish that I would be able to find what I need from this ruin, or the storages of grim monsters I have got. I have not inspected them, yet I had decided to do that when the battle was finished. Bang. I had just thought that when I heard the shaking bang that shook the whole hall when I looked up, I saw Tim Carlson falling down from the wall against which he had crashed. He is all bloodied and broke, with his aura being unstable. Now only one person remained, a mid-leader class tyrant who did not get a chance to attack. Seeing the state of the Tim, he took back his totem artifact and accepted the defeat. I had no doubt about her winning. Even all the leaders had attacked her. The result would have been the same. Those with core are always better than those without. Their strength is far greater than their counterparts of the same level. Greater strength is not even the biggest advantage of the core. Its biggest advantage is potential, especially to those who are able to form it this early in the primary stage. Well then, dear friends, we will be leaving, I said as I appeared beside Alina and walked with her toward the exit. So what have we got? Alina asked as we have got out from the underground laboratory. I did not have to think about what she had referred to in her question. I did not look at it yet. I replied, well, you should, who knows, there might be a guzzler in there with my bloodline core. The guzzler would be 10 times more efficient for me, Alina said with her eyes shining. You have created a bloodline core, made a breakthrough into Tyrant stage, directly reaching a peak of leader class, and you are still not satisfied. How greedy can you be? I asked. To that, she smiled. It is not greed, Mitchell, it is just thinking about the future, she said. I was waiting for a safe place. I do not want to be kidnapped by any master-class tyrant. We are still no match against them, I said, and Alina's expressions became serious hearing that. Just a little more than an hour ago, we both have got kidnapped by the master-class tyrant, against which we have no resistance, and if not for Ashlyn and Hidden being inside me, she would have been completely drained, and I would be in the stomach of grim monsters. Currently, people don't know what happened, but soon it will spread. When others came out of the underground lab, some of these people might have a way to contact powerhouses, such masters, in front of the allure of resources. It is a big thing for humans to kill humans. We have just experienced the small teaser of that few moments ago. It took us little more than an hour before Ashlyn found a safe place for us. It is one of few destroyed places of the Miles campus. The suppression of the soul here is the highest I had experienced in the place. The soul's sense of would fall like dead weight if it reaches this place, and even if they came inside to investigate, they would not be able to find us inside. There is a small illusionary formation that used to be dangerous, but not anymore. Even if the master-class grim monsters is a meter away, it will still not be able to see us, so it could be said we are pretty safe here, and looked at Hall without any worry. Look quickly and tell me if you found something interesting. Do not keep the suspense, she said. I nodded and seeped my consciousness inside the storage, which is quite a hard thing to be in this place, and if not for the rule-bending power, I would not have been able to do it. My storages had already opened all 3 storages with its powerful formation, and now things inside them lying in 3 neat huge groups. I first looked at the first group, it of the bearmen that had captured us, and the moment I looked at it, I got blow away. Each and everything here is extremely precious stuff, and there is so much of such stuff, and I could not believe it. From herbs to ores to potions, it had everything. It must have taken a huge amount of time to accumulate such wealth, and now it is all mine. I looked at each and everything, and the more I looked, the happier I would become, but a faint layer of disappointment would also cover my heart. While it had nearly everything, it did not have what I need or what Alina had asked for. With the storage of bearmen done, I had moved toward the storage of the chimpaman, which has even more stuff. The chimpman was more powerful than the bearman, so it is not surprising it will have more things. I checked everything carefully and found hundreds that could be useful to Alina and me, but not the things that we needed immediately. I soon finished with the storage of chimpman and directly started at the storage of viperman, a peak master-class powerhouse. Just one look at its things is enough to know how rich it was. It had things less than even bearmen, but all of them are extremely rare. The viperman did not seem to have a habit of keeping mediocre things in its storage. Everything it had was very precious and rare. I was looking through its things carefully when I opened another box, found an adult palm-sized black rock. Inside it looked to be a piece of meteor of some kind. I looked at it and was about to close it, feeling its aura, which is giving it, made it look a physical type of treasure, and the reaction of my runes was also mild when I suddenly noticed something and immediately brought the rock out. Alina, use the most powerful fire on this piece of meteor, I said as I gave the meteor to Alina. I noticed some peculiarity in its aura, which made me think about the resource I had read about in Hermes' library. I want to see if it is that resource. Alina did not question, and thick purple-violet fire burst out of her hand and covered the meteor completely before the fire temperature began to increase. I couldn't help but get impressed by it. I could not produce such temperature with fire. Though Ashlyn could, I do not want to reveal more of her abilities than I had already revealed, and seeing how the things are going, Alina is doing a fine job. More than a minute passed by, and her phoenix fire burning so hot that it burned energy in the air around it, but there was not much change that had occurred in the meteor. I waited, and around 6 minutes later, the desire of runes suddenly amplified hundreds of times, and gold and silver dots began to shine from the meteorite. They could be seen twinkling even under the dense cover of Alina's phoenix fire covering the meteor. It really is, I said in a voice that was almost a whisper. What is this gold and silver thing on the meteorite? Alina asked while still burning up the meteorite, having about a thing called stardust of Rumden. I asked back. She seemed to have heard about it as her eyes went wide and her hand, which is holding a meteor, started shaking. Shut up, she exclaimed and looked at the meteor even more carefully. Are you really sure this meteorite contains the stardust of Rumdam? She asked. Yes, 100, I said. Everything I have read about it in the library held true, from the aura to color to the very faint vibrations it released when it burned. You lucky bastard, why don't I have luck like you? She said while hitting me on my shoulder with her other hand. Like creating a bloodline core is not an extreme fortune, I said back. Hearing that, her cheeks reddened a little before she glared back at me. You are still quite lucky, I would say, Mitchell. The stardust of Rumden, it is resource 10 times better than divine crystal. It will help you extremely, Alina said, and this time her words were serious. Yes, it is more suited for my purpose than the divine crystals, but there is one big problem, I said with a sigh. Extraction, isn't it? From what I could see, this meteorite was made of Agner ore, and it will be extremely difficult to separate the stardust from it. No one in the academy has that skill, only the refiners and supremes have the skill, she said with a sigh. And you know how they are, I said, to which she nodded. They take high fees or a high percentage of the thing, whichever they like the most. I looked at a piece of meteor and stardust that is still flashing on it. From what I could tell, the stardust present in the meteor in good quantity, I should be able to do even if they take a high share of it. I continued looking through the stuff of the Viperman as I had barely started when I had found the meteor. It is filled with rare and precious stuff that even a fell masterclass tyrant would feel jealous of it, and now it is all ours. This time there was no disappointment in my mind. I inspected each and everything with great fervor and finished a few minutes later with a smile on my face. Let's divide the stuff, I said, and I gave Alina access to my storage, not the whole but the part where the thing of 3 storage was stored. It takes us quite a while, and we fight verbally for the things we both need before we resolve. This is the greatest haul I had ever received from my storage or ruin I had gone, Alina said giddily after we had divided the things. She had only taken the 20 of the things from the 3 storages. I had asked her to take more things, but she declined. We should rest a little before we head to the September Palace, Alina said suddenly, surprising me greatly. We are still going, I asked. To that she arched her brow and looked at me in the eyes. You have found your thing, but I still did not get the guzzler I need, she said. It would be better than hiding in here till our beacon activates in few days, she added, hearing that I couldn't help but sigh and nod. She is right. While it will be dangerous with the haul we have, but it is the best choice to efficiently spend our time. Of course, we could still leave the ruin. We just have to activate our beacons, and in an hour we would be in the academy, but we do not want to do that. Time passed by, and soon the 9 days had passed. We went to September Palace, and have got a great haul there, and also fought grim monsters and some humans who were after our wealth. Thankfully, we have not come across any masterclass tyrant. We were very careful about it. The ruin had been beyond fulfilling. We have got huge wealth like never before. The only thing that disappointed us was that we have not able to find the guzzler. It is not that surprising that we have not found it. It is an extremely rare artifact and precious to the people who used to live in this ruin. Even if they want to spare some legacy to the later generation, they will not leave too many devices like guzzler here. Even leaving one was the expression of their generosity. Are you ready to go back? They would be pretty shocked, I asked Alina. A shock would be an understatement, she said as she looked at the beacon band on her hand. And by the way, I am not the only one who made the giant leap. The leap you have taken is even bigger than mine. I mean, Emperor having a power of peak leader-class tyrant is the stuff of legend, she said as she looked directly into my eyes. A few days ago, we came across something against which I had to fight with all my strength and ended up revealing it all to Alina. We remained silent for a few minutes before Alina's face became serious, and sadness that she had kept deeply hidden in her eyes came out. My parents are getting a divorce. All the formalities of it had been done. They will announce their separation in few weeks, Alina said. I couldn't help but sigh hearing that. I knew that Alina's father and teacher were taking the couple counseling and thought there was hope for their marriage, but it looked like there wasn't. I am sure both of them must have thought it through before making that decision, I said as I placed my hands on her shoulder and took her for a hug. Divorces of parents are always hard for the children, no matter how old they are. Buzz, our beacons vibrated at the same time, and energy in them covered us before we disappeared from our spots and entered the space tunnel. These few days had been great for Alina. She had gained control over her aura that now. It did not fluctuate as it did on the first day of her breakthrough. This is good. Fluctuating aura could destabilize the tunnel, especially when it comes from the leader-class tyrants. We traveled through the space tunnel for a few seconds before we broke, and as we did, my skin began to tingle, and I felt danger from all the directions, and with power peak leader-class aura covering me all the directions. When I looked around, I found Alina and myself covered in a thick energy field with lots of powerful weapons pointing at us. In front of us, Councilwoman Marla, Councilman Harrison, and Councilman Finn are standing, bearing down their auras at us. I had expected some reaction, but not this intense, Alina said as she canceled her armor and revealed herself. I did the same, but not a single person is looking at me. All of them are looking at her with their old eyes wide. Alina, you, how? Councilwoman Marla, I have never seen the old woman this stumped as I am seeing her right now. Not only hers but the other two councilmen are shocked too. I just got the amazing chance and took it, Alina explained shyly. And became peak leader-class tyrant in one fell swoop, old woman added, with a faint hint of her signature sarcasm. Can you turn off some to the artifacts and formations, councilwomen? They are making me tingle from all over, Alina asked. Not yet, little girl. While I believe you, we have to be very sure you are not compromised in any way, both of you, councilwomen said. The next hour was filled with multiple tests, some I was not even aware of, and made use of many powerful artifacts. These artifacts are so good that even I would not be able to evade their detection if I did not make the heavy preparation prior to it. The tests are done. Both of you are all clear, Councilwoman Marla said after 1.5 hours later. I've been telling you that since you had started probing us with those dangerous artifacts, Alina said as she finally let out and met us in person. Your aura is quite dense for a leader class. Tyrant, I don't think I have a chance to beat you, unless I have used every bit of the power I have, old woman said as she looked Alina from up to down. I've been very fortunate, Alina replied without explaining further. Old woman nodded, hearing that. Don't stop working hard just because you have reached peak leader class. Work hard to reach the master class. We need at least one if we want to survive this war, she had said with a grim tone. Has something happened in the warfront, councilwomen? I asked, to which the old woman nodded. I had informed the headmistress of your arrival. She is waiting for both of you in her habit, she said while evading the answer as she took us toward the teleportation formation. Come to the council chambers after you finished your meeting with your mother. Little girl, we old people have something to discuss with you, she added before opening the door leading to the teleportation hall. A minute later, we appeared in the teleportation formation in the teacher's office before opening the door of her office. El teacher was working on her desk when she looked at her and spoke, but she stopped midway, and her eyes nearly popped out when she sensed the aura coming from her daughter. It looked the old woman did tell the teacher about her advancements. You have advanced, teacher said with shock before she appeared in front of her daughter before taking her face in her hands and kissing her forehead. I am proud of you, she said softly before she moved back to her seat, and we took a seat opposite of her. How this had happened. Even with your bloodline, you need to make prior preparations before you could break into the tyrant stage, teacher asked. It was quite an affair and will take a while to explain, Alina said, and the teacher kept looking, indicating to her she should not worry about the time. Since the war began, the teacher usually kept her meetings short, but this time she had no intention to do that. She always keeps tabs on activities of her daughter. In a non-invasive way, she gives her complete freedom and only interrupts when there is a need to. With her mother looking at her, Alina began, and did not hide much. The teacher was going to know about it sooner or later. The people who were with us would tell their organizations about what had happened. Bloodline Corps. I did not think my daughter would be as lucky as my sister to form a Bloodline Corps throughout history. There are very few people who have created the Bloodline Corps, and all of them have accomplished the great things, teacher said softly with a smile. What about the Sky Sabers and others? Will there be problems? Alina asked. There were lots of people there and means such things are going to spread, and Supremes such as Sky Sabers take these things seriously and would not lose an opportunity to show the lower-level organizations their place and extract some benefits in return. There might be, but you don't have to worry about it. Your mother has a habit of dealing with such things, the teacher said. We nodded, but we both understood things would not be easy as she is saying to be. If the Sky Saber decides to pursue the matter, we will suffer if we do not do what they ask of us, and in times of war, the power of Supremes swells inconsiderably. Michiel, how was the ruin for you? You seem to have made some progress too, teacher asked while my aura seemed like peak elite, but there is faint heaviness in it. Some mother. He is the real monster here. He has gained the power of the peak leader class tyrants and even killed some of them in a straight fight, Alina said, making her mother's eyes go wide. I glared at Alina. Teacher had just shocked by her daughter's progress and now given another shock. I would have liked to wait for a little before telling her that. Teacher, I have found the last material I needed. I've informed, taking her out of her shocked thoughts. You did. That's great news. You have been searching for months for it, she said as a smile dawned on her face. Though I did need your help, I said and placed a meteor in front of her. There is stardust of Rimden in this meteorite. I need refiners to extract it from it, I informed. She again got shocked, but this time she recovered instantly. After receiving a shock after the shock in such a short time, she had somehow become impervious to them. I will contact some people, teacher said after a few minutes of observing. She placed the box in the storage and turned to me. With it, you should be able to completely focus on your inheritance, the teacher said while she said it like a statement. There seemed to be a faint note of hastiness in it. I am not the only one who had sensed that. Alina seemed to sense that too as she looked at me. Teacher never tells me to hurry in my inheritance. She knows how important it is. If there is a faint hint of it in her voice, it means something serious must have happened there. What is happening in the war, Mom? Alina asked. Many things, my dear, many horrific things, teacher said with a sigh. Hearing that, my heart couldn't help but shudder. The grim monsters had started pouring enormous numbers on the battlefield, and people from all the organizations have received the war summons in 10 days. Millions of children will be sent to fight the war, the teacher said. While in the minor continent, reaching the peak stage is a big thing, and usually 80 of people reach there in their 20s, but here in the central continent, 95 reach it before they even turn 18, and now these teenagers would be sent to fight in a merciless war, from where only less than half would be returned. That is only if things do not deteriorate too much. If the condition became worse, it would be hard for even 20 of them to survive, much less return to the central continent. How many are we sending? I asked the teacher. 15,000 in the first batch, teacher replied. If I am right, then within a few months, we will be sending around 100,000 or even more if things have become worse than they already are. Unfortunately, things have already become worse, and teachers' following words have confirmed that. The Domhall continent has nearly fallen in a few days. The grim monsters would capture it fully, she informed, shocking us completely. While we know something like this is out to happen sooner or later, but it is still very shocking, especially since the grim monsters have done that. I had hoped it would be us who would take control of the full continent first. The moment they have captured the Domhall continent fully, things will accelerate further. Both sides will try their hardest to capture the rest of the continents, and when both sides get the minor continents fully, the war will begin on the central continent for its control. You both have made great strides, far more than I had expected, but I would still ask you to keep working hard and get much as powerful you can. The survival of our academy would depend upon it, the teacher said, and both of us nodded solemnly. We understood what kind of responsibilities are on our shoulders, and it is due to that we have been taking huge risks venturing into the ruins to search for opportunities. We have made some shocking progress, but as the teacher said, it is not enough on the grand scale. We need to gain more power to protect the academy and our loved ones in this war. Mitchell, Josie had sent something for you. She hopes it will be useful to you, the teacher said and placed a heavily runed palm-sized box in front of me. Click, what is it? I asked. You should look at yourself, the teacher said mysteriously. Hearing that, my curiosity couldn't help but pique, and I opened the box without any hesitation. Inside the box is a purple-green colored seed, which seemed to be slightly damaged. There is nothing special that could be seen in the seed. There are no smells or an aura coming from it. I was about to ask the teacher about it when I suddenly noticed something. There are microscopic faint golden marks on the seed, and when I precisely put my source sense into those micro marks, I felt the aura I had never felt before but read about it many times. Sensing it, my eyes couldn't help but go wide. I had desired this thing, but seeing how it is thousands of times rarer than the divine crystal, and how this resource was never found in a single place, I did not go find it or even expect to find it, seeing its rarity. It is not the main material for my core formation, nor it is material I could not do about, but it is still an extremely important one that will give me immense benefits, and those benefits will multiply if I use it with another resource of a different element. They make a very powerful pair. This seed has traces of law, and not any law but one of the most paramount laws of the universe, the time law, and when it with space law resources in my core formation, its benefits will be beyond imaginable. Please thank the professor for me, teacher. She had helped me extremely this time, I said and handed the box to Alina, who is dying to take a look at it. You can tell her yourself when you meet her, teacher said with slightly worried expressions. Ever since the professors left for the pyramid, she had not come back. Due to her bloodline advancements in core, she had received some very useful abilities which are in great need, and due to that, she had been one secret mission after another. Everyone is worried about her, especially the teacher. The missions she is doing are not simple ones, they are very dangerous ones, taking her deep into grim territory. These areas are spatially protected by powerful artifacts. I hope the ring I had given her will help her in dangerous times. It is a damaged artifact, but still very powerful. extremely useful to escape from the spatially locked spaces. 2.5 months had passed since I have found the last and important material needed for my core formation, the Stardust of Rumdam, and since then, I have been working on my inheritance day and night. My time would be spent between the Academy and Wisdom Tower. The Broken Tower is a treasure trove that had helped me a lot if it had not for it. My inheritance would not have been finished up this early, and I would not have been able to do some amazing things I have done in my inheritance. I finished with my inheritance just yesterday. Not only did I finish with it, but I had also checked each and every detail of it 3 times and found no mistakes. I am leveling up tomorrow, but today is an important day, a grim reminder of the price we are paying in this war. The war is cruel and it is heartless, but it is we have to fight and win so that our children would live in a world where they won't have to live in fear of the grim monsters as we have been doing since the day we are born. I dedicate this cemetery to brave Captain Sam Johansson, who sacrificed his life so that thousands could live. May his soul find a place in heaven it deserves, the teacher said as she finished her speech. In front of her, 6,322 graves, with the forefront have a grave of Sam Johansson, to which teacher had named this cemetery after. This is a number of casualties the Academy had suffered in the war that is being fought on the minor continent. This number had been a small percentage of what we have lost, these 5,322 people within just 10 days. Since the war had begun, Academy had already lost close to 40,000 people already, and at that very moment, we were losing people. Of the 16 minor continents, 8 had been fallen in the hands of grim monsters, while we have only been able to wrest 5, and are fightingly intensely for the remaining 3 continents. My native Silver Continent is one of them. The fighting had spread into every part of my native Silver Continent. It had not remained contained in the grim battlefield. My hometown and region, where I had spent my early years, had fallen into the hands of the grim monsters. It is a good thing the people of my town have been able to get away in time and have taken refuge in the central continents like billions from the minor continents have done. I walked with a teacher, consoling the parents and relatives of the people who had sacrificed their lives. In the war, it is a painful affair that I made a point to attend every time I need to see the price we are paying in this war, so I could improve enough to help and win it. Elena had left the Academy 2 months ago. She had been summoned by Pyramid. From what little she had told me, she had been admitted to one of the elite 5 legions and is now training under the old monster. Many of my friends and relatives have joined the active battle. They have been posted in minor continents, fighting the hidden battles. We only spent 45 minutes in the cemetery before we flew back to the teacher's office. Have you made all the preparations? Teacher asked as she sat on her chair in her office. Yes, I will be making the breakthrough tomorrow, I said. She nodded before a look of worry flashed in her eyes. How confident are you in your chances? She asked. My luck had been excellent. I have got all the resources I need to make the core formation safe as possible and able to bring the chances to 5,050, I replied truthfully. I wish you had the better chances, she said with a sigh. Me too, I said with a small smile. She did not dissuade me from forming a core, as she had done many times before when I had first told her about my intention. Have you informed your parents? She asked, to which I shook my head. I had talked to them this morning, but I had not informed them about it. If I had survived, I would have informed them of this news myself. If I failed them, it would be the teacher's job. Failing would only result in death or total incapacitation. The chances of dying are much greater. The curse inside me would not let me live if I had failed. It would not let me succeed, I am sure of it. It is sentient and understood that it is the only chance it has to kill me. Once I made a breakthrough into the tyrant stage with the inheritance core, it would have no chance of killing me ever again. Councilwomen Marla and Councilwoman Finn will go with you, the teacher stated, surprising me. Teacher, no, we have only left with 4 councilmen with me taking them. The defenses of the Academy would reach very critical. I immediately rejected her offer. Our council members also had been called to war, leaving us with only 4. They are far from the ideal number the Academy would have in case the grim monsters decided to launch a surprise attack. They have destroyed thousands of organizations in the surprise attacks alone. Academy is not something which could be destroyed in a surprise attack, teacher said, and her tone was uncompromising. Hearing that tone, I knew she would not listen to any of my arguments. I had to accept her decision whether I wanted to or not. You can never disappoint me, Mitchell. You are the best student anyone could hope for, she said gently with pride. Little Mitchell, I still think you should have made the breakthrough into the Academy. This place is not suitable to make the important breakthrough, Councilman Finn said as he walked beside me with Councilwoman Marla. We are in one of the most dangerous places in the world, the Rift Forest. As its name suggests, this place is filled with spatial rifts that only masters and above dare to move around this place. The forest is filled with extremely dense energy of very high grade, and it came from rifts that are connected to a very high energy dense area. Some people had gone into those rifts and had never come back. They all died. Councilman Finn, you don't have to worry about the rifts. I had found a place where rifts would not touch us, I said. It is not me, but rather Ashlyn, who had found a safe, energy-dense place. In the past 3 months, I had sent her many energy-rich places to find the best location, and she found this one. The place is a little further. It has very dense energy and stable rifts. The reason I am not making the breakthrough in the academy is because of the energy requirement. I am going to need a huge amount of energy, and also these energies have to be of a certain density and grade. The academy did not have such a place. Though the Wisdom Tower has such a place, and they even offered me months ago, I do not want to make a breakthrough there. An hour passed as we avoided multiple spatial rifts that could tear through one without any problem. When we had finally reached the place, even I got shocked seeing the place, much less 2 council members besides me. The place is huge, about 300 meters, with mostly grass and few trees, filled with rare and precious things that even leaders desire. The energy of this place is dense and powerful, much more than a place a few meters away from it. It is because this place is surrounded by the rifts in rough circular fashions that would spew out a large number of powerful energies, which only tyrants could absorb. Those would feel suffocated and die with energy poisoning. Making a breakthrough at such a place is dangerous. These rifts could come and disturb the whole process, but it would not happen. Ashlyn had said that these rifts are very stable and would not move from their spot, no matter what I do. This is the place you chose to make the breakthrough, Councilwoman Marla asked. Yes, this place would provide me all the energy I am going to need for my breakthrough, I replied with a smile. Have you seen those rifts? They would cut you into pieces if they passed through you, she said. No, they will not. They are extremely stable and would not move from their spot. And if they do, I have prepared against that as well, I said, and taking out of the formation mat and enlarging it in a circular form before it covered the area of around 200 meters. The formation sheet is black, but a second later, I had selected the formation, and a runic formation appeared at the edges of the formation's disc. This formation will repel any rift that came at us, I said as I threw 6 very powerful energy crystals, which landed on the 6 points of the formations. As it did, the runes on the formations lit up fantastically and formed a translucent dome which would stop any rift that came toward us. When Ashlyn told me the place she had selected, I started to work on the formation. Though I trust her, I learned to be cautious, experiencing many mishaps in almost perfect situations. Both council members walked inside the formation and took place opposite of each other. Another formation appeared on the mat, covering nearly 100 meters. It is a work of art. If any formation I had worked as I did with my inheritance, then it would be this formation. This formation is at the core of breakthrough, and I had spent many nights working on it for nearly a year. The formation is quite different than the regular formation. Not only it is big and complex, but made from the way celestial bodies. A method that is very rarely used due to its complexity and comprehension. Not many people understood the formation of this method, much less created it. It looked like a solar system. In the center is the sun, while the celestial bodies are revolving around me. The formation is divided into 4 parts. The first is me, the center of the system, and I will act as the sun. I will be sitting in the most important formation, which will also be the biggest, more than 5 times bigger than any formation. If I compare creating my core to building my house, this formation will provide all the basic things I need to build my house. The formation on my right will have the stardust of random and 22 other precious material. They will create the shell of my core. And with the stardust of random, I will get the strongest but also stablest core, which with it, the chances of instability had reduced by a huge degree. The formation in front of me is in the shape of the 9-pointed star, which will represent the 7 elements of my constitution and 3 natural elements, which are body, soul, and energy. On the 9 points, each point will have primary materials and supplementary materials representing each element, and the center will have the most important element, which will be the central part of what core I want to create. I took out the lantern, in which a small kindle of white fire is burning. It is a purification flame. The same one was present in her excellent rewards. The purification fire is one of the artifacts of the head of the academy. It is a very powerful fire that could burn even old monsters to the crisp. Not only powerful, but also a very desired object for the alchemists. I had borrowed it from the teacher for the breakthrough, only something like it would serve my purpose. I carefully opened the lantern and removed the kindle cautiously under the gaze of 2 council members. I am extremely careful in handling this flame. The slightest touch, and I would be turned to a crisp by it, so I need to be careful about my own life. Buzz, I removed the kindle from the lantern and placed it on the palm-sized dense runic formation. For a second, nothing happened before the formation buzzed, and fire melded into the runes and began to spread through the fire. Within a second, it covered the whole central formation before covering the other 3 formations. Now all the runes are shining white, and one could see traces of white fire in every rune, including the ones I am sitting, but it is not doing anything to me. Seeing the fire integrated into the runes perfectly, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. The fire will act as a power source, but also as a refiner and merger for my resources. I took out a small metallic band type spatial storage and threw it at the left formation. It entered the formation as it did a huge amount of resources came out, tens of times higher than the size of the formation, but the formation had no problem in storing them all. There is the spatial formation, which is keeping all the stuff. The spatial formations are hard. The one I had created is temporary and needs a huge amount of power to operate, a power that only purification fire could provide. I took out another storage and threw it on my right formation. The storage opened again, dropping things precisely on their spot. Unlike before, this formation is not spatially enlarged. It only contains 23 things, including stardust of random, which is barely a pinchful but weigh about 2 ounces. This pinch of stardust is 50 of what I was able to harness from the meteorite, 25 of taken by Grandmaster Rove of Wisdom Tower as his refining fee, while the rest 25 is in my storage, which I will give to the Academy after I have finished with my breakthrough. With that done, I took out the last storage band and threw it into the formation like before. The store opened, and a large number of things came out and fell into their place. Blood curse fruit, swallowing stone, scarlet sunstone, pearl, and other main materials took their places on the pointed stars with their supplementary materials around them. In the center of the star, a barely discernible speck fell. The speck is the size of sand grain and seemed to contain all the colors in the world and change in every state known to man. It is creation material I have got from Her Excellency, and there are no supplementary materials around it. Finding it was already my great luck, and the level and abilities of the material are wide enough that there is no need for me to collect supplementary material, not that I could find them. The 3 formations had been filled, but I was not finished. I seeped strand of my soul sense into my storage ring and brought out 2 things. One is spatial herbs, and the other is the seed with faint time law marks. I placed them in my left and right. Little guy, you have enough fortune that even this old man couldn't help but be jealous of it, Councilman Finn said, seeing the resources in front of me. In my whole life, I had never seen anyone using even 10 of resources. You are using the only person I had ever thought used as much as resources as you that are in the same level would be Her Excellency, Councilwoman Marla said. I could only smile at their words and hope all the preparations I had made would be enough for the safe breakthrough. Buzz, I took a deep breath and activated the formation. If everything went according to my plan, then in a few hours, I would be a tyrant with inheritance core. The formation activated, and the runes on my left formations blazed, and as they did, the enormous amount of resources began to melt away, separate into the husk and essences, which would be merged with each other. There are thousands of herbs, and ore there each is enough and rare precious that would make eyes of regular tyrant red with envy, and now everything is getting purified by the purification flames, and their essences begin to merge with each other. It is due to the purification flame I was able to gather their essence so precisely without wasting any of their qualities. Even an alchemist would not have given me such good results as the purification flame is giving me, which is why so many of them are so mad about it. I had not burned the purification flame for extracting the essence. It is a simple job that any tyrant alchemist could. With enough time I had brought it for something difficult that only an expert alchemist could do, and it is also forte of purification flame. It took barely a minute for the purification flame to gather the essence of all plants and ores. As it did, runes burning with purification flames moved toward the essence well, where all the essences had gathered and covered it fully. The next second heavy steam began to come out, and it kept coming out for nearly 3 minutes before the rune's purification flame receded and the thing I wanted to reveal itself. True essence, Councilman Finn said as crystalline liquid appeared from about 5 liters of herbal essence. I was able to derive a tiny amount of true essence, which was enough to fill a bottle cap, not even a mouthful. While it may not look much, but it is enough for my purpose. As the true essence created, a group of 100-some runes moved toward it, and as each rune moved through the true essence, it would take its dark green crystalline color. By the time the last rune had passed through it, all the true essence has disappeared. These runes with true essences moved toward the formation on the right, and as they reached it, they began to latch on the formation like a perfect little piece. At least 4 crystalline runes have been attached to each of 22 herbs and ores, while 51 dark green crystalline runes filled with true essence attached to the formation where gold silver stardust of random is. Buzz. The right formation buzzed, and white runes of purification fire and crystalline green runes of true essence shone brightly before their power had covered all the resources, including stardust of random. Their shine was so bright, especially at the center where stardust of random is, that I could not see anything. When the whole shine died down, I saw 22 crystalline true essences are circling the golden silver drop, which is the essence of the stardust. The true essence in the ruin has got absorbed by these true essences, and now these essences are moving toward the golden drop before they started merging with it. But as they did, there was no chance in the shape, size, and color of drop. The drop remained unchanged till it had absorbed every last bit of essence. Seeing that, smile couldn't help but appear on my face. The formation and the essence of the stardust have worked as I had hoped it would be. The stardust of Rimden is the perfect building block I could hope to gain. It is a much better choice than the divine crystal I had been searching the runes for. Buzz, buzz. A second after the drop merged with all the essences, it began to move toward the central formation. At the same time, two small formations in the main formation activated. They are formation holding space and time element resources, and unlike other resources, the formations have not extracted their essence but the traces of law, which is most important. The faint traces of space and time's laws extracted and spread into the whole central formation. It only took a few seconds, and by that time, golden and silver drops arrived at the central formation and started filling the runes. At one glance, it looked like this tiny drop of golden and silver liquid was not enough to fill a single ruin, but it kept filling one ruin after another of the central formation. In just a minute, it had filled nearly 15 of the runes, and it kept filling. There is no surprise on my face. Every aspect of my breakthrough had been calculated extensively by me. I have spent weeks for it. I could not allow any mistakes. 6 minutes passed by, and the golden drop had covered all the runes of central formation, turning it into the golden silver from white. Buzz. A second after all the runes had turned golden silver, the formation buzzed and runes began to dissolve, and a minute later I found myself in a shallow pool of thick golden silver liquid. As the runes dissolved, the golden silver liquid began to move toward me. Seeing that, I turned off my armor, which had made me completely naked. I had not worn a single article of clothing beneath my armor. It was the first time I had done something like that. I would not remain naked for long. A few seconds later, the golden silver liquid touched my feet before I started climbing on my body. It is quite warm, warmer than I had expected, but nothing that I could not bear. It began to climb over my body. It only took a few seconds for it to cover my thighs before it began to flow up toward my waist. Buzz. While the golden liquid began to cover me, the last formation in front of me activated. The 9 points of stars lit up, and their purification fire runes started to extract the true essence from the main materials and supporting materials on the starts. The only thing that remained unaffected was a speck at the center of the star. The formation it had been placed on remained inactive. A minute had passed by, and the silver and golden silver liquid had covered my whole body, leaving not an inch I could not even see with my eyes and had to use my senses to see. 12 more minutes passed, and true essence had been extracted from all the main and supplementary resources. They have all occupied the runes except for the speck of creation material in the center, and now all of them are moving toward me, including the speck in the center. Within minutes, runes representing 9 elements climbed over me. Each element was giving off familiar and unfamiliar feelings. These elements represent the elements in me, but they are not, but soon they will be. The only thing that is not giving off any feeling is a speck of creation material. It had taken place directly above my herd and runes of 9 elements, forming a complex but beautiful formation around it. It is clear that speck in the center of everything, the most important material of all. It took 3 minutes for all runes to appear on my body. They have covered every part of my body with their center is my heart, on which a speck of creating material is standing, changing states, and showing a color that seemed to contain all the colors in the world. The easy part is over, and now it is time to start the most difficult one. If I survive from it, I will be tyrant with great power and potential, or I will face death. It will be extremely difficult to move out in the middle, with the scythe of curse watching over me. It is time, I said to myself, and went to my inheritance place there. I looked at the gargantuan runic humanoid which I had burned my blood and soul to create. I did not spend any time admiring it, as I am doing every time I enter my inheritance space and look at the beautiful creation of mine. This time I did not do that. Instead, I tapped on the giant thing before getting out of my inheritance space. Buzz. It is time for the great destruction, I said in my mind, and activated the formation covering me and powering it with my will, so it would not face even an ounce of resistance from me. Crack, crack, crack. Technically, it is not a core. It could be said to be a mark of inheritance which I had gotten when I had imprinted the clear heart inheritance on me. I am destroying everything I have worked hard for in these past few years. I am doing this so I can forge it for the better. Remove all embellishments of it so it could become peerless. If I succeed, I will be peerless, but if not, then only death awaited me. D-hub, D-hub, D-hub. Everything had been turned into the dust, my runes, my core, everything I have built till now. There is no sense of sadness in my heart, but a burning fervor. I have only about an hour. I have to succeed in this period. If I did not, I would die, and if I had somehow survived, I would not be able to live. There will be nothing for me to live, as I would become a thorough cripple, who would become incapable of practicing even a shred of energy. I looked at the curse, ready to defend against it with every defense I have prepared against it, but to my great shock, there is no reaction from it, as if it had not to sense I am completely defenseless right now. Since I began, everything had been under my control. There is not a single thing that had surprised me, much less shocked me, but this one is truly done, and I do not like it at all. It is making me good at all. I am having quite bad feelings in my heart. I looked at Kersey for a few seconds before I looked at the formation covering me. While I am not getting a good feeling about it not acting, I could not wait for it to attack me. I have to continue, and when it decides to attack, the defenses I had prepared will be ready to face it. Buzz. With that thought, I have activated the formation again, and this time, the runes that covered the speck of creation material activated, and it began to seep inside me. I had expected to feel some pain, but to my surprise, I did not feel any pain at all. Soon, the speck entered my heart, and seeing that my mind couldn't help but become serious. This tiny speck of creative material is the most important part of my core formation, not only because it is the billionth time rarer than the divine crystal, but because, to my knowledge, it is the only thing in the world that could represent the rule-bending power. Every inheritance core that is being forged has the element, be it a celestial inheritance or regular inheritance. For example, Ramona Hawthorne had an inheritance core, and her element was abyssal fire, one of the most destructive powers of the world. It could be said that her inheritance is based on the single element, the abyssal fire, even before she had formed her inheritance. For while I have the 7 choices due to me having a celestial inheritance and 7 elemental constitution. If I chose the element like fire, sunfire, or swallowing, I am confident I will get humongous offensive power. The curse element will make me nearly undefeatable due to its viciousness, and killing will give me the senses and abilities, which will make me one of the best sensory and assassin-type powerhouses, while the healing rule will make me the best healer. The rule-bending power would not give me excellence in any of these ways, but I would not have advantages I could get after choosing it, but I would still choose it. I chose it because rule-bending power is the power of a miracle. It could bend the rules of nature itself. While the excellencies of these elements are amazing, choosing those would not give me the advantages I need. Those things would only be given to me my rule-bending power, and I am going to choose it as an element of my core, and it will be for forever. I have made this decision with a lot of thoughts, and I have no second thoughts about it, as I am sure I will be able to walk further with rule-bending power as the core element of my core. I am now going to do a very dangerous thing. I am going to merge the source of rule-bending power with my core. Usually, sources merge with the core at the end of the formation, but I am going to do that start. While the creation material has all the qualities to represent the rule-bending power, the representation is not perfect. I want to make it perfect. I am going to merge the speck of creation material with the source of rule-bending power. It will be a dangerous and painful process, akin to ripping my heart out, not to mention if anything goes wrong, I will lose the rule-bending power, but despite the risk, I am doing it because this way, I will gain a perfect inheritance core. Buzz, taking a deep breath, I activated another aspect of formation that was covering me as I did. I had reached for the source of the rule-bending power. The source of rule-bending power looked like a cloud of pink mist. There is nothing strange about it. It seems very normal till one looks at it carefully. At that time they will notice, this is not a cloud of pink mist but a block of pink material that is solid, and they will hear all kinds of sound from it. Another person will see something different entirely. Every time I look at the source of rule-bending power, I see something different. The only thing that is common is the pink mist. I formed my will to chain and started biting the pink cloud. If it had been anyone else's will, it would have been repelled immediately, but the cloud did not do anything against my chain of will. It had let it bind it. It took me barely a minute to bind the source of my rule-bending power with the chains of my will, and as I did, I yanked the chains with every bit of power I have. I hold back nothing, as I know the pain I will suffer for it, nothing I have felt before, and I have to finish at the single strike. Ah, catch! I screamed out loud as the source of rule-bending power yanked up from its place. Doing that, I had effectively damaged my consciousness and my soul. I had no choice but to do it, and now, I have to merge the source with the piece of the creative material before this pain makes a mess. I am feeling inhuman pain that I had never felt before, and I could feel my mind seeping into oblivion. I can't let it happen. I screamed in my mind and gripped my consciousness tightly as I yanked my source of rule-bending power and moved it toward the speck of creation material. I don't know how much time had passed due to this soul-breaking pain, but I had finally able to bring the source of the rule-bending power in front of a speck of creation material. They are so close that they are almost touching. Seeing that, I did not waste any time and activated another formation. Buzz. Formation buzzed on my body and shone as the mist began to move toward the speck of creation material, and it began to suck it. Even in the soul binding pain, I watched the process carefully as it is extremely important and could even be said most important. It is very hard to change its properties. I had fed it powerful elemental crystals, and there is no change occurred in it. I have confidence in my rule bending power, and both of them have a great synergy. They will merge perfectly. I had just thought that when I noticed the creation material stopped showing every color of the world and stopped at faint pink. Not only that, it had locked itself into a gaseous state and not changing in any other states. It has also seemed to be changing its shape, but it is difficult to see given its size. I will have to wait till it absorbs all the mist of the rule-bending power source. A few seconds passed by, and the whole source had been absorbed by the creation material, which now had turned completely pink and stabilized at a gaseous state. It had also changed its shape. It had now turned sphere, a very tiny gaseous pink sphere. Buzz. As the rule-bending source had absorbed, I felt my pain lessen, but only by a little bit. My soul and consciousness were still very injured by me forcefully breaking up one of my abilities and merging with something foreign which has yet to become part of me. While it was happening, the curse had remained unaffected. There was not even the slightest ripple on its surface. There is also no reaction from Nero. I was expecting it and thought it would come, seeing it as power I had gotten from Nero and inexplicitly linked with his source. Me tearing out my source ought to be sensed by him, seeing both our sources are connected, but I had gotten nothing from him. I did not choose to think about it. Instead, I focused on the next phase of my plan and immediately activated the formation for it. Buzz. Again the formation buzzed on my body, and a tiny pink sphere began to spin. As it did, the dust from a mark of clear heart inheritance began to move toward elementalized creation material before it started seeping inside it. It may have looked like the mark of inheritance had been destroyed earlier when it had cracked and turned to dust. It had not. I had just changed its stage for necessary, as the elementalized creation material would not have been able to merge the whole mark easily as I could with the dust. Though it is dangerous if something went wrong in the process, I would lose my inheritance and everything I have worked hard for over a year. It did not take even a minute for it to absorb the whole mark of inheritance, and by doing that, the size of the sphere have doubled, which is not much of an improvement seeing how tiny that sphere is. Now that the mark of inheritance has been absorbed, it is time to start the last process. Whether the success of me having an inheritance core will depend on this process, and if there is something to go wrong, it will go wrong there. I had made ample preparations, but they did not relieve me of all my worries. Not to mention, the scythe of the Grim Reaper is still hanging on my neck, in the form of a curse. I hope it would not react as it had not done, till now it would make things much easier for me. Buzz, a loud buzz rang out as all the runes on my body lit up. There was not a single ruin had not been lighted up. As they did, hundreds of runes began to come inside me. These runes are gold and silver in color, and all of them are moving toward the tiny gaseous sphere, and as they do, the dust of runes got attached to them. I have destroyed my runes earlier. It is necessary. Not only because I needed no interference when I was creating a core, but also because of the immense energy my runes needed for the formation of the core. The energy these rune dust have hundreds of times greater, not to mention the grade of rune dust. I had harnessed hundreds of bloodlines. 90 of runes are made from the purified bloodline essence. It is the greatest resource one could hope to have. Only the creation material I have is greater than it. The gold and silver runes, sprinkled with the runic dust, moved toward a tiny sphere before they touched it and seeped inside despite being 20 times greater in size. After the first ruin, the second ruin went inside it, then third, fourth, and so on. Every second, tens of runes would go inside the tiny pink gaseous sphere. At first, there was no change, but as more and more runes merged inside it, its size began to change. It started to become bigger and bigger, clearer. It is not the only change happening. The gold and silver layer covering me started thinning out as the runes made out of it began to merge with a tiny pink sphere. A minute had passed, and a little pink sphere had become the side of the P, and it is much denser than before but still at a gaseous state. It is growing by the second, getting bigger and bigger without stopping as more runes merge. 7 minutes passed, and all the gold and silver that was covering me before had disappeared, and now only runes containing the true essence of 9 elements have remained in my body. Absorbing all the gold and silver runes and runic dust that was attached to it had increased the size sphere tens of times. It is now at the size of the adult thumbnail, and now looks so dense that for a moment one would think it is in the liquid state instead of the gaseous state. The process is half finished. There are still 9 elemental runes on my body before they merge with it. Fully, I could not take a sigh of relief. As I had just thought that, all 9 elemental runes seeped inside me, and soon I found them inside me, and they are not formed of runes but in the form of gems of a different color. The cursed gem is beautiful purple-black in color, the healing gem in vibrant green, while the killing gem is vibrant. All sorts of beautiful colors are radiating from these wonderful gems. As the gems appeared, the runic dust inside me riled up and moved toward the gems like the tsunami. The rune dust that had attached to the gold and silver runes was barely 20 and of the lowest quality, while a tsunami of dust that is going toward the 9 gems are the highest quality with great synchronization towards these 9 elements. Hummed. As the tsunami of runic dust was about to reach the 9 elemental gems, they hummed together. The next moment swirls appeared around them, and they began to suck the tsunami of dust at great speed. At every second, I could feel the aura of those gems rising as they suck more and more runic dust. It barely took 3 minutes for the 9 elemental gems to suck away all the runic dust, and now they are shining even brighter and vibrating with such energies that could vaporize hundreds of masters in an instant without giving them the slightest chance to run away. Their size on the hands of the other has been reduced. They have now turned into tiny gems, like the ones used on the rings. It did not matter. What matters is the energy they held. Sup, sup, sup. The gems remained on their spots only for a second before they moved toward the pink sphere. They looked like a group of meteorites that were about to crash into the world. The scene looked quite beautiful, seeing how they were leaving behind the streak of energy. D-hub, D-hub, D-hub. A few seconds later, the tiny glowing gems crashed into a pink sphere with muffled sounds as they did. A colorful aura spread into the pink sphere. Till now, no matter what had happened, the color of the pink sphere had not changed, but now it had a change, and it is not the only change. The sphere again began to spin, and its spin began to affect the energies around me as they started to come at me. Thick and powerful energies like never before started to seep inside me. The energy is so thick that I begin to feel sort of breathless due to it, and that is just beginning as within seconds. The energy had thickened considerably that I started to focus on breaking, which is a most unconscious function of the body. All this thick energy coming inside me and pouring into the multicolored sphere, which is sucking it all up without any problem. My core is forming, and it needs energy, not only to develop, but also to completely synchronize with the 9 powerful gems it had absorbed. My core rule-bending core will require an enormous amount of energy if it wants to take control of 9 elements and merge them into it. A few more seconds passed by and energy thickened further, making me even more breathless when a change occurred. The sphere began to shake first. It was minute, but soon it had become noticeable with an unstable aura coming out from it. It is becoming unstable, which is not an entirely unexpected scenario. I had expected something like that might occur. My level is too low to create a core even with all preparation. Everything could not go according to the plan. Fortunately, I have a plan to deal with it. I just hope they are enough. My God, what is it? Finn said in wonder as he communicated with Marla telepathically. They were inside the waves of energy. There was a huge amount of energy coming toward them or at Mitchell. It had been only a few seconds, and it was already in such amount. He couldn't help but wonder what will it be in a minute, since the energy was constantly increasing. He looked at Mitchell, whose only silhouette could be seen with a tornado of energy covering him, which was getting thicker and bigger as the time passed. Him taking such a huge amount of energy is not a good thing soon. It will increase enough that even his body would not be able to bear it, Marla replied. Hearing her, he couldn't help but nod. He liked this thing about Marla. She has never been the one to waste time on the words, always getting right on the point. He is quite elaborate with his preparations. I am sure he has some plan to deal with it too, Finn replied. Yes, he is quite prepared, but even with all his preparation, chances of him forming the core are less than 50, Marla said, stating the cold hard facts. While Mitchell had not explicitly told them he was creating the core, it was easy to guess that seeing the resources he had needed. Yes, the chances of him successfully creating the core are low, but I am confident this little guy will be able to do it. He has to do it for his own survival as well as the survival of the whole academy, Finn said with a sigh. I hope you are right, old Finn, Marla said softly with a hopeful voice. Buzz, a faint buzzing rang out in my temple, and 4th diamond seal had released its energy, and it had directly gone for my core instead of my body and soul as it usually does. I had succeeded in creating the 4th diamond seal 1.5 months ago, but I had stopped it from releasing its energies. It is quite a hard thing to do, but I was able to do it with the help of the method I had read in the Hermes library. It is also recommended that one should use the energy of the diamond seal in the core formation. It makes the core stable and helps in synchronizing all the elements. Within a few seconds of infusion of diamond energy of the diamond seal, the core began to stabilize before it had stopped shaking altogether. With the unstable factor gone, its merge with 9 elements had increased further, and the energy it began to absorb increased again, giving me even more difficulties in breathing. Diamond energies continues to pour inside it, and so are energies from outside, which again started to bring the changes into the sphere. The sphere started to become bigger, and now had turned clearly liquid from the gaseous state, though it had not turned wholly liquid. around 20% of it remained in a gaseous state, and there seemed to be no change in it despite the passing the time. It took more than a minute to absorb all the diamond energy from the diamond seal before it stopped releasing the energy and went back to its place while the sphere kept spinning and sucking, and more energy by second. Buzz. A few more minutes passed by in relative calm without any problem, other than immense energies cocooning me, making me feel even more breathless when the sphere buzzed faintly like runes wood and faint pull released from it. The next second, a silvery blazing ball materialized beside the core. It was the source of my fire ability. This time I did not feel any pain during the process, just uncomfortableness of not feeling my fire ability at my fingertips, which had been with me since the day I had bonded with Ashlyn. D-Hub, a silver fireball streaked toward the sphere, and a second later, it had crashed into it before seeping inside. Just as it did, the whole sphere shone silver for a couple of seconds before turning back to normal, but these couple of seconds have brought huge changes into the sphere. The faint layers of solidness have appeared over the liquid part, like a film of ice appeared on the lake combined with the gaseous part of the sphere in colors of 9 elemental. The core begins to look like a planet. The look is quite surprising, but the surprise is very much welcomed. The creation material is showing its abilities. Buzz, I was just admiring it when the sphere had buzzed again, and this time too, it had summoned out the last things it would summon. My 4 rule powers have emerged: the blood-red ribbon of the killing rule, the leaf of the healing rule, the feather of the sun rule, and a black swirl of the swallowing rule. All my 4 rule powers appeared, radiating the aura of the Grandmaster stage. The 4 rule powerful did not move toward the sphere to merge with it, no. They started to funnel their power at the sphere instead of merging with it. The sphere had absorbed its power without repelling even a single bit, and with it, it started to grow even stronger and finally began to release its aura. The aura is faint, but it is shockingly powerful. I had expected this power from the finished core and not the unfinished one, which is still growing. Seeing that smile couldn't help but appear on my face. The core is very close to being finished. It had already absorbed half of the rule sources. It won't take long before it absorbed it whole, before it reaches the final stage, which is the safest. Time passed by as the sources of rules had become fainter and fainter, as the sphere absorbed more and more of its energy, before it disappeared, as the core had finished absorbing all the rule sources, making the most challenging step complete. The core hummed, and the next moment it started to spin even faster. As it did, it began to absorb even more energy, and the quantity of energy increased by a second at a much higher speed than before. The energy had reached such high density that I had to use every bit of my will to breathe a little. Though I could remain without breathing for more than an hour, I like to continue breathing. I don't know when the breathing might stop, and I would need time then. I was just focusing on my breathing while watching my core, which is now spinning very fast, when I suddenly got a lacerating feeling all over my body. It is especially painful at my heart. I panicked for a moment seeing this unpredictable scenario appearing before I suddenly noticed something. Noticing it, the panic in my eyes turned to a smile. It was the best news I could hope to gain. The thing that is giving me the pain is energy. The sphere is somehow attracting the energies from deep inside the rift, which is much more powerful than the energies they are spewing out. It is good news, but there is some bad news mix in it. It might turn worse. Energy is very powerful, and I could not remain unscathed even with my powerful body. This new powerful energy is injuring me currently. I am fine, but as its density increase, it will start to harm me, and there is nothing I will be able to do against it. I am concentrating all my defenses on the curse, and unless this energy is on the verge of taking my life, I will suffer any injury it will give me. With everything going right, I have not forgotten about the biggest danger, especially when I have come close to achieving my goal. So unless I am hanging by a thread, I will not use those specially prepared defenses. I just hope that the councilwomen Marla and Councilman Finn are fine. The formation I had to design was to protect them and me from the danger of the rifts, and that includes the powerful energies, so they should be fine. Marla, look how rich energy this is. Finn said as he looked at the storm of energies that covered the whole formation. Forget Mitchell. He could not even see Marla from his position. Fortunately, this twinkling energy had not blocked my soul as it had my vision, so I could still talk to Marla. Old Finn, be careful of this energy. Don't step out of your protective layer, or it will tear you apart, Marla cautioned. This twinkling energy from the core may look very beautiful, but it is anything but that. It is dangerous and injures them heavily if they remain in its contact for a time. Even little Mitchell, with his preparation and abnormality, had not been spared by its assault. His outer skin had disappeared, and bones could be seen from them as energies began to scrap every inch of him as they funneled inside him. From what I could tell with my soul sense, he is currently fine, but in a few minutes he would not be. This energy would tear him apart, and that is beginning to worry me. Till now, everything had gone fine. I didn't want to see anything bad happen to him. Old Finn, don't fill your mind with useless worries. This energy might be dangerous, but Mitchell will handle it. We should focus on that thing. We have to be ready when that thing strikes, Marla reminded. I have not become that old to forget about important things, little Marla, I said, calling her with a name which she did not like. While they might be peers now, she is still a little student of his dear wife in his eyes now, and then he would tease her, calling her little Marla. Just remember our purpose, old man, she said back angrily. While they have come to protect Mitchell during his breakthrough, there is another purpose for them coming here. To deal with sentient little vermin that is hiding in little Mitchell's body, Marina did not have 100% confidence that defenses that little Mitchell had prepared would be able to deal with it, so they have brew a secret artifact from the council's repository to deal with it. The artifacts are quite dangerous for Mitchell, and they would only use them when they were surviving under it. The artifact will give Mitchell a chance to live, though the damage he will suffer would be irrevocable. They would still be better than dying under the curse hands. The energy is tearing me apart. It had a huge amount of my skin, and now scrapping my bone. I am in a very precarious condition, and if energy did not stop its assault within 15 seconds, I would be forced to use one of the defenses that I had kept for the curse. I had just thought that when I saw the rotation of the sphere is slowing down and within suction of energy, in just a few seconds, all the energy disappeared and the sphere had finally stopped. I should probably be called it Inheritance Core now. Gasp. I gasped and felt my breath taken away when I looked at the core. It is amazing, mesmerizing, enchanting. There are not enough words in my mouth to describe it. I was admiring my Inheritance Core when I heard the strange laughing sound. It is very scary and felt like it was made by an extremely scary monster, and it did come from an extremely scary monster that had been residing in my body since I was born. It is a parasite I have hated the most since I have come to know about it and tried all methods to get rid of it, but of course, all of them had turned futile. The curse had finally acted, and I will have to give my all to defend against it. Once I have fully leveled up to Tyrant, I will get rid of this evil bugger myself. It again let out the weird laugh, and the sea of curse in the deepest part of me began to churn before a huge super tsunami formed. And the strangest thing is, in the center of a huge tsunami is my face. It looked exactly like me, but it had an evil smirk on it. The core shall be mine. The face declared loudly, and the tsunami moved toward my core, bringing the whole curse sea with it. I am in shock hearing the voice, a voice similar to mine. Hearing its evil laugh earlier, I had thought its intelligence might have reached the level of 5-year-old human child, and that was shocking enough for me. But now it had spoken, and the way it had spoken had left me with no doubt that its intelligence is equal to mine or even greater and had been for quite a while. If it had low intelligence, it had not waited for this long and would have attacked me earlier when I was at my lowest, but it did not. Killing me was never its target. Its target had always been consuming me and occupying my body, and getting my core would be the best way. My core is a connection to everything. Once it had got it, it would have resistance in occupying my body and consuming me. I am still quite shocked by its intelligence. I have read about sentient curses in the Hermes library, and they did not gain such intelligence in such a short period of time. In a small world like mine, it needs to go through many special circumstances for something like this happen. I could not think I've come across any of such circumstances that might have helped it spur in its intelligence. While many changes I have gone through may look special, but when one compared to the ones written in the books responsible for such quick gain in intelligence, they do not hold the candle. The thing is, not only its intelligence has increased but also its power. It moved toward me speedily, but before it could come for my core, it had to pass the defenses I had prepared. The first one is the oldest, which the teacher had upgraded by placing the mysterious shield as the core. It is one of the strongest defenses, which grew even stronger yesterday when a teacher had used her newly gained knowledge from the Hermes library. It would take it at least a minute for its breakthrough. There might even be a chance that it might not be even able to break through it in 10 minutes. If I do get 10 minutes, I would have no need to fear it, as by that time, I would be able to complete my breakthrough into the Tyrant stage, and it would be a bug that I would be able to crush with my stomp. I have developed very specific abilities with this curse in mind. I just need to utilize this move, and will be able to finish up this bastard in a day or two. Bang! I was having those thoughts in my mind when the huge tsunami crashed into me, the shield formation, and crushed it within a second. Did not even need a complete second to kill it. It had destroyed it in a fraction of a second. A horror couldn't help but appear on my face seeing that. It had destroyed my precious formation within a second. Buzz buzz. As the formation was destroyed, 2 hidden formations immediately appeared inside me, one after another. One is yellow, while the other one is white-green. Both of them are powerful, especially the white-green one. The teacher had literally put her blood and soul into it. Bang. The formation had just activated when the tsunami had reached the yellow formation and crushed through it without stopping even for a second. It did not look like the formation had even been able to stop it for even a microsecond. The curse moved toward the last white-green formation, creating it. A teacher had added a drop of her essence. Doing that will weaken her at least for a month, and doing it in time like this is an extremely bad decision when people like her are being targeted by assassinations. Till now, 4 expert healers have been assassinated by the grim monsters. One of them had been assassinated by the hands of his own student. Ki. It seemed to understand that white-green formation is my last defense against it, and to tease me, it let out another weird sound which is very high-pitched and grating to the mind. If regular tyrant to hear it, they would immediately faint on their spot and bleed from orifices. It did not affect me much. Even when my soul is injured, it is strong enough to defend against such attacks, not to mention I am in extreme pain due to my soul injury that its weird grating noise felt like a whisper to me. It took barely a second to reach the white-yellow formation, and just as it reached it, it crashed into it with its full power. Bang! A loud bang rang out as the cursed sea crashed against the formation, which looked like a silk curtain. As it crashed, a deafening sound rang out, and a wave created across the curtain. Other than that, no other damage could be seen on it. Crack, seeing that smile appeared on my face, but before that smile could bloom, it had wilted away as cracks began to spread into the curtain like white-green formation. I tried to stop the cracks from spreading, but that did not help. The cracks continued to spread no matter what I did. Bang. The white-green curtain broke apart with a bang when the cracks have reached every corner of the curtain. After destroying it, a tsunami passed through its torn shreds toward the core with nothing to stop it. The core is mine, the curse said in its echoing voice as it moved toward the core. In a second, it will reach the core, and I will be able to do nothing but watch. I could not even explode my core as I had not gained control over it yet. Sup now, little Marla, old Finn said, and at the same moment, a violet streak of light released from the identical violet sticks they were holding. As the streaks released, they clashed against each other in midair before merging and moving toward Mitchell, while both old people slumped down on the ground, feeling extremely tired. Using the violet stick artifacts has taken a lot out them. They would need to rest for a while before they could use something like these sticks again. Will it save him? Marla asked, the first time sounding uncertain. I don't know, but there are chances. We just need to act quickly when the time comes, Finn said. The artifact they have used is an extremely rare one. It is not an anti-curse artifact, but a soul type, which is specifically made to destroy the consciousness of sentient like that have born through the unnatural method, which means it will destroy the consciousness of curse but not curse itself. If it worked, they would have to work pretty fast. Fortunately, they have come prepared. As long as it worked, they had a way to contain the curse. The core is mine, screamed the face of a giant tsunami, and was about to crash on the curse when suddenly I felt a very powerful pulse entering my body before striking the face of the giant tsunami. Just as the pulse struck it, the tsunami had stopped on its tracks, and the huge face on it screamed. The scream was so loud and painful that I wanted to close my ears, but there was no way I could stop the soul sound when I was not in control of my runes. So I bore it and looked at the tsunami, which seemed to be getting out of control, the waves spreading everywhere, with even face unable to maintain its original shape and size. The pulse seemed to be soul type or anti-soul type, seeing the way it had attacked the soul of the sentient curse. The power of the pulse is amazing. If I had been hit by something like that while I am emperor, I would be incapacitated even with all my defenses. I wish I could do something now, attack in some way, but I could not. If I had runes or had control over my core, I would have been able to teach this curse bastard some lesson, but now all I could do is watch while the pulse torment it and destroy its soul little by little. I will not be stopped by this puny attack, roared the curse, and the next moment I felt a familiar aura across the curse seal. Fuck. I cursed loudly as a faint pink sheen had appeared above the curse seal as it saturated in the shape of a long, thick needle before passing through the energy of the pulse covering it. It did not pierce through it, but passed through it. It had done that with the help of rule-bending power. How? Is the only question I could ask. I did not know it had a rule-bending power, much less it could use it. It had kept it hidden till the last moment, and used it only when it had caught in the lurch. Zig. It barely took a second to reach the core before seeping inside at the core. The needle, which had been hundreds of times bigger than the core, had easily seeped through it. Ha ha, I did it. I finally did it. The years of wait had been worth it. Its mad laugh rang out through the core, and before its black tendrils began to spread into the core. I could feel it had started itself merging through the core, and once it had done with that, it would automatically gain control over me. Hell, it had already obtained the preliminary control over my body. It had locked my body physically that now I could move even an inch. I could not do anything against the curse, which is slowly taking control over my core and me. I wish I could open my mouth and ask the councilmen to kill me or at least run away while they have a chance. Once it had obtained full control, it would kill them too. I have no doubt about it. I could feel its thoughts as it started to gain control over my thoughts. The more I feel its thoughts, the more despair couldn't help but well up in my heart. Its thoughts are beyond horrific, even grim monsters pale in comparison to the monster that is taking control over me. It seemed to possess insatiable hunger in it, and it wanted to consume it all. Be it humans or grim monsters, it means nothing to it. They will only be its food and way for it to get stronger, so it could eat even more powerful things. I am again begging for help from Ashlyn and the hidden being I do not wish to be saved. Instead, I hope they will kill me, so this monster will not be unleashed on the world. If it did, the humans would experience despair millions of times greater than what they feel against the grim monsters. As always, I have not got any response from Ashlyn or other beings. They do not listen to me. They will act if they wish or remain silent. I just hoped that these two would act. It did not matter whether I remained alive or not. I just didn't want this horror to be unleashed on my world. Crack, crack, crack. I was wallowing in despair when I suddenly heard a cracking sound at first. It was faint, but soon it got louder till I could hear it crisp and clear. Crack, crack, crack. This cracking sound is coming not from the core, but from Nero. He is finally breaking out of his egg at the worst possible timing. The sentient curse is very powerful right now, capable of crushing anything in a single attack. It will not leave Nero alone, just as I had thought that a river of tendrils released from the core, and they came at Nero with great fury. The curse also seemed to understand that Nero could pose a serious threat to it, and want to crush him before he could become a trouble. I wish I could help him in some way, but I could not. The only thing I could do was warn him, and I am doing just that, screaming my mind off at him through our link, asking him to get out of my body as soon as possible, but it looks like he is not listening to me. I have sensed no reaction from him. Soon the hundreds of tendrils of curse had reached the cracking egg of Nero, which looked like a work of art itself with numerous beautiful designs on it. This work will soon be destroyed by those descending tendrils. I just hope that Nero somehow survives. Hundreds of tendrils came down on the cracking egg, and just when they were about to crash on the egg, a faint white light released from the egg and vaporized every tendril that came to attack it. Snort. Seeing that, a relieved smile couldn't help but appear on my face before it disappeared as I heard the snort from the curse inside the core. The next second, thousands of tendrils released from the core, thicker and more powerful than the cursed tendrils earlier, and all of them went for the egg. As it came down on the egg, it had again released the faint white light, and like before, all the cursed tendrils vaporized the moment they touched the white light. In front of this white light, it did not matter how many tendrils were there, or how strong they were. As long as they touched the white light, they would be completely vaporized, leaving not even a single speck. Kutch, the cracks had spread throughout the whole egg by the time all the tendrils vaporized, when suddenly something came out of the egg. At first, I did not believe what I was seeing, had to look carefully to ensure I was not hallucinating. Tiny antlers are the first thing that came out. These centers are pink with beautiful scarlet and blue designs. These antlers looked like they had been carved by the great creator themselves. They were enchantingly beautiful, but the surprise of antlers is nothing in front of what I've seen next. Kutch. The antlers moved up, and a cute white face came out of the egg before his whole body wobbled out of it like a newborn fawn. But this is no fawn, it is a cub, a very cute wolf cub with antlers on his head. What came out of eggs is a white snow cub with antlers. I am in shock would be an understatement. To be honest, I had expected Nero to be a snake. It is the form he had held before, but he turned into a wolf, and a wolf with antlers, and he looked damn cute. I did not want to admit it, but he looked cuter than Ashlyn, the cutest thing I had ever seen in my life. Anyone who would see him finds the same. With its snow-white fluffy fur and gemmed eyes and enchanting antlers, he is the cutest thing in the world. Crunch, crunch, crunch. As Nero came out, he immediately started to munch on the eggshells, and within seconds he finished eating them all. Just as he finished eating, a huge hand made of the curse came at Nero. The curse did not want to take any chances and attacked Nero with its strongest attack. Die, you little bastard. The curse shouted from the core and brought down its hand at Nero. Seeing that, my heart couldn't help but shudder. I should not have felt fear at all the moment hand came close to it. A white light began to radiate from snow-white fur of Nero. As it did, it had wiped out the powerful attack instantly. It did not even take a second to completely wiped out. Father, don't worry, I will get rid of this parasite for you, Nero said in a cute toddler voice before turning into the street while I remained utterly dumbstruck. He talked, I said to myself in shock. First it was the curse and now Nero. From what I had read, it is very difficult for artificial life to learn to talk from gaining sentient. It requires a huge amount of time and many life-changing chances, but these two seem to be in no need of those things. Looking at the size of Nero, he looked like a wolf cub which is barely a month old and talks like a toddle who had just learned to speak without stumbling, but I have no doubt that he is intelligent as me or even above. Nero streaked inside the core without a problem, and second later, pure witch light shot out of the core, and with it mournful screams of the curse that, hearing it, even I started to feel the pity for it despite knowing what sort of abomination it is. Soon, all the dark tendril covering the core had disappeared, but the white light of Nero had intensified again, that even seeing my core in the blazing light had become difficult. You will not be able to hide this time, vermin. Nero shouted, and white light again intensified and began to spread inside my body and soul from the core, reaching into the deepest corner of me. It seems like Nero is not willing to spare even a speck of curse, wanting to eradicate all by his purifying light. We should act now, Marla said as she had placed 5 bricks like artifacts around Mitchell. These bricks are sealing type artifacts that would have no problem in sealing Masterclass Tyrant, and above as long as they are willing to provide the energy, these artifacts could seal anything. Wait for a little, the artifacts are charged beforehand, we will be able to activate them at a moment's notice, Finn said as he felt the aura of curse increasing in Mitchell's body. Seconds passed by painfully. As the aura of curse grew, the hope in the old Finn's heart died down little by little before it had disappeared entirely. Maybe fate did not want our academy to shine again, old Finn said with a disappointed sigh. Marla activates the sea, he was saying when he stopped midway as he sensed a completely different aura from Mitchell, an aura that is the opposite of curse. Feeling this aura is like finally seeing the sunshine after an endless night. This cursed bastard, I curse it in my mind loudly. This bastard had created a fail-safe in case it had somehow failed to take control over my core and get eradicated. It had left its clone hibernating very deep inside me that even I could not be able to sense it. Nero had sensed it, and now his blinding purification light is burning it as it burned the cursed bastard in my core. Soon, the clone had burned to ashes, and the radiant light receded toward the Nero in core before it even disappeared from the core, and Nero came out of the core. Father, I have eradicated that vermin and every trace of it would never trouble you again, Nero informed happily. Good job, Nero. Without you, I would have died by the curse's hands, I said to him gratefully. Hearing that ecstatic smile appeared on his face, which he tried to control and bring the serious expressions which made him look even cuter than he already is. It is nothing, Father, I am sure you have been fine, he said, still happy with the praise I have given him. There are many questions I have to ask Nero, especially him calling me father, which is making me quite unforgettable, but I decided to hold on to those questions and focus on completing my breakthrough, which I hadn't finished yet. The changes are still happening in the core, but it will be finished within a few minutes, and I will have the inheritance core, which I wanted so much. The core now very much looked like a world. If my core is shown in a telescope, an astronomer would have no doubt about it being a world. The spinning planet with clouds and faint landmass floating inside it are the signs of the world. From the books I had read, the properties and look of the core are dependent upon the materials and formation I had. I had used a creation material, which literally used to create the world. It is no surprise my core looks like a damn world. I wonder whether it had got the properties of it. I was watching the core maturing when suddenly I noticed something. I saw water coming out of the ground of my core speedily. It was coming out from everywhere within a second. It had filled the whole world, submerging the huge floating continent, leaving only tiny island above. The sudden appearance of the sea seemed to be affected the whole core. The world had become vibrant, and the island was barren before now had some greenery. Nero, is that water part of the curse? I asked when I felt the presence the water was giving off is similar to that of the curse. Yes, it is its essence. It is completely purified and would be very useful for your core, Father, Nero informed, and I had finally taken a sigh of relief before happiness welled up in my heart. I had read in the Hermes library that the essence of artificial life is extremely precious. They are something that is produced after many trials and tribulations, which makes them special life, and their essence is extremely useful. I had already seen the benefits it could give me, and they are just trailers of the real thing which I would receive in the future. The core had finally matured, and I had readied myself to receive the amazing benefits I had worked so tirelessly for in the past year, when suddenly something different happened. 3 streaks suddenly came out of nowhere and burrowed inside the core. I followed the streaks with my consciousness and found myself standing on the island, which is full of strange energy which energized my whole body. I did not have to think to know where I am in my inheritance core. It is the place that could have a river of my bloodline energy, and lake which is filled with powerful essence energy. The 3 streaks entered in my core are my inheritance core is in front of me, around, and in the lake. The lake contains the thickest essence of purified curse and also other energies, which is likely why the mysterious shield had burrowed itself inside the lake. I am quite amazed seeing the shield in one piece, seeing the dense and sheer amount of cracks present inside it. Looking at it, I am sure the shield would break into pieces. Even someone like my sister tapped on it gently. Beside the lake is my refinement tower, whose 8 floors had been lighted up. I would have lighted up the 9th one if I had not faced the restrictions. My totem artifact, on the other hand, is floating above the lake, pulsing gently, an indication that something about to happen to it. the appearance of a totem artifact and refinement tower in my core is strange. Usually, they did not reside in the core in this early stage, but the normal rules did not apply to my core. It is core with rule-bending power. As its primary element, it will do things that will be impossible for the other cores to do. Buzz, a few seconds later, my sword buzzed, and it began to melt before it transformed into silver-red molten metal, and I am getting a pull from it. It is demanding the resources for its upgrade. Seeing that, I tried to summon my storage ring, and to my shock, my storage ring had appeared on my finger. The ring is not fake, the thing I materialized with my imagination, but a real thing. I could feel it real and could see things inside it. Basic Inheritance Core could not do this. They cannot bring real-world things into the core until it reaches a high level and creates a real dimension inside it. But for something like that to happen, the core needed to reach the very advanced level. Even having a creation material, if I were to give my answer for it, then it had likely happened due to the combination of things, like the creation material, rule-bending power, time and space resources, and even stardust of Rumden. It is an interesting topic, and I would love to dwell on it more, but now my totem artifact is hungering for the resources, and I have to give the resources to it. I did not waste any time and summoned out resources. There are a huge number of resources, especially metals and ores. I have paid special attention to metals in my adventures and collected every scrap I have found it useful in case I have needed it for the advancements of my totem artifact. I began to take out all the scrap I had and started to throw it at the swirl, which is taking it all. I am quite surprised at the sheer volume of the resources the swirl is consuming. From having a diameter of less than half a meter, it had turned into a huge blob that has a radius of more than 10 meters, and it is still growing as it continues to swallow more and more resources. Its size is not the only thing that had changed. Its color had also changed from having a silver-red color to turning entirely back, and now it looked quite scary as it swallowed one resource after another. Soon, its size has reached the 16-meter diameter, and it had stopped swallowing the metals, though it still has its hunger. It just now is hungering for something different. Thankfully, I have what it needs, and started to throw away herbal resources at it. I started with low-level resources before moving to high-level ones. Even the lowest-level resources I had thrown at it was tyrant grade, and regular unranked tyrants would fight to the death for it. The herbal essences had not changed their size, but they had changed their color. From black it had turned to brown. Buzz. Finally, after 6 minutes, I had stopped throwing the herbal resources on it. Its hunger has been satiated, and it buzzed as violet runes began to appear on it. Within a minute, the violet runes have covered every inch of the blob. The blob started spinning slowly, and as it spun, its size began to shrink slowly. Thick polluted smoke begins to release from it as it spins, which is quickly absorbed by the pink clouds above. They begin to thicken as they absorb the thick brown smoke released from it. 3 minutes passed by, and in these 3 minutes, the size of the blob had reduced to a third of what it was, and it had stopped releasing the dense smoke. Its color had also changed, and now it had turned white, though it is still shrinking with every spin. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Suddenly, a crackling sound began to ring out from clouds above. They felt like a real cloud, and made them sound like the real clouds make before they bring down the rain. Pata, pata, pata. I had just thought that when the rain started falling, and to my surprise, the train looked just like the normal rain, but it was anything but normal rainfall. Each drop of rain is filled with high-density energy, and when it fell on the ground, I felt the quality of the earth improve by a tiny fraction. Not only that, I felt the quality of the energy in the island increase by a fraction. The rain had only lasted for a minute, but it had brought a significant change. Seeing what just happened, I am in awe of my core. What it had just done is beyond amazing. It had taken the impurities released by Blob and converted it into something meaningful. It is akin to what the real world does, and we have a term for it, the Great Cycle. Thud, thud, thud. 2 more minutes had passed when another change occurred in the blob. It started to release a white-colored turd which people like my teacher called peerless mold. The turd it releases impurities are a very precious mold for other people, and it is kept releasing one after another, and with each release its size would shrink. It releases the turd for about 1.5 minutes, releasing about 49 pieces, and by that time its size shrunk to half a meter radius, and it had turned completely colorless. I thought now my sword would take a shape, as it had happened in the past, but something entirely different happened. Buzz, 1/4 part of the blob tore itself and fell down. It had directly fallen on the shield before seeping inside it, while the formation on the main blob buzzed and lighted up so brightly that I could not see what was happening inside. My eyes couldn't help but be excited seeing that, soon, my totem artifact would reveal itself, and I couldn't help but wonder about the new advancements it would have. Till now, whenever my totem artifact upgraded, it had always given me great surprise with its advancements, and this time would be no different. Gasp! A loud gasp came out of my mouth as I looked at my sword. It had completely changed. From earlier crystalline, it went metallic, and it looked amazing. It is still a greatsword with similar dimensions, but now it had a metallic blade on which beautiful silvery patterns. The guard, grip, and pommel, on the other hand, are entirely vibrant green in color. The grip and pommel are simple with no design, but in the center of the rain guard had the circular emblem of Abomination in a dark gray color. The design of Abomination has become even more realistic. If one looked at the design for more than a second, they would see the Abomination in front of them with hundreds of tentacles, with thousands of mouths and eyes on them. I took a good look at my sword before taking it in my hands, and immediately felt the heaviness of it. It had become even heavier, but it was something I could bear with my strength. The sword felt comfortable in my hand, and felt very familiar. There is no uncomfortableness one might expect with the new designs. There are no changes in the number of enchantments, but the 3 enchantments have changed greatly. I could not do many things with them that I was not able to do before. The sword's defenses have also increased. It would not let the hostile energies pass as easily as it was before. I am happy with the new development of my sword, and with time, it will become even more powerful. I could feel the way the energies of the core interacted with it, and if it remained here for a long time, it would have many positive changes. I played with my sword for a while before I looked at the mysterious shield which is still inside the lake. The refined mold of my sword had healed all its cracks and dents, but the shield is a long way from recovering. Its aura is still weak and would need quite a time before it could be used. Rumble, rumble, rumble. I was looking around my core when suddenly I felt the ruble. The earth shook and the sea raged before I was thrown out of my core. I looked at my core from outside and saw 100 runic chains coming out of it. The runic chains held different colors, but the one that occupies the most is pink. Had occupied more than 50 runes color spectrum. Finally. I said after seeing the runic chains coming out of the core, they have finally come out, and now I could have the breakthrough I had waited for so long. It took a few seconds for the runes to spread into every corner of my body and soul. They are reached every corner, and their density is far greater than my old runes, a little more than 7 times greater, which is a lot. Buzz, my runes buzzed, and they buzzed like they were thunder and released the energy, which is unlike any energy I had experienced before. It is multicolored with having a pink majority of it and is thick like a liquid, but it not and begin to seep into the deepest corner of me that even curse had not able to reach. It is also rapidly beginning to mend my consciousness and heal the soul that is giving me quite a pain. Feeling the pain rapidly decreasing, I couldn't help but be relieved. As I absorbed the energy, the changes began to appear in my aura, but these changes were opposite to what one might expect. My aura, instead of increasing, began to decrease slowly. I had an aura of peak elite, but now it is slowly regressing. Seeing that big bright smile couldn't help but appear on my face. It is happening. The inheritance is working as I had designed it to be. With all these changes happening to my core, I thought it might now work at all, but it is working all aright and better than I had expected. I am feeling so ecstatic that I had never felt in my life about any of my breakthroughs. It is truly amazing. A regress, Marla muttered, seeing the aura of Michiel regressing. Her face looked like she had a big smelly fly. A regress is a rare phenomenon, but it happened in it. One level up, but one's strength, instead of increasing, it decreases. The regress not only affects the strength, but also the potential of one. This is why it is also called a slow poison, and many people go mad and even commit suicide due to extreme depression, as most people who suffered under it are talented powerhouses who could not take this heavy blow. Look at his expressions. He seemed to have gone mad knowing he is regressing, Marla said, and as she looked at Michiel, who had a beaming smile on his face which was getting brighter by a second. Seeing that radiant light, I thought he had survived the biggest danger, but fell into an even bigger one which will slowly eat him alive, old Finn said as he looked at Michiel with sadness. Sad to see their brightest star regressing, and also sad for the Academy. They have lost their precious gem and hoped to take their Academy to the height it was 3,000 years ago. It seemed like fate really did not want their Academy to shine again. I hope you will have a heart strong enough to bear the slow poison, he added with a sigh. He had seen many talented people suffering the regress in his lifetime, and some of the decisions they took were not only harmful to themselves but for their world itself. They are the perfect targets for the grim monsters to poach, seeing their willpower collapse, and they are at their weakest. The pyramid always keeps an eye on these people, sometimes even finishing them off if it suspects they have betrayed the race or going to. Finally, all the energy had been absorbed by my body and soul, and my aura had been regressed to the early elite stage. It is at the edge of elite, any lower, and I would have fallen down from the elite stage. I opened my eyes and saw the world in a different light as I got control over my core. My understanding of things have changed completely. I could not see things, know things, and do things that I could not do before, and some done by very few people or none in the world. I looked at the council members and saw sadness and pity in their eyes. If I had been their place and saw the regressing, I would have felt the same. It is called the slow poison for nothing. While it's true I had regressed, but not in the way the thing I am, my strength had increased tremendously that even I could not properly calculate how powerful I've became. But one thing is sure, no one in the academy is my match anymore. Even if all the council members attacked me together, I would still not be able to touch me while I would be able to defeat them within a few seconds. Little Mitchell, I am sorry. Council member Finn said as he looked at me with his old eyes full of sadness. I am fine, councilman. Nothing bad had happened to me, I replied with a smile, but he just shook his head, taking my words as optimism. Seeing his expressions, I knew there was no use in explaining things to me, so I focused on the things I could and immediately summoned my armor. I do not want to show my naked body to them than I already had. As I summoned my armor, hundreds of thousands of green, silver, and pink vines came out of me. These vines are thinner than even a hair, and now they are wearing the armor around my body, their speed so fast that even both councilmen were not able to see it properly with all their power. The weaving of armor looked like a grandmaster's work, and it is a grandmaster's work. The weave of armor is 99 work of someone known as Grandmaster Sinvold. There is a collection of tomes of his work in the Broken Tower. His designs are so amazing that I had copied it whole. I could not create something like it, even with centuries of study. It only took a moment for my armor to appear, and when it did, even I got stumped by the beauty of it despite already knowing what sort of my armor would look like. It looked 10 times better than the designs I had visualized them to be. The green, silver, and pink color formed the wonderful combination that would attract anyone's eyes. Even both council members had been taken aback by its beauty. The armor had the design of silver sparrow wings on my chest. As usual, there is another symbol on my chest right below symbol of sparrow wings. It is the emblem of the academy. I had materialized during the championship, but it was temporary this time. It would be permanent. The symbol of the academy represents the deep respect I have for this institution that had fostered me and made me who I am. Everything I have achieved today is because of it. Hun. I was just about to speak to the two council members when suddenly, an inexplicable feeling came over me. It is the greatest feeling I've ever felt, and the closest thing I could compare to it was the earliest memory I have of me sleeping into my mother's lap. I now feel like I have been embraced, my mother, and earned her love. It is a very strange feeling that confused the hell out of me. The feeling had lasted for a fraction of a moment, and I had even thought I am hallucinated it somehow when I felt something from my core. What the fuck? I cursed in my mind loudly. Something had happened to my core, rather. Something appeared around it. A ball of earthly white glow had appeared, and now it is revolving around my core like a satellite, while radiating a gentle glow on my core like a moon would. This glow is giving me the same feeling as I felt earlier at a much fainter level. I could feel this glow means no harm to me. It is extremely beneficial to me and will bring me tremendous benefits. The question is, where did it come from? One moment an inexplicable feeling came over me, and the next second I found the glow in my heart. I have to know what it is, but it is not the right time or place to do that. I will do it when I reach home. I opened my eyes and looked at both council members, who were still staring at my armor. I shook my head to that, and collected the formation mat and other stuff before turning to council members. Ready to go back, councilmen? I asked them. Both of them nodded before taking a step toward the way we had come when they suddenly stopped, and with shock on their faces. I tore the space apart in front of them, and it is not a surprising thing, a common for an elite powerhouse to do, but what uncommon is I had done it without the help of any artifact and the ease I had done it. Traveling to space in such area is a very dangerous, young man. You should know that well, Councilwoman Marla said in an admonishing tone as she got over her shock. She is right, the space is very unstable here, that even master-class tyrant would not dare to travel here spatially. This is why we had teleported outside of the forest when we came here and walked inside. We will be fine, councilwomen, I said. Stepped inside me. My core has given me some great understanding about the space. It had given me enough confidence. I could tear the space apart to travel through this unstable space. In a very secret place. What happened? Did humans launch an attack? Asked the lionman whose projection appeared beside the old werewolf. Others who appeared also looked at the old werewolf. While most of the time, they are aggressive, but humans have also been the first aggressors many times. It all depends on whether the humans think they will get an advantage in doing that. It is good they attacked. I could finally unleash the curses I had prepared for centuries, said the snakeman, laughing weirdly that few people sitting around the table shuddered hearing it, despite the fact they are present in with their real bodies. The snakeman is one of the dangerous people in the Covenant's power could be counted in the top 3, but it is not what made them shudder, but the methods he employed to kill his enemies. They hope that even humans have the sense to commit suicide when they see it, then fight against it fruitlessly. The old werewolf remained silent to their questions before everyone noticed something different with the old werewolf and quieted down, waiting for him to speak. About 4 minutes ago, Triona sensed this from the world's core, he said gravely, and projection of fluctuation appeared in front of them. It is very different from the fluctuation that World Core releases now in them. The TRIONA always keeps an eye on World Core. It is important. The World Core is conscious, and its will is made of all living things of the world, and it hates them fiercely. See, a second later, a snakeman sucked the sharp breath, and understanding flashed in the eyes of several other people, and their expressions have also turned grave. Yes, this fluctuation belongs to Blessing of World, the same one that appeared 3,400 years ago, said the old werewolf gravely, and another graph had appeared which is nearly identical as other. Hearing the werewolf, the expressions of everyone sitting turned grayed. They know the meaning of blessing and know what happened 3,400 years ago. They have nearly wiped out. If not for TRIONA, those two devils would have wiped them out from the face of the world. Do we have intelligence on who had received the blessing? Asked a crocman. To that, the old werewolf shook his head. Humans have become very secretive about their members with great potential, but I am very sure it is one of these 9, said old werewolf, and a projection of 7 people appeared. If Mitchell had been here, he would have been surprised to see an image in the projection, along with many of his friends. These 2 have the highest of a chance of receiving the blessing, old werewolf added, singling out the projection Mitchell and Jill. These 2 are successors of those 2 devils, and there is a 60 chance that one of them has received the blessing, said Ape-Man at the end, and everyone nodded, including the old werewolf. We could not wait any more. We have to act now without giving these vermins any chance to grow, added Ape-Man, and again received affirmation for its word from the whole council. We will begin the first phase of our central plan. Immediately, the first order of the business would be crushing the legacies of those 2 devils. This symbolic step, if successful, will crush the morals of humans' forces, and we will get to weed out the future trouble, said old werewolf, and multiple projections appeared in front of them in the projection. There are images of Riverfield Academy, Wisdom Tower, and Hawthorne Sea in them. The only difference between them is that Riverfield Academy is coated in green halo, while the 2 Supremes are in a red halo. Thump, thump, thump. It's time we finally show the humans their place, that they only belong to our dinner plates, said the Tigerman, and everyone thumped their fist on the table in the affirmation. In Pyramid, everyone got stumped by seeing the graph, which is a little fuzzier than what grim monsters have, but it could still be seen clearly. It is not just members of the Pyramid Council present here, but also the most important and powerful old monsters who are present physically and through the projection. Grand Commander, is what we are seeing the truth? Lenora asked. Her voice was shaking, which is very unlike for the leader of one of the Supreme, but the news is too shocking and important for her emotions not to be affected like it. The Pyramid had sensed it 9 minutes ago, and I summoned you all immediately, she said and looked at everyone. I want the list of everyone who had leveled up from your organization and all the other organization, and this time, I will not tolerate any secret. I want a complete and truthful list of all people who had leveled up in the past hour, she ordered. The title of Grand Commander is not for the show. Even if she is weaker than some old monsters, they will have to follow her order. Lord Chalais dispatched the sentinels to Riverfield Academy to check on Mitchell Czar. I want a complete report on him within an hour, she added. It will be done, Grand Commander, he affirmed. Ready our forces. The grim monsters would launch the attack on the central continent as soon as a day, she ordered. It is clear that since they have sensed it, the grim monsters would have sensed it too, and they would waste no time in attacking, seeing the price they had paid 3,000 years ago. Now the question is who had received the blessing. Not only grim monsters but humans also did not know who had received the blessing last time. They only know it is either Ramona Hawthorne or Catherine Roosevelt, but don't know exactly who. Both of them had never answered this question in their life, and thus it had remained a mystery. Hera wished it hadn't been. If she had the information, she would have made a better decision. Lord Chalice ordered the sentinels to bring the Mitchell Czar to Pyramid. It did not matter whether he had made the breakthrough or not. I want him in the Pyramid, Hera said. Mitchell is too precious to leave him behind the academy. He would be one of the people who would be targeted by the grim monsters first. After a moment of hesitation, both of the council members stepped into the spatial rift, and as they entered inside, the horror couldn't help but dawn on their face. The spatial seal here is something else entirely, filled with scythe-like spatial blades that could tear through the leaders like they are butter. If it had been a few hours ago, I would have had the same expressions on my face, but I have advanced. The space sea is nearly as deadly to me as it is to them. The only difference between us is that I have the confidence to navigate through it. It is not that dangerous, I said to the 2 of them, seeing them looking at the exit, which is closing up slowly. It would not take us more than a minute to reach the academy, I added with a smile, and covered them with my energy before I moved into the space sea. My speed was very fast from the beginning, but it looked like I was moving very slowly as I was moving in a zigzag fashion. Speed is a necessity here. Those sharp, long space blades would tear through me without giving me any chance to defend if I did not avoid them. We moved in such a fashion for nearly 20 seconds before we passed the unstable part of the space sea, but despite that, I did not reduce my speed, even increased it further. I did not need any compass. I could sense the direction of the academy through the seed I had placed there. Before, I was not able to do something like it, but now, it is not a problem for me. I have not become powerful enough that I could sense my seed from anywhere in the world, especially through the non-interference areas like the academy, where teleporting is extremely hard without explicit permission, which I have. I had fused my seed in the teleportation formation of my home. It released the hidden signals that I could sense with the help of my core. This made the navigating extremely easy. Tier. 15 seconds later, I had stopped and opened another tier and stepped out of it with the other 2 council members. Home sweet home, I said as I stepped into the formation with 2 council members behind me who had an expression of shock on their faces. They have had that expression for quite a while. If I did not know them well enough, I would have considered it to be their natural expressions. Click, I opened the door of the small room and walked out with 2 councilmen behind me. A few seconds later, I was in my living room and about to inform the teacher when I saw her appearing at my door with 2 council members behind her. I'm not surprised seeing her. All the teleportation formations are connected to Central Command with the headmistress as its controller. She had control over all the teleportation formations and was alerted every time a teleportation formation was used in any kind. She opened the door and came in with the council members. Looking at your expressions, it seemed like you have succeeded in your breakthrough, the teacher said as she appeared in front of me and began to look at me carefully. Yes, I succeeded, I replied, and a smile couldn't help but appear on my face when I had said that. I had worked very hard to achieve this breakthrough and couldn't help but feel slightly proud when I informed others of this, especially my teacher, who had a big hand in making it happen. Congratulations on becoming Tyrant Mitchell. You have achieved the feat that only one person in the history of our world was able to achieve before. You have no idea how proud you have made me feel achieving it, she said with slightly numb eyes. I wouldn't have been able to achieve without your academy's help, teacher, I said emotionally, to which the teacher smiled. Successor, now that you have become Tyrant, show us your real strength. You don't have to hide it from us. Councilman Harrison asked with burning curiosity in his eyes. It is my strength, Councilman. I am not hiding anything, I said as I increased the intensity of my early elite aura. Hearing that, both teachers and councilmen got shocked. The only ones that were not shocked were Councilmen Marla and Finn, but they have struggling expressions on their faces as they are trying to understand something, but are not able to. Stop joking around, Mitchell, Councilman Harrison said, frowning and also a little angry, thinking I was joking with him. I am not joking, Councilman, I said, and this time my expressions are serious. He opened his mouth to say something but closed it and looked at fellow council members who had stopped trying to make sense of things. So when their friend looked at them for an answer, they just nodded, and seeing that great disappointment and sadness couldn't help but appear in his eyes. Mitchell, have you regressed? Teacher asked. Her voice was slightly shaking when she said it. Yes, in a certain way I have, but believe me, it is a positive change I had planned to get from the beginning, I said with a smile to ease her worries, but it seemed to have confused her and council members even more. What do you mean it is something you have planned from the beginning? Teacher asked, clearly vexed by my confusing words. Hun. I had just opened my mouth to answer her question when I closed it, and a serious expression appeared on my face. Space around the academy had been locked just now, I informed as I sensed space lock around the academy, shocking both the teacher and councilmen. EU. I had just informed them when loud sirens began to ring out throughout the academy. The automatic security system of the academy had been activated, sensing the locked space, and it started to ring out sirens in the warning. Activate the invasion protocol, the teacher ordered, reacting immediately. I will be activating the Dome of Skyheart, she said, and took out a shield-like artifact and activated it. As it began to shine, I had immediately felt the change around the academy. People of Riverfield Academy, today the great grim race will purify you for your wretched crimes. A loud voice rang throughout the academy. The teacher had just given her order when we heard the voice of grim monsters. Hearing that, our expressions changed immediately and we appeared outside. As we did, expressions of teacher and all councilmen changed drastically, and horror couldn't help but appear on their faces. There are 15 grim monsters in the sky of Academy, all blazing aura of Masterclass Tyrant. The weakest of them is the mid-Masterclass Tyrant, while the strongest one seemed to have even slightly above the Masterclass, but had not quite reached the stage above. All of the people of the Academy are looking at the grim monsters with horror. Some have even collapsed in fear. They understood what kind of terror they represented. They could easily wipe out the whole academy in a matter of seconds with their strength. Of the 15 grim monsters, 12 of them are holding huge artifacts in their hands which seem to be even bigger than the humans, and all of them are targeting toward the academy. Rip, rip, rip. We had just appeared in the sky when we heard a ripping sound, and saw 12 gray beams released from the ground. At the same time, 12 black beams released from the artifacts they had been holding. Seeing the beams, my expressions couldn't help but change. This is not a spur-of-moment attack, but the one that had been planned for months or even a year. Planting the source of 12 beams on Academy ground undetected is not a simple thing. It would have taken a lot of time. These beams are coming from very powerful artifacts. It is very hard to destroy them, Councilman Finn said as he reappeared, hearing that no one was surprised. He had disappeared when the beams have appeared, and I had felt him attacking the source. The result was obvious. The grim monsters would not have placed such artifacts here that could be destroyed so easily. Crack, 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 bang. The two beams crashed on both sides. As they did, the shield of Skyheart that teacher had deployed cracked into pieces, much to the horror of thousands of people who were watching. Shield of Stoneheart, teacher said, unfazed by the breaking of a shield. As she said it, another shield materialized as if it had already been there. The Academy has powerful defenses. While grim monsters may have known about the majority of them, they do not know about all of them. Even I did not know about all of them, and was not even the council aware of them. Only the headmistress is aware of them, and those are not easy to break. Crack, 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 bang. Again, the beams on two sides begin to crack the shield before they start to crack before exploding into pieces like the previous shield covering the Academy. Shield of Braveheart, teacher said, and again, another shield covered the Academy. This one is faint red color and looked more powerful than the other two shields. Heh, no matter how many shields you erect, we will going to destroy them all before destroying you all, said the leading stone lightning tigerman while laughing loudly. It is right. In a way, deploying such powerful shields cost us a lot of resources that could be better used elsewhere, I said as I looked at beams covering the new shield. It is better we destroy these bastards. It will save us a lot of resources, and we will also get our hands on those powerful dome breaker artifacts, I said with a smile before I started to fly up. Michiel, the teacher said, the first time bringing change in her expression since the attack began. I will be fine, teacher. It is time to show the world that our Academy is no pushover. They will pay with their life if they dared to something like that, I said and flew up. Teacher again opened her mouth to stop me but closed it as she felt a hand on her shoulder. He is right. It is time to tell the world we are no pushovers, and since he dared to take action means he has some confidence against them, Councilman Finn said. Have you seen Michiel do anything that he is not confident about doing? Councilman Finn asked, seeing she is still not convinced. She struggled for a while before she nodded, but a moment later, she had taken out a couple of command discs and began to activate them. While she is willing to give her student the freedom to make his own choices, she is still taking precautions in case he needs her help. In Pyramid. The Pyramid's control room is buzzing with new updates every second. The grim monster's attack came sooner than they had expected. They launched their attack within 10 minutes of sensing the blessing. Not a day, not a week, not even a complete hour, just 10 minutes. Even they were prepared, they were still caught off guard, as the grim monsters have deployed hundreds of their powerful legions across the continents, coming across the humans' borders in full force. Grand Commander, the companies of grim monsters, have arrived at the Nasred Island, Abyss Leaf Mountain, and River Rifled Academy, informed Major Ross, adding 3 more screens to the already hundreds. Hera's eyes couldn't help sharp, seeing that targeting those 3 places is symbolic. We have to save those places, Lord Sylvester said. He is the only leader of Supreme who is present in the command rooms, while others have gone to their responsibilities, taking command of various legions or areas. The 3 areas they're targeting are all related to Ramona Hawthorne and Catherine Roosevelt. Nasred Island was the birthplace of Ramona Hawthorne. Abyss Leaf Peak is a place where both of them had spent considerable time when they were hiding from Star Palace, and the Riverfield Academy had made them what they were. It is not just a symbolic attack, but also a trap, one wrong step, and we will suffer immeasurable losses that will have an implication on the whole war, Hera softly. While these places are important and will have an effect on the morale of their forces, she could not take any hasty step saving them, but that does not mean she would not try to save them, but her approach would be cautious. She would not lose old monsters saving these places. Their value is too great. These attacks may seem symbolic to hurt their morale, but they are actually the traps for the old monsters. She is 100% sure. Some of the bastards from Coven hiding in shadows like snakes, ready to strike the moment we fell on their trap. Hun, what is he doing? Lord Sylvester said suddenly. Hera followed his gaze and got surprised too when she Michiel Zar moved toward the grim monsters. Is he mad? There are 15 masters there, the leader of the company in limbo. Even if he invoked the blessing, he is still not strong enough to contend against such force, Sylvester added. In a deep hidden place. There is a 70% chance that this vermin is the one who had received the blessing, said the old werewolf, seeing the projection of Michiel flying toward the grim monsters. It is good. I am confident that force led by Descendant would crush this bastard, and that little organization behind it in pieces, said the tigerman with confidence. Hearing that, the old werewolf nodded. Tell your descendant not to hold back anything, crush it soon as possible, and when he returned with victory, I will reward him personally, said the old werewolf. I will inform him of that right away, said the tigerman and tapped a few buttons on the plate that was attached to his hands. As I appeared beside the shield, it opened a small way that was big enough for me to comfortably pass through it. As I passed through the gap she had opened, I summoned my armor. Thousands of tiny strings came out of me and weaved a beautiful armor across my body. Its weaves are clear, and they gave me perfect flexibility to move, and I could pass the energy through them at much more ease than before. Gentlemen, you should know it is not polite to come to others' home uninvited, I said to the 15 grim monsters in front of me, especially looking at the stone lightning tigerman, the leader of the group. Our intentions were never polite humans. We have come to destroy your little academy and you, said Stone Lightning Tigerman as he pressed his knuckle against his palm and yellow lightning sparked, which is powerful enough to turn an elite into the dust. About that, you're slightly mistaken, I said with a small smile on my face. It will be you guys who will be turning into essences. Roses, you are familiar with that, right? I asked and even took out a black-colored essence rose. Seeing it, the auras of all the grim monsters exploded. The only remaining calm was Stone Lightning Tigerman. From what I know, the Stone Lightning Tigerman tribe has a seat in the coven, which makes it a royal tribe. The members of all the royal tribes are powerful, seeing they have access to an unimaginable amount of resources, and this one did not disappoint its lineage at all. The Stone Lightning Tigerman in front of me is powerful. He had taken a half step into Grandmaster stage, though he is still considered a masterclass tyrant until he took a complete step into it. This half step made it very powerful, so powerful that almost no masterclass tyrant could be a match of it. And to be honest, even I don't know whether I would be able to defeat it or not, but I would very much try it, and with all the abilities, I might be even able to defeat it. You joke well, human, the Stone Lightning Tigerman said with a small laugh and performed a small gesture with its hands. As he did, the 12 grim monsters who had held the huge artifacts earlier moved and surrounded me. It is quite a party to defeat a single me, I said, totally unfazed by the number of grim monsters surrounding me. I instead focused on it. The Stone Lightning Tigerman is one of the balanced tribes. They have both speeds, defense, and destruction with stone and lightning as a primary element. This one in front of me was built like a tank. It even put a shame on the most muscles Rhinoman I had seen. It is a little above 9 meters tall and is extremely bulked up. Its brown-yellow armor is very thick, thicker than my hand. I think we have wasted enough time on this one. Human, kill him. The Stone Lightning Tigerman ordered, but soon his movements turned awkward when he saw its subordinates were not attacking me, and instead, all of them had the expression of struggle in their eyes. For the first time, the confident expressions on Stone Lightning Tigerman disappeared, and the expression of alarm couldn't help but flash for a moment before an expressionless mask appeared on its face. What did you do to them? The Tigerman asked me. I didn't do anything to them. I replied, denying any involvement with the straight face. Maybe you did not train your subordinate well, and they did not want to follow your order at all, I added. The words seemed to burn it as angry lightning raged into its eyes. It had to close its eyes for a moment to gain control over its emotions. Hey guys, how about you all side with me and attack them? I said to the grim monsters, and to the alarm of Tigerman and 2 grim monsters behind him, all the 12 grim monsters took a smooth bow at me before flying toward the Tigerman in group. Have you people gone mad? Asked the sanguine bullman holding a staff behind the Tigerman. Words are useless against them. Merely they have become his puppets, Tigerman said before looking at me. So it is really you who received the blessing of the world. Only blessed could have the power to influence my men in front of my eyes, Tigerman said, and flew toward me. The 12 grim monsters surrounding him did not try to stop him. While the 12 grim monsters are mid-class masters, the Stone Lightning Tigerman is above peak-class master. Defeating 12 of them would not be a problem for him, even if the 12 of them fight with the synchronized fighting style. They will be handling the 2 peak masters, while I will fight against Stone Lightning Tigerman. I couldn't help but feel excited about it. I will be testing the power of my core against such a powerful enemy. Few minutes ago, Mist San. Sister, are you fine? Asked Sandra. She was with her sister when she heard the news of Riverfield Academy getting attacked. She had immediately teleported her sister and her brother-in-law into the family conference hall, which had access to the secret feed. There are tens of projections playing in the family conference hall, but the biggest one is from the Riverfield Academy, where the grim monsters are breaking one shield after another. See. A few seconds later, they saw Mitchell stepping behind his teacher and flying toward the grim monsters. Seeing that Sandra and some other people in the conference room couldn't help but suck a sharp breath, even change had occurred on Anna's face. Has Marina had gone mad? Why is she letting Mitchell go at the grim monsters? Sandra asked in horror. Just a few seconds passed when she saw Mitchell approaching the shield and the gap opening through it, which he passed through as the armor began to appear on his body. They have really gone mad. Not only your son, but a whole lot of them. These are freaking masterclass tyrants. Even father will have to run if he come across few of them, and there are freaking 15 of them. And that leading one seemed to have taken a half step out of masterclass if the numbers are right, Sandra said in absolute horror. She looked at her sister, who had not said a single word since she had said a word. Since the battle started, she was just holding her husband's hand and watching her son intently on the screen with worry flashing in her eyes. They have watched as Mitchell passed through the gate and began conversing with an enemy like it was a civil meeting, and not a fight where they would reach for each other's throat at the next moment. They conversed for more than a minute before the leading tigerman ordered his subordinate to attack. Seeing that, Sandra closed her eyes, not wanting to see what happened to her nephew when she began to hear shocked gasps instead of shrieks of horror. She had tentatively opened her eyes to see what was happening, and only gasped with shock she saw grim monsters bowing at her nephew before surrounding the three grim monsters. Fuck, Sandra couldn't curse in shock seeing that. She had already guessed her nephew had leveled up otherwise. He wouldn't have dared to take a step toward the grim monsters. Still, the power to control the 12 grim monsters and make them attack their own people is no simple thing. The whole room is shocked by such a display of power, especially her sister. She could not seem to believe her son as this kind of power, even her peak, at the last battle she had fought. She was in the shock of her nephew's power when her expressions as she saw the stone lightning tigerman walking toward him. It is royal and already taken a half step out of master class. Fighting it would not be easy. As for defeating it, Sandra did not think her nephew could do it with all his strength. Stone lightning tigerman stopped 50 meters away and took out a gray saber. The gray saber looked mediocre compared to the weapons of the other grim monsters, but it had the sharpest edge of all the grim weapons I had seen, and I am sure this is not even the most powerful ability, his saber. It looks like it really is you who had received the blessing, and that means I will have to finish you off no matter the price, it said, and a powerful aura blazed about of it, which shook the space faintly and created crackle in the air. I don't completely understand what it said, but I know one thing, and that I have to finish it off. This bastard alone has the power to finish off the whole academy, and I could not let that happen. As its aura blazed, my greatsword appeared in my hand. Its heavy weight gave me a comfortable feeling, made me believe I could do anything with it in my hands. Die human, the stone lightning tigerman shouted, and lightning streaked across its body before it appeared in front of me, and its huge 8-meter-long saber came at me with every intention to divide tiny me into two. I was quite surprised by its speed. It is had teleported in front of me, but that did not keep me from reacting. I swung my sword on the counter, and my speed was no less than it despite no aura flaring out of my body. Crackle. Its sword had crossed half of the distance when suddenly a wide smirk appeared on his face, and lightning covered its saber heavily. The lightning is yellow in color with brown edges. It not only gave the feeling of destruction, but also of heaviness. It looked like this bastard is really wanted to kill me usually. Grim monsters do not use sneaky moves when they are fighting an important battle that is being fought to create an effect. It lessens the effect they are trying to produce, but this tigerman did not seem to care about that. The only thing it cared is killing me. With lightning flashing, the speed of its saber increased by 5 times immediately and moved to cut me into two. Seeing that, I increased the speed of my sword immediately and brought my sword in front of its saber. Clang. Its huge saber clashed against my tiny sword, and a smirk on the tigerman's face had widened up as all the lightning covering its saber moved at my sword. Seeing that, I immediately turned off all the defenses of my sword and let the heavy lightning climb over my sword before covering my body densely. It had covered me so densely that it had formed a sphere of lightning around me, and every second, tens of bolts of thick lightning began to attack me. Dense lightning covered me like a cocoon. It is very thick and powerful, and tens of bolts are striking against me every second. If I had wished, I could have easily been able to defend against this attack, but I did not. It may sound idiotic and dangerous, but I wanted to test my defenses with it, and I have to say, they have not disappointed me. Thousands of runes across the strings of my strings lit up and formed a very complex formation that would make any attack that came in my way crush it before sending it into my core. It is much like my previous defensive system, but also different. The difference, because it is now much more complex and powerful, could do things that my previous defense was incapable of doing. Shoo shoo shoo. To test the defense further, I activated one of its functions. As I did, hundreds of small formations in complex defense formations lit up and formed hundreds of invisible swirls around my armor that began to suck away lightning, covering me at incredible speed that a second later, there was no lightning covering my armor. It had been all sucked away by my armor. I was shocked to see its efficiency and power, and I am not the only one. The gloating smile on the face of the stone lightning tigerman froze away before turning that of the shock, though it had straightened its expressions within a second. the damage is already done. You will have to try something stronger for next time this attack of yours was like a touch of a feather, I said with a smile. If you want strong, I will give you strong, it said, and a powerful aura shot out of its body with arcs of yellow lighting weaving around it. They will create tiny explosions in the air. Might of stone lightning, it shouted, and powerful lighting armor covered its body, taking its height to 11 meters. Its strength is now shuddering. No regular master would be able to contend against this attack. Nice move, let me show you mine, I said to it as its giant body appeared in front of me like it had been teleported. First boost, I said, taking the name of my old move, but like my armor, it had also completely changed. There is no change in my aura except for it being deeper, while 5 palm-sized pink roses came out of me from behind me before silver and green vines were released from them and connected to 5 roses, forming a pentagon that floated behind me. Even without looking, I know the floating rose pentagon looked amazing to me, but it is not for the show. It had many uses and made the first boost a little more encompassing than being just a boosting move, and for a moment I even thought of changing its name to Penta Boost, but decided against that. As the rose pentagon had appeared behind me, strength like never before flowed into my veins, but not a single speck had leaked outside as if there was no change at all. With the powerful strength coursing through my veins, and I swung my sword against the saber of the tigerman, which had reached very close to my body, but my sword moved like an arrow and appeared before its saber before it could hack me into 2. Clang! Defeating sound rang out as our weapons clashed, and a vast shockwave released through the crash while a flood of lighting came at me, both through energy attack through the sword and direct lightning strikes. This time, the defenses of my sword activated, and they have immediately crushed the 70 power of the energy attack, despite it being infused with the will, while the flood of lightning that came at me had never touched me. Suddenly pink mist released from the penta roses behind me, which covered my whole body, and as the thick bolt of lightning crashed against the mist, they crushed apart like the stone would be crushed under Warhammer before getting absorbed in my armor. The eyes of Stone Lightning Tigerman couldn't help but pop up in surprise and anger seeing that. I would be too angry if my powerful attack got crushed in such a way. This was no ordinary attack, it was from the member of the royal tribe who had taken half step out of master class. To defend it again, I had to make tens of quick calculations and display the mist at perfect timing and in perfect amount to make it look like I had easily defended against it, but it was anything but easy. Pink mist receded just as fast it had appeared, and I looked at Stone Lightning Tigerman with a smile. You are a member of the royal tribe, show me some real power, I said in a teasing tone, which had made it even angrier than it already is. Snort. It snorted instead of saying anything and attacking, and this time its attack was much more powerful than before. The lightning became thinner and radiating even more power. The hundreds of bolts of it are moving around its body like they have their own consciousness. It is without a doubt that it infused its lightning with consciousness, which will make the attack much powerful, but I am ready to face it. There is even a smile on my face. This Tigerman is undoubtedly the best opponent I could ask for to test my power. The only thing I have to do is remain careful. While it may look like I am beating it, it is not the case at all. There is so much strength it had not shown, and when it let it all out, I will have to use every speck of energy I have to fight against it. I hope it will not come to that. I am already making a plan where I would be able to defeat it with much less strength than I need to. Clang, clang, clang. It's launched attack after attack. It is fast as lightning and vicious as a thorned rock. It is attacking me from all sides. Those who are looking at me will see me attacked with a flood of yellow lightning from brown edges from all the sides. They would not see grim monsters or me. They would only see a huge number of yellow lightning attacking a single place. Those who have the power of seeing our fight clearly will see it attacking me tens of times every second, and I would defend against every attack of it, while the rose mist surrounding me would be crushed apart every bolt of lightning, even if the bolts had been infused with the power of the will, which makes them very hard to destroy. It is not just its bolts of lightning that had been infused with the will, but also my rose mist, and inside it, an invisible formation which I had designed for crushing any kind of elemental grim force, even if that one is infused with the will. Attack after the attack came, and I had dealt with each and every one of them. The giant's attacks are powerful, but I am no slouch either. I fought with my full concentration, countering any attacks that came in my way. While I am doing fine, the 12 grim monsters I had enthralled were not so much. 2 peak-level masterclass tyrants are hell-bent on destroying them. A few moments ago, the 12 of them were their friends and subordinates, and now they are fighting like they are their enemies. Still, their performance of 12 is better than I had expected, and would be able to last quite a while without dying, which would be great. I do not want to lose any of the subjects to create the essence roses. A masterclass essence roses would be a very precious resource. Sup, the yellow lightning again transformed into the Stone Lightning Tigerman and attacked me with a saber, and I again moved with quick speed and crashed against it. This time, instead of attacking me again, it moved back and appeared a few hundred meters away. Stone wheels of lightning. It shouted, and hundreds of stone wheels materials above it. This wheel looks like they have made of stones and has very sharp spikes on them, which could tear anything apart, but that is not the dangerous thing about this wheel. The most dangerous thing about the wheels is the runes that have covered them, which are filled with concentrated lightning. The lighting is so concentrated that it feels like lightning has turned into liquid. Die human. Roared and released all the 112 wheels at me. The runes on all of them had lit up, forming a phantom of the gigantic week above all the wheels. Seeing that my eyes couldn't help but widen up, I had expected the move to be powerful, but not this powerful. It is a crushingly powerful move. The wheels may look separate, but they are connected to each other. Facing a single one would be facing them all, and dodging them is very hard seeing their speed and how wide they have been spread. Second boost. I said, and my aura had deepened even further, and another 2 roses came out and formed a heptagon, and 7 roses released the mist which has covered me and the 10-meter area around me in the pink feign mist. By the time that happened, the hundreds of wheels were on me, and they felt much more dangerous than they had a moment ago. DRUN. A loud noise rang out as a huge wheel crashed against the mist. I was right, the wheels are connected to each other and possess the power of all. The single wheel, which should have been crushed by the mist the moment it touched it, started getting inside it slowly. The lightning runes on it blazed wildly as they pushed forward while my rose mist was trying to crush it. I kept coming closer and closer to me. While my rose mist consumed more of its power, it had become a battle for attrition, which I was going to win. To pass through my rose mist, one needed a crushing power to reach me in one fell swoop. Once it slows down and a battle of attrition begins, the attack could forget about reaching me. The mist will begin to crush the power of the attack, and it has absorbed my core before being converted and returned to power the mist, the usual. The wheel had crossed half of the mist before it had stopped. The other wheels, which had slightly less power than the first wheel, also begin to stop slowly into the mist. The mist slowly began to crush the wheels as their terrifying aura began to whittle away, and the aura of mist kept growing when suddenly, something happened. "Caught you," said the stone lightning tigerman when it suddenly appeared out of the first wheel, which had cracks appearing on its surface. Whisper of stone lightning. It said, and its saber, which is completely covered in very tiny concentrated lightning arcs, which is touches enough to heavily injure a master, and if struck got, then they will be directly turned into ashes. It is a really good move, worthy of being from Royal, as there is another stone lightning tigerman 100 meters away from me, and it looked real as it gets, and even I could not tell it if it is a fake. Still, the grim monsters would be fooling itself if it thinks it could kill me with such a move. The rose mist is a domain, and I know everything that entered inside it. I had sensed the stone lightning tigerman the moment the first wheel had touched the rose mist, despite it using an extremely good concealing method, and I had already made the preparations to deal with it. Clang, the sword which had been hanging by my feet had turned blur and appeared by my neck just when the huge saber about hacked it apart or crushed it, as one might look at it seeing the size of the saber, which 4 times greater than my size. "You should improve your art, you are not sneaky as you think you are," I said as I defended its attack. There was a huge shock in its eyes before it had turned into raging anger, which made its eyes covered thickly in the mad lightning. "Breath of stone lightning," it said while our weapons were locked, and thick, concentrated yellow lightning came out of its mouth and surrounded me, and I have again got completely covered in lighting again, and this time the lighting is far more destructive than before. It had seemed to have prepared that it might fail and thus prepare for the second move to finish the job. Unfortunately, it is not the only one that had made the preparations. I too have made some preparations. The 7 roses behind me shone a little, and at the same time, hundreds of invisible whirlpools appeared across my armor. This lighting is much more powerful than the one I had experienced before, and is much harder to deal with, but even as powerful as this lighting is, it once again started to get crushed under the rose mist, which had thickened around my body before getting absorbed into whirlpool, which again had crushed them into the harmless power and sent to my core to be converted. "As I had said, you will have to try better if you want to do anything against me," I said, and this time I did not get an angry reaction from it as I had been expecting. Instead, its eyes have become strangely calm and disappeared from in front of me and appeared 100 meters away. "It seemed like I will have to reveal something real if I want to kill you," it said with a sigh, and aura started growing, not explosively like before, but gently, like a beginning of the storm. As its aura grew, change began to occur in its weapon. It began to morph into something else. It took a few seconds to change its shape and size, and when it was completed, I was quite surprised as it is completely different from the saber it had used before. It had become a whip, a yellow-brown color which seemed to make of the spine of some monsters, as there are 52 vertebrae attached to it, and both sides of each vertebra are very sharp-looking dark yellow blades. Wapush. The saber was just fun. The whip is my real weapon. I hope you will be able to take some of its moves, it said and lashed its whip at me, making a very distinct sharp sound that only whips could make. The whip came at me, and its movements are like a snake. They seemed simple enough to follow, but when one actually does, one couldn't help but become confused about it. It's no simple attack, there is a lot of soul art involved in it. Seeing that, I couldn't help but be surprised and immediately activated one of the ocular abilities I've developed. A circle of runes has appeared in my eyes, and immediately, movements of the whip have become a lot more clearer. With this ability, I have even been able to see the waves of soul energy. Seeing them, I couldn't help but become surprised. This move may seem simple, but it is anything but that. It is its most powerful attack yet, and if I had not activated my ocular ability of mine, I would have been hit by it without knowing how. CLANNG, step, step, step. The end of the whip clashed against my sword, creating a huge shockwave and small surprise in the eyes of the grim monsters while making me take 3 steps back by the sheer power it contained, and that was just the beginning. Whappush. It took back its whip before swinging it back at me again, and this time it was much faster and had lightning crackling across it. There is even a hidden smile across its face, as it knows this attack is going to hit me hard, which made me even more careful about its attack. CLANNG, as the whip had clashed against my sword, my eyes couldn't help but widen up as I began to step after another while getting over to the effect of the attack I had just suffered. If it had been any other master class or below tyrant in my place, they would have died with their soul vaporizing under the wrath of lightning. The attack of which may seem like a physical and energy type attack, but it is a soul type attack. The bastard has melded its stone lightning into its soul attack, giving it a pure lightning power, which may seem easy to do, but it is extremely hard. It was a good thing I had my soul defenses active, and my sword is just as good at blocking soul attacks as its energy attacks otherwise. Shock is not the only thing I would have suffered in this attack. Whappush. As I was in my thoughts, another attack came, and this time I did not hesitate at all and immediately activated the third boost, which is now a power boost like the former 2 boots and not a blood boost as it was used to before. As I activated it, 2 roses came out of me and added to the previous 7, making it 9 roses, and transforming the shape into Rose Nanogon, which looked extremely beautiful. As the Rose Nanogon appeared behind me, I felt the power like never before. It was beyond what the other 2 boosts had offered me. It made me feel like I could do anything in the world, and gave me the urge to laugh aloud like a madman. CLANNG, its whip clashed against my sword, clashed with end, and the lightning arcs made of soul energy came at me with viciousness, but this time I was ready. My sword had destroyed half of them as they had traveled through it, and while the rest of it was hammered away by the rose mist, what little of that remained was crushed by the whirlpool around my armor and absorbed in my core before being covered and sent back to 9 roses behind me. Whappush. It was just beginning, the moment Stone Lightning Tigerman saw me taking its attack without much shake. Its eyes thundered, and it again attacked me with the whip, but an entirely different technique, which had divided its witch into 3 parts, and the thing is, all 3 of them are real. Seeing that, my eyes couldn't sharpen up, and 2 green and silver hands made of vines came out. Both of the vine hands are holding the real long swords. These hands and swords are works of art. I had spent quite a lot of time to them to find the perfect design. With this new design, I could use more powerful moves through them at greater efficiency than before. CLANNG, CLANNG, CLANNG. It took a fraction of seconds for the 3 of the whips to arrive before me, and all 3 of my sword met against them. The attack was more powerful than the previous one, and arcs of soul lightning remained on my body a few moments longer than I had expected. Humph. It seemed to have got angry by my defense and harumphed loudly, and attacked me again with more than powerful attack, which arrives before an instant as it teleported and targeting moved like the stinger of scorpion would move, at deadly accuracy and lethality. I counter in them and it attacked again, and this time there were 5 whips instead of 3, but that did not faze me at all as another 2 hands came out of me and dealt with the attack. Attack after attack came, and I dealt with them all, never dared to underestimate my energy even for a moment, which is why I have not suffered any injury till now, but it could happen if I dared to miss even a single attack. This bastard is extremely powerful. Until now, it had not shown its real power to me. Until it does and I killed it, I will have to be careful against it. CLANNG, CLANNG, CLANNG. I had countered another of its attack, and this time there were a total of 9 whips that had come toward me, attacking me from all the sides. If I did not have the vine hands, I could forget about handling these 9 whips at the same time. Dodging them would have also been very hard given their speed and reach, which seemed to be unlimited. I had tried dodging the attack and found it quite hard. The whip is very flexible and could move anywhere without losing momentum. I again readied myself for another attack, but found it had not come. Instead, I saw it looking at me without saying anything. It seemed to be studying me, thinking what it could use against me, which I could not defend. Feeling its gaze, I have smiled. I did not use this chance to attack it. This attack is great for me, not only to take a look at my puppets, but also to work on my other plans secretly. 12 grim puppets of mine have become all bloodied and seriously injured, but all of them are fighting ferociously against their two powerful opponents, which are using every type of attack they have, but the 12 of them are still surviving working together. The movements of 12 grim monsters may seem a little rigid, and they could only perform the physical type attack, but these physical attacks are powerful than what grim monsters would have been able to pull before they became my puppets. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Domain stone and lightning, it said slowly, and I found the environment around me changed. I found myself on the hard stone floor and powerful yellow lightning crackling above me with the force that made me shudder. The whole atmosphere feels heavy. A regular tyrant would get crushed immediately in this domain. Forget the regular tyrants, even elites would not be able to last here for more than 5 seconds, and leaders would get reduced dust within half a minute. Masterclass tyrants would survive this domain, but most of them would be powerless in it as meat on the chopping board, helpless to do anything against it. The invisible suppression of domain pressed down on me that had immediately reduced my strength by 1/4, seeing that I couldn't help but get alarmed. Die, you bastard. The stone lightning tigerman roared and attacked me with its whip, which immediately divided into more than 10 whips, and at the same time, clouds above me crackled loudly, bringing down a huge arc of lightning on me. Seeing the powerful attacks coming toward me one after another and having my strength reduced by a considerable degree, I have to do something immediately, or these attacks would heavily injure me if I did not do anything. Fortunately, I could do something against it. Garden of Roses. I said, and immediately change occurred. The floor beneath my field changed from hard stone to the dark brown soil, which had some tiny grass on it. The small and big patches of soil begin to appear all over around me, fighting against the stone floor for the space, and at the same time, there is a change in environment. The air did not feel the crackling anymore. One could smell the fresh air now and then. The biggest change the domain had brought was that it had erased the suppression. I am feeling I could now use all my strength without any suppression. Though there is one odd thing about my domain, it is barren. There are no roses as I mentioned in the name. The only greenery it has is grass, which is also getting damaged by the powerful energies of lightning and stone. Crackle, the big arc of lightning fell down on me, and despite having numerous arms, I did not do anything to defend against it. I let it fall down on me, and it did. The big arc of lightning fell down on me. It had immediately spread through the 10 meters wide faint rose mist covering me before it came down on my armor. The bolt is powerful enough that it was able to bear the hammering of the mist and came to my armor. Over 1,000 small whirlpools appeared around my armor with the power of the third boost and began to suck away this powerful lightning that could smite any master-class tyrant into the ashes while it trying its all to tear through my armor so it could smite me. Sup, sup, sup. While it all happened, 21 whips have appeared in front of me and tore through my mist and came for me, aiming at all my fatal spots. I did not react till the whips had passed through half of the mist before my sword and 9 vine hands of mine moved, and they moved with like a specter, not even a bit affected by the sparks of lightning covering them and wanting to tear them apart. The lightning may be powerful, but it is still not powerful enough to tear through my vines. Even the stone lightning tigerman did not have such strength. My sword and my vine hands holding sword move in a certain way. It is the one of combat move I had created quite a while ago, but did not have the energy to perform it, and now I do. I am using it to clash against more than double of very powerful vines. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. My swords and vine swords clash against the one whip after another. The whip is very flexible, covering in the tiny but very concentrated arcs of the soul lightning, which would try to seep inside them but fail every time till the mist crushes them. I clashed against one vine after another, taking their soul lightning which would get crushed same as the energy lighting which is covering me. Every moment more and more lightning would get destroyed, and when it happened, the rose mist would get stronger, become denser and spread wider and crush even more lightning, but all the lightning crushed at the same time when the mist had reached the certain power. Hee, as expected, I did not think this attack would be able to do anything to you, said the stone lightning tigerman with a laugh. I did not feel good seeing its laugh. Till now it had very serious expressions on its face. There was even raging anger seeing its every move was unable to injure me, much less gets me. But now there was a laugh on its face, and it does not felt like acting but the genuine one. Human, let me show you one of my favorite moves. I hope you will enjoy it, it said, and the next second, a copy of it walked out of it. This copy feels just like it, that I could not sense any difference from the real body. The first copy of it was just the beginning as another copy released from it, and then another, and then another. I wanted to stop it, but I knew even if I had attacked to stop it, I would not be able to do. The thing I could do is spot the original. That way I would be able to defeat this copies. While it was making the copies of itself, I had begun to activate one ocular ability after another. Many of these abilities I had developed in keeping a mind dealing with grand arts like the Empire of Mist. I am sure they will weed out the real one among the copies. By the time I had finished activating my ocular and sensory abilities of mine, it had finished making copies. It had made 8 copies of itself, making it a total of 9 people, if counting the real stone lightning tigerman, and all of them are now surrounding me. All 9 of them looked similar to it, even with so many of my abilities active. I could not sense any change in them, which is not surprising. If finding it had been this easy, it wouldn't have been one of its favor. It is time for you to suffer, human. All 9 of stone lightning tigermen screamed and attacked me with their whips. Whappush, whappush, whappush. Sharp sound of whips rang out, and 9 whips came at me, and these 9 whips had turned into 189 whips as each whip transformed into 21 whips. Seeing such a powerful attack coming at me, my eyes couldn't help but widen up, and I knew my current power would not be enough to defend against such powerful attacks. Unlike the copies, the attack by them is very much real and powerful enough to scare the hell out of me. It seemed like this time is good as any time to test that move, I said to myself as I thought about the completely different move I had designed, and not just the one I had brought many changes, it is also the move I had replaced the Everwings with. The move is totally untested, and even though I know it would work seeing the number of tests I have performed, but I have never used this move, and this time feels as good as any, as I am very sure as I would not be able to do defend or dodge, so many lashes coming at me. Crown of roses, I said, and immediately a beautiful silver-pink crown appeared on my head, and thorns began to appear on the vine that is connecting the 9 roses. As it happened, I felt a blinding headache. The headache is not due to the injury, but due to sheer information overload. The crown of roses is a very powerful sensory-type move. In it, I had even manipulated my own neurons for better information processing, but it did not seem to be enough to see I was feeling a blinding headache. The pyramid. His moves are quite flashy, Lord Sylvester said, looking at hundreds of screens in front of him, but almost all of them are focusing on the screen of Riverfield Academy, as it is the most important screen of all. There might be legions fighting somewhere else, but what is happening in the Riverfield Academy will change the course of the whole war. Even Grand Commander is trying to focus on the Riverfield Academy screens as much as possible while looking at the other screens and giving orders every minute. They may be flashy, but they are effective, I would say too much effective from what I could see. There's barely any energy wastage in his moves, and his combat style is quite efficient, which takes the wastes to a minimum and increase the power of the attacks to maximum, said the old voice who is sitting in the corner of the hall. There are a couple of old monsters sitting around the command center. They usually remain quiet and only offer their input when asked, so it is quite surprising when they speak. Yes, his moves are quite efficient or powerful, so powerful that it is quite hard to believe he is only 22 years old, Lord Sylvester said, making everybody fall silent. Even Grand Commander got silent for a few seconds before she started throwing orders once more. The power they have displayed had shocked all of them, even old monsters who once sat on the place's Grand Commander, and Lord Sylvester is sitting on couldn't help but get shocked when they saw such power. You know, even with the records written in a pyramid in my organization, testified by hundreds of powerful people of that time, I had thought the records about Catherine Roosevelt's first battles were quite exaggerated, but now I do not think that, Lord Sylvester said very softly. Hearing that, some of the old monsters and some important people in a room couldn't help, but not a little many of them had thought the same when they read those records. The first battle of Catherine Roosevelt's they're talking about is the first battle where Her Excellency had shown her real strength, and it had shocked the whole world that time, and forced them to acknowledge that Catherine Roosevelt is no weaker than Ramona Hawthorne herself. I hope Grand Commander will try her all to save him. He has become very important for the war and our world, Lord Sylvester said. Hera looked at the Lord Sylvester for a second, nodded gently before she focused on other screens, and resumed with her orders. While Grand Commander just nodded gently, those who know her very well knew that little nod is akin to promise, and everybody knows that Hera never breaks her promises. I controlled the sensory overload and processed all the data coming at me forcefully before I controlled all the 9 sword hands and moved them gently around me. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. The speed of my sword hands is not great. They moved at nearly 10 times slower speed than the coming whips, but as whips arrived, they began to clash against each and every one of them, not letting even a single one of them enter my inner defense. The Crown of Roses had increased my sensory powers tremendously, and I have manipulated my neurons in such a way that they would be able to process the sensory data that my senses sent them. Playing with neurons and the brain is a very dangerous thing. One small mistake I would turn into a vegetable for forever. For the first time since the battle begins, I am moving so much, but I am not moving in the high distance, I am moving in a meter radius, positioning myself every second at a better place to defend against the maximum numbers of whips coming at me. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It is not the only danger I am facing. The clouds are clashing above me, sending one huge lightning after another, and I am using my own sword to defend against them. But I could not defend against all the lighting that fall on my sword, and some of it was able to flow down on my body. My body is densely covered with lightning. There are two types of lightning that are covering me and trying to drill inside me. One is the thin, concentrated soul lightning that came from the whips, while the other is huge lightning arcs that are striking from the clouds. These two types of lightning are converging around my body, forming even a stronger attack to tear through my armor, and they are reaching very close to it. My defenses are working at their limit. Over 2,000 invisible whirlpools are covering me, sucking and crushing every bit of lightning they could suck before sending it to my core for conversion. And when the energy came back converted, it would be directly sent to the Nane rose vine behind me to strengthen the rose mist. The pink rose mist is doing a fantastic job in crushing the lighting, and every moment it gets stronger and stronger and crush more and more lightning. Despite the fantastic defense, every second, the assault of 9 stone lightning tigermen would become stronger and stronger, sending more cloud lightning and soul lightning at me through its attacks. It seemed like it wanted to burn me through the lightning. This is its real power, and I was right about it. Is being frightened. I have been careful, but it seemed like my strength was not enough. I could not hold for long if I wanted to not die in a couple of seconds. Then I would have to use my defensive method, and I really didn't want to use it since it had not revealed its full power. I was about to activate my defensive method when suddenly my eyes twinkled, and all the pieces fell into their places. I have finally found the real one among the 9. It was the last one I had expected. It is a good thing I had not acted on my impulse earlier. With the real one found, I did not waste any time and acted immediately for the first time, revealing the ability of my domain, which looked so bland. Kutch, kutch, kutch. The thorns suddenly came out of the ground and began to pierce the one grim monsters after another. These thorns do not hold much power, but they are extremely fast and sharp. They begin to pierce through the grim monsters without giving them any chance to defend. I had released the 8 thorns, which destroyed all the 8 grim monsters, which had turned to smoke, while leaving the original one wide-eyed with shock. I did not attack the original one, as it was no use. It was very powerful, and those thorns of mine would have been able to give it a small injury if it had hit it on the spot. I did not expect my move to be invincible, not being able to found out by anyone, but most people who were able to find the real me had taken at least 7 minutes, while you have found them in just 1, said Stone Lightning Tigerman as its shock wore off. You are really good, worthy for Coven to spend so much effort in killing you, and Supreme Lord himself willing to give me reward if I kill you. It said, in a low voice. Its tone made the alarm bells in my mind ring loudly, and I am smart enough to know the reason for it. I have played with you enough already, and if I waste more time, the Supreme Lord will punish me instead of rewarding me even if I kill you most gruesome way. So human, be ready to die. I am going to use my strongest attack to kill you, it said, an aura like never before released from its body. The aura is not explosive, but it is powerful enough that it has begun to affect the space around the grim monster. Rumble, rumble, ruble. Art of Ivaso, giant. It roared in the loudest grim roar I've ever heard, and its size began to change. Its huge muckly body began to expand as the huge arcs of lightning fall down from the rumbling clouds and merge with it. The process seemed different from the gigantification, as the gigantification did not give pain at all, and the process itself is dangerous. But here, the Stone Lightning Tigerman seemed to be in immense pain as one huge lightning arc after another shot down from the rumbling cloud and merged with it as it expands its body. It is not just the huge arcs of the lightning that is merging with it, but also the energy of the stone. Thick brown energy is coming down from the ground and flowing into its body. Body refining art, I said suddenly. It is a without doubt body refining art. Body refining arts are different from the other arts, which usually work on comprehension and energy. The body refining arts work solely on the body. They are extremely rare, and only a few people possess the proper constitution to practice them, and even then, people leave it halfway. From the records I've read, the process of practicing one is downright torturous, and it requires a humongous amount of resources that stopped even those select few who could practice it. I am quite jealous of those with Apex inheritance. They seem to have unlimited arts in them, and they just have to dig them out. Many people throughout history have dug out body refining art, even grand art, from their inheritance. One of the most famous was Ramona Hawthorne herself. It is said that she had killed a member of Cover with her bare fist. That humongously powerful grim monster had directly exploded by her single fist. This stone lightning tigerman is extremely talented to practice a body refining art to such a degree, and I wanted to stop this process, but I know I could not. There is a potent layer of energy that appeared around it. It will be tough for me to breach it through the usual means. Though I am sure I would be able to do it with the rule-bending power, I did not want to broadcast it around the world when I had the other choices. I am not powerless as I look to be. There are a few tricks that I've not used yet. It is not the only one that could change its size, though my changing size is usual gigantification. It is something I had worked very hard on due to the numerous advantages it offered, and again had used the designs of Grandmaster. Thousands of thinner hair strigs released from my body, and they began to weave around me. As they weave, they have created the layers, and each layer, when placed on my armor, would increase my size. My size began to increase rapidly. At a much faster speed than it only took me 3 seconds to grow bigger than it, and 4 seconds later, I stopped growing when I reached 28 meters. With my current strength, I could create 33 layers, which helped me reach the 28 meters, which is half of the size I used to have when I gigantified in the Emperor stage. While my size might have been reduced to half, the power had multiplied, and the greatest thing about this gigantified form of me is defense. It is a huge punching bag, capable of taking blows that would tear my small armor in a single attack. Though it also has some deficiencies, one of the biggest is that I could not use the new defensive method I had developed in this form, and my flexibility has also lowered a lot. But despite these shortcomings, this form is extremely powerful. I watched it grow bigger and bigger, calming down the urge to attack it and now and then. Soon, it had reached my height and continued growing. A few more seconds passed. When it finally stopped, I was quite surprised at seeing it stop at 31 meters. To be honest, I had expected it to grow over 50 meters, but it seemed like the body refining arts are different from the normal moves, and I should not treat it as gigantified grim monsters. I would pay a huge price if I did that. Ready to die, human? It had asked as the protective layer on it disappeared on its huge body. It did not give me a chance to answer and took a step toward me and directly appeared in front of me before swiping its claw at me. It had happened at a very fast speed, and if I did not have the crown of roses activated, I would not be caught a glimpse of attack, but still, watching it happening and reacting to it are two completely different things. It had appeared in front of me and swiped its claw. The claw is not its weapon but a natural body part, but it is more powerful than any weapon, especially when physical elemental lightning flashes on it. The stone lightning is creating powerful physical pressure that would even make a peak masterclass tyrant bend their knees. This attack is now coming at me, and I move my sword with all my speed, hoping it will be able to reach the claw before it strikes me. My sword was barely able to reach the defensive position and moved in front of the claw before crashing against it. CLANNNG, its claws fell on my sword, and my eyes couldn't help but widen up. I had felt the huge physical force coming down on me. It is beyond what I had expected. The physical force is not the only thing that went beyond my expectation, but also the physical lightning energy. Thud, thud, thud. The physical lightning had covered my whole body, and I had started to take one step back after another, trying to manage the momentum, while the physical stone lightning was trying to drill inside me. I had expected it to be powerful, but not this powerful. The first attack of it is already this overwhelming. I wonder how powerful the other attacks of it would be. I had just thought that when I saw it disappear from my view and appear behind me and attack. A sheer horror couldn't help but appear on my face as I realized there was no way I could stop this attack and activated multiple formations to lessen the blows. CLANNNG, its claw directly hit my back, and I felt a huge amount of physical force crashing down on me with physical lightning. This counterforce from the other side had stopped me on my track, and my whole body shook internally. Even though nearly all the strength of the attack was defended by my armor, some of the momentum had affected me. Though I had not been injured, it is a matter of time seeing how powerful its attacks are getting and how powerless I am to defend against them. CLANNNG. A fraction of seconds had passed when I had suffered the attack when it again appeared in front of me and attacked my chest, and like last time, I was unable to stop it despite seeing the attack. I did not have enough speed of moving my sword to defend. I felt powerless as I could see its attacks coming. My sensory powers let me feel and know every movement of it clearly, but I could not do anything against them other than take the attacks. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. It continued with its attacks, never stopping even a fraction of a second, and these consistent attacks are building great pressure on me. The physical lightning has accumulated in great quality, and currently the 10,000 plus invisible whirlpools are doing fine, but they would not be for much longer if the attacks continued with this pace. The body refining art is really something far more powerful than I had thought it would be. This gigantification is extremely defensive as my new defensive method, but even with it, I had been barely holding on against it. Grip, you really have tough skin, don't you? The stone lightning tigerman asked suddenly as it stopped in front of me, and before I could answer it, I saw its claw moving toward my head before gripping it tightly in its claws. "Let me see how tough you are," it said, and lifted me up effortlessly in the air before bringing me down with incredible speed. Bang! A loud bang rang out as I hit hard on the floor. The blow was not that powerful, but the humiliation of being beaten down like that is quite searing. Till now, I used to be the one beating down my enemies this way, but now, I am taking a beating, and it is being broadcast all around the world. Bang, bang, bang. I did not let this humiliation affect me and moved my sword again to attack it, but did not seem to have any mood to let me attack it as it lifted me again and crushed me against the floor. And this time, it did not take even second of break and continued lifting me and hitting me across the floor. Puh puh puh. My armor couldn't be able to block all the force, and finally, it shook my internal organs hard that I started vomiting with bits and pieces of internal organs. I did not let it know its attacks are affecting me and forcefully kept my aura stable as it continued to crash me on the floor. "You are a really tough nut to crack," it said as it stopped crashing me on the floor. There was no anger and frustration on its face when it said, "And I know the worst is coming, and I have to be ready to deal with it." Art of Alva's Storm. It said in the next moment, a horrendous amount of physical lightning came out of the body of Stone Lightning Tigerman before coming at me. Within a second, my whole body got covered in an enormous amount of physical lightning, and every arc of it is now trying to drill inside me and tearing me apart. "MISDSON." Gasp! Sandra couldn't help but gasp, seeing the state of her nephew, which had drastically changed in the few minutes. 5 minutes ago, her nephew had been holding against the grim monster fine, and there was even hope that he might be able to beat it, and he would have, if not for bloody body refining art showing up. Those things are terror. There are several of them in the Mistson. One is the hand of Mitchell's family, but they are notoriously hard to practice. In the past 300 years, nobody was eligible to practice the body refining art the family has. There was hope that her sister would be able to practice, but the curse had gotten her before she could start practicing it. Now, the neck of her nephew is in the claw of the Tigerman, and it is attacking him with that shuddering physical lightning. Even looking from the screen, she understood how powerful the physical lightning is, and knew she would not be able to bear a single bolt of it, much less a whole storm that her nephew was facing. "Why, they aren't saving him in such a state. He won't be able to last long," Sandra said as she looked at her sister, who is tightly gripping the hands of her husband while looking at the screen with deep worry and helplessness. Seeing those expressions in her sister's eyes, Sandra couldn't help but shake her sadly. Just one mistake on the side of her family had destroyed the future of her sister. She was the shine of the Mitchelsons, the hope of their resurgence, which they have destroyed with their own hands. If she had not been inflicted with the curse by her talent and art, she would have at least leader-class tyrant by now, even master-class, through which she would have been easily able to save her son. The Empire of Mist is not an offensive art, but the things it could do make even those with great offensive power roar in frustration. She would have been able to save her son. Even if she had been at the early master stage, the Empire of Mist had that power. Now, they have to wish others would save him. They have to. Her nephew is too talented, and he represents the hope of them winning this war. The physical lighting is breaking through one layer of strings after another. Even the tens of thousands of invisible whirlpools and every growing rose mist are not able to stop the powerful lightning that is coming for my life. I could let even a single bolt of lightning touch me. My physique may be as strong as Master's, it is still no match for the bolts of physical lightning, which could smite me into the ashes with just a single bolt. I have taken operations of thousands of invisible whirlpools in my hand, so they could deal with the physical lighting better, but this seemed to have barely affected the lightning as it is breaching one layer after another. The only solace I have is that the amount of physical lightning is whittling away as they pass one layer after another, and I do a better job handling the whirlpools, and with little luck, I might be able to survive this horrendous attack. That is what I was saying to myself when the next words spoken by the grim monster have crushed all my hopes. "Rumble, it seemed like this much of the lightning is not enough for you. Let me add a little more to send you to the underworld," the Stone Lightning Tigerman added with the laugh, and next second, rumbling physical lightning covered me further this time. The lighting is 3 times of that previous. My face couldn't help but become pale, seeing that there was no way I could handle this much of the physical lightning. In a few seconds, it will tear through all the layers and attack me with vines and attack my body in a couple of seconds. There is only one way I could survive, and that is using the expulsion formation that I have designed. It will expel any attack that is surrounding me but will make my vines weaker for a couple of minutes, and if it launches a similar attack like this again, then there will be no surviving. I am in very bad condition, and if I do not do it, I will die. So whether I want or not, I will have to use the expulsion. It is the only way I can live for a couple of more seconds longer, and I could also use this chance to my advantage. I am already very close to achieving my goal, and if luck helps me out a little more then, I will be able to turn the tables on the grim monster. After making a decision, I seeped my consciousness into expulsion formation and was about to activate it when I felt an extremely faint changes in the environment that made me shudder uncontrollably. There are people hiding. These people are so strong that they could crush us with the slightest breath. Killing 10 of us would not be a problem for them. I know they are old monsters and not regular old monsters either, but the ones that held real control over the world, like to the level of Matron Mavis and Patriarch Bradford. Buzz, I waited for 2 seconds, and when I saw no action coming from the old monsters, I activated the expulsion formation, as I could not afford to wait any longer. Rumble. As I activated the formation, a huge rumble rang out, and the grim monster, which had just opened a mouth to say, stopped with its eyes widening as all the physical lightning covering me formed a tide and went at it. I could direct the expulsion, and what better direction it would be than the Tigerman itself who had bestowed me with such powerful attack. Pyramid. Hera watched the hundreds of screens in front of her, but the most she is focused on is the one from the Riverfield Academy, where the heir of the Catherine Roosevelt is fighting against the Royal of Stone Lightning Tigerman tribe. The heir had reached a critical juncture and was surrounded by a powerful attack that could kill at any time. She had sensed the people to save him, the most powerful people in the world. These people are earth-shakingly powerful, and she had a dream to reach their stage in her life, just like her teacher, whom she had sent to save the heir. Grand Commander Mitchell Czar had reached his limit. If we did not save him immediately, it would be too late, Lord Sylvester said. She is thinking the same, but she could not do anything about it. She had taken a huge risk and sent the person she could, but she is not the only one who had sent people. She is extremely sure there is a member of the Coven itself is hiding, and those bastards are not easy to deal with. She just hopes that her teacher will be successful in saving him, and time is running out to do that, and she could not understand why her teacher is not taking action. The only reason she could think of him not taking action is the bastards from the Coven. Only those could stop him from taking any action. She was deep in worry and trepidation when she saw a shocking change happening in the fight. The powerful physical lightning that is covering the air suddenly begins to peel off his giant body by some strange force and turn into the tide of lightning before hitting the grim monster. The stone lightning tigerman screamed loudly. As the tide of lightning had hit it, the bastard had thought its own power would not affect it much, but it was dead wrong. The expulsion not only expels the power, but also makes tiny changes in the structure of power it is expelling. For the others is an extremely hard thing to do without getting noticed by the other party. Such types of things are easily noticeable, as one is very familiar with own power, but my way is undetectable. The rule bending power makes such things quite easy, though this little bit of tempering had cost me a huge amount of bending power. It was worth it. The harmless power has become harmful, and now it is bearing the full brunt of it, as even the smallest change in the structure of any power could make it completely different. The stone lightning tigerman is bearing the full brunt of the powerful attack, but despite facing the full power, it is not dying. While the expelled attack is very powerful, it is not enough to kill it. Fucking body refiners. I cursed loudly but did not waste any moment in acting. This is a golden opportunity for me, and I will have to do the final job at it. I will not get any other chance. If I miss it, there will be only death for me. Seconds passed by, and as the stone lighting tigerman bore the full brunt of its own attack, and it needed a total of 11 seconds to bore the attack, and when it came out of it, it looked quite wretched. Its majestic appearance has all but vanished, and now it looks like a burned kitty that is raging like an inferno. Its whole appearance is wretched. Burned marks could be seen everywhere in its body. Its luxurious fur all but disappeared, and those of what remained had turned burned black. Human, I will kill you. The stone lightning tigerman roared in rage and came at me. Saying it is angry would be an understatement. It is raging like a volcano, and this time it would not hold back. Unfortunately for it, this time I have no fear for it. Really. I asked back when its claw reached very close to my face, and just as it had about to reach my neck like last time, it froze on the spot. Every part of its body had frozen away, except for its eyes, which had widened like saucers in extreme shock. As it could not how I have frozen it on the spot without it realizing at all, just like I did with the 12 grim monsters a few minutes ago. If it is thinking that, then it is deadly wrong about it. I have used 2 very distinct methods to bound both parties. Binding the 12 mid-masterclass tyrants was an extremely easy thing. It had taken me barely a second to do that. While binding the stone lightning tigerman, I needed a whole fight and perfect chance for the most important part. It is useless, I said while shaking my head. I saw the look in its eyes and knew it was going to use its lighting to break my binding, but unfortunately it would not work. I had sealed its fucking core and all the power points. When I was emperor, I used to seal only the outer body, which was used to be enough to deal with any enemies, but the stakes are different in my current stage. Here in this level, I will face the enemies, against which the outer covering of my vines would not always work. Take this stone lightning tigerman, it is a freaking body refiner. It might not be able to break my string, but with its sheer strength, they would not impede its movements much, and it has enough methods in its arsenal that it would be able to get out the bondage of strings with enough effort. So the enemies like it would need a complete sealing, from their core to all the powerful points in their body. It is the only way to seal them safely, through which they have no chance to escape. I should finish it off as soon as possible, I thought to myself, and moved my giant fingers. As I did, the 12 grim monsters I had bound earlier flew toward me. Their fight had stopped the moment I had sealed the stone lightning tigerman. The two peak masterclass tyrants started to more to focus on running away than fighting the 12 grim monsters under my control. Unfortunately, they were unsuccessful. I have bound them too, as I had found the rest of the grim monsters. I have no intention to let any of these bastards get away. I looked at the 12 mid-masterclass tyrants. They have on the brink of death. There are grave injuries on their bodies, and their vitals are low. They are struggling with each breath, but they are alive, and that is enough for me. I lined up all the grim monsters in front of me before I began. I could not waste any time. There are powerful monsters around me that would only need a moment to crush me into pieces. It is my luck that there are some of my sides, otherwise I would have been finished already. As I began, thousands of strings started to peel out from my giant body and move towards the grim monsters. They have covered all the grim monsters and started to form a sphere of strings around them. It took less than 5 seconds to form a sphere now. There is a giant 35-meter radius sphere in front of me, and it is connected to me by the bridge of vines on which I am standing. I must look really good standing in the front of the giant sphere. I hope people are taking photos. I would like some. I joked in my mind to elevate the fear I am feeling in my heart. I shook those thoughts of fear from my mind. I had no control over the powerful people hiding around me. I just hope that when I begin the harvesting, they will protect me. I really wanted to not do that. It would be like spitting on the face of the bastards, but I had no choice. I could not run back to the academy, nor I could just simply kill the grim monsters. That would be just pure wastage. The energy crystals I would get from their dead bodies, if I survived, would be pitiful compared to the real reward I would get from harvesting them. There are two things that mainly stopped me running away: the essence rose I will get from the stone lightning tigerman, and also the 2 bloodlines. I need both of them. They are very necessary for me. I just hope I survive doing it. I had already spread the strings outside and inside of their body, and the moment I started harvesting, those powerful people were going to sense the fluctuations, and all the hell would break loose. I just hope that I survive when that happens. Buzz. Taking a deep breath, I initiated the harvesting, and the moment I did, my silent core began to spin, and the runes that were invisible in my body became visible and buzzed, and the formation of the essence's roses began in the grim monsters. It begins, I said with a sigh as I felt the powerful presence around me. They were so freaking powerful that they began to harm me just with the will contained in them. These bastards have not launched the actual attack, and they are still able to do this much. I wonder how many fractions of seconds I would last if they attacked me. I was thinking the grim thoughts of my death when suddenly, I sensed something coming at me with very fast speed. At first, I thought it was an attack, but it was not, as it was coming from the academy, especially from the office of a headmistress. The whole building is covered in the bright golden formation. The golden formation looked extremely complex, and it had released a golden beam that was about to reach me. I don't know what that golden formation is, but I know it is not harmful. I am not the only one who seemed to understand that. Those who wished me harm also seemed to understand that, and I felt powerful energies shifting at me. It is clearly an attack, and one that I could defend against. Its slightest touch would finish me off. A faint hump rang out in the air, and I saw the mirrors appear around me, protecting me against the wave of the invisible attacks. A moment later, the invisible attacks clashed against the mirrors, and mirrors shone brightly, and other than that, there was no change in them. Gasp! I was blown away by the scale of the attack that I couldn't help but gasp. The people watching may see nothing special about this attack, but it is enormous. In front of these attacks, what Stone Lightning Tigerman did was child's play. The mirrors that had appeared in front of me are no ordinary defensive methods, but a grand art known as the Fortress of Mirrors, and there is the only person in the whole world who practices this art, and that is Lord of Glass, teacher of Grand Commander Hera and Lady Vivian. There is a rumor that both sisters have practiced the grand art, but there is no proof of it, and many people do not believe it as it was never officially recorded. Not to mention, in the thousands of years of history of crystal domination, there has never been more than one person who had comprehended the grand art. This is not the restriction, but the way the grand arts are, they are damned hard to practice. Sup. A moment after an attack was blocked, the golden beam reached me, but instead of entering me as I had expected it would do, it began to expand rapidly, with its size changing into something different. A second after the golden beam stopped by me, it had turned into the giant golden cube which had enveloped me in the sphere. The protection of the cube seemed extremely powerful from what I could sense. Its defensive power is comparable to the old monsters who are fighting invisibly, and if that was not proof of that, then the clashing of invisible attacks is. The mirrors have disappeared the moment the cube has appeared, and invisible attacks clashed against it, but they were not able to do a thing against it, not even shake it. It seemed to have made that person even angrier, and it had attacked with even more powerful attacks, but it was not able to do anything against it. Seeing that everything outside is beyond my control, I decided to refine the grim monsters in the essence roses. Buzz. I just shifted focus back to the essence roses when I heard the familiar buzz I had been waiting to hear, and for a moment I had thought it might not even come, but it finally did, and to my surprise, the silver and green runes came out from my core, instead of my body as they usually do. The runes have begun to spread through me, and I covered myself and the sphere into the mist to obstruct the vision of those watching. The runes did not emit any fluctuation, so people could not sense them even if they were somehow able to seep their soul power into the cube that was protecting me. So all I have to do is obstruct their vision, and I did with mist, which is not a regular mist but one with heavy rule bending power. Buzz. It took a few seconds for the runes to spread, and as they did, I felt the thick and powerful crystalline bloodline essence coming at me. It is thick as what I had felt in the bloodline ruin, even slightly powerful, and this time there is no restriction on me, and I could enjoy it to my full extent. The only regret I have is that only 2 grim monsters have the bloodline in all the 15. It would have been fantastic if a few more of them had it, especially the Stone Lightning Tigerman. It would have given me an immense boost. While I am saying the Stone Lightning Tigerman had it, I really did not wish it had. It would have made my job a lot harder, and I might have not been able to defeat it if it had the bloodline. Those with bloodlines create a lot more resistance than those with inheritance. If it had the bloodline, I would not have been able to seal its core and all the power points in time, and that means I would have died if those people in hiding failed to save me. As the thick purified bloodline essence came into my body, I received another surprise. Instead of getting divided into multiple streams as it usually does, all of it had gone to my core. I was quite happy for a moment at the thought of getting the whole share instead of the usual 4, but soon, reality hit me when I noticed that I was getting at my usual 25 while the rest was going to 3 people, that is in my body. I looked inside my core and saw Ashlyn there sitting by a small lake, and I was not one bit surprised. If Nero could come in, then there was no doubt in my mind that Ashlyn also could come into my core. She is just as strange as Nero, more stranger. As for the last bit, it disappeared as it entered my core. It obviously went to the hidden existence in me, which has now seemed to change its residence to my core. Like before, the runes are not only helping me harvest the grim monsters with bloodline, but also those without it, just like before. If it had not helped, it would have taken me a lot of time, especially Stone Lightning Tigerman, which had practiced body refining method and lot more difficult to harvest than the usual grim monsters of similar level. Seconds passed by, and I focused my all on harvesting, especially looking at an aspect of Tigerman as the ruins harvest it. I am going to be facing more such enemies, and I need to develop a better method to harvest them more efficiently. The runes are not going to help me always, they need bloodlines, so I need to get better at harvesting, as I would not all the time in the world on the battlefields. My core continues to absorb the purified bloodline essence. As it did, I begin to feel the faint changes happening to it, and the runes it connected all over my body. This is not surprising. This sort of thing used to happen to my old runes. Too the powerful the grim monster's bloodline would be, the more significant the change they would bring to my runes. A minute and a half passed by, and runes have finished harvesting the grim monster. If I had not received the help from the runes, I would have needed more than 10 times to do that. Buzz. A second later, I saw my core shine again, and it had released the huge amount of energy that had first spread into my runes before the runes released into every part of my body. My aura begins to climb. As my body absorbs the energy, the rise is very slow. If it had been regular elite in my place, this much energy would have been more than enough to take them to the peak elite and break into the leader class. The rule bending power had helped me bend the rules and regress my level, but gave me more strength than a masterclass tyrant, which gives me immense potential. This is the reason why I had forged my core in rule bending power. It gives me immense potential and power to break the rules. While other elements of mine would have offered me more offensive power, they would not have offered even one of the potential that rule bending core is offering me. My body and soul had absorbed every bit of the energy released by my core, and it gave me quite a rise, but it is a far cry from taking me to mid-elite class. Still, it would have made the vast difference in the battle if I had this strength in my battle against Stone Lightning Tigerman. I looked at the changes for a moment before I focused on the sphere in front of me. A second later, thousands of thin strigs moved toward me, and instead of making me as giant as before, they begin to seep inside me. It had barely taken a few seconds for me to take back nearly all the strings, revealing 15 beautiful essence roses, and the most eye-catching of all is the essence rose in the middle. It is not just eye-catching, but also quite different from all the essences, likely because of the body refining art. I would have to make some changes in the future in the refining formation, so such peculiarities would not occur. It is quite an attention drawing. All the 14 roses look beautiful but normal, but the one from the stone lightning tigerman is completely different. It is double the size of regular essence rose and has powerful physical stone lightning flying over its heavily affected areas around. It also releases a powerful aura that is strong enough to make an elite bend its knees with just pressure alone. I was about to move the roses toward me when a great change occurred outside, where the invisible battle was being fought for a few minutes. The invisible battle had just become visible, and it is horrifyingly visible. Roar, roar, roar. Abominations have appeared in the sky. They seem to have bodies of a snake, but there are tens of faces of humans. Grim monsters and monsters are littered around the bodies of these abominations, and all of them weirdly roaring at me, and it is giving me goosebumps. These abominations are enormous, hundreds of meters tall, and the conscious energy radiating from them are off the charts. The most shocking thing about them is the energy. They are made of the curse energy, and this energy feels quite similar to the curse I had till a few hours ago. I had done quite great research on the curse and the person who inflicted it on my mother. From what I was able to find out, the curse belongs to a very powerful line of inheritance. The most powerful person who holds that inheritance has a seat in the coven. All the people holding a seat in the coven are terror, but this is beyond that. It is one of most powerful people in the world, and even among our most powerful old monsters, very few could fight against it, much less think of defeat it. I feared it had come here, and that is a bad thing for me. It had the reputation to slaughter the armies, and its ways are. It is my luck that Lord of Glass is here. He might be not able to defeat that powerful Cursemaster, but he would definitely be able to defend against it. The Fortress of Mirror is an extremely powerful grand art, which is specialization is a defense. We have won many wars due to it. I had just consoled myself with those thousands when suddenly, I saw a huge tsunami of black water appearing out of nowhere, bringing a destructive aura that I do not think even the cube surrounding me would be able to defend against. And that's not the only thing that appeared right after the dark tsunami. I felt another powerful aura, and every moment, giant brown trees appeared, pus leaking out of them, bearing an extremely poisonous aura that began to poison the environment around itself. I saw multiple shields covering the whole academy. The poisons from the trees began to melt the shields of the academy like a wax burned under the fire. If not for the quick acting of the teacher, the poison would have been able to affect the academy. The academy is not out the danger yet. The stray poison is still melting one shield after another, but the academy still has a lot more time than I have. All three attacks are coming at me, and I don't know whether the defense of Lord of Glass would be even able to save me. All these super powerful attacks are members of a coven, and a single Lord of Glass might be able to protect me against the two, but defending against the three would be very hard. The Lord of Glass will have to forget about my safety and worry about his, and I have an inkling that I might be the sole target. These are members of the coven, and all of them are important places, and they rarely act in a group, but this time they did, and they came in a group of three. BNNNNNG. Their attacks have finally reached the shield of Lord of Glass, and what happened next is horrendous. The clash felt like the clash of the worlds, and the shockwave released from it was so powerful that crack lines began to appear on the cube as it clashed against it. The tens of shields of Academy had fallen apart, and if not for the interference of Lord of Glass, who had created a glass shield over Academy on time, it would have done the unimaginable harm to the Academy. The main glass shield of Lord of Glass had not cracked, but its shine had died down a lot, and it would not be able to next attack. The grim monsters seemed to have no mood in backing down from intention to kill me, and I don't know whether I would be able to survive or not. I had not expected that so many old friends would gather here, said a familiar voice as an old woman wearing a simple white dress materialized out of nowhere and looked at her left with eyes twinkling. Especially you, old snake, you have been fighting against all the guys except me. Do you know how sad that made me? The old woman asked. Angela Leon, old werewolf said with gritted teeth as he saw the old woman appear on a screen. She is the one human it did not wish had appeared. Angela Leon is not the strongest of humans, nor she is with the most defensive power, but she is the strangest of all. They have huge tons of information on all the super powerful humans, and more so on Angela Leon on her inheritance. They have the most information on it, but it is almost useless. If there is any inheritance that is close to celestial inheritances, then it would be Leaf of Wisdom, the inheritance of Wisdom Tower, which is also the most used inheritance in the world. used by nearly 20 of members of the Wisdom Tower. Inheritance is divided into two parts. One is like regular inheritance, and the other is called creation mode. It somehow gives the user to create moves of their own through the templates that are present in the inheritance. Still, despite that, most people chose the regular mode of inheritance instead of the creation one. Like the celestial inheritance, it is not everyone's cup of tea, only those exceptionally intelligent ones could practice it successfully, and Angela Leon of one of the people who were most successful at that inheritance. The thing is, she had created a very strange abilities, and she never used the same abilities every time she fought. She's also the only person in this generation to get away when 4 coven members surrounded her. She had done not once but twice, and a second time, she had done it while saving another person. Such feats are usually reserved for those with the Empire of Mists. This is a great opportunity for us, let me go, and I with those 3 will bring the heads of 2 humans with us, said the projection of Foxwoman Projection. I am asking them to retreat, said the old werewolf with a nasty expression on its face. It is clear it did not want to make this decision, but it seemed to have no choice. What? Asked a couple of people in unison. The people sitting here are very clear on how huge this opportunity is. To finish these 2, they would be cutting huge pillars that humans are standing. They could not miss this great opportunity. They have activated the pyramid, and in 3 seconds, it would be ready, said the old werewolf like it had swallowed the fly, as it pointed toward the graph that had been blaring red. Hearing the old werewolf, nearly all those listening shuddered visibly. Both sides had grand weapons. They have Triona while the humans have the pyramid. It is the sole reason why they have not been able to capture the whole territory, and the biggest executioner blade that killed most numbers of coven members throughout the thousands of years. The humans are really mad, said the foxman as it controlled the emotions. The price of activating the pyramid is humongous, and it is only activated in emergencies, as being the greatest weapon of humans, and they are doing it now to save a puny human that might create huge trouble for them in the future. A fucking strange thing happened. A moment after Grand Tower Mistress Angela appeared, all 3 attacks of grim monsters receded before disappearing. Grand Tower Mistress and Hidden Lord of Glass did not seem to do anything about it. Grand Tower Mistress continued looking in a certain direction for a few seconds before she flew toward me. As she reached, the cracked golden cube disappeared and she stopped in front of me. Mitchell, I know your progress would shock the world, but still, I did not expect this watching you fight. This old woman nearly had a heart attack, she said with a smile before suddenly her smile disappeared and her expressions disappeared. Young man, I wished you had taken on my offer and used Wisdom Tower to make a breakthrough or even pyramid. You have no idea what kind of consequences your actions have caused, she said. For once, I couldn't help but agree with Angela. You have no idea what kind of price we have paid to save you, said the voice through invisibility. Hearing that, I couldn't feel bad hearing their words. I knew I seemed to have done something bad unintentionally. I don't know what consequences I had caused unintentionally, but I will try to pay for it with the greatest efforts through my life, I apologized. It is no mistake, Mitchell, but you should not understand your importance and act accordingly. Every action on your part will cause a ripple. I hope you understand that, said the old woman, and all I could do was nod solemnly. Winston, stop with your dramatics. The boy had just thanked you. Just freaking show yourself, old woman snapped suddenly, and a second later, a mirror-like surface materialized, and a handsome man who looked to be in his early 60s wearing beautiful robes walked out of it. I am quite surprised to see him, or rather his age. All the old monsters I had seen before were quite old, be it Matron Mavis, Patriarch Bradford, or Grand Tower Mistress in front of me. All of them looked quite old, but he did not look as old as them despite being the same age as them. He is lucky bastard who had come across the potion of youth in his younger days. I had asked him for that, but he refused to give it to me, old women said as if reading the words off my mind. Snort. The price you had offered was too low that I had decided to drink it rather than selling it to you, the old man replied. Young man, the academy is not safe for you. Grand Commander wishes you come to the pyramid, old woman said, and it is not a request. I will have to go to the pyramid. I have no problem with it. I know that academy would not be able to protect me and might even come to harm if grim monsters attacks. But there are some things I have to do before I leave for the pyramid, as it would be quite a while before I could have the confidence to return. Grand Lords, would it be okay if I stayed in the academy for a day? There are some things I have to do before I could leave for the academy, I asked them. Old woman nodded, and we flew down while the Lord of Glass again had become invisible or left. I don't know, it's hard to tell when I can't sense him. Soon we approached the roof of a teacher's office building where the teacher and the rest of the councilmen would be distant. You people are really idiots, you know that, right? Mitchell, he is young and does not know a thing, but you all, you should know what kind of ripples his breakthrough might create, especially you, Marina. I had not expected from you, old woman said to teacher and council members. You have no idea what kind of price Pyramid had paid to save him, and for the consequences of that, you all will face some disciplinary actions, old woman said. I opened my mouth to beseech her, but the old woman just shook her head, seeing that I closed my mouth with a sigh. It is not the teachers' or council members' fault, but mine. I was the one who decided to make a breakthrough outside, and somehow had alerted the grim monsters that freaking coven members had come kill me. Teacher, would you ask my parents to come? They must be quite worried about me, I asked the teacher. They would have seen the fight, would be quite worried about me, especially my father. I will call them. I am sure the Mist-san would have no problem letting them come here, the teacher said. I will be going to my home. I am feeling a little tired, I said to the teacher and councilmen before flying toward my home with Grand Tower Mistress. I saw tens of thousands of people watching me as I flew. Usually, I attract attention, but not this much. There are too many people, and awe in their eyes is little suffocating to bear. Don't let this worship get into your head. Many talented people throughout history have lost their way due to it, old woman warned, and I couldn't help nodding. While the awe and reverence of people are suffocating, it is also exhilarating. I could see people losing their way due to it. Soon, we reached my home and were about to enter when a yellow page with dense runic inscriptions appeared in the hands of the Grand Tower Mistress Bony Hands, and she threw it at my home. The yellow page flew at my lake house before seeping inside its wall, and a few seconds later, the runes have appeared all over the lake house, on every inch of it covered by them. You should take a rest. I am sure you would need a lot of energy once your parents arrive, old woman said, hinting she knew why I had called my parents immediately after I finished with battle. I nodded at her, walked into my bedroom. The first thing I did was walk into the shower. This time, I did not have to take off any clothes as I was not wearing any. I just called back my armor, and I was completely naked. The only thing I have is some herbal dust on my body, which I wanted to wash off since I had made the breakthrough, but I did not get a chance due to the appearance of the grim monsters. 15 minutes later, I walked out of the shower feeling clean and less tired. I wore some comfortable clothes and laid on my bed. Before entering my core, I had sensed something from my core earlier. I wanted to check what it was. Nero. I shouted out loud the moment I entered my core, and the first thing I saw Nero, who looked quite beaten down and tears streaming from his face. He looked both pitiful and cuter at the same time. What happened to you? I asked, seeing his beaten down state. At first thought it was something Core did, but soon noticed that Nero had received the actual beating, and there is only one person here who could beat him. Ashlyn, did you hit Nero? I asked Ashlyn, who was sleeping on the smooth rock. Hearing me, she lazily opened her eyes and looked at Nero, who visibly shuddered in fear before glaring back at her through his wet eyes. Choo, choo, she affirmed with a lazy chirp and closed her eyes before I could ask her why, seeing that I turned to a sad little ball of fluffs in my arms. Did you do something to Ashlyn, Nero? I asked him. Ashlyn is never an aggressor. While she is arrogant and looks down on everyone, she is never to take action first unless she has been instigated. No, I did not do anything to her, Nero denied, but seeing my gaze, he finally told the truth. I had just asked her to call me Big Brother since I could talk, and she could not, Nero said weakly with sobbing eyes. Hearing that, I shook my head and massaged my temple. No wonder Ashlyn had hit him, he was asking for it. Nero, you should not have asked Ashlyn to call you Big Brother since she is older than you, and Ashlyn also should not have hit you for suggesting that, I said gently as I pacified a wet-eyed cub. She should call me Big Brother since I could speak like father, and she could not, Nero said while peeking at Ashlyn, who had her eyes closed. She could speak in her own way, you and I could understand her, right? Not to mention she is older than you and more powerful than you, I explained to him. I just wanted to say that it is a very bad idea for him to make Alin call him Big Brother. She does not like to be forced into anything. You are right, father. I should first get stronger than Ashlyn before I force her to call me Big Brother, Nero said with new hope burning in his eyes. Hearing that, I felt my head hurting even more and opened my mouth to explain further, but closed after a thought. It is good he has something to work on, and the target is quite good that he will have to work very hard to achieve. It is not easy to defeat Ashlyn. Even after the breakthrough, I do not have any confidence in defeating her, and her beating Nero is proof of that. Nero may be cute and cuddly, but he is extremely powerful. I lifted him up and looked around my core. There had been a couple of minor changes that had happened since the last time I had been a few hours ago. The most noticeable change in the energy quality, it had increased slightly, and that made the grass off the tiny island even vibrant. Other than that, my armor also appeared in the core. It is floating at the peak of the highest mountain. There are also other changes, and one of them is 12 shining seeds that are floating in the air not far from the lake. I appeared beside the small green-silver seeds as I touched one of them. A huge amount of information floated into my mind. It took me more than a minute to get out of the effects of the information rush. These 12 seeds are an ambitious experiment of mine. If it became successful, then it will completely change things for me. These 12 seeds are the ones that I had used against the 12 mid-stage grim monsters. The function of these seeds is latched on the core and mind of grim monsters, and observe all their fighting style, instinctual reactions, soul fluctuation, and everything, and also take some energy for themselves when I harvest the grim monster's essence. These seeds are part of my super parasite plan. I want to make them capable of seeping into powerful enemies that are powerful than me and get control over their minds, inheritance, and core, making them the perfect slaves of mine. Currently, these seeds are far from doing that now. They could only affect the enemies that are considerably weaker than me, and could force them to make a physical attacks that I had programmed in them. They are far from controlling the inheritance and using the energy and soul type moves. The seeds have worked better than I had expected. The algorithm I had designed is processing the formation well, and seeds have also grown stronger while taking the grim essence. While they might seem to be working fine, complications could occur at any time. As I had said, they are the experiments, and sometimes experiments fail, and I have to be ready to accept bad results but will try hard to develop them as I envision them. I checked each and every seed carefully while also copying the data in a folder like my inheritance space. I could also envision anything here but envision things that looked different than real things in core, as I had experimented before could store the real things. Those 15 shiny storages on the ground are proof of that. I will check them later when I have a lot of time. They are going to have lots of stuff, rare and expensive stuff. Aside from the seeds, there is one more thing I have to check, which is the huge plot of the blackened soil. It looked like the huge amount of lightning had attacked it. One could even sense the faint lighting energies in it, which are slowly disappearing. This blackened ground is another of my experiment, but unlike the seeds, I have a lot more confidence in this one and am 90% sure it will succeed. The huge plot of land is my domain, the Garden of Roses, though currently it looks more of a barren garden. Soon there will be roses that will make my domain very strong with so many abilities that it will frustrate the hell of my enemies. I have tremendous hope from the Garden of Roses. It will be a killer move with huge applications that is beyond what will be beyond the capabilities of the regular domains. There are many other things I have to do at my core, but I do not have time. Though I will soon have the time, I will be able to find the extent of my core's abilities and make maximum use of them. After taking one more look, I got out of my core, but did not completely go out. There is one more thing I have to look at. The moon around my core is still there, releasing the faint light on the core, which is also some sort of energy which I had never come in contact with before, but understood this is very high-level energy which I could not comprehend, and it seemed to be strengthening my core very slowly. My core is not a simple thing, and very few things like refined bloodline energies could do it. So, one could imagine the level of the moon. I am also pretty sure that this is the thing that attracted the grim monsters to me. Ting, I was resting when I heard the message bell on my holowatch, and without looking, I knew what it was about. Still, I looked, and it was about the thing I had expected. My parents would be arriving at the academy within a minute. I immediately got off the bed and walked into the living room and found Lady Angela is sitting where I left her, reading a book from the bookshelf I had created. It is a good book, have quite a unique take on the illusions. I will be borrowing it from you, she said and placed the book down on the table. You don't have to borrow it, Lady Angela. This book is part of a collection of books I have donated to the Broken Tower, I said. I had heard about it from Charlene. She was quite impressed with the collection of books you have donated, she said, referring to the librarian. Seeing how the Wisdom Tower had been great to me, and let me give unrestricted access to their grand library, including the secret collection that very few people get to read. I had donated copies of most of the books I had to it. It is the least I could do for the great favor they have done to me. Let's go, your parents should arrive at any second, said the old woman, and I found myself disappearing from my home and next moment, found in front of the teleportation formation. Grand Tower Mistress Mitchell, teacher greeted the old women as we appeared. Teacher is alone, the council member is not present, likely busy controlling the chaos that just occurred an hour ago. The whole academy had seen that battle, and also many organizations. If I had not needed the teacher, she would have been handling it all instead of the council members, but for me, she had passed the job to the council members. Buzz, a few seconds had passed when the formation lighted up, and 4 people appeared. Aside from my parents and sister, there is an older man who looked to be in his late 60s. The feeling he gave me is vast. I am no match for this old man. He could crush me with a finger if he wanted. Though he is not at the level of Lady Angela and Lord of Glass, there is a considerable difference between them. Mitchell, my parents said before they came, hugged me tightly. It had been quite a while since they have embraced me this tightly. Grand Tower Mistress, I did not expect you to be still here, said the old man who had come with my mother. Why? The old woman asked back, making the old man flustered immediately. I did not mean as disrespect, Grand Tower Mistress. I just thought you would be at more important places seeing there is war is going on, answered the old man flustered, clearly very uncomfortable under old woman's gaze. This is an important place, Patrick, old woman said while casting a glance at me. The old man just nodded without saying anything. We have paid huge price to do that. Little girl, I hope your son understands it, old woman said without messing up her words. Mother cedes to understand what she meant as her eyes shot up in shock. The same reaction comes across the old man who came with her. You mean, Mother asked with a slightly shaking voice, and old woman just nodded. I will make sure Michiel understands that Grand Tower Mistress, Mother said. I am quite curious about what they are talking about, but I did not ask. It is not the time. Michiel, I had readied the top floor of the infirmary, teacher said as we finished with the small talk. There is no need for an infirmary teacher, my home would be enough, I said with a smile, surprising quite a lot of people. The surprise on the people's faces hadn't worn off when we disappeared from my spot and appeared on the patio of my house. Mom, it is time to destroy the curse from your body, I said as I took her hands into mine. She visibly shook hearing it, and I could only guess what effects my words might have been having on her right now. While I have the same curse as she has, and mine was even more dangerous due to it being sentient, it did not trouble me much, except for giving me constant fear of it consuming me, but a mother is different. Curse has sealed her powers and made her weak as a knight if not for her constantly fighting with the curse and numerous sealing methods employed in her body that kept the curse at bay, she would have been consumed by it already. It is not easy to destroy that curse, young man. The greatest healers of the world have tried decades ago and were powerless against it, the old man that came with my mother said. Now the curse had spread into the very essence of your mother, bonded with her very life itself. It is very hard, near impossible to cure this curse, he added. Lord Patrick is right, the curse had merged with my very being, Mom said with a tear dripping out from her left eye. I know the curse of a mother is dangerous and spread to her deepest. Teacher had tried it, but she was not able to reach much deeper due to the power of the curse being too great, always repelling any efforts to heal her. Would you at least let me try? I had asked her. Of course, if there is anyone in the world who has a hope to heal my curse, then it's you, my son, she said as she placed her hand on my cheeks. I activated my armor, and thousands of strings came out of my body and formed armor on my body. The armor is the same as before. There is no separation of the healing mode and combat mode. Coffin of healing, I said, and thousands of strings released from me. This is an old move of mine, but everything about it had changed, except for the old name. I wanted to change that too, but decided to keep it after some thoughts. The strings from me begin to weave a construct, and a few seconds later, a grand coffin had appeared. It is extremely beautiful with symbols and murals. It looks like it is a coffin that is used to bury the mythical kings rather than some very complex that is going to be used for the healing. Mom, please step into the coffin, I said. She just nodded and stepped into it. As she did, a few thousand more strings came out of me and formed the sealing door. As for my mother, it got sealed inside me. Only her hazy figure could be seen from the outside. I looked at her a second before I placed both of my hands on it. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, and activated the first formation. As I did, thousands of extremely tiny strings came out of my cabin. These strings are 100 times thinner than the strings that I had created the coffin with, and now over 100,000 of them are piercing into my body. It took a second to over 100,000 strings pierce into my mother's body. The process is fast and nearly painless. As the strings pierce, the vision of my mother's body in front of me and I could see tens of formations, some of them very familiar. These formations are covered in thick slimy gray energy, which is everywhere, not only is covering all the formations but also my mother's body. Though I had already known the poison had merged with the very essence of my mother, I still couldn't help but be shocked to see the damage. It was far more than I had expected. How is she even alive? I asked myself. Technically she should not be alive, seeing the amount of the curse inhabited in her body. It is merging with, but it is a good merge. It would be right to say it is slowly consuming her. Its slowness is very confusing. With the amount of curse energy my mother has, it would be able to consume her for less than a minute. It looks like I will have to head deeper, I said to myself, started to move my strings deeper. My strings are not facing any resistance as they head deeper into my mother's body. If the teacher and others were to see it, they would be shocked out of their mind. The curse creates immense resistance. It does not let any type of energy infiltrate inside her, be it a soul sense of energy. It would repel or consume. This is why all the new formations are outside. There was no new formation that had reached near the core or into the core part of my mother. My strings head deeper and deeper when suddenly they stopped as I saw something that shocked me. I'm very close to reaching my mother's core and finally come across the formation. Unlike the formations before, this one is old, very old, the time when she was hit by the curse. It is now broken and beyond recognition, which is kind of shocking seeing I had through one of the reasons why my mother had been consumed by the curse are these formations, but looking at the state of these formations, my conjecture seemed to be very wrong. The state of formation had made me even more curious about the reason for my mother's survival, and I moved my strings even deeper, finding more and more decrepit formations. Looking at the sheer number of formations, I could tell that Mist-san had tried very hard to save my mother. Though I hate them, seeing the huge formations, the hate couldn't help but elevate a little. From what I could see, these formations once were very powerful and had sealed the curse for years before it had become too powerful and destroyed them all. I am shocked by the level of damage that curse had done to these formations. Some of them had been cast by very powerful Grandmaster-level sealers and healers. It is not easy to destroy them to such a stage. This had made the curiosity in my mind burn wildly, and I made my strings even faster. I had to see what is the thing that's stopping this curse from consuming my mother. Fuck. Soon, the strings have reached the deepest part of my mother, and what I saw had shocked me so much that I couldn't help but curse loudly and accidentally woke up my sister, who was soundly sleeping in the arms of my father. I did not want to make up a sound, but the thing I was seeing was shocking enough that I couldn't help but curse loudly. What I saw was a sea of mist fighting against, evading, strangling the sea of a curse. The aura coming from the mist is extremely powerful, so powerful that I couldn't help but faintly shudder from it. It is not like I had not thought of this possibility. Grand arts are different from regular arts, and they could be used in ways unimaginable, but still, it is completely out of my expectation. The comprehension and mental energy of art I am seeing is approaching the Grandmaster level. And what is Grandmaster level? They are freaking living fossils, like the Lord Patrick here, extremely powerful with long life. My mother is very close to that level in her art, and she had reached this level while nearly all her powers were sealed. No wonder she was able to stop the curse from consuming her. It is quite beautiful, isn't it? A familiar voice asked, shocking the hell out of me. What's even more shocking, that little mist in front of me churned a little before transforming into my mother, and she did not look like something that is made of mist but like a real person, down to the aura. It looked like you have progressed quite a lot in your art, I said in amazement. I had no choice, either that or death, she said, looking at the sea mist, which is grappling against the sea of a thick gray curse that is trying to consume her every second. How did you make such progress? If you did not mind me asking, I asked, feeling extremely curious. What she did was downright shocking. I would never hide anything from you, my son, Mom said with a smile before looking ahead. My pregnancy with you was quite surprising. With a curse and difference of level between your father and me, it should not have happened, even if my powers were sealed, but it happened, and it had made me quite happy, she said while smiling in joy. But the happiness is short-lived, as I noticed that curse begin to destroy the formations that were sealing it, and some of the curse's power had even infiltrated inside you and forming a consciousness. Seeing that, I had immediately called Catherine, who owed me a favor, but even with her sealing abilities, all she was able to stop the more curse from infiltrating you. Dealing with curse inside me was above her grade or anyone, seeing the speed at which it was getting stronger, she added. Catherine she is referring to as Aunt Georgia. She has one of the most powerful sealing types of inheritance in the world. While Catherine was able to stop the infiltration, we were still in danger as the curse is growing stronger and would consume before you were born. I did not much care for my life, but I wasn't going to let you get harmed by it, and so I picked up my art which I had not used for years. It is the only thing inside me which hadn't been sealed completely, and the only thing that could help me, she said. It was much harder than I had thought. Till then I had used Empire of Mist externally, never internally, though I know it is possible from the information left behind by the previous users, but there is no guide. I had to figure it all by myself. For more than a month, I had made nearly no progress, but I kept trying before I was finally able to make some progress. I build on that while practicing the mental method that came with the art, which is much hard to practice when the curse is actively sealing all your powers, she said with a laugh. The art had helped me more than I could imagine. I would have lived only for a few months, but now, I had lived for more than 2 decades and have 2 wonderful children and husband. I couldn't ask for more, she added with a bright, happy smile on her face. The curse is still spread inside you, and seeing the speed it is consuming you, it would kill you within a year, I said. I know, but I am not sad. I had a wonderful life, and I know you will not let anything happen to your father and sister, she said. If she had the offensive or defensive type grand art like the Fortress of Mirrors, she would have been in much better condition. She might have been able to destroy the curse itself, but defending and destroying is not the strong suit of Empire of Mist. It is an illusion type art that had some powers to affect reality. It is already a shocking thing she was able to do this much with Empire of Mist, and using it so efficiently that barely one of trickling out of her deepest part her. You will not die, I said factly, hearing that she just smiled. While for others healing her may be impossible, but not for me, the rule-bending power and my secret weapon give me a couple of good options to heal her. There are 2 ways. One is a quick way. It would need me an hour to heal her, but it will leave her weakened, and even with the best possible resources, she will have to rest for at least a month before she could regain her past strength. The second option is long and a little risky, but through it, she would not have to rest for more than an hour, and her strength will also increase a little. If it had been safe times, I would have chosen the first option, but now I am choosing a little risky second option. If some unforeseen happens, I need Mom to protect herself and her family, and Empire of Mist is very capable of doing that. I will start healing you now, I said and moved out of her deeper space and went to the most outer part of her. As I did, I brought out the strings and began to weave them into the runes before forming a formation. I am going to weave the formations through her whole body. This is the only way I could make sure to eliminate every speck of curse that will present in her body and soul. Soon I reached the formation that the teacher had crafted in my mother's body and began to unravel it and replace it with the formation made of my strings. I do not need any other formations than mine. They will create interference when I activate my formation. Unraveling is quite hard, and they are one of the best healing formations teacher have created. If I had not been familiar with her style, I would not have been unraveling them as fast as I could. I had only unraveled the formations of the teacher while I straight up destroyed the other formations. It is much easier to destroy them than solve them. 9 hours passed by, and in these 9 hours I had not only destroyed the formations, but also weaved them throughout the body of my mother. I am very fast, and with my strings moving with me my commands, I just have to visualize the formation and they will create it. This is why I had only needed 9 hours to create the huge make of formations in my mother's body, and now only the last part has remained the deepest part, where Empire of Mist contending against the curse. Mom, I would need your help to weave the formation here, I said. The clash of Empire of Mist and Curse makes it quite difficult to weave the formation. It would be easy if I had the help of my mother when I weave the formation in clashing part. No problem, just tell me what I have to do, Mom said, and I started directing her as I began to weave the formations again with my strings. These strings of yours are quite special. Michiel the Curse is not discovering them even when they pass through it, which is quite shocking seeing it will react like a hungry wolf whenever it senses even a trace of energy, Mom said as I continued to weave the formation. They are made of very special energy that helps them remain undetected, I replied. It is not a lie but not a complete truth either. More time passed and I weaved more and more formations. The deepest part of her is the most important part, and I have to be completely thorough in it. 3.5 hours later, I suddenly stopped when I had caught a glimpse of something. It had shocked me to my core. This, I asked. Yes, while the curse inside me may not be sentient, but it's still a strange one, it had formed a nucleus, she said with a smile on her. This is not a thing one could smile about, but a thing one should feel the whole. With me sealing most of its ways, it had also focused inwardly and somehow was able to form a nucleus, she explained. Forming a sentient is a near impossible thing, and forming a nucleus is only slightly less near impossible. Both near impossible things have happened with this curse. It actually made me very curious about the curse and the one who had cast it. Father, can I eat it? I really want to eat it. Will you let me eat it? Nero's voice rang out in my mind. Each question was about eating the nucleus. He seemed to want to eat it very much. Later, I said to him before focusing on the nucleus, which seemed to be in its nascent stage but still an extremely dangerous thing if it went out of control, and seeing its structure and skittishness, there is a very high chance it would go out of control at the first sign of trouble. There is no need to fear the nucleus. Mom, I have ways to deal with it, I said, which seemed to surprise her quite much, but she did not ask about my method, deciding to trust me completely. I again began to weave the formation, but with slight changes. I also started to make the changes to the formation I had weaved in the deeper part of my mother. The nucleus had changed things a little, and I had to make the changes according to it. Another 2 hours passed, and I had finally stopped. I had weaved a grand formation in my mother, which would destroy this curse that had been plaguing her for decades. It is magnificent, Michiel. I doubt anyone in our world has the ability to create what you have created, Mother praised. You have praised me too much, Mother, I said. I am sure there are several people that have the ability to create even more magnificent formations than me. Grand Tower Mistress Angela is one of them. The formation is ready, and now we have to wait till fish enter trap, I said. If it was before the nucleus, I would have directly started the formation, but the nucleus changes things. I have to be very careful when dealing with it. This is why I did not use my strings on it directly. Though the chances of it sensing them are very slim, I do not want to take any risks. It would be better it fell into my trap on its own, and it would happen, seeing it never stayed in one place, always leading a change again the misty cage that's surrounding it, never letting it out to do what it is programmed to do. My mom and I waited, and we did not have to wait for long. It just took 23 minutes to fall into the trap I had created, and when it did, I did not waste any time activating the formation. Buzz. The formation activated, and they formed the cage around the gray-yellow nucleus. As that happened, it reacted. It shone brightly before a heavy smoke released from it. Seeing the thick, powerful smoke, my expressions couldn't help but change, and I made the snap decision. Delicious thing, here I came. Nero shouted as a cute ball of fluffs came out of my strings before passing through the cage I had made for the nucleus unimpeded and directly went for the nucleus with shining, hungry eyes. My mother's eyes popped out seeing Nero, and thousands of questions appeared in her eyes, but I had no time to answer them. With their connection to the nucleus cut off, the rest of the curse in my mother's body went haywire, and I had precious seconds to destroy them before they destroyed my mother. Buzz, I did not waste any time and activated the grand formation I had weaved inside my mother. The grand formation activated and spread into every inch of my mother, while releasing tri-colored energy of green, silver, and purple color, which had drowned my mother and the curse into it. The energy would act like acid that would burn up every speck of curse hiding in my mother, no matter how deep it is hiding. It had been more than 12 hours. Is he going to just stand like that? Patrick asked. He had been watching Mitchell stand in the same position for more than 12 hours, and in these 12 hours there was barely any change. Patrick was about to say something more when he felt a powerful gaze at him. He looked slowly only to see old women looking at him. Feeling her gaze, Patrick shuddered even more and closed his mouth, which he had opened to speak. It is clear that old women had got irritated by his words, and it's in his best interest to remain quiet. She is known to hold grudges for the slightest offense. Still, he is quite bored seeing no change in Anna and even considers the whole thing a sham. While his battle power is beyond impressive, that does not mean his healing abilities would be the same. It is especially true when healing this curse. They had called the best healers in the world to cure it when she had got first inflicted with a curse decades ago, but each and everyone had failed. Even the best healer of the world had failed. All he could do was seal the curse. As he was in his thoughts, a sudden change had occurred. A powerful aura of curse suddenly radiated from the coffin. Anna is sealed in. It is so powerful that even I begin to shudder from it. The curse had become more powerful than I had thought. The aura is just beginning from the hazy screen of a coffin. He could see the curse had gone mad, and now it had started consuming Anna. That idiot, he was just letting out a curse when he stopped when he noticed another aura piercing through the powerful curse aura. It is not as powerful as curse aura, but the aura seemed to fear it a lot as it ran away from it. Another change began to appear on Anna, from what he could see from the hazy screen. New tricolored energy came out of Anna's body and began to burn the curse. I could see the sizzling of the curse, and it couldn't help but shock me. The tricolor energy is burning the curse, and I couldn't help but wonder whether it would be enough or not. The curse had been in Anna's body for too long, and if it had been easy to heal, those people with powerful healing inheritances would have been already done that, but still, he couldn't judge much. This brat of Anna is a host of celestial inheritance, and seeing the battle earlier, here too, it might be able to do something that is near impossible for others. The regrettable thing is they could not have him. It's all because of those bastards. They have played a too long hand and ended destroying the greatest hope Miss San has, and the funny thing is, they could not do anything against it, seeing how strong other faction is growing by the day. While Nero had eaten the curse nucleus, I had activated the formation and sent the cocktail of special curse-destroying energies into every corner of my mother's body, and it is doing a much better job than I had thought it would do. Still, it is not enough. The speed it is acting against is quite slow, that by the time it would be finished dealing with the curse energy, the curse would have already damaged my mother's body and soul enough that she would need quite some time to recover. It would be like the first option, which I am thanking God I had not used, or I would have risked my mother's life. I have to make the process faster, otherwise forgetting the getting little benefits for her progress, she would be heavily injured. I could not let that happen. I had to do something to make the process expedite, and thankfully I gave away. Nero, give me some of your radiance, I asked Nero, who is busy munching on the cursed nucleus. Sure thing, father, he said, and next moment, a blinding radiance released from him, which immediately sucked by the formation and spread into the whole formation. A surprised expression couldn't help but appear on my face the next second when I saw how seamlessly the radiance had merged with my energy, and its power had multiplied within an instant and began to purify the curse at even greater speed. With the speed of the purifying, other aspects of the formations have also been activated. My mother's body and soul are now in a very precarious state, and I have to stabilize it artificially as I wipe the curse off her. The slightest mistake on my part, and the whole process would collapse. The dangerous part is already over. Now I have to just purify the curse, and the energies I got from the purification sent back to my mother. Normally such things would not work, but this curse had been strengthened by the energies of my mother, and I would be just taking it back from it while vaporizing the curse element through it. Nero has also finished consuming the nucleus and went back to my core, where it is sleeping on it, digesting it. Nearly all the curses had been vaporized, and my mother's aura had reached that of peak elite. From what mother had told me, she was a mid-elite when she had been inflicted by the curse. It is nice progress, but it is nothing compared to the progress of her art, which would immediately make her one of the greatest assets of war. A A few seconds passed by, and finally, every bit of curse vanished from my mother's body, and checking her body more than 3 times, I began to unfurl my vines and take them back when suddenly, another change occurred. The sea of mist that had been in the deepest part of her had rumbled before speedily starting to rush toward her chest, where her inheritance core is. He had really done it, Patrick said with shock as he saw the tri-colored energy shining in radiance from Anna's body. All the signs of curse had vanished, and the aura of peak elite began to radiate from her body. If that tragedy had not happened, Anna would have been a masterclass tyrant with invaluable assets to the war with her art. She still is an asset, and would become an invaluable one as long as she is able to advance her art, and the war is an excellent opportunity for that. As long as she does not die, she has great chances to advance in the future, and it is known throughout the world that those who practice the Empire of Mist are the hardest to kill. He was looking at Anna when suddenly he sensed something he had not sensed in a long while, and seeing the intensity of it, his eyes couldn't help but go wide. He is not the old one. The old women beside me are also shocked, as he is that both of them are literally shaking. All the mist from the deepest part of her had begun to explosively rush toward the herd at rapid speed from all the angels and ways it could find. Something is happening, and I have a guess, but I do not dare to speak it out as it is quite a massive thing for the people who comprehend the grand arts. If the thing I am guessing is true, then it looks like I have quite underestimated the comprehension of my mother in her art. It requires a huge comprehension to reach this stage. It exists in both regular arts and grand arts, but acquiring it in a grand art is thousands of times more difficult than acquiring it in the common arts. A few seconds passed by, and I started to feel the repelling force from the heart of my mother. The power of her arts was repelling against my strings. Seeing, I begin to take out all the strings I have in the heart of my mother, leaving only one. I had activated a formation on the strings and poured a massive amount of rule-bending power into it the next second. It became invisible. All the repelling force from the mist had disappeared. While the grand art may be powerful, I have some ways to deal with it, and this is a very important moment. I have to see what is happening, and if it is happening what I think is happening, then I will have to watch it and record it too. This will give me very precious data. I moved a single string inside, and like a little fist in a sea of water, it did not get any resistance from the mist. Soon, I reached the deepest part of my mother's heart and saw the point where all the mist was converging. It looked like the core was forming, but it is not the core that is forming. It is something different. Arts don't form the core, they symbiosis with the core. The mist continued to converge till it formed a misty battle out of it, which began to shrink slowly as its size started to change a little by little. A few minutes have passed, and finally the transformation of the mist had stopped, and now in front of me is a misty rune. The rune is simple, but it looked complex at the same time, and as I continued to look at it, a vast diagram of runes have appeared in front of me. The runic diagram seemed to be vast as the sea made of billions of runes, and giving out a majestic feeling that one just wants to kneel in front of it. Buzz, I don't know how long I kept looking at the majestic runic diagram when suddenly, I was thrown out of it and saw the misty rune shining before a huge amount of very dense mist flooded out of it. All of them were shocked by the aura they sensed, and this aura continued to grow and stronger for a couple of seconds before suddenly stopping. My go. Patrick had just spoken a few words when he closed his mouth suddenly, as a sharp aura came out of Anna before a dense mist spewed out of Anna's body and passed through the coffin unimpeded as if it did not exist. Before they know it, they get covered in the mist. He is completely blinded, unable to see or sense anything around him. It had made him horrified and ecstatic at the same time. This is the power of Empire of Mist that he, a grandmaster, got blinded in his senses. People feel terror hearing the Empire of Mist. It had been a great tool of assassins, a bane of generals as it would surround the whole armies and make allies would fight each other. It had been the greatest symbol of the power of Mistsan, which they have lost in their own folly. Though they have got it back through another child of Mitchelson's, it would have taken her long to mature, and it is not even clear whether she would have the same fire as her aunt, who had dug out the Empire of Mist with her powers. Now they have got it back, and even if Anna had some problems, she is still a Mitchelson. Mashelsons and Empire of Mist have always been synonym with Mistsan. Whiston, he heard the old woman's voice and it shocked him as it felt distant and in the wrong direction, but that is what shocked me. The thing had shocked me was the name Winston. It is the name of Lord of Glass and less than 10 people in whole who call him that and do not bear any consequences. He had thought the Lord of Glass had left, but it seemed like he was just hiding as usual. It is a good thing he had not asked about him to the old women. Mirage of mirrors, he heard as it was spoken to his ear, and he felt the change around him. There is no change, but many things have changed. He is relieved to hear the name of the move. It will hide the mist, even if it spreads through all over the academy. People will go their own way without noticing a thing, which is great news. They don't want to publicize the lethal weapon they had just got. A huge amount of mist had burst out of the symbol, which is much stronger from the mist earlier. It kept spewing out for a couple of seconds, spreading far and wide before receding back to the symbol just as quickly that I failed to see the reason behind it. The runic symbol, which is floating on the heart of my mother, besides the inheritance core, is called Mark of Art. It appears when a person reaches a certain level of comprehension. A few seconds ago, my mother's comprehension had reached that stage, and her art had formed the mark, taking her into the leagues of grandmasters. By the strength of her body, she is still an elite tyrant, but the comprehension of her art and mental energy had reached the level of grandmaster. This is totally out of my expectations. I am still quite shocked by the scenes I saw. There will be lots of benefits of the mark once it is obtained. It will help her not only better utilize the power of her arts, but also help in her practice. The grand arts tend to do that. That is why those who comprehend the grand arts focus exclusively on it, as their art will help them progress in other parts. I looked around my mother's body and saw everything was fine. I opened my eyes and saw everyone had to look at my mother with shocked eyes. Lord of Glass, which I had thought had left, is also beside the Lady Angela and looking at my mother with twinkling eyes. "Mitchell, your mother?" my father asked. His level restricted him from seeing certain things, but he too sensed something with his mother. "Mother is completely healed, father, and she had also got some great gains," I replied, and hearing that a bright smile appeared on his face. "It is time for us to wake up," I said, and thousands of strings on the surface of the cabin began to unfurl and come back to me. When I had activated the formation, it had made my mother semi-conscious. I had done it intentionally to numb the pain. The pain of the vaporizing would have been too great. Though I know my mother would have been able to bear it, I did not want her to. Other than pain, she had sensed everything had happened to her body. The mark would not have been formed if mother had been unconscious. "Mommy, why are you crying?" A voice before I could say anything as a little girl walked up to the coffin. My sister woke up, ate, and even took a night's sleep while I was working on healing my mother. They tears of happiness, love. After years, Mommy had gotten her powers back, Mom replied as she slowly got up from the coffin. Her movements are exaggeratedly slow. She had just gotten her powers back, and she would need quite a time before she could get used to them. There is a huge difference between the strength of Knight and the strength of Peak Elite. Even if she had that strength, it was 3 decades ago. She would need some practice. Until then, no holding my little sister. She also understood that as she deliberately stayed away from the rose. "Sorry to disturb your family moment, but we have to go back to Pyramid immediately," Grand Tower Mistress Angela said suddenly. "There are still a few hours before the day is over," I said, looking at my holowatch. "Things have changed now. Grand Commander wants you all into the pyramid immediately," Old Woman said, motioning at my family before her powerful energy has covered us, and the runic formation of golden runes created in a second. I only got a chance to look at the teacher for a moment, and she nodded at me before I disappeared from my house and academy. All the plans teacher had after I leveled up had gone to the drain, at least for some time. The original plan was that she hand me the reins of the academy after I leveled up to the tyrant, but that will not happen after what happened in the past day. Unless I became strong enough to defend myself against those people who had come to kill me, I would have to keep hidden again. I am tired of always hiding, but I have no choice. Those bastards and their little spies are very good assassins. Thousands of people have lost their life by being careless for a moment. The grim monsters are very good at striking at the perfect chance. They have miscalculated this time, but next time they would not make the same mistake. They would not only bring out the powerful people, but also powerful artifacts. A second later, we have appeared in the Blue Hall, which is devoid of any designs except for the runes that have been carved on it. What Grand Tower Mistress Angela did had blown my mind. What she did may seem simple, but it is extremely hard and amazing that only people of her caliber do it. She had created a teleportation formation and formed a link with teleportation formation in the pyramid, where the space is extremely tight. Even I will have to use all my strength. She did tear through space, but punctured it with needle accuracy and connected to the other side. The only person of her power could do something like that. I want to do something like that too, but I do not have the required strength to do it. "Mitchell, you and your father go with David. He will take you to your quarters, while I will take your mother to the Grand Commander." Old Woman, and pointing at the blonde, middle-aged man, who is a peak master-class powerhouse with high designation if badges on his chest were any proof. "I want to go with Mommy," my sister shouted before I could say anything. "Love, Mommy has an important thing to do. You wait with Papa. I will return before you even know it," Mom said as she crouched down beside my sister, though she did not touch her. "Come back soon, Mommy," she said after a few seconds. "Of course, love," she said before she got up and left with 3 old monsters. "Lord Czar, your battle with the grim monsters earlier is beyond amazing. I was literally biting my nails when you were fighting," said David as he took us towards our quarters through the hallways of the pyramid. "When I saw him a minute ago, I had thought him quite a serious fella, with all the uniform and badges, but he had turned into a complete fangirl. While this might also be an act, but I doubt so, his expression seemed very genuine, but nothing could be said. There are quite talented actors in the world. David, you do not have to call me Lord Tsar. Just Michiel would be fine, I said to him when he referred me, Lord Tsar. Earlier my father let out a laugh. Even my sister looked around if there is any third person he is referring to. It would be too inappropriate, Lord Tsar, David said. It is inappropriate on my part to not refer you to your rank, seeing my rank is actually lower than you, so you can call me Michiel, I insist, I said. Everybody gets rank a military rank, and Pyramid followed them strictly. I too have a rank which is quite lower than David. This is expected, seeing before my breakthrough, I only had the power of leader-class tyrant, while David is master-class tyrant, a real gem. I could not do that, seeing the difference between our strength is too great, and as for the rank, I am sure in a day or two, you will receive those reserved special ranks, he said with a smile. At least call me Lord Michiel. Lord Tsar makes me feel quite old, and as you can see I am quite young, I said, bringing another laugh out of my father and sister. That I could do, he finally relented. As I was saying, Lord Michiel, your battle with the grim monsters shivering, and those controlling methods of yours are something else, not to mention your signature essence roses. The grim monsters must have shivered seeing their kin turning into the essence rose, David said excitedly as he looked at me. Do you want to look at it? I asked him, seeing his wanting expressions. Yes, if it is not too much of a trouble, he said with curiosity burning in his eyes. It's no trouble, I said, and took out a blue essence rose. It is the one I have harvested from the peak masterclass tyrant. Aside from this essence rose, the only one which is stronger is the essence rose I have got from Stone Lightning Tigerman, but it is not the one I just can take out and hand over to anyone. Wow, an essence rose of peak masterclass tyrant, this thing could vaporize me in an instant if it exploded, he said as he looked at the essence rose in his hands. It is so pretty, brother, can Rose to have it? My sister asked. It is very dangerous, Rose. How about this one? It is much prettier than it, I said, and took out a lily, which is glowing in 4 colors, seeing that Rose's eyes instantly brightened up. Pretty, Rose said as she took the lily in her tiny hands. You did not have to give her such precious thing to play 4-color sand lily is quite a precious flower, Father said while asking Rose to treat it gently. David's and a few passerbys' eyes popped out a little when they saw Rose playing with Lily, even asking the father to put it on the hairband. Calling a lily precious would be an understatement. It is a master-class plant that is used in refining the body. Any master-class tyrant would fight hard to get their hands on the precious resources as this. Lord Michiel, this is the courtyard assigned to you and your family, he said as we appeared in front of what seemed like a garden. Inside it, some beautiful building could be seen. Like I had said, the pyramid is a powerful artifact that the space that is even greater than a huge city. Still, there are a lot of people staying inside the pyramid, literally, legions of them, and me and my family getting such big space ourselves is quite a thing. This a bloom garden, a very defensive space that is unbreakable by masters. Even grandmasters will have to try very hard break into it, he informed, with slight envy in his eyes. This place is really beautiful, my father said as we walked inside. There are small building with beautiful garden around them, which being is tended by the golems. The energy in this place is also quite thick, making pores of the body open on their own and breathe in. I'm quite sure that is the place for the grandmasters. Such high garden and thick energy costs astronomical resources that only could be spent on the grandmasters. This place is also quite defensible. I don't think even regular grandmasters stand a chance to break spatial shields surrounding this courtyard, I said. After my core formed, I have gained a quite acute sense of the spatial elements and could infer their strength after a second of observation. Let's check out our new home. We will be staying here for quite a while, I said to my father, and 3 of us went inside, checking the garden and buildings, all of which is extremely beautiful, which is not surprising seeing this place is for the grandmasters. Half an hour later, we finished checking the whole space, and my sister had even picked her own room before we came back to the kitchen, and now I am cooking the dinner. I don't know how long the mom would take, but I cooked enough that she would have more than enough to eat. Soon I finished making the dinner and began to set plates, and there was 1 extra plate than usual, which made my father arched his brow at me in question, the action he had learned from my mother. Rose, I want you to meet someone, I said to my sister, who was busy staring at dinner plates hungrily, especially the sweet dish I had made. Who, brother? She asked as she pulled her gaze from the glittering sweets. Nero, Ashlyn, come out, I said, and soon both of them came out. My sister got surprised seeing Nero at first, but the next second her eyes started shining like the sun, like she had seen the toy of a dream. Puppy, she screamed out loud and ran toward Nero before taking a ball of fluffs into her arms and started cuddling and kissing him. I first feared that he would react badly with my sister treating him like a toy, but to my surprise, he seemed to love the affection she was showering on him and even looked at Ashlyn gloating from his sister's arms. He wanted to see the world with his own eyes, and I have no problem as I have to reveal him sooner or later, but before bringing him out. I've warned him strictly about no talking or showing strange powers rule. He would behave like a normal, regular monster even if he is not. Rose, eat first, or I'll ask your brother to take back Nero, father threatened. Feeling his gaze, she grudgingly sat on her chair but also kept Ashlyn and Nero beside her and would feed half of her dinner to them. Nero had no problem eating the regular food. He could eat them as he ate the energies, and currently he seemed to be competing against Ashlyn for my sister affection, a competition in which Ashlyn had no interest in playing. She seemed to be too mature to play such games, and it is making Nero even angry. When did you get the new monster? Father asked. A while ago, there were some complications with him, but now everything had turned normal, I said. He seemed quite different, unlike anything I've read, and my inheritance also seemed to be getting no read from him, he said. My father is well read, even better than me in some subjects. He spent most of his time in the Mistsan reading and researching, and his scholar-type inheritance is a big help in doing that. We soon finished dinner, and my father had tucked my sister into sleep, though she had asked for mother. She was soon distracted by Nero and Ashlyn and fell asleep, holding them in her tiny hands. You should sleep too, you looked quite tired. My father, okay, I said, walking toward my room. He is right, I am feeling quite tired. After the breakthrough, I had battled the powerful enemies and then healed my mother, with barely any rest in between. I fell into sleep within a few seconds of me touching my head to the mattress, which is quite fast, seeing I usually take a little more time to sleep when I am sleeping in an unfamiliar space. I slept for 10 hours, but when I woke up, I felt completely refreshed. All the signs of tiredness had vanished from my body. After freshening up and showering, I walked out, only to see my father making breakfast in the kitchen while my sister playing with Ashlyn and Nero. I looked at her playing with Nero, and a smile couldn't help but appear on my face, especially hearing the fake woof that Nero was letting out. Nero may look like a cute wolf cub with antlers, but he is no wolf of any kind. He had just taken that form. He is a unique life form that falls into the aberrant group. Has Mom come back? I asked. Yes, she came back at late night, he replied. Has she told you what she had discussed with the Grand Commander? I asked. To that, he shook his head. Soon he finished cooking the breakfast, and I felt him set up plates. I had just finished doing that when I sensed my mother. She is flying inside, not walking as people usually do, which is understandable seeing she have more control over energy than her body. Until she gets that, it is better. She does most things with her energy. As she came in, a shocked expression appeared on my mother's face. As she saw Nero playing with Rose, she was the only person who had heard Nero talk and saw him eating her cursed nucleus as if it was some kind of candy. Mitchell, it looks like you have got a new monster. Mom asked. Yes, his name is Nero, I replied. He is cute, and Rose seemed to love him, she said, and took a seat on the table. Rose had already eaten when my father made breakfast, so it is only 3 of us on the table. What did Grand Commander want? Father asked without wasting even a second. Mom did not answer. She sighed and gently took my father's hands into hers. Missions, I will be participating in the war soon, she replied, and hearing that my father couldn't help but shake. I am not surprised. Seeing the progress of Mother in her art, she had become a very valuable weapon. Her current value in war could say to be greater than mine. It would be useless not to use her, and Mom herself accepts that she will have to. It is her duty. You have just recovered, and they are already sending you on the missions, he asked, clearly not happy with the decision of higher-ups. It is not immediately. I will be training and would begin the mission when I had received the green signal from my trainer and also reached the leader class, she replied with a sigh. It will take her a while to get her previous edge back, and by that time she would easily reach the leader class. For others, it would be hard, but for her, who had obtained a mark from her inheritance, in a month or at most 2, she will reach the leader class. The rest of the breakfast went in silence. After breakfast, my mother sat beside my sister and watched Nero intently. While Nero may look cute and cuddly, he is a very powerful tyrant, just like Ashlyn, and like her, his control over his energy and body is quite great, even better than mine. If it had not for that, I would have not let my sister play with him. She is like a paper doll in front of him. Ting. We were sitting silently when suddenly my holowatch buzzed with the mail. It was from the pyramid as I expected. It is about the appointment I have in the evening. It did not mention who I have to meet, but if I were to guess, it would be pretty important people. From Pyramid, Mom asked, and I nodded. I will be taking my leave. I have some things to do, I said, and walked out of the living room. Since I had made a breakthrough, I did not have much free time. I want to take a look at the things and do some experiments on the core to define its limit. Soon, I reached my room and lay on the bed, and the next second I was in my core. The first thing I did was look the 15 storage and empty them all. Their locks had already been broken by my storage ring, so just as I emptied them, a humongous amount of stuff fell out of the storages of the grim monsters. Seeing the stuff, I couldn't help but get shocked, though I had expected that I would get amazing things from the storages of the grim monsters, especially from the storage of the stone lightning tigerman. I did not expect this. I had immediately started sorting out the stuff, 99 of things I had kept in my storage, while one I chose to keep it in my core. Though both things are the same seeing, I am keeping my storage in my core, and I could bring any stuff out with just simple intentions, just as I used to do when my storage ring was on my fingers. It is a good thing I have time. The equation of time had reduced with me forming a core, but I still get 3 times more time than outside, which is fucking great deal seeing the many things I could now do with my core space, far more than I could do with my inheritance space. It took me quite a while to sort of everything, and now there is a small crystal building in the center of the island, and it contains the most precious things I have. The things I have found in the storages of the Grimm monsters are extremely precious. If I had found them before my breakthrough, it would have made things much easier for me. Still, I am very happy getting them. They will help me a lot in creating things I need to create. If I am able to create those things, they will help immensely in the war. Those things will be killing machines of thousands and millions of Grimm monsters, but they would also create a massive amount of resources for us. Humans it will surely make a rich and also more famous than I am. The Grimm bastards would surely be up my bounty, even more if I succeeded. The little world in my core is strong, but I would not be able to bring the humans inside, even a regular one, but bringing a single monster which is not bonded to me and is weaker than me considerably, at below tyrant would not be a problem. Through the tests, I feel like I could plant plants here. Though I would not be able to irrigate the whole island as it would break the balance of things, planting 25 of it would not be a problem, and with 3 times more speed, I would be able to get the garden of my dreams. Seeing the garden of Lord Al, I wanted to create something like that, but I have never got a chance. But now with this internal space inside me, I could have the garden of my dreams. It looks like I have to read some books on gardening. Getting them would not be a problem. People don't hoard that kind of knowledge. There is a big collection of gardening books in the Broken Tower, and I am sure Pyramid has a big collection of them too. Before I start on my pet project, I should begin on that project, which I am thinking about it earlier. I have nearly all the resources to create the kill seeds, but I still need a few more, and they are quite expensive. Thankfully, my newfound wealth would be more than enough to exchange for those resources. Hun. I walked out of my core space and opened the Pyramid's marketplace. As I opened the page, I was shocked to see my access. It is even greater than teacher. I could not trade with the grandmasters with my access. This news couldn't come at a better time. I immediately started to list the resources I needed on the marketplace and the things I was willing to exchange for them. To my shock, I immediately got the result. Something like that had never happened to me before. I always needed to wait for minutes, hours, and sometimes days to finalize the deals. It seemed like I was on some kind of priority list of Pyramid, and I was buying things from Pyramid's treasury and not some people. It had saved me a huge amount of time, and I did not waste activating the small teleportation formation, which is specifically made to exchange resources. I only needed a minute to perform the exchange, and I got all the resources I needed. I could now start making those things, and I couldn't help but feel excited about it. I conceived those things years ago, but never had the power to create them until now. Let's begin, I said to myself, and the formation mat had appeared in front of me. The best thing about the core is that I could move anything, anywhere here. I opened the screen of the formation mat and chose the formation. The formation I have chosen is the one I have created for this project. I have spent many sleepless nights creating this formation. Soon, a complicated runic formation appeared on the formation sheet, and I started to take out the resources. The first and most important resource is the essence rose. I have taken out an essence rose of elite Grimm monster and placed it on the center of the formation. This essence will act as the center point of this weapon of mass killing and provide all the power it needs. It is the essence of Grimm monster, which contains an immense amount of energy. After the essence rose, I took out a few more resources and placed them on their spot before activating the whole formation. As I did, essences began to separate and begin to flow toward the essence rose, while I also started to add the small amount of rule bending power into the essences. The rule bending power is an integral part of what I am creating. Without it, creating it is impossible. The process may be looked simple, but it is quite complicated, and I need to be very careful during it. The slightest mistake could mail the essence rose to destabilize and make it explode, and I don't know whether my core would be able to bear the blow or not. Soon, all the essences surrounded the essence rose before moving toward it, and within a minute, they have surrounded it whole. The essence rose has dissolved into the essence, and dense formation clouded over the whole liquefied essence. It continued for more than 10 minutes before the liquid started to change the shape again, and 3 minutes later, a crystalline shape solidified. It is again a rose, but unlike the essence rose, this one is blood red color and completely crystalline, and with green thorn stem supporting the rose. Seeing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I was able to create it successfully, and I know it will work, but could only be sure that after I see the results. I could not wait for that. I need to create a maximum number of them. It is a risk if they did not work, but it is a risk I am willing to take. After I finished creating the crystal rose, I again took out the essence rose and resources and began creating another crystalline rose. Time passed by and I continued to create one crystalline rose after another, using more and more powerful essence roses. I need to create a certain number of them and use across them numerous battlefields. This way, I could create an effect and get the maximum number of resources out of it. Soon an evening came and I finally stopped. By the time I had stopped, I had created quite a number of them, and the last one is a leader class essence rose. I do not have as many of them as I liked, but I am going to use each and every one of them. I am not only going to use the essence roses of leader class tyrants, but also master class tyrants, and even the essence rose of stone lightning tigerman. This project is important enough for me to go all out for it. Ting. I had just freshened up and opened my room's door when my holowatch rang with mail from Pyramid David is waiting outside to take me to my appointments. I walked to the living room and saw my father reading a book while Rose played blocks with Nero and Ashlyn. Has Mother left? I asked. Yes, a few hours ago, he replied. Mother has to train to get her past edge. The sooner she becomes ready, the sooner she will be able to join the war. I could tell she was looking forward to doing that. She had been away for that nearly 3 decades and had not thought she would get power back and get a chance to serve her world again, but she did. Rose brother needs Ashlyn and Nero. You can play with them after I return, okay? I asked my sister, who had tears welling up in her eyes, but she did not cry. Will you return soon? She asked in a tearful voice. Yes, I will return soon, I said, and asked Nero and Ashlyn to come inside me. A minute later, I was out of the house, and when I reached the gate, I found David is waiting for me outside. Lord Mitchell, he greeted David, I said, and we started walking with blurring speed. This time, David is much less excited than yesterday, but he still asked me question after question. Soon, we have reached a beautiful 20-story palatial building, which is big enough to house in town, and went inside before taking an elevator to the most top floor. Click. One is a middle-aged man who is giving off a scholarly vibe, and the other is an old woman who looked to be in her 70s who is definitely a healer. Both of them are extremely powerful, grandmasters without a doubt, and I know one of them. Mitchell, we have finally met. I have been dying to meet you, said the middle-aged man as he stood up to greet me. The honor is mine, Lord Whitman, I said to middle-aged politely, even bowed a little as convection. This middle-aged man is Jax Whitman, the leader of Silverstone Academy. He used to be the leader of Pyramid Council, but abdicated on his own, admitting Lady Hera would be a wise choice seeing the coming times. Mitchell, this is Grand Mistress Charline, head of Hall of Sleep, Lord Whitman said, and as he introduced me to the old healer who is the same level as the old healer in the Blood Sun. He also seemed to deeply respect the old woman, seeing the way he introduced me to her. Grand Mistress Charline, I greeted, and she greeted me with a quick hand sign. I have not heard the Hall of Sleeps or this old woman, but anything headed by a powerful healer should be very important. Grand Commander had wanted to use you in a field immediately, but I have persuaded the Grand Commander to borrow you for some time. Seeing your healing talent is equal to the combat talent, Lord Whitman said. May I know what you need me for, Lord Whitman? I asked, though hearing his words, I know it is related to the healing. You will know about it soon, but I request you that whatever you see from now on, keep it to yourself. Not a single word about it should get out, Lord Whitman warned, and I just nodded before following Grand Mistress Charline and Lord Whitman. Soon we walked into the small room with the formation and stepped on it. As we did, the formation lit up, and we disappeared before appearing into an equally small room. Click. Grand Mistress Charline opened the door, and we walked out in what seemed like a forest. Other than trees, there is a small green-yellow single-story building with beautiful arches. Seeing the building, my eyes couldn't help but flash in surprise. This is no simple building but artifact itself, and not a regular abode-type artifact, but the one that is very high level. On top of that, it is a healing-type artifact. This is Hall of Sleep, and you are the first non-grandmaster to see this place in the century, Lord Whitman informed as we walked toward the building. As we reached it, Grand Mistress Charline placed both of her hands on it. Dense runes had appeared on the door before they flew over her body. They covered her body in an instant before they receded back into the door, and the door began to open. This artifact is not only powerful, but it is also bound type, and from the looks of it, had been binded to the old women. The door completely opened, but I could not see inside as the door was blocked by the black screen. The old women walked through it. Lord Whitman and I followed behind. Gasp. As I had entered inside, I was so shocked by what I saw that I couldn't help but get gasp. I had expected to see the patients, but not this. In front of me, there is a single large hall, and tens of med pods could be seen in it. These med pods are connecting artifacts through the numerous pipes which are supplying energies to the people in lying the med pods. The thing that shocked me out of my mind was the assemble in the hall, but the people lying inside the med pods. There are a total of 33 med pods, and of 33, 30 people inside are letting out an aura of grandmasters, and not a regular grandmasters either but the powerful grandmasters. Of the two rest, one is letting out an aura of master class, and while the other, which is in the center, is letting out the aura of freaking Grand Lord. The aura is faint, but the power seemed no weaker than the Grand Tower Mistress Angela Leon. In this place, nearly a third of human super powerhouses are sleeping, especially Grandmaster, which we do not have more than 100 of them. No wonder Lord Whitman had warned me about letting out even a single word about it. There is great secret is hiding here, and if it comes to know, it will shock anyone who hears it, be it a human or the grim monsters. This is one of the biggest secrets of the pyramid, all these people afflicted with illnesses that we do not have any method to heal. Lord Whitman said, "The Hall of Sleep is a special place through it. We can keep the affliction and people suffering from it in suspended animation till we find a way or someone to heal them," he explained. "The cost of maintaining this place must be huge," I said, looking at all the tubes which are supplying energies to the med pods. "Extremely huge that we only kept those who have huge value in the world. Most of the time it is powerful. Grandmasters, but few times, we have kept those with a lower level. It's all depend on their potential and value," he said while looking at white med pods which contain Soul Master Class Powerhouse in it. "Your mother had also offered a place here when she had been inflicted with that curse, but she had rejected the offer," he added, which did not surprise me. "She is the first person to get Empire of Mist after 400 years, which makes her extremely valuable and important enough to place here. I have brought you here because I was hoping that you would be able to heal some of them. Even healing one of them would be a huge help to the war," he asked. "The affliction these people have suffered is not simple, and they are powerful grandmasters top of that," I said with a sigh. "Though I will try my everything in healing them," I said and walked toward the med pod that is closest to me. "Grandmistress, would you tell me about this patient?" I asked Grand Mistress Charlene. She nodded and rapidly started to sign the hand gestures. "The patient's name is Myron Davis. He is a peak Grandmaster class powerhouse from Blazing Sphere, and he has been in here for the past 62 years. He is inflicted with a powerful poison by Grim Monster. The poison was specially crafted for this Grandmaster, which had corrupted his energy in an instant. If not for being rescued on time and being placed here, he would have succumbed to the poison within a day." Grandmistress explained the type of poison in detail, and she had even activated MedPod and showed me his vital graphs and all the data she collected on him. Soon, Grandmistress Charlene finished with the explanation of Marion Davis and let me do my own examination before we moved toward the next patient. The next was another powerful Grandmaster, a woman this time, been here in suspended animation for more nearly a century, and she also targeted with a specifically crafted curse which would have killed her, if not for placed into this place. The next Grandmaster is a little different. He was Grandmaster Alchemist, and he was inspecting an alchemical tool when suddenly it spewed out smoke and knocked him out. That substance had directly put him in a coma, and despite trying hundreds of healers, they weren't able to bring him out of the coma. One by one, she begins to give me details of all the patients, and 80 of them are targeted by the grim monsters, and of that 80, 95 of them inflicted with a specially crafted attack, which is only made to target them. It is very hard to heal from such injuries, and I could not heal them with my current power. I would need to be at least a Grandmaster before I could heal those injuries, or require specific knowledge on how to deal with such injuries. Sadly, I did not have much information about the Broken Tower, had only a piece general information about. I wanted to read about targeted special energies in the Hermes Tower, but I did not have much time. I primarily focused on the special energies of Grim Race and those who had gained sentient. Hun. Soon we reached another med pod, and this one was different from others. It had a master-class powerhouse instead of the Grandmaster, and the surprising this is, the person inside was not old, but a young man who looked to be around my age. He also has faint scales on some parts of his body, which is a sign of bloodline contamination. It does not look much serious. A little bit of scales is no trouble other than people recognizing you at the instant due to the peculiarity. What is interesting is the scales. Many beasts have scales, but the best of them are the dragon scales, and these dark blue scales are, without a doubt, a dragon scales. Dragon bloodlines are quite rare. They are as rare as the phoenix bloodlines. "Grandmistress, let me explain this case," Lord Whitman said, and Grandmistress nodded. "This is Rabhan Solace, also known as Rabhan of Hell. He was the most promising human during the last war 140 years ago, and would have made a massive contribution to it if the grim monsters hadn't gotten him. He was like you from a small continent, and when he was 9 years old, he ate the bloodline fruit of Hell Dragon, which hadn't been fully matured, and was lucky enough to survive without any side effects, other than the small bloodline contamination which positively affected him," he explained while motioning the scales. "He was the greatest prodigy of his generation, able to reach Tyrant when he was 20, and when he broke through the Tyrant stage, he became a master-class Tyrant directly. But like many other prodigies, he has grown too confident of his abilities and ended up falling trap of grim monsters. If not for Grandmaster Benson's timely rescue, he would have died by the hands of the Grandmaster. He sighed, saying it before going to technicalities of the curse that affecting him, which is like most curses here, a targeted curse. This is why I always remain cautious. The grim monsters and their little spies have grown quite good in assassinations, and I did not want to become another feather in their hat. By becoming careless, being extra cautious would only help me. After listening to the technical detail of his affliction, I placed my hands on his body and pierced my string inside. I have to say the bloodline contamination had helped hugely in his favor. These scales of his are not only above his skin but also inside it, and that gives him a great defense, greater than that of the grim monster of the same level. The strings went inside him after some struggle, and like all the patients, everything magical in him is standstill, but magic is still burning. The moment Hall of Sleep removes its effects, it would roar back to life. I also came to know the reason for his youthfulness, and I was shocked to find that the bloodline contamination had spread much deeper level than they had told me, and unlike regular people like a professor who suffered a great deal because of it. This man reaped immense benefits from the bloodline contamination. It had entirely worked in his favor, giving him the immense benefits, and youthful looks and slow aging is one of them. Those with bloodline are still considered humans, but this one could not. The contamination had changed him more than these people have realized. He is not a pure human any longer. A very essence of a dragon had merged with him, making him something more. They are also very wrong about life expectancy. Lord Whitman had said he would be able to live up to 400 years without a problem. They are very wrong. If I am right, then he will easily able to live up to 600 years, and more if his strength had increased in the future. I have seen many lucky people, but not as lucky as this man. People shudder in the name of bloodline contamination, but it had brought him benefits beyond compare. Even I couldn't help feeling jealous of him with all my power. Feeling more curious about him, I spread more strings and went deeper inside him, not leaving a single part. As I did, I collected data, and the more data I collected, the more questions appeared in my mind before a frown appeared on my face, which turned into surprise a minute later. It took me a while to understand everything, and I eased my expressions before removing my strings. The people who had put him here have made a mistake, or simply they did not understand his condition clearly and directly put him in a hall of sleep without exploring any other options. I had just removed my strings and opened my eyes when hands made of energy appeared in front of me and rapidly started to make the gesture. I will tell you later. First, we will look at all the patients, I said. The Grand Mistress had asked me about what I had noticed. I am not going to tell her that, at least not till I have checked all the patients. Grand Mistress just nodded calmly, hearing my answer, but Lord Whitman did not seem that calm. He even opened his mouth to ask the question but closed it after some thoughts. Time passed, and I checked one patient after another before finally, I reached the center to the last patient who was occupying the biggest med pod. This is Davian Gatlin, Grand Lord of Silverstone Academy, Lord Whitman said as he looked at the old man in med pod. Grand Lords are those who had surpassed the Grandmaster and are at the final level of Tyrant. There are less than 10 Grand Lords, and some Supremes don't even have. From what I know, Mist-san did not have Grand Lord. There are maybe or 2 Supremes that don't have to. Producing the Grand Lord is no easy thing, and in the last millennium, there haven't been more than 20 Grand Lords. It is quite a small number, seeing there are billions of people in the world and thousands of Tyrant, and barely a few able to reach the absolute limit of Tyrant stage. 73 years ago, he went to a very dangerous ruin and returned with a dangerous parasite in his body that was eating him away. We had no choice but to seal him here, he said shudderingly as he looked at the old man with reverence. The old man is the greatest pillar of the Silverstone Academy, and as head, he would like their pillar in perfect condition, especially in this time, where even Supremes are in danger from vanishing on the face off of the world. We have tried many methods to kill that parasite, but it is too damn powerful and instantly react whenever we tried to kill it, Lord Whitman informed. I listened to technical details of the parasite before I seeped my string into the Grand Lord, and I have to say their defense is no laughing matter. I have to make my vines extra thin and focus a huge amount of energy on them before they are able to seep inside the body. I am very interested in the parasite in the Grand Lord's body, partly because I too had a parasite in my body and had done heavy research on them. Though the parasite I had in my body is vastly different from the other parasites, there is a vast difference between the Grand Lord and the Grandmaster. Their body is strong like powerful metals, that they would be able to stop the attacks from Grandmaster with ease. It is also called a half-legend stage, because to reach the Grand Lord, one needs to have a comprehension of the higher power. It is the sole reason why becoming a Grand Lord is so damn difficult that across the millennia, bare few are able to reach this stage. The strings went deeper inside him, and a minute later, I saw the parasite inside the Grand Lord, and I have to say it is fearsome. It is a long crystalline worm with jagged crystal thorns all over its body, and it would turn corporeal and incorporeal every second like beeping light. The most notable thing about it is its aura. It is of the Grand Lord, and it is faintly stronger than its host. No wonder it was able to bring such a powerful Grand Lord to its knees and force him to sleep. If Grand Lord to fight the parasite, it would take the parasite 3 days at most to finish it. It is not the conjecture I had made in the air. I have read about such parasites in the Hermes library and knew how dangerous they are. I observed the sleeping worm for a few minutes, and after I got all the data I needed, I withdrew my strings and opened my eyes, only to see Lord Whitman and Grand Mistress Charline looking at me. It looked like I had stalled them quite a while. I have to give them the answer. There are 5 people I have confidence in healing, and Grand Lord is one of them. There, I said it, and all their reactions were just as expected. They are shocked and remain shocked for more than a second, which is a lot of time for the people of their level. How? Are you telling the truth? Lord Whitman asked, and the same question is asked by the Grand Mistress Charline with the gestures. Grand Mistress, have you read the book named Rias's Parasite Cages in a Broken Tower? I turned to Grand Mistress asked. She is from Wisdom Tower, and there is a high chance she had read it, and I was right. She nodded next instant before speedily signing the other gestures. I'm talking about a sack cage, which is perfect for caging the lichen worm that Grand Lord has in his body. I answered her question about which cage I am planning on using, as there are more than 100 types of cages shown in the book. The Grand Mistress again performed the flurry of questions. Yes, we do not have some of the resources we need to create the cage, and they do found in the world, but don't worry, I have a way around that, I said. As long as they could collect all the resources except bohan thistle, gasty grass, rachel crystals, we will be able to create the parasite cage, I added, and before starting to answer the technicalities of the cage, and I have to say, this old woman is exceptionally knowledgeable, every little detail of the cage I am planning to create. To answer some of her questions, I had to think for a while before answering, and sometimes she provided the answer to a question that I could not answer. What do you think, Grandmistress Charline? Is Mitchell's plan is feasible? Lord Whitman asked after we finished our discussions. We have been discussing the technicalities of the parasitic cage for more than an hour. While Lord Whitman is most knowledgeable of all members of the Pyramid Council, he's still not able to follow our conversation due to the high-level healing formulas we were discussing. Grandmistress gesture saying, very hearing that, a smile on the Lord Whitman's face bloomed. This is the best news I could ever wish to hear, he said as he smiled wildly. You don't have to hurry in agreeing, Lord Whitman, I cautioned. The parasitic cage is extremely dangerous and could kill the Grand Lord if the slightest problem occurs during the process. Not to mention, the resources required for the process going to dent your treasury quite much. Even then, it would not be perfect healing. There will be a lot of restrictions on the Grand Lord, I added. Mitchell, you may not know, but we need a Grand Lord more than ever, and what other choice we have? Grand Lord had been here for half a century with no one able to heal him, Lord Whitman asked. There is another way. Wait till I reach the peak of Grandmaster stage. By then, I will be able to destroy that parasite hiding in the body of Grand Lord, I said, surprising both of them. I wish we could wait, Mitchell, but we could not. We need Grand Lord as soon we can, he said, and his expressions quite grave. Hearing that, I nodded and closed my eyes for a second before a long scroll made of energy materialized in front of me. The scroll has the list of resources needed for the parasitic cage, and it seemed to surprise Lord Whitman for a moment before his expressions eased up. Even if I hurry, it would still take a week to prepare all these resources, Lord Whitman said. This time, it was my turn to be surprised, as I thought he would say a month, and as some of these resources required to be processed in a certain way before they can be used in making cage, but it seemed like I had underestimated the ways Supremes have at their disposal. I had just recovered from the surprise when the phantom hands appeared in front of me and signed a gesture. The other 4 people are Grandmaster Salvador, Grandmaster Tristan, Grandmaster Imogen, and Rabhin Salas. We can start with Rabhin Salas immediately. It is quite easy to heal him, I said, shocking them again. What do you mean you can heal Rabhin Salas immediately? Both of them asked at the same time through different means. Instead of answering the question, I turned to Grandmistress Charline. Grandmistress, were you the one who admitted him to the Hall of Sleep? I asked. To that, she shook her and signed a couple of hand gestures in a quick fashion. So it was Grandmaster Pseudo, I said, seeing her reply. Well, he has made a hasty decision admitting him, I said, and immediately saw a flurry of hand gestures in front of me, and Grandmistress seemed a little angry for the first time. It seemed this Grandmaster Pseudo is an important person to her. I do not mean as disrespect, Grandmistress. I am just saying that Grandmaster Pseudo had missed some important points which made him take the decision, and your data about his contamination is also wrong, I said, and this seemed to make Grandmistress even angrier and irritated at me. It would be just better if I show you, I said with a sigh, and appeared beside the med pod of reborn Solace with both of them behind me. I did not wave any time and burrowed my strings inside him, and a minute later they have spread wide enough inside him, as did I activated the one formation in the strings, and next second a meta projection of reborn appeared, shocking both of them behind me. As I had said before, I want med pods and med beds abilities in my healing, and I have incorporated it, and rule bending helped a lot that now I could show the better, more clearer meta projection that the artifact could produce. See, this Grandmistress, the bloodline corruption did not changed his DNA by 0.7 as you said but 2.6, I said in magnified meta projection, so she could see it clearly, and as I had expected, her eyes had widened up again. The grim monsters have crafted a quite powerful curse, and they have been very thorough. They even took his bloodline contamination in mind, but like you guys, they have also made a wrong estimation, I said, and Grandmistress nodded and signed gestures quickly. You are right, Grandmistress. The grim monsters had left no stone unturned and crafted curse powerful enough that it would take even peak Grandmaster within an hour, and despite contamination giving him very high defense, the curse would have still taken him down if not placing him in slumber in a hall of sleep, I agreed with her. But you guys have missed this, I said, and I reached his bloodline center and magnified it as much as I could. She did not seem to notice any difference and asked me what I wanted to see. See these flares and dark points in their end, I said while motioning at the core. These are no aura flares as you have assumed them to be. They are signs of advancement. The targeted curse has spurred the potential of his bloodline, and Bloodline Center is ready to become a bloodline core, I said, and this time they were shocked, so shocked that they were not able to say a thing for a couple of seconds. I have done quite a research in the cores, including a bloodline core, and even saw a bloodline core forming in Alina. It had increased my knowledge on the bloodline cores immensely. Even if it's bloodline ready to form the core, it does not mean it will immediately form. It might take a week or even a month. Lord Whitman, after the shock wears off. It will not take long, and I have a way that will speed up the process enough that the core will start forming within 10 minutes, I said. Do you want me to begin? I have all the resources needed to heal him, I said. Technically, I would not be healing him. The curse is very powerful, and it is a targeted one made specifically for this man. Such curses are extremely hard to deal with, and currently I do not have enough power and knowledge to heal something like that. The thing I would be doing is helping him form the core and seeing the power of his bloodline and the contamination which changed him after the core had formed. He will himself become capable of dealing with the curse than plaguing him. I'm going to contact his organizations if they agree. We can start immediately, Lord Whitman said and walked out of the Hall of Sleep. There are no connections in the Hall of Sleep, and I could not sense any type of signals here. It is clear that this is an isolated space, and if one wants to contact the outside, they will have to go to the outside. It took about 5 minutes for Lord Whitman to return, and when he did, he was not alone. There was a man and woman with him. Both looked to be in their early 50s. They both are powerful grandmasters. Their power is just slightly below Lord Whitman. Mitchell, this is Lord Graham and Lady Ryder. They are the Blazing Council, Lord Whitman introduced. The Blazing Council is the governing body of Blazing Sphere, headed by powerful grandmasters. Can you really heal Rye? Asked the woman as she directly appeared in front of me. Looking at her expressions and the way she had referred him, she seemed to know the guy in the med pod quite well. Yes, I have 90 confidence to heal him, I said. Okay, then you can heal Rye. It had been too long he had been in sleep. She said. I nodded and turned to Grandmistress Charline. Is this place fine or should I do it outside? I asked. Grandmistress signed off a few gestures immediately with her reply. I nodded and I removed the formation sheet and placed it on the open ground there. I selected formation from it. This formation, too, had been designed by myself. I had designed it after I studied the data I have got from Alina's core formation. It was helped to design and ease the bloodline core formation process and could only help those whose bloodlines are ready to form the core, like that of Reborn Solace. With formation appearing, I begin to place the resources, and these resources are not cheap. I use one of the rarest and expensive I have got from the storage of the grim monsters I killed a day ago, and they better refund me for it. I placed all the resources before placing a pink crystal in the center. The expressionless faces of everyone changed, suddenly seeing the small dark pink crystal. This is something created a few moments ago. Infusing the flavor of rule-bending power into the crystal, I had stored the power into the crystal, as I did not want to use my rule-bending power in front of all these people. This flavor of rule-bending power reacts with bloodline, and even those with inheritance could feel their inheritances resonating with it and normal. Resources. Grandmistress, you can place him in the center of the formation, I said to Grandmistress Charline. She nodded and signed a few hand gestures. We would not need 6 hours. An hour would be more than enough, I said. She had informed me that I would have only 6 hours before the damage of the curse became unhealable. Hearing my answer, Grandmistress did not need to say anything. She closed her eyes for a moment, and I felt the connection of the med pod from Hall being cut off. And just as that happened, the curse that had been sleeping inside Reborn had a reaction. A dark gray aura had begun to permeate into Reborn, a grayness had begun to seep inside his dark blue hair and scales. This targeted curse is really powerful, and it is Reborn's luck that he had such high bloodline contamination, which even grim monsters have underestimated designing this cure for him. Otherwise, seeing the power of the cure, it would have been able to consume Reborn at much greater speed. Buzz, Grandmistress, did not waste any time and placed the Reborn into the center of the formation, and as she did, I immediately activated the formation. The first thing that happened was that dark pink crystal melted and spread into the whole formation. The runes got a pink glow, and they started to burn even brighter as they extracted the essence from the resources. The essences of the resources begin to merge each other into the four groups, and before a rule-bending power seeped into them, and the four groups of essences melded into four groups of runic formation, which moved toward Reborn. Four groups of runic formation begin to climb on the Reborn's body, and by that time the curse had made the Reborn's body faint gray, and he began to twitch all over. The curse is quite efficient. It had launched a two-pronged attack. One is at its essence, and the other is at its bloodline, so it would not help its essence fighting against it. It had worked greatly in my favor, as it had roused the bloodline even more. Now I just need to give it a slight push, and he will begin to form the core formation immediately. I will give that push when the four formations cover him fully, and it won't take more than a minute for that to happen. Buzz, the four formations have covered his whole body with their center at its heart as it happened. I activated all the four formations. They all buzzed in unison and started to seep inside the body of Reborn at the same time. 10 seconds later, there was a sign of formation on his body. While there is no sign outside, the inside is completely different. The formation entered inside him and blazed before melting and spreading all over his body, with more than half of it going for its bloodline center. Bang. As the four-colored essence entered the bloodline center, it felt like I had lighted up a match on the keg. The whole bloodline essence exploded like a sun, totally shocking me and others. I had expected some reaction, but it was more like a push rather than kicking with a wrecking ball. This reaction is fine, too, from what I can see. Its bloodline seemed to be in a rage, wanting to burn through everything. His body also lit up. His dark blue hairs began to burn like hellfire, and the scales that covered some parts of his body also began to shine like blazing gems. Still, it is nothing in front of what is happening inside him. All the bloodline aura had converted to a single point and is blazing like a sun. The powerful curse had turned into a huge freaking tsunami and wanted to swallow it, but blinding rays emitting from it pushed it back. That did not seem to faze the curse at all. The huge tsunami began to change and transformed into the huge runic net before attacking the blinding sun. This is the true terror of specially crafted curses. They can change and attack according to condition, and this is why they are so hard to deal with. If I want to destroy these specially crafted curses, I would need a raw power or a sophisticated method that could collapse its whole structure. The net enveloped the blinding sun and again repelled by its rays, and again it began to change its shape into something different. The attacks continued for one after another, and the sun kept repelling them as it consolidated when suddenly, another change had occurred. I had hoped to see it but did not really expect it might come, but it looks like the stars are in my favor. In what seemed like a rift had opened, and dark blue energies came out of it and began to enter the body of Reborn. This blue energy is very powerful, so powerful that despite quite a distance between us, I felt like I was burning up in the greatest fire there is. The dark blue energy is no average energy, but sources energy from its bloodline. Very few bloodlines have sources powerful enough. They could be able to transmit these energies from any corner of the world to the people who have their bloodline. Hell Dragon is a dragon, so there is no question how powerful it would be. It should not be surprising that progenitors of bloodline have a source powerful enough that it could sense its energies into any corner of the universe. Alina was not able to call the energies of the source. That does not mean her source is not powerful enough. It's just her core was too weak, but she had a great advantage. While Reborn was forming a bloodline core when he was at peak master stage, a commendable fear itself, but she had formed while breaking into the tyrant. She will have great advantages due to it, and she should thank the two figures inside me, for without them, she would not have been able to form the bloodline core this early. As for calling the source energies, she will not have much problem doing that. She will be able to do that in her coming breakthroughs. Its forming core began to suck the source energies crazily and started to glow even brighter, and it is not just its core that is sucking the source energies, but also the bloodline contamination, which is slightly worrying, and I will have to deal with it later. Before, I thought Reborn would reach pseudo-grandmaster class, a step away from the grandmaster stage. Even with the bloodline core, it is very hard to reach the grandmaster class. It requires colossal accumulations and massive resources otherwise, we would not have less than 100 grandmasters. Still, knowing he might reach a grandmaster class in one fell swoop sent shocks in my heart. Grandmaster puts, one is a completely different level. If I get the power of the grandmaster, I will be able to half of the people here without a problem. 1 hour and 50 minutes passed by, and the curse kept trying differing methods after each failure while the blazing sun got go brighter by second and sending more power energy as absorbing more source energy. Suddenly the rift closed up, and the blazing sun absorbed the last bit of source energy. It begins to dim, the blazing aura also begins to calm down. Crack, crack, crack. Soon all shine disappeared, and I saw a sun covered in a thick layer of glass which began to crack immediately, making a deafening cracking sound as if the world was cracking itself. BANNG. When the cracks spread through all the glass sphere, it cracks with earth-shaking sound, and the blazing blue sun revealed itself radiating the aura of the Grandmaster. And despite the initial Grandmaster, the aura of his core is quite heavy. It is without a doubt that he would be an uncommon grim monsters. The change is yet to finish up. The curse is still attacking him, and there is also an issue of contamination that has finally started to act. The last time he was extremely lucky with the contamination, but it could not be said he would be this time. The contamination had also absorbed a massive amount of source energies, and they have started to make the change which might not be good for him. The bloodline contamination had been powered by the source energy and now started to spread. I could control where it could spread and balance the contamination with his human side, but I need to know what type of fighter he is and his fighting way, so I could better distribute this contamination. I said hurriedly to the two grandmasters from Blazing Sphere. Both of them were shocked hearing me, but soon recovered. Rai was a textbook Blazing Sphere member. He had been trained our core fighting style. In millenniums, he was the first to comprehend the true essence of Blazing Sphere method before reaching the Grandmaster class. Grand Mistress Ryder said, "You mean physical plus magical strikes with crushing focus on both of them till they reach the perfection?" I asked. "I have read about the Blazing Sphere fighting style extensively and have a good understanding of it." "Yes," she said with slight surprise. I would have asked the patient himself, but he had been asleep for nearly 1.5 centuries. He has not completely woken up, and his mind is in no state to answer me carefully, so I could only ask about it to the people who knew him before. Its newly formed bloodline core would have helped a little with managing the contamination, but it is now completely busy destroying the curse which had gone crazy. It is not burning up its own power to deal the heavy blow to the newly formed bloodline core. The core is very powerful, and the hell dragon that is roaring inside it will destroy this curse, but it would take time, and I do not have time to wait for the core to destroy the curse and help me deal with the bloodline contamination, which well turns him into an abomination and make him mad. That is what happens during bloodline contamination, and that is why people fear bloodline contamination so much. This Rapin had been so lucky that it had not affected him negatively, and this time too, he had been lucky because I am here. I am not trumping my own horn, but I had not been here the bloodline contamination would have moved unregulated, and the result of that would not be pretty both externally and internally. Buzz. As the contamination began to spread, I activated the formation I had weaved with my vines inside him. When I saw the bloodline contamination on his body had also been taking the source energy, I had started to make the preparations for it. I had used my own vines to make the formation. There is no other thing that is as capable of moving the powerful bloodline contamination energies as my strings without fear of spilling them and making a mess of him. As the formation made from my vines activated, they began to suck all the bloodline contamination. Which is quite difficult to do, but if one thinks the thing my vines are good at is sucking, and it is especially true when it was powered by the formation. It took about 9 minutes, but I was able to suck all the bloodline contamination, and I had to use it immediately, otherwise it would also spill out of my powerful vines. I did not waste time and started immediately. I first began to fill in the inconsistencies. He had been lucky with the bloodline contamination, but it had not affected him perfectly on some parts. Bloodline contamination affected heavily on other parts. It affected less. I am sure it had created a lot of problems for this Rabin. He should better be thanking me as I am having his problems. I begin to spread the bloodline contamination with surgical precision while always keeping the state of his body in mind. There is so much contamination his body could bear. The contamination is part of the dragon itself, and the human body is too weak to bear it. If I pour all the contamination, his body will break apart, which is the condition of half of the people who suffered from the bloodline contamination. A few minutes passed by, and soon all inconsistencies of before had been smoothed out, and now I could begin with him, and the first order of business would be his heart, his magical and physical veins. These three things are most important to transmitting physical and magical energies after the core. I did not waste time and started bloodline contamination on this thing. I did not release it in large amounts, but in slow, steady amounts, watching the reaction of the body in these three things. I do not want to break his body at the same time. I do not want to mutate the three things too much that they could not fit in or behave in the confines of the human body. They were already somewhat affected by the previous contamination, but they are beginning to change. The faint blue color begins to darken, and faint crystal granules for them as the change happens. The aura its body release also begin to change. While the core is the most important part, other parts are also important too, and since I am stretching them with the very essence of the Hell Dragon, the power he would be able to display through them would be overwhelming. I treated the heart and the veins for 6 minutes before I stopped. Those parts had reached their limit, and if I continued to pour the power further, they would begin to mutate most horrendously. After the heart and veins, I began to target the bones, and I used a similar formula on it as I did with the hearts and veins, but took nearly 9 minutes, and by the time I had finished, his bones had turned completely blue and faint crystallization could be seen on specific parts. With the bones finished, I turned to the skin, the part where I have to be most careful. With a slight mistake could change him completely. The skin is the part that affects his appearance the most, and I do not want to make him inhuman than he already is. I am planning to make him look human from the slight inhuman look he has. Buzz, I had activated the special formation which I had created to infuse the bloodline contamination in the skin. Earlier, when I had balanced the contamination, it had brought faint flu scales all over the body of the Rabhan. The Grandmaster of the Blazing Sphere had said that while Rabhan used to love the defense given to me by the scales, he did not like them. Nobody would. How would anyone like to be different than everybody else? And earlier, when I was balancing out the things, I have made the things even worse. Before, there was 20 of his body covered in scales, and now, his whole body is covered in faint blue scales, leaving few places like eyes and nose. Now he looked like a mini grim monsters or a dragon man to those who are a little knowledgeable, and it is not a good thing. People do not want to be associated with grim monsters in any way. It does not matter whether the thing is true or not. As I had activated the formation, I began to release the bloodline contamination in his skin systematically, which started the changes immediately. The scales began to darken slowly, and they started to get a glossy feel which had made them look amazing. It looked like they were made of gems, and the gems that are getting darker and glossier every second, making the scales on his body more pronounced. Please stop the changes in his skin. The scales will make Rai look like grim monster. He would hate them. Grandmaster Raiden said, and this time she did not speak telepathically. Step. I acted like I did not listen, and continued scales continued to get brighter and brighter, and Grandmaster behind me did not like it. Her powerful aura released from her immediately made me shake, and she took a step toward me. Grandmistress Ryder, please let Mitchell do his job, Lord Whitman said as he placed his hand on the shoulder of Grandmistress Ryder. There was no aura that came out of Lord Whitman, but his slow voice had a faint warning, and hearing that, Grandmistress Ryder shuddered. She opened her mouth to say something, but one look at Lord Whitman had made her close her mouth. While she might be one of the most powerful people in the world, and the man in front of her might be less than half of her age, but his power is undeniable. You can't become a head of Pyramid Council without having power. He might have abdicated his post, but he is still one of the most powerful men in the Pyramid Council, as powerful as a Lady Hera. So she shuts her mouth and watches the process. While Rai might hate his new scales, he will be happy to come out of sleep and make the mark in the war he deserves to break and might become a leader they needed to win the war. She knew her old friend has the capabilities. Little more than 10 minutes have passed, and I am still working on the scales, which have become dark blue as his hairs and are shining like a gem. I continued for about a minute before stopping. His skin had reached the limit, and infusing further will cause the mutation that I did not want to happen. Buzz, just as infusion finished, I had activated another formation, and the next second, the scales slowly began to seep inside his skin. Thank God he is not conscious. The pain he would have felt for this process would have been inhuman. What I am doing is not simply pulling its skin back, but fusing these scales in the layers of skin. This way he would always have the defense of extremely powerful scales, which will not be visible as before. He would look like a normal human, would despite being not completely being a human, and it will also help him a little when bloodline contamination erupt next time. At the end of the minute, all the scales have disappeared from his body. Even the scales he had before, which have been covering 10 of his body, have disappeared. He now looked like any normal human would look. Gasp. I heard the gasp behind me, but I did not react to it. There was still huge bloodline contamination that had remained to be spent, nearly 77. All the work I have done till now has only spent 23 of the bloodline contamination. Fortunately, there are many things that remain to do, though other than infusing some bloodline contamination to his soul. All the things are minor. They should be able to spend quite a lot of it. As for what remains, I have a plan for it. 1 hour and 20 minutes have passed, and I finally stopped infusing contamination into Rabhan. He had reached the limit of the amount of contamination he could take, and if I add further, it will start to turn him into an abomination. The contamination I have infused in him had further dragonized him, bonding with 3.1 of his DNA, and it will continue as long as he uses the source energy to advance, and that is quite bad news for him. This time he was lucky I was here during his advancement. Next time, he might not be this lucky. I have spent a total of 42 of bloodline contamination on him, and there is still 58 remaining, which I have to dispose of. I can't dispose of it into his body, and throwing it out would be an extreme waste. Thankfully, I have a place, my very own core. This is Grandmaster level bloodline contamination, which is wilder than the bloodline essence, and the bloodline contamination is not of any regular bloodline but of Hell Dragon, a very powerful bloodline. For someone of my power, taking such a huge amount of energy into their core is a suicide, but I am taking it. It is just too precious to waste, and besides, I have a way. When I was designing the core, I have created a special formation that helped me purify and absorb any energies. I am inspired to create it by green and silver runes for them. It is no big thing, and they do it regularly with grim monsters with bloodlines. I have no command over these runes, and so I needed to create my own system, and I was able to do that with great research and incorporate it into my core, and this extremely powerful energy would be a test of the function I've created in my core. If it worked, I would gain massive benefits, and if it failed, there is a chance that my core would get destroyed by it, but I am willing to take the risk to get the great benefits. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. With that thought, I reached for that thing in my core, and the next second, a big thing began to come out from a corner of the island. It took a few seconds for it to fully came out, but when it did, it looked majestic. It is a huge 9-plated quern. It is nearly at the height of my refinement tower in transparent silver color, and each plate of it looks like they are made of silvery glass, which is empty on the inside. Buzz. As the quern appeared, I activated the formations on my strings. As it activated, it began to transfer the bloodline contamination from Rabin's body into my core. It is hard, so hard that I have to pour all my energy into powering the formation, and it only begins to transfer at trickle speed. The bloodline contamination is resisting with all wanting to stay in Rabin's body and fuse with him. It will take quite a time, and I have time. More than 2 hours have passed, and Core had only been able to destroy the 30 of a curse. There is still 70 remaining to be destroyed. I should be able to extract all the bloodline contamination well before that. The trickle of bloodline contamination begins to fill the upper disc of the huge quern, which begins to spin slowly with the rest of the plates below him. Each plate will act as a purifier, purifying energy further and further till it reaches the last disc, which purifies it enough that it would become suitable to merge with my core and strengthen it. Seeing how powerful the energy is and how much strain my quern is feeling, it is going to take days. If it had been green and silver runes, they would have taken a few seconds, but I could not compare my quern with that. 2 formations, they are made of the ancient runes, which I could not understand at all. 2 hours and 10 minutes passed by, and finally I was able to extract all the bloodline contamination. It filled the quern to nearly to the brim, and now it is spinning even more slowly, so slowly that one looked at it carefully to know it is even spinning. The more powerful the energy is, the greater the strain it will create on the quern, and the bloodline contamination has reached nearly its limit. If the contamination had 5 more in quantity or in power, the quern wouldn't have been able to purify. The state of the quern did not make me sad, but happy. The more powerful the energy is, the greater benefits it will provide to my core, and by the time quern purifies this energy and my core absorb it, the quern will become capable of processing even more powerful energies. The power of the quern solely depends on the power of the core. The more powerful the core is, the more powerful the quern will become. I looked at the curse, which is burning its very essence to crush the bloodline core, but is getting crushed instead. There is only 20 remaining, and the bloodline core is furiously attacking it now. Seeing how its power had reached the all-time low, it won't be long before the curse disappeared for good. 17 minutes later, the curse had completely destroyed. No speck of it had remained. The core of it had been very thorough. Rabin is still sleeping, and he would not wake up for some more, and when he woke up, he would be the most powerful grandmaster of his stage. I have distributed contamination with my deep knowledge about the human metaphysique. I did in a certain way that he would each of his move, heavily powered. The power that bloodline contamination have given him is no less than a powerful body refining art. I dare to say a single bare-handed punch of him would tear a hole through the body of a similar level grandmaster who is fully armored. It could be said I have made an imperfect monster, a perfect monster who will have a huge impact on the war, even change the course of the war in our favor, as long as refrain from making a similar mistake he had made in the last war. He would wake up in 3 to 6 hours, I said as I got up. Ask him to come to meet me after he got familiar with reality. I have some important things to discuss with him about his condition, I said to the two grandmasters from Blazing Sphere. People only call grandmaster when two things happen. First, if they reach the grandmaster class, and second, when they advance enough in one field to a certain height. And clearly, in their eyes, I have advanced in the field of healing enough for them to call me a grandmaster. I just smiled at them and turned to Grandmistress Charline, Grandmistress. I would require these resources to heal the three grandmasters, I said, and 3 scrolls made of energy appeared in front of me. If I had reached the grandmaster stage, I would not need the resources, but I am not a grandmaster, and thus would need the help of these resources. The resources in the list are not precious for grandmaster. I would have not asked for them if I had them on me. When I had reached home, everyone was sleeping. It was quite late when I came back, and I was feeling hungry. Thankfully, there is dinner for me. I quickly heated it up and ate with Nero and Ashlyn before I went to sleep. It was quite late when I woke up, but I felt good. Last night, I was quite tired healing. That guy had taken a lot from me. I have got massive benefits, so my efforts were worth it. Speaking of benefits, I have quickly gone inside my core, and changes inside it were apparent. The energy feels thicker and grass is more vibrant, and the most surprising of all is a shield. Its recovery seemed to have exploded. I closed my eyes and soon understood the reason: the dragon bloodline contamination energy. It is consuming a lot of it, all the energy that is being purified. It is taking 15 of it, which is huge seeing the level of energy. The shield is not only healing, but also upgrading itself. It has taken a share of the prime mold that my totem artifact was constructed with, and has been taking a massive amount of energy from my core, including from the moon, which is orbiting around my core. Now, it has begun taking the purified dragon contamination energies. It will heal and progress even faster. It is not just the shield taking that purified bloodline contamination, but Nero and Ashlyn are also taking it. They are doing it now. As the last disc released it in the form of dribble, both of them drank it some before it seeped into my ground and merged with the core. I also stored some of it in a few bottles. This purified bloodline contamination is extremely useful. Having a few bottles of the worth of it will come in handy. I could already see some usage of it, especially to my mother, who is still an elite, and like me, she possesses far more power than people of the class are supposed to have. After filling the bottles, I turned to a huge quern in front of me, which is still spinning ever so slowly but slightly faster than yesterday. Others won't be able to tell it, but I could, as it is part of my core, and core is part of me. There is quite a change from yesterday now. All the 9 discs have bloodline contamination energies in them. There are different shades and amounts of contamination in each disc. The top disc had the most dragon bloodline contamination, its bright blue color like hellfire, while the most bottom disc had the lowest amount of dragon bloodline contamination, and it is colorless. After being processed by the last disc, it would merge with my core, strengthening it further. I need to strengthen my core at its limit. I would not make my next breakthrough. Without it, the next breakthrough would be important. It will give me the power of Grandmaster. I want to be the best, and seeing that monster yesterday, I am now more committed to it than ever. With the power of its bloodline core and the way I had distributed its bloodline contamination, he will be a monster like never before. I have to surpass that monster. It will be harder, and I need something extra to do it, especially match him with the massive physical and defensive power he will be able to produce. I controlled my emotions and calmed my mind before closing my eyes for a moment, and when I opened them, in front of is a huge runic sphere. The runic humanoid from before had turned into this, but it is much more than what my upgrades used to be. The formation of the core changes the dynamics with core. I now have more freedom, but there are also quite restrictions. Thankfully, I have made core from rule bending power, so bending those restrictions would not be much problem, but still, I could only bend them but not break them. I will have to follow those restrictions in essence and not in words, and that is a lot of freedom, far more than others have at my place. I stared at the core for a few minutes before I made it disappear. I will start working on my core from today, but now is not the time. There are a few things like showering and eating I have to do before I could start with my core. Ting, I got out my core and went to freshen up and showered. After that I had just gotten out when my phone buzzed. It is from Pyramid, specifically from Grandmistress Charline. She is telling me she had accumulated all the resources needed to heal the Grandmaster and asked me when I was free. I wanted to reply with now, but I did not. Instead, I had replied with the evening, as I had remembered the advice teacher had given me long ago, just when I had begun to walk on the path to becoming a healer. She had said that I have to set the limit and assert myself, otherwise, people would treat us like a workhorse and never treat us with the respect we deserve. I have to set the limits, even when I know quickly healing the Grandmaster would have greater benefits. There is a huge war happening, and the more Grandmaster we have, the better it would be for us. I have other things to do. Too, I have to start working on my inheritance, create the crystal roses, and also go to the library and central farm in the pyramid for my research to create my garden. There is a huge space in my core, and I could not let it go unutilized. I want to create the garden of my dream, which will not only provide me with precious resources, but also be pleasant to look at. Seeing I am going to spend a lot of time here, I need something beautiful and calming around me, and what's better than a garden? The day passed quickly, and the evening came. I went back to the Hall of Sleep again, and this time there were more people, but among them, Lord Whitman was absent. He is a member of the Pyramid Council. He had more important things to attend than seeing healing, even if the person is a grandmaster. The person I am healing is Grandmaster Salvador. This old man is really unlucky, or I say, not cautious enough. He was one of the best alchemists we had, and a few decades ago, this old man had got himself knocked down by powerful neuroleptic. It is the most powerful I have come across. If it had been a regular neuroleptic drug, Grandmistress Charline or other Grandmaster healers, would have been able to heal the old man, but it is no simple neuroleptic, but one who had formed a thorned bond with the soul of Grandmaster, and whenever people tried to deal with the neuroleptic, it would seep inside the Grandmaster's soul and become invisible. Grandmaster Charline, Grandmaster Rove, please be ready to protect me, I said when the formation I had created seeped inside the old man's body. Don't worry, little Mitchell, you have to wake up the old bastard, we will handle the rest, Grandmaster Rove said, lifting the staff he had in his hand. What I am going to be is not going to the pretty old man. He will suffer pain and might even attack whoever came in front of him. I'm not going to break the neuroleptic thorn that had burrowed inside the soul of the old man. I am going to burn it down. It is the only way. I am doing it, I said, and immediately activated the formation. As it did, it immediately spread into the thorn before it started to burn it. 7 seconds later, a loud scream rang out, and a powerful aura blazed out of the old man's body. The aura was dangerous, and it spread like a tsunami in front of it. I felt like a delicate leaf that could get crushed at any time. The tsunami of aura was about to crash into me when suddenly a wall appeared in front of me, which had easily repelled all the aura. Who is the son of the devil that dared to harm me? Roared the old man who had been sleeping in front of me. Now he was standing, and with his eyes blazing in rage as he looked at me. With all the preparation, it took a couple of seconds to burn down the whole neuroleptic thorn around his soul, and the process was painful enough that it had immediately woken him up. The old man just moved to attack me, and when Grandmaster Rowe appeared in front of old man, "Shut up, you bastard. You have been sleeping for more than 7 decades due to idiocy, and now you want to attack the person who had woken you up," Grandmaster Rowe said and swung his staff at the old man. Bang. It had happened very fast. The only thing I saw was Grandmaster Rowe's staff hitting the old man and him falling unconscious due to it. I couldn't help but feel pity for the old man. He had just woken up, only to fall an unconscious couple of seconds later. I apologize for Salvador, Grandmaster Czar. He has some anger issues, but he is a good person at heart. When he realizes his mistake, he will come back to apologize to you personally, Grandmaster Rowe said with a red face. It is nothing, Grandmaster Rowe. Anyone in his place would do the same, I said and turned to Grandmistress Charline. Grandmistress, I will heal Grandmistress Imogen tomorrow, but I will need your help for that, I said to Grandmistress Charline. She nodded and signed a few gestures, confirming her participation. A few minutes after some important discussions with Grandmistress Charline, I was in my home. There are too many things for me to do. Once I have entered the war, which would be soon, I could forget about having such time as I am doing right now. Days passed by after healing Grandmaster Salvador. I healed Grandmistress Imogen and Grandmaster Tristan. Healing them, I needed the help of Grandmaster Charline. She is a phenomenal healer and an extremely knowledgeable person in the healing arts. I have learned so many things from her in such a short contact I had with her. I am regularly meeting her, even after I have finished healing the Grandmasters. The parasitic cage we are trying to create to trap a Grand Lord level parasite is quite complex, and we want to study the method further for better execution. It had been 5 days since I had healed Rabin. In 2 days, I will heal the Grand Lord. It could not be said healing, it is more like trapping. We are going to use a very powerful and expensive cage to trap that bastard. I am really excited about it, especially that parasite that is hiding inside the Grand Lord's body. If I get the chance in the future, I want to capture it and study it extensively. I want to incorporate some of its properties into my experimental seeds. Aside from the healing, I have started to work on my inheritance again and even got a good understanding of high-level gardening. I have already decided on the first seeds I want to plant. They are quite difficult to grow, and in our world nobody can grow them, but I think my core made of the rule bending power is a perfect place for them, and if I had able to grow them, then I will be swimming money. It is a very important resource, used in a wide variety of things, and I have managed to mature it fully, I will have a powerful Grand Lord level resource that will be extremely useful to many other people and me.